Chapter 1 Crazy People from Mental Hospitals. My name is Chinyu, just an ordinary 16-year-old high school student inside the Blue Star. Was supposed to be like this. Let go of me. I've already told you that I'm an otherworldly person who suddenly crossed over in a bathroom toilet. This is not my original world. The boy explained to the people inside the hospital room as he tugged at them, but the people around him didn't believe what he said. Instead, they took out a syringe they pulled out of nowhere and stabbed it directly into the boy. Eventually, the boys passed out on the ground, unwillingly under the effects of the drug. Blue Star. In the dean's room of the psychiatric hospital in a city, a small nurse was holding the medical records in her hand and said to a middle-aged man inside the office, "Dean, there's suddenly an otherworldly person inside the hospital who claimed to have crossed over from inside a flush toilet." According to the patient's family, the patient, who had previously been staying inside his room and studying properly, suddenly went to the bathroom and kept banging his head against the flush toilet for some unknown reason. Otherworlders who claim to have traveled from a flush toilet? Nowadays the way of traveling has evolved from big trucks to flush toilets. Ha! The middle-aged man looked at the medical records in the desktop and laughed, shaking his head. However, after a series of investigations and forensics, the middle-aged man finally wrote a line on the back of the boy's medical records. The patient has been determined by our hospital to be mildly mentally ill and is recommended to stay in the hospital for 2 years for observation. Alas, what a spirited little guy. Why has he suddenly become a psychopath? The middle-aged man said as he looked at the smiling boy on the medical record. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the office was still filled with the same pairing of junior nurses and deans from back then. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, said the middle-aged man, looking at the list of discharges on the desktop. Yeah, the other guy was giving us a hard time in the beginning, but then after we increased the amount of tranquilizer on him, the patient was finally willing to actively cooperate with our treatment. Ha, that's good. The patient's relatives are willing to hand the patient over to us as a sign of trust, so how can we possibly violate their trust? Saying this, the middle-aged man wrote a sentence in the piece of information applying for discharge. The patient has fully recovered after 2 years of treatment by us. I hope that this patient named Chinyu can live a good and normal life in the next few days. Although the boy in the photo no longer has a smile, he has more maturity and steadiness compared to the previous photos. Dad and Mom, I've told you that you don't have to come over specially to pick me up. I recognize the way home. In a car that had just driven out of the hospital, a boy with a short haircut said to a couple in the front row, "It's rare for our son to recover and be discharged from the hospital today, so how could we as parents miss this occasion?" The middle-aged man in the driver's seat said with a smile, "That is to say, the last time we saw each other was a couple of weeks ago, but today we are finally looking forward to getting you out of the hospital." Although the woman in the passenger seat acted happy, it was the boys in the back row who noticed the tears inside the corners of her eyes, which is probably tears of joy. "Dad, Mom, I've worked hard for the past 2 years that I've been hospitalized," the boy in the back row said softly to the two in the front row. It's okay, as long as you can be safe and healthy, we as parents can be at ease," said the woman in the passenger seat as she wiped the corners of her eyes. Aha! For the rest of the day, there was nothing anyone could do to separate us as a family, the boys added within themselves. At night, inside a villa in a neighborhood, a rather small celebration party was being held, to Little Yu's recovery and discharge today. Cheers! After saying that, the middle-aged man directly finished the red wine in his hand in one gulp. Seeing that the middle-aged man on the main seat had already begun to pour a second glass of red wine, Chinyu finally couldn't help but speak up and advise. "Dad, although I know you're having a great time today, something like wine should still be used in moderation. Little Feather is right. You wouldn't want our son to just be discharged from the hospital and then you as a father to be hospitalized, right?" Originally, Chin's mother also wanted to finish the red wine in her glass in one gulp, but then she just sipped it before putting the glass down. "Okay, I'll listen to my son. Dad won't covet this cup today." Since Chinyu was admitted to the mental hospital, the home has ever been so lively today. So Chin's father in Chinyu's dissuasion, very quickly put down his hands of the cup. "Right, Little Yu, I almost forgot to tell you." Chin's father suddenly remembered something after enjoying his heavenly happiness for a while. "Although you've only just been discharged from the hospital today, I've already helped you choose a school in advance." With that, Chin's father handed Chinyu the information about that school on his cell phone. "This school isn't like the kind of major school you went to before, but the level of education is still ranked among the best in the country." Child's father, "Aren't you doing this a bit too fast?" Chin's mother said with a bit of worry. "Little Yu, he was only discharged from the hospital today. Shouldn't we let him get used to his current life first?" For Chin's mother's statement, Chin's father doesn't quite agree, only to see Chin's father's expression suddenly become serious before looking at Chinyu. The current Little Yu is already much behind compared to his peers. If he continues to be so leisurely, he will only fall behind even more. But, just when Chin's mother still wanted to say something in the middle of saying something, Shinyu interrupted her first. Mom, this time I agree with what Dad said. Shinyu first consoled Shin mother before he said softly, because of that disease, my time has been stagnant for 2 whole years. If I still don't try a little harder, wouldn't that prove that I'm not as good as them? Your son? After saying these words, Shinyu's eyes slowly became determined. Alas, Shin mother still chose to compromise after a sigh. I know you're old enough to have your own ideas, but you have to promise Mom that you'll never force yourself, okay? Aha! After seeing his mom agree, Shinyu also nodded cheerfully. With the mother of Chin's promise after the Chinyu transfer of this thing so settled, but the time of enrollment was the mother of Chin to adapt to the life of the reason set in the next week on Monday is it? In the dead of night, Shinyu was suddenly inside the bathroom talking to himself in the mirror. I didn't realize we'd been living together like this for 2 years. That is to say, how the hell are you going to pay me back for the 2 whole years I was locked up in a mental institution because of you? Are you kidding me? If you're asked to do something, at the end of the day it's not done with my body. Okay. It's me who said the wrong thing. Is this okay? Shinyu begged for forgiveness to himself on the mirror. Okay, even though I know this won't happen, if it does, then it's just a matter of please. What makes people feel strange is that the Chinyu in front of the mirror did not have any change of expression, but the Chinyu inside the mirror suddenly crooked the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2 Everyone's a hottie. Blue Star, a university high school. Nah, have you guys heard? It seems like there will be a transfer student inside our class. Someone inside the classroom suddenly spoke up and asked, Hey, is this Guaba you're talking about, right? Our class is a senior class. How could someone transfer here at this point in time? I don't know if it's guaranteed to be ripe or not. I heard it from someone else anyway. The person who broke the news spread his hands and said helplessly, but I heard that the person who transferred here was still in the hospital for treatment not too long ago, and this sudden transfer should be because the other person's illness has already healed, right? Ha! From what you're saying, wouldn't that mean that the person who transferred over to our class is the kind of person who was sickly and then falls over when the wind blows? Ouch! What's the point of you inquiring so much now? What kind of person is the other party? Won't we know the answer later? Fair enough, Kala. As the door to the classroom was pulled open from the outside, the inside of the classroom instantly fell silent. The homeroom teacher first stood at the podium and scanned all the students sitting at their desks, realizing that most of them were still willing to be respectful, except for a very few problem students. Today, a new student will be transferred to our class. With that, the homeroom teacher shouted to the outside of the classroom, Student Chinyu, you can come in now. Yes. In the midst of the homeroom teacher's shouts, a man's characteristic low voice came in from outside the classroom. Since the voices are already so good, can't they expect the same in terms of appearance? Even though some of them already knew about the transfer to one of their classes who was always in the hospital for treatment, there were still quite a few wistful girls who were expecting the next appearance of a man who belonged to the type of Prince Charming. Step. The footsteps outside the classroom door were getting closer, and the wistful teenage girls were already getting nervous. Wow. This is the kind of body you can get from living in a hospital for years? Because of the fact that they themselves were in the first row, there were quite a few students who could already look up to this one legendary transfer student in advance. Out of order, Shinyu directly strides into the classroom after knocking on the door of the classroom. Wow, man god, I don't know who suddenly said such a sentence, causing the inside of the classroom to suddenly become boisterous. Only Shinyu walked onto the podium wearing a blue and white school uniform. Although he has spent the last 2 years inside a mental hospital, there is not a single trace of pathology on his face due to the treatment, not to mention the fact that he possessed a healthy skin color that most young people didn't have nowadays, but just the golden ratio-like male model body on his body. It was completely impossible to tell that the other party was the kind of person who had stayed inside a hospital for 2 whole years. Quiet. Although the classroom teacher intended to make the students in the classroom quiet again, but due to the scene is really too out of control reasons, so that the classroom teacher, even if the efforts of the 9 bulls and 2 tigers, but also a few minutes to bring the scene back to control. I know you guys are happy because a handsome guy suddenly transferred over inside the class. In fact, teacher, I'm happy too. Saying that, the homeroom teacher was staring at Chinyu the whole time as if she was expressing how happy she was. After all, who doesn't love a handsome man with this kind of eye candy? The students inside the classroom laughed approvingly after the homeroom teacher said this. So, it's better to let our handsome classmate introduce himself. First, we can't keep calling our handsome classmate as handsome classmate, right? The students inside the classroom laughed once again. Actually, handsome classmate is a nickname I don't really like. Shinyu took a step forward before uttering a sentence that instantly plunged the classroom into an awkward atmosphere. Because I don't really think I'm as handsome as my classmates say I am. Shinyu's classmates. The homeroom teacher was about to remind Shinyu not to make the atmosphere inside the classroom so awkward, but he was so shocked by the next shout that the eyes on the bridge of his nose almost fell down. After all, Everyone inside the class is much more handsome than me, so who am I to call myself handsome? After Chinyu finished the sentence, the inside of the classroom remained cold. 1 second, 2 seconds. As a little bit of time passed, the classroom suddenly let out a cheer that could shake the whole classroom. There's nothing wrong with that. We're both equally handsome. Why should old Ben only say you're eye-catching? Since you're handsome and we're beautiful, can we get together? Ha ha, what kind of big words are you netting? I didn't realize that my looks like Pan had still been discovered. Ha! The students inside the classroom all agreed with what Chinyu had just said. Everyone loves beauty, not to mention that the one who complimented them was a male godlike being. The words of such a person are surely more credible than those of someone else who is surely more credible than those of someone else who is surely more credible than those of someone else who is surely more credible than those of someone else. After Chinyu felt that the atmosphere was almost set, he reached out and called off the students who were still coaxing inside the classroom. Okay dudes and dudettes, if we keep making so much noise, the next class will think we're bouncing and dancing inside the classroom. Saying that, Chinyu raised his index finger in front of his mouth and whispered, "You guys don't want the others to know that all of us in this class are handsome and beautiful, do you?" Sure enough, under Chinyu's negotiated joke, the students in the classroom all tightly covered their mouths so that it would no longer make any sound. After seeing that the students in the classroom were so cooperative with him, Chinyu turned around and wrote his name in the blackboard behind him. My name is Chinyu. Although there is only 1 year left to spend together for the rest of the year, I would like to ask my classmates to take care of me. Time flies, and before you know it, it's time for school to end. Moreover, in other face-punching novels, the kind of bullying of transfer students by older students didn't appear in Chinyu's class, but instead, he had gained a lot of little fans when he had just transferred to this class. Chinyu student, should we go to the nearby milk tea store to celebrate? After all, today is the first time you've been to school for so long. The girl had just finished her sentence when she realized she seemed to have said the wrong thing. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Who knows that Chinyu simply does not care about what the other party said, and then after packing up all the things inside his drawer, he stood up and politely declined the other party's invitation. I already have a reservation for the time after school today, so let's leave this matter of going to drink milk tea together for another time. After saying this, Chinyu took his backpack and left the classroom. Chapter 3 Kobolds. You're just going to leave? What do you mean by that? That one just now. She actually dared to underestimate us. Don't you want to punish each other properly? Chinyu only wanted to throw the other party a nice blank stare after hearing such words. Come on. Not to mention the fact that the other party was kind enough to come over and invite us. And what that girl said wasn't wrong, either. We're not going to school after a 2-year absence. Okay. Anyway, I'm not the one being counted, so let you do whatever you want. Hey, aren't I you and aren't you me? There's no need for the two of us to be so clearly separated. Luckily, there were no other people around Chinyu right now, or else if the others heard him mumbling something all the time, he would inevitably be stuck in a mental hospital for several years again. After all, who could have thought that such a sunny and handsome-looking boy would actually have 2 souls inside his body? Didn't you say Dad and the others were going to help us celebrate? I don't think this is the way home, is it? Oops. Think I'll know that the kind of statement I just made was just politely rejecting the other side, right? Chinyu said to his other self inside his body. Okay, but seriously, where the hell do you want to go? Well, I don't actually know the destination, so I'll just wander around anyway. In this way, the two were strolling around the city until close to dinner time, when they received the news that their parents would not be coming home for dinner tonight. Come on, it looks like we'll just have to eat before we go back as well. For a man who knew how to cook but didn't like cooking, of course it was much more convenient to eat ready-made than to buy food and go back to make it himself. So they quickly zeroed in on a burger joint that served food very quickly, yet was simple and convenient. I don't know if it's because it's mealtime, but the store is packed with customers of all sizes. In short, there are no seats. Looks like we can only eat somewhere else as well. Chinyu left the store after muttering a word, then skillfully bought a set meal at the front desk where the food was ordered and left the store. Do you want to try it as well? Chinyu said to the other person in his body. No, I'm tired of eating this kind of junk food long before I crossed over. It wasn't that he was being polite or anything, when they had been using this kind of rotating number switching to taste each other's food at the mental hospital. Then, I'll make myself at home. After seeing that the other party didn't want to eat, Chinyu didn't treat him politely and directly sat on the swing in the park and nibbled on the burger in his mouth. But just as Chinyu was enjoying the pleasures brought about by the Fat House 3-piece suit, he heard another soul inside his body urging him to hurry up and hide. What's going on? Why are you telling me to hide all of a sudden? Chinyu also sensed the urgency in the other party's tone and didn't care what exactly the reason was. He directly hid inside one of the bushes inside the park. Shoo, don't talk yet. That thing is about to show up. Sure enough, just as the other Chinyu just spoke these words, a twisted black hole suddenly appeared in the open space of the park, and then a kobold came out from it. What kind of ghost is this? Shinyu said to the other person in his body with a bit of surprise when he saw a kobold not far away who was holding a zapped wooden stick. I don't know what it is. It's a kobold, isn't it? Seeing the sudden appearance of kobolds, Shinyu did not feel much surprise. After all, when he was in the mental hospital, he had slaughtered many of them while Shinyu was sleeping. However, appearing in front of Chinyu's eyes while he was awake was the first time he had encountered such a situation. I'm only up to this point too, Goblin. I mean, why would something like this that only appears inside a game appear inside reality? Hear another self this kind of answer to the answer. Shinyu really want to put the other party a hard meal, but they really do not have this kind of self-mutilation hobby, so also can only dry their own sulking. Didn't I tell you? This kind of thing has been around since before I crossed over. It's just that it's been turned into news like a big natural disaster or a leaking gas tank because some forces covered it up. What? Has this kind of thing always existed? Then why is this the first time he's seen something like this in 18 years? Well, you do not think so much. This kind of thing I help you to resist on the line. Said, Chinyu directly topped the number of Chinyu. Obtained the right to control the body. Take a good look at my next move. What I can do you can certainly do as well. Chinyu. After saying these words, and without waiting for the Chinyu who was being forced to top number inside his body to reply, he directly jumped out from inside the grass. Sha dash. The kobold in the distance also saw the Chinyu that suddenly jumped out from the bushes, and after it gave a strange cry, it ran over to the other side's direction with the nailed wooden stick in its hand. Ha! You saved me from getting your attention by running over here like that. After Chinyu sneered, his eyes, which had already become red pupils because of the number change, suddenly emitted a blood-red light, and in his hand, he suddenly produced a silver-white scythe at an unknown time. Watch this. Chinyu held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and then turned his body sideways in a sprinting position. Rakshasa, a flash. Sand. Sha. The kobold saw the figure that suddenly disappeared in front of him before he knew what was going on, and then his own body was suddenly sliced in half. Learned? Chinyu shook the hilt of his blade, letting the scythe's blood-stained blade spill onto the ground. Is this something a normal person could learn just by looking at it? Chinyu also knows that he just said so is indeed a bit difficult, so did not say anything more and directly left the scene. Whoosh! After Chinyu left, two people who looked about the same age as him suddenly came. Where's the kobold? I thought we got a radar indication that there was a kobold here. Why is there nothing? A man wearing black sunglasses searched around with a long sword in his hand. Found it. Another woman who looked very cold saw the kobold's body from a place not far away. Where is it? How come I don't see it? The man in sunglasses was still looking around at the surrounding grass and trees, but he didn't find the kobold figure that the woman was talking about. All the woman wanted to do upon seeing the pair of black sunglasses the man was wearing on his head was punch the other man in the eye socket. Who the hell let this kind of idiot on duty with them? Chapter 4 Smooth Bodies. Only to see the woman pointed to the pair of sunglasses hanging in the man's nose and said breathlessly, That Lua, why don't you take down that pair of sunglasses on your nose first and look at it again? After all, it's already nighttime, so wearing those sunglasses would be a bit of a stretch, wouldn't it? Sunglasses? The man called Lu first stretched out his own hand to look at it, and found that, as always, he could not see clearly before finally remembering the pair of sunglasses in front of his nose. Ouch, lol. I told you why I didn't see anything with my 2.5 4 eyes, so it's because I'm still carrying this on me? The man called Lu pulled off the sunglasses on his own nose and instantly felt the world was a lot brighter. The woman simply do not care about the man who was happy for his own see the light again and happy, self-centered walk to the body of a kobold squatted down in front of the body, only to find that the body of this kobold was actually a direct human directly into two cut in half. Brother Lu, just forget about the sunglasses for a moment and quickly come over to take a look at this corpse, the woman urged Lu, who was still playing with the sunglasses in his hand, to shout. What's wrong, Xiaolu? It's just a goblin corpse. Just wait for the logistics team to come over and recycle it at that time. Despite what the man said, he still put away the sunglasses in his hand and walked towards the woman's side. I know. Of course I know it's just a kobold corpse, but that's not what I want you to see. The woman called Xiaolu pointed to the wound on the kobold's body that was split in two. Here, look here. Where? The man had already put his head in front of the kobold, but he still didn't know what the highlights of the place Xiaolu was pointing to were. The kobold's wound. Don't you think it's not very smooth? Even the size of the open halves of the bodies on both sides are exactly the same. It was fine if he didn't listen to Xiaolu's words, but as soon as he heard what she said and then re-looked back at this corpse, he realized that it was indeed exactly as the other party had said. It was important to realize that even if one used a sharpening prop to cut across the flesh of such a kobold, there was no way it would cut so smoothly. That's not to mention the kind of body that drives OCD people to death with the same size on both sides. Even if they were standing and giving you random cuts, they wouldn't cut just the same. Thinking of this, the expression that made the man still look like a hangdog just now instantly disappeared, and instead took out his cell phone and took a picture of this goblin's corpse and sent it to someone else. What do you mean you sent this picture? Isn't it just a corpse of a kobold? You don't want to show off to me that you're a rank 3 squad leader killing a normal level alien beast, do you? As soon as the man saw what was on the phone on his cell phone, he just knew that the person on the other side of the room was just like himself a moment ago and didn't see anything different about the body. So the man could only repeat what Xiao Lu had just said to himself in the dialogue box. As for whether or not the one on the other side would believe it or not, it was none of his business. Luckily, however, the one on the other side of the phone was also a know-it-all, and within a few minutes after the man had sent that text, he received a call from that person. Hey, quickly tell me if the incisions on this body are really as smooth as you say they are. The man heard the growling voice of the one on the other side of the phone just after he received the call. Smooth, not smooth, haven't you already seen the pictures? The man made sure that the growling voice on the other side of the phone had ended before putting the phone back to his ear to answer the question on the other side of the phone. I'll do it. Why would I call you if I could see it clearly in the picture? The man is also aware of this situation to deliberately tease the person on the opposite side of the cell phone. If he still does not answer this question, then the person on the opposite side of the cell phone over there will certainly directly kill here. Alright, I'll tell you. As soon as he got down to business, the man put away the tone of joking with the other just now, and when he spoke again, it was already in the official tone of being the captain of a squad reporting to the leader again. The kobold's body was separated in a symmetrical open half and the wounds were so smooth without any roughness that there was no way to believe that it was a kobold's body and not a slime's. The man on the other end of the line suddenly fell silent after the man reported what she had seen. After probably a couple dozen seconds of silence, a voice could be heard on the other side of the phone. I know. You guys come back first. After that, the person on the other side of the phone just hung up. The man looked at the already black screen of the phone and shook his head. It seems that the man of their organization who was known as the genius of the sword is also very concerned about this matter. Brother Lu, are we going back now? The woman came over to her house captain and asked him after handing over the formalities with the person doing the logistics again. Let's go. Of course we have to go, but do we want to have a meal before we go back together? Lu turned back into his previous hangdog self after settling this matter. No, if you want to eat it, go eat it yourself. I'm going back. After saying that, the woman left without looking back. What a boring woman. The man spread his hands and shook his head helplessly before following the woman who left first. Why do you like tomato juice so much? Chinyu saw that the bottle of tomato juice has been dried up half of the bottle of tomato juice before contentedly touching his stomach himself. Just think of it as the price of the ability or something like that. If you weren't unable to drink blood, why would you use something like this juice yourself to use as a substitute? Do you want to cut it back? If not, I'll just go to bed. Change. Why don't you change it? These test papers are better left for your own enjoyment. After saying that, Chinyu directly got off his number and let Chinyu get back on. Blanche, I don't want to do these test papers either. Chinyu looked at the several copies of the 3-year simulation and 2-year college entrance examination questions on his desk. He hadn't done any test papers for 2 years, and he didn't think that after he was discharged from the hospital there would still be no way to escape the fate of doing test papers. Come on, you can do it. I spiritually support you. Chinyu and said this sentence, directly offline. Let Chinyu how to call him. He did not have any reaction. Chapter 5. You're not going to make me check for speeding, are you? Should I say it is really not worthy of the senior party, right? The next day, Chinyu woke up and the person is faint. I didn't realize that after all those years, he would have to perform the test of a pen and a lamp for one night. Wow, Fortunately I yesterday under the number of fast, or else these screwed up paper is to be completed by me. Chinyu looked at Chinyu drinking more milk than he poured and said to him with a bit of gloating. However, Chinyu simply did not have the mood to care about him. After drinking a cup of milk, dragged a heavy pace drifting out of the door to go to school. Good morning, Mr. Chinyu. I don't know if it's because Chinyu's successful debut yesterday has given everyone a good impression, or because of the privilege of being a handsome man. When he floated back to his seat from the classroom doorway, there were surprisingly a lot of classmates who greeted him again. Hello to you all as well. Even though Chinyu didn't have the means to memorize all those who greeted him, he greeted them all the same with a businesslike smile. By the time he resumed his seat about 10 minutes had passed, but the little snacks on his desk, given by his classmates, left him wondering what to do with them is all. In all the time I've been in this class, I haven't seen anyone who can receive that many little snacks. Chinyu's neighbor was a nerd with eyes, and according to the class teacher and his own introduction, he is not only the class president of this class, but even the first in his grade and the president of the student council. This series of frightening titles almost didn't make himself, a scum who hadn't been to school for 2 whole years, be degreed by the aura of a school bully on the other side. Class president. Don't laugh. Shinyu bitterly took out last night's test papers from his own school bag that he hadn't finished yet to ask the other party for advice. I'm just a school dud who doesn't even know how to do test papers. And last night, in order to do these test papers, it almost didn't make me readmit back to the hospital. It seems that after Shinyu asked for advice from himself, the class president also smiled and put the original still thinking about the OU problem to one side for the time being. But after teaching, still received a few lollipops as tuition is. Time passed like this day by day. Shinyu also began to slowly senior party learning rhythm, gradually became more comfortable with doing a couple of papers a night. Now there's actually free time to do other things while completing all those papers assigned by the school. Hey, what do you mean by asking me to start running all of a sudden out of the cold? Shinyu asked the other soul inside his body as he went for a night run along the perimeter of the neighborhood. In a rare occurrence the other day he had finished his homework at 10 o'clock or so, and was just about to pick up his cell phone for a good surf when his other self inside his own body suddenly told him to go out for a run. And the run wasn't even 3 or 4 kilometers. It was a full 10 kilometers. Even those young ladies and brothers who need to lose weight can't run that long every day, right? He's now actually telling a senior party who not only had a full day of classes, but also had to complete several papers to complete this amount of exercise every day. Is this something a normal person can do? I didn't see you sitting on a chair all day lately, so I specially formulated this exercise program for you to exercise your body. Well, I already know this superficial statement, so what is the real purpose for? They had both been living together for 2 whole years now, and Shinyu could still hear this kind of words within scenes. The truth is that this flesh of yours is just too weak, so weak that you can't even utilize half of my power. Ever since he had used Shinyu's flesh once again to crusade against those monsters coming out of the black hole on the last occasion, he had been able to conclude that with his current body of flesh, if he were to run into slightly more powerful monsters himself, he would have no way to crusade against them at all. After hearing his other self spit, Shinyu hurriedly stopped and looked up and down at his body. What should be long is also quite long. Too meaty place is also quite firm. He has a golden proportion-like body. That bastard still have any dissatisfaction? Shinyu obviously also saw through his inner thoughts, and after mercilessly picking on him, he drove the other party to continue running. During this period of time, while Shinyu had been repeating the bland and tasteless life of going to school and coming down from school, there was a group of people who had also been pursuing the person who had defeated the kobolds that night. Captain, I checked the surveillance around the park more than 20 times that day, but I still can't find the person who shot the kobold down. A woman with a uniform on her body held a stack of information in her hands and handed it to the man in the office. This can't be possible, right? These cameras, after such a long time for improvement, let alone whether or not they can find that person, it's impossible that they don't even have a clue, right? The man was incredulous at this, and after taking all that information from the woman's hands and placing it on the desktop, he began to scrutinize it, one by one. But no matter how many times he repeated his viewing of his few sheets, he realized that it was indeed still true what the woman had said, that there were no creatures other than kobolds around the park at all, except for the fact that he only saw kobolds suddenly appearing out of the black hole. Is it true that we can only let go of such an expert? The man slumped in his chair after casually manhandling the document in his hand onto the desktop. With the number of monsters increasing over the past few years, their lack of manpower can slowly start to show, now that folk actually have a ready-made master. They actually have no way to find each other. Isn't this messing with people's minds? Captain, found it. We finally found it. Just as the people inside the office were in an emo mood, suddenly a man in uniform rushed in with a tablet. Shaoli, I usually how to say you, don't all day and night or fidgety well. The man frowned at its own brow, said to the man who suddenly barged into the office. Originally I could not find the whereabouts of that person, has been very upset, and now you have to let your own ears high load work, which makes it difficult not to let people angry well. However, the man called Little Lee didn't feel lost because of the captain's criticism, and even kept shaking the tablet in his hand to indicate to him, let's put these irrelevant things aside for now. Captain, you'd better take a look at this video first. After saying that, Shali took the tablet in his hand and started to play the video in the tablet for the man in front of him. The length of the video is short, and it's just a mere 10 seconds or so, but there's nothing shown in the video that's worth checking out as a highlight for them specifically, other than the cars coming and going, right? So, you didn't bring the tablet over this time specifically to show me which cars were speeding, did you? The captain, who was sitting in his chair, said with a bit of a strange look at Lee. Chapter 6 Cave Burial. Speed check? What speeding check? When did their department actually take up this kind of side business? If you have time for this old sixth-like job, you might as well slaughter a few more monsters. Captain, Vice Captain, did you guys really not see anything? Shali looked at the head and vice captains in his squad with a look of hatred. not realizing that the two of them combined still had less eye power than one of his junior team members. "You kid is talking." Originally the woman standing next to him wanted to just drag it out for a good comparison, but she was stopped by the other person who was the one involved. "Little Lu, you have to hand it to someone for a moment." The captain stepped forward and saved Xiaoli and Xiao Lu's hands for the time being first, then said to the man with a smile, "Xiaoli, are you seeing something from this video?" Being re-liberated from the small Li shocked to stand behind the captain gasping for air. He simply did not expect the vice captain actually so unkindly directly began to move. If not for the fact that he could not beat her, surely want to teach the other party a hard lesson. "Yes, Captain. I found a clue to that master you've been trying to find from this video." The man who was Little Li picked up his tablet once more to continue playing that video after he had caught his breath. At first, the remaining two people still couldn't see what clues were inside the video at all like they did just now. But after Xiaoli paused and explained over and over again, the two of them finally saw one of the places in the video clearly. "Look here, isn't it not the same as the video from the other angle?" Li zoomed out to the same spot in both videos. The location of the lighthouse in the first video is obviously gone, but from another angle in the second video, the lighthouse is still standing in this place. But compared to the first video, there is suddenly a shadow in the shadows that is. Crap, is this a lighthouse that has become a spirit? Why is it that the same thing in the same place is captured differently from two different viewpoints? The first one to yell crap was Xiao Lu, who had been tortured by the surveillance for several days. She's gone through these surveillance videos no less than dozens of times, and she didn't even notice this detail. So she once again looked at the Little Li has not been so annoyed at the beginning. After all, things really to the same as he said. Himself and the captain of the two people's eyesight is indeed not very good. However, as the only man in the entire room whose IQ was still online, the captain didn't feel happy about finding this clue, and his brows even frowned tighter than just a moment ago. "You two might as well not be happy so early, even though it looks like we have a clue. Isn't that clue just a shadow?" So during this time it's still important to use the videos from all angles to cross-reference them with each other for clues like that method similar to the one just now. After instructing them, the captain didn't forget to draw a big pie for these two that they simply couldn't finish. "I know you guys have been working hard for a while now, but you know what? If this expert is from our squad, doesn't that mean that we will be able to swing the pendulum one more point in the future? Oh no, our squad will be able to be one more point of safety." Having said this, the captain murmured in their ears, "Aren't you the kind of people who get paid for the fun of just paddling?" Hiss, is this something a third-order squad leader could say? The ones who were able to be chosen to become squad captains were invariably the most talented students who had come out from within the elite school. But now this most talented student was now abetting them to swing for the fences? Have elite schools lost even the most basic sense of shame these days? Thinking about this, not to mention Xiao Lu who was the vice captain, even Xiaoli who was just a junior member of the team no longer had the same feeling of admiration he had in the beginning when he looked at this captain in front of him. They even find the man in front of them disgusting. Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? I merely stated the ultimate goal of humanity. There's no need to look at me like that, right? The shy look of the man called the captain almost made the other two spit out the food they had just eaten. Come on now, I'm just saying, you think I want to be that kind of person? What the man said did not make the eyes of the two people in front of him change, but instead became even more strange. The two people's expressions were like saying isn't it? Like that, almost did not make him angry. Cough. After the man knew that there was no way to salvage his image, he directly drove both of those two out of his office. But as soon as the door of the office was closed, he heard those two laughing without a care in the world. Those two are really two. The captain shook his head before taking out the video that he had extracted first to watch. Inside is a video of none other than a teenager just walking to the park from inside a foreign fast food restaurant clutching a bag. I did not expect that the person I have been looking for is actually you. That captain deleted the video directly after watching it, and even formatted his USB flash drive several times in order to prevent others from recovering the video. There was no way that Chinyu, who was far away in the classroom, would be aware of what was happening inside this office, because he was looking bitterly at his desktop at the papers that had just been handed out just past the pass line. Old Chin, how many points did you get this time? After this period of time together, the class president has been very familiar with this handsome deskmate beside him. After distributing the test papers and returning to his seat, he put his arm around the other party's shoulder to look at the test papers and 90 points. The 90 points here is not a 100-point system paper, but a 150-point system. So if converted to a 100-point system, Chinyu's score this time is only 60 points, which is just qualified. The class president really didn't know what to say after seeing the test papers on the desktop. If this kind of result is put on the college entrance examination, still say, at best can only be a second grade. This is still to have a super level of performance in other grades under the circumstances. Cave burial. After all, you haven't studied for 2 years, and now you're already able to pass after only half a month's time. So doesn't that mean you'll get better and better later on? In fact, the class president said these words is really not lying. If you know that high school math can be more than not elementary school and junior high school can be compared. Basically, if a class did not keep up with the words, the later will gradually not be able to keep up with the words. Except of course for those schoolboys and schoolmasters. Chapter 7 High School Exams. The class president's words made Chin Yu's face a little better, but he really did not expect his grades to be so outrageous. Do you think I'm a hot chicken? The man who used to swipe the charts regularly is now actually reduced to letting his own deskmates comfort up his own achievements. Chin Yu opened his mouth and asked the other self inside his body. I've never had an experience like yours. And anyway, in my old world, paper grades didn't show how strong or weak that person was. Instead of having this kind of time to agonize over whether or not you're a weakling, you should take advantage of this time to brush up on a few more questions. Seriously though, something like a high school entrance exam is just one of those opportunities. It's not even as dramatic as it is life-altering. After all, with so many people taking the test at the same time, something like a score is unreliable for all grades other than just a perfect score being useful. Chin Yu said those words although it is a little blunt, but now the world is so rolled. Just use the delivery boy as an example. Without some technology can't really send delivery, play the piano, code, game god and so on. Thinking of this, originally only seeking a carefree life, Chin Yu has not half a bit of bitterness. As for the examination results of this kind of thing, it is better to maintain the original rhythm of step by step to make up for it. Well, he did think that before school ended in the afternoon, if it wasn't for what the homeroom teacher said before class ended. Students, on this math quiz I found that the vast majority of you didn't even score 80. So in order to protect your grades on the college entrance exams, I've asked the school to toss in a class for us upperclassmen to use for remedial lessons during our evening study hall every week. Of course this is a voluntary form of participation. The teacher will not bully you. This is a voluntary form of participation. And in repeating that, this is a voluntary form of participation. They would almost have believed it if the class teacher hadn't mouthed the word voluntary at the end. Well, now even the time to run at night to exercise is not. Originally, he also wanted to take advantage of this time to teach Chin Yu a little more self-defense skills, but did not think that the plan cannot catch up with the change. The school's suddenly evening self-study cramming let him feel speechless. Just like that, after a whole year of painful and joyful evening self-study cramming, the seniors have finally come to the eve of the annual college entrance examination. Now the homeroom teacher is having a final pretest general mobilization, and at the end of the day, when the desks are organized and the exam room seals are glued, it's a matter of life and death on the day of the exam. Did you feel nervous? In fact, it is not nervous. The college entrance examination is just a change of a classroom to write the paper. This whole year, in the school have changed no less than 10 times in the classroom. And now also talk about what nervousness is not nervous? Chin Yu said to Chin Yu a little absent-mindedly. Seriously, writing papers inside the classroom was a lot better than being driven to kill monsters by that guy inside you. His academic performance did improve this year, and he basically had no problem even getting into a school like 985 or 211. But ever since after his academic performance stabilized, the guy inside him actually used all sorts of reasons to coax himself to the place where the black hole appeared to kill monsters. At first there was some kind of newbie protection period or something you could watch and learn from, but after watching it several times, the asshole actually maneuvered his body directly to the scene of the crime, and then just went off the number. Make Chin Yu can only take out the scythe according to what he has seen in the past, to the scene of the crime of the beast killed. Don't just swing your scythe all day long with brute force. Learn to be graceful. Graceful, you know? It's not like you just straight up knock them down like a butcher who picks up a pork knife. Today, as usual, Chin Yu brought his body to the crime scene. Right now, Chin Yu was dealing with a minotaur that was about 2 meters tall. You don't just talk all day. It's good enough that I can reach this level just by imitating. Chin Yu jumped down from the minotaur's back after giving it one last blow. Although the final blow could not be called anything elegant or ungraceful, one had at least knocked the monster down. Ugh, I really don't know why I crossed over into your body. After Chin Yu's daily whining, the time finally came to the day of the college entrance examination. Little feather, the passes and ID cards and such are all ready, right? It's ready, Chin Yu said as he patted his transparent document bag. After going through the parents' pre-departure instructions, Chin Yu strides towards the examination room. Jingle bells. As the closing bell rings for the final exam, it signals the temporary lifting of the shackles of this senior class. Although they all knew that they had to wait until the results came out to really lift the shackles on themselves, it didn't stop them from feeling happy at the moment. Old Chin, the students inside the class said that they want to have a good indulgence. Do you have any arrangement tonight? The class president saw Chin Yu walking on the road after he stepped out of the examination room, so he hurriedly came up and put his arm around the other party's shoulder and asked. The students in his class had given him a firm order to bring their class grass to on time. What's wrong, squad leader? Didn't I already say something in advance in the group? How come you came over to ask me once again? Shinyu had already told those people in the organization in advance inside the group, and he didn't expect them to ask the class president to come over and shout at him once. But someone is going to confess to you tonight. If you, the main character, are not here, how can this confession ceremony go on? In that case, it is unlikely that the class president will talk to Chinyu himself, or he certainly will not go. This year, although Chinyu is a smiling face to anyone, but anyone who knows clearly know that he, in addition to his own tablemate, is more friendly with anyone, is to maintain a sense of distance, is not far not close. That's why the students in the class specially asked him, Chinyu's best friend, to invite Chinyu. Looking at the class president, whose face was sometimes flushed and sometimes pale, Chinyu still couldn't bear the thought of him, a little transparent person, being scolded by the other students. So after seeking the consent of the other self inside him, tonight's crusade was cancelled. In the Special Natural Disaster Crusade Bureau of a city, a team member who hadn't taken a shower for weeks finally found the person who had been stealing their business all this time. Chapter 8: Teenager in Video. In a seat surrounded by rows of monitors, a man who looked like he hadn't showered in days looked at the teenager in one of the screens and laughed. Ha ha, I finally got you out. The man hadn't showered for a whole week to find the teenager on the screen, under the baptism of the peak summer. Even if he had stayed in an air-conditioned room for the past few days, a very unpleasant odor still emanated from his body, and the layer of oil that covered his skin really made it impossible for people to come into contact with him. Little Lee, what did you find? Crap. What the hell is this stench that has been fermenting for years? What the hell have you been doing all this time? Originally, after hearing the sounds coming from inside the room, Xiaolu still wanted to go in and ask what was going on, but directly after smelling the smell, which was comparable to the odor of canned herring, she had lost her courage to enter the room. Wait for me, I'll be back later. After leaving this sentence, she directly closed the door to isolate the biochemical weapons. After a few minutes, when she opened the door to hell again, she was fully armed. Okay, first you tell me exactly what just happened, and based on your answer, I'm going to consider whether or not I want to throw you back into boot camp to go back to the drawing board. If this threat had been placed in the past, it would still have been a bit binding on little Lee, but now, he was thoroughly virile. Vice Captain, don't put words in my mouth yet. This credit of mine may replace your position as the new vice captain depending on the situation. As a real man is to be male, although it is only a few short minutes, Xiaoli can finally spit in front of this crazy woman. Oh, then let me wait and see first. Xiaolu's body was heavily armed because of that, so the playful smile on her expression was not seen at all by Xiaoli in front of her. Hey, just wait and see. After letting out his harsh words, Lee played all the screens in his seat up the video that had just gotten him so worked up. Lieutenant, look here. Xiaoli drew a striking red circle from one of the places in the video, and the place that was circled was exactly where the Minotaur that Chinyu had defeated not too long ago was located. What's so special about this place? At that time the scene was visited by her and another colleague, so she knew very well that there were no clues left at the scene. Yes, can you see if there is a teenager wearing gray clothes on his body in the corner over there? Xiaoli once again used the paintbrush in the video software to draw a large circle at the edge of that side, but it doesn't seem to mean anything, does it? It's possible that the teenager was scared by the monster and ran away while passing by. Let's watch another video first then. With that, Lee opened the video from another screen that had been captured from another angle a little earlier. Look here. According to the video on the screen, the teenager came to where the monster was a few minutes after the Minotaur appeared. You see what these two videos add up to, right? Lee paused the video of when the teenager appeared and the one of when the teenager left in front of both screens at the same time. Xiaolu looked at Xiaoli with a bit of disbelief after seeing the reality in front of him. You mean that teenager is the same expert that our squad has been searching for an entire year? Although the evidence had been presented in front of her, Xiaolu still had no way to believe that this teenager, who still looked a little tender, was actually more powerful than her, than their captain, or even more powerful than those geniuses at a higher level. It looks like he's not even 20 years old, right? Even if you've been training since you were a kid, there's no way you'd be able to do this kind of skill beyond your age, right? I know it's hard for you to imagine that this is an event pulled off by a teenager under the age of 210, but think a little deeper. Have we seen enough talent in the last few years? Let's not talk about that friend of our captain's who, in just 3 years' time, rose from a first-rank soldier to a fifth-rank captain who was even more advanced than our captain. You have to know that the highest this department of ours is only the 7th order, and none of those bigwigs who were able to reach the 7th order have ever had founding credits or are the sole defender of the sea. Saying this, Xiaoli then looked at Xiaolu with a bitter smile on his face. Geniuses are leaders in any field that overpowers mortals like us. If they can't even compare to us, can they still be called geniuses? Right. The reason why a genius is a genius Isn't it that the talent that the other party has shown that surpasses the ordinary that makes him a genius? Why should they mortals compare themselves to those aliens? Thinking about this, Xiao Lu felt that his body, which hadn't been bathed for days, wasn't so annoying even when he looked at Xiao Li. After all, it was slightly more powerful for him to buy himself, so that little bit of tolerance is still there. Little Li, these videos you'd better do your personal cleanup before you report to the captain, or otherwise I don't know if you can see tomorrow's sun. After saying this, Xiao Lu walked out of this piece of hell with a happy pace and left. Is he really ugly? Li took off the t-shirt he had been wearing for days and sniffed it after Lu left. The acrid odor from Yu's clothes almost didn't send him away. Luckily, the vice captain reminded himself before he left. Otherwise, if he walked into the captain's office with this outfit, he should really be like what she said. He shouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Little Li's captain is a man who surprisingly possesses a serious cleanliness problem. If he had seen Little Li, who hadn't bathed for days, step into his line of sight, he would have pulled out his favorite sword and chopped him right up. And that sword chopping up Little Li would have been buried along with the body in the cemetery. Thinking of this, Xiao Li hurriedly called a cleaning auntie on his cell phone to come over to help him clean up. Only when he re-emerged from the bathroom, the cleaning auntie had that one grumpy little look that he could never forget is all. Knock knock. Xiao Li, who had changed his clothes again, knocked on their captain's office, but after waiting for a while he didn't hear the person inside call him in. Strange, where did the captain go today? Xiao Li said a bit strangely. Chapter 9 Old Father's Conditions. Such a thing as someone inside his office being trapped outside. Captain Lu, who was far away from his friend's house as a guest, was unaware of this matter, as he was telling that friend about a request that was basically impossible to grant. Old Qin, are you really unwilling to help me with this favor? Captain Lu, who had changed into ordinary clothes, was pleading to his friend of more than 10 years in front of him. Old Lu, it's not that I'm not willing to help you with this favor, but my son, he simply doesn't have the kind of skills you're talking about. In the recent year, Qin's father has been receiving requests from Captain Lu both in letters and WX, and if he had put it in the not-so-distant past, he would have been able to shrug it off with Qin Yu needing to take the college entrance exams this year. However, today, after seeing that Qin Yu had finished the college entrance examination, Captain Lu hoofed it to the Qin residence, without stopping, so that the current scene came about. Honestly speaking, if it wasn't for the reality in front of me, I also don't believe that Qin Yu possesses such a powerful skill. All the way back to that day, I remember it was on the day he first started school, and if I hadn't seen him with my own eyes with a bag of wrappers freshly packed from a fast food restaurant, I wouldn't have even known that Qin Yu was capable of such a thing. Thinking back to that day, Captain Lu took a long stroll along the perimeter of the park after sidetracking Xiao Lu, and found that there was nothing special at all, except for the passers-by coming and going. While returning to the park to conduct another investigation in a disheartened manner, he suddenly discovered the bag with the logo of a certain foreign fast food placed on the swing set. At first he thought it was the ungrateful brat who threw away the garbage, but only after seeing the small ticket inside the bag did he realize that the time marked on it was not long before. So he followed the trail all the way back to the Yankee Doodle restaurant that was the source, including the surveillance of the Yankee Doodle as well as the section of surveillance along the park route, and looked at it all. Finally, after hours-long efforts, Qin Yu's figure was finally found in the video. During that time, he had already questioned the man in the video more than once. His parents were just ordinary people, so why would Qin Yu, who was their son, have such powerful skills? That's why Captain Lu erased all the evidence pointing to him while his subordinates were searching for Qin Yu. Unfortunately, plans can't catch up with changes. With Qin Yu's time and time again, after the evidence is placed in front of his eyes again and again, Captain Lu finally believes that Qin Yu is the person he wants to find. After seeing that the facts had been laid out in front of his eyes, Qin's father finally believed what Captain Lu had just said. Old Lu, although everything you do is for the sake of the country, I want you to promise me one thing. Anything, as long as it's something I can do and it's in a way that doesn't involve the national level. I promise you. After seeing Qin Yu's sudden serious tone, Captain Lu also replied seriously to Father Qin. Neither my wife nor I will interfere in Qin Yu's decisions, and if he really chooses to live his life in an ordinary way, I hope that you guys won't threaten him to do something he doesn't want to do either. It's a compromise he made as an older father on the matter and the last strong thing he could do as the father of his children, because it was impossible for them to interfere with Qin Yu's choice just for their own selfish desires. On the contrary, Qin Yu, no matter what choices they will make, his parents will always stand behind each other as a backstop. What the father said is a condition that all parents would say, and it is a request that is too reasonable to be true. Even if Captain Lu had that kind of inhumane idea in the beginning, he would still be impressed by this kind of persistence. Old Qin, I agree to this condition of yours. I only saw Captain Lu suddenly put his thumb against his neck, then stood up and said to Father Qin, I promise with the head on my neck that as long as I'm still alive, No one will be able to force Chinyu to do anything he doesn't like to do. Handsome face coupled with those lines just mentioned. This would have gained a ton of fans if it had been put on a stage show, right? But to the old Chin, with whom he has been explaining for decades, it would only seem that he is playing the monkey. Well I'm quite happy if you can say that, but ultimately the choice to be made will have to wait until he comes back. Hearing Chin's father's words, Captain Lu nodded as well. Speaking of which, how come I haven't seen Chinyu for so long? It stands to reason that the time for their last exam is long over. Ha! Ding 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 ding. The sudden ringing of a cell phone on the desktop interrupted the conversation between them. Here, doesn't this answer already appear? Father Chin picked up the timing on the desktop to show the caller to Captain Lu. Ha, it seems that our tacit understanding is not bad. After seeing that the caller was Chinyu, Captain Lu smiled and said to Chin's father, "Cut, shame on you. My son, he hasn't even said yes to you yet." After saying this, Father Chin connected the call on his cell phone and realized that the person inside the phone was in a rather noisy environment. "Hello, is this Feather? It's me. I might be doing a big thing next. The reason for the thing will be told to you guys when I go back." After saying that, Chinyu sighed directly hung up the phone. Something big? What's this brat going to do next? Looking at the cell phone has been black screen. Although Chin's father several times want to call over to ask, clearly Chinyu in the end want to do what? But no matter how many times he called, all he heard was always that emotionless, cold female voice. "What's wrong, old Chin? Chinyu, when did he say he would be back?" Seeing Chin's father who had been dialing back the phone, even an ordinary person would know that something had happened. Not to mention Captain Lu, who had been dealing with emergencies for years. "Old Lu, can you use your authority to help me find out where Chinyu is right now? That kid suddenly said he's going to do something big next, and I'm afraid something might happen to him." Chin's father's words had not even said play. Captain Lu took out a special phone from his body and instructed the people inside. "It's me. Wait, you'll help me find someone in Sky Eye. Oops, don't worry about that much, just help me find it directly." Okay, I know. The picture will be sent to you later." After ordering, Captain Lu looked for Chin's father to take a picture of Chinyu and sent it directly. Shortly after the photo was sent, someone from there sent back a "locate now." Found it. Chapter 10 Box Party. Time back to Chinyu just after the examination. Because cannot bear to see their own small transparent table don't class inside, the students complain. Chinyu finally agreed to go with the class president to the so-called party in the class. The place of the party was kingly chosen in a KTV club. Because of the reason that the college entrance examination has just finished not long ago. Now, even if it is a weekday, it is also crowded with many young people who are completely letting go of themselves. They said it's in room 02 on the second floor. The squad leader said to Chinyu with his cell phone. "Let's go then." After Chinyu and the others crossed over the people blocking the inside of the doorway, they finally arrived in the room set by those in the class. Squeak! Only just after opening the door of the room, all sorts of noisy sounds came out from inside the room. "You guys are here." One of the young girls sitting on that seat across the door said to Chinyu and the others with a smile. It was not known whether it was because they were playing too high or the sounds around them were too noisy. Chinyu and the two of them, from the time they entered the door until now, apart from the young girl who greeted them at the beginning, the others did not even notice that there were suddenly two more people inside the room. "Feel free to order whatever you guys want to drink. We're paying for today with the rest of the class fee anyway." And the homeroom teacher said to wait until next time to come over here and show your face. Aha! How come he didn't know the homeroom teacher was coming? The squad leader, who had just finished ordering a drink off to the side, scratched his own head and thought. Basically, the front foot followed the back foot, and just after the drinks that Chinyu and the others ordered were brought into the room, the homeroom teacher walked in behind him with and the other students who had yet to arrive. "Haha, old Ben, come sit over here." After seeing his homeroom teacher walk in, the student who was still planning to sing hurriedly went forward and pulled his homeroom teacher to the center of the screen, then handed the microphone he was holding to the other party. "Even though you've only just come over, I think all the students in the room would like to hear you sing, old Ben." The student had only just finished his words when all the students in the box began to rise up. The class teacher saw the situation and had to sing a few songs. Those who are older are definitely much deeper in terms of experience than the teenage girls on the scene who have yet to enter society. So the feeling of vicissitude contained in the classroom teacher's song was something they had no way of hearing at this stage. By the time they are able to listen, they should be long gone by the time things have changed, right? Sitting in a corner, Chinyu had thought that he would come over to show his face and leave when the homeroom teacher actually walked over with a drink in his hand. "Mr. Chinyu, is your body alright?" The homeroom teacher looked at the student in front of him who had suddenly transferred over a year ago. Compared to his classmates, he knew a bit more than them, so after seeing Chinyu make it to a corner, he thought that something had happened to his body again. Seeing the homeroom teacher who was walking towards him, Chinyu smiled and shook his head, just a little uncomfortable with the loud feeling. The homeroom teacher just laughed after seeing Chinyu's disinterested look, and then sat down next to him to talk to the other person without a word. If you're not interested in this kind of occasion, you can actually just not come. With that, the homeroom teacher pointed to this box that didn't even have half of the students in it. Look, aren't there a lot of other people who haven't arrived either? So it's not the kind of thing you have to agree to. Chinyu, I do not know, do not like words cannot come to this matter? He wouldn't have even agreed to come over here if it wasn't for the class president, who was also sitting in the other corner looking at his cell phone. What about you, homeroom teacher? What do you think about this occasion? The class teacher simply did not expect Chinyu to suddenly ask this. After freezing for a moment, he smiled and stood up. That's perhaps the downside of becoming an adult, isn't it? After saying that, he went back to where he was sitting and smiled to deal with the students. The downside of being an adult? Chinyu carefully scrutinized the word once again. The class teacher should want to express should be a kind of thing called bear, right? As long as the students they don't graduate, then as a classroom teacher he will have nepotism for the rest of the day. So even though the homeroom teacher didn't want to come to this place, as a homeroom teacher he had to come over to this place. Is this the Lord's charge? By the time Chinyu looked at the homeroom teacher again, there was already a sudden addition of something called respect in his eyes. Time passes by. At the beginning of the song ordering machine there is still densely lined up a long line, but with the rotation of a song, those who blocked the screen in front of the McMansion have come back to the sofa to drink and chat to go. Nah, is that plan you were talking about still being implemented? A girl asked quietly to the other girl next to her. It's better to forget about it. There's no way for me to consume this cold type of beautiful man. Mr. Chin. Saying that girl quietly pointed at Chinyu, who was hiding by the corner. Can't you see that he's been sitting in that corner over there since he entered the box? Except for greeting us at the beginning? It's hard to keep a man's heart warm like that. So I'd rather just find a man who's willing to love me in college when the time comes. The discussion between the girls over there fell into Chinyu's ears word for word, despite the fact that they had already minimized the volume of their voices. Since your plan has been cancelled, it won't hurt if I leave now. Saying yes, after having decided to leave, Chinyu stood up and walked over to his homeroom teacher's side, and after lowering his voice to say a few words, he quietly left the box. Well, the air outside is just fresh. After seeing the long-lost sky, Chinyu's original appearance of being uninviting that he was still maintaining also disappeared, because after seeing the sky again, it's not that I'm talking about you. Since you don't want to go, just don't go. Even if the class president guy will be grumbled by those classmates, that's the price he pays for being a smartass. In the college entrance examination in the offline, Chinyu has been back online. Originally thought Chinyu he has long been to the home to taste the food, but did not expect to always like to quiet him. Actually, in order to return to the class president of the favor to go to the kind of place they do not like. Goo, isn't this to repay the class president for taking care of me this year? If it wasn't for the class president helping me with tutoring this year, I wouldn't have been able to get used to the rhythm of the senior party so quickly. Chinyu obviously also knows that the other party to do so is right, so he is also a little angry with him. Just a couple of words. Chapter 11, Monsters on the Loose. Chinyu, who had already left the KTV clubhouse, walked aimlessly on the street, not because he didn't want to go home, but it was neither time to eat nor time to go home, and there was nothing to do, so he could only act like a vagabond and walk wherever he wanted. Hey, you've been walking for a full hour already, right? Are you just going to keep walking like this? Seeing Chinyu, who was walking on the street like a fool, the other person inside was really speechless towards him. No, I was looking for a stand where I could eat. I just forgot where this one was. So saying, Chinyu finally found the stall he had been looking for in the corner intersection. Finally, Chinyu looked at the familiar stall in front of him. All of a sudden his memory went back to the days when he was sitting alone in a small stall eating wontons a few years ago. But a few years have passed. It is still the same stall, but he is not on his own anymore. Looking at the familiar bowl in front of him, Chinyu softly said at Chinyu and did not hear the words. It's good to have you. Chinyu, who had already eaten and drunk enough, went back to the crowded street, but compared to before, there were suddenly more people running fast behind him. Monsters! There's a monster! Run! The pedestrians running by kept mumbling about monsters or something like that. Chinyu walked all the way there and realized that more and more people were running from that direction, and some of them even had some blood on them. That one over there seems to be the direction we just came from, right? Yes, there's no mistake. Although it's true that you've been gone for a full hour, it's only a few kilometers away from the KTV you just left. After getting the answer of Chinyu, Chinyu directly turned around and returned to the KTV side. Found that there are a large number of passers-by around the clubhouse talking about something. Excuse me, Chinyu, who had spent 9 cows and 2 tigers, finally came to the vanguard. But what met his eyes was a man standing in front of the clubhouse who was covering the group of young men behind him as they returned inside the clubhouse. Homeroom teacher? That's right, The one over there who was covering for the group of young people to return inside the clubhouse was none other than the homeroom teacher who had taught Chinyu to learn how to refuse not long ago inside the clubhouse. Why do they all look so flustered? And how come the homeroom teacher suddenly has a blood-red scratch on her chest? In the heat of the moment, Chinyu accidentally said all the words inside himself. But the people around him didn't pay attention to his words as their attention went to the cat-like looking creature standing on top of the tree. Chinyu, look at the tree. After being reminded by Chinyu, he finally noticed the tawny-haired creature on top of the tree. What's this? Why does it look like a cat in appearance? You're not wrong. This is indeed a cat, but it is indeed just a cat demon. A cat demon? Did this thing also appear from inside a black hole? Indeed, there is no mistaking that. Based on what I've learned over the years about the way they come out, most of these otherworldly monsters come from inside black holes. Then won't the class teacher and the others be in danger? There's nothing that can be done about the danger. We can only wait for the relevant people to send someone over to deal with it. Shinyu might have felt that he had gone a little too far in saying that, so he added another sentence. Don't worry, this kind of cat demon will still retain the habits of a cat even though it belongs to a type of monster. So the ones you have around you don't deter it, and it mostly stays up above the tree for a while. It was only after receiving the reply of Chinyu that Chinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had watched his homeroom teacher and his classmates die before his eyes, there was no way he would have been at ease in his life. Idiot! Stop it! As it happens, man tends to have bad things come to him when he least expects them. A shouting voice from the distance caused Chinyu's already settled mood to lift again. Quickly stop! We're no match for this kind of thing. Only to see the clubhouse suddenly appeared inside a few mental boys with knives and fire extinguishers. After crossing the defense line set up by the class teacher, directly toward the big tree where the cat demon is located. Uncle, it's better to leave this kind of strange stuff to us youngsters. The old man should just push it aside and shout 666 for us. After striking what he thought was a cool pose, the lead-spirited guy said to the camera that was following him the entire time behind him. And now we're going to give you all a show on what to do with this strange creature. Everyone, if you think the anchor is great, can slightly reward a small gift to support the anchor. The spiritual boy tightened the knife in his hand as if he had been pumped up when he saw those gifts piled up all over the screen on his live broadcast, and then he turned his head to look at the cat demon above the tree. Monster, if you're sensible, hurry down and become my little master's prey, or else I'll definitely dismantle you when I get up there. Although the cat demon above the tree didn't know exactly what the human below the tree was talking about, it only felt that the human below the tree was annoying is all. Meow dash. The cat demon to the spirit guy are warning each other to hurry up and leave. But in the spirit guy their perspective has turned into a cat demon begging for mercy. Ha, looks like you've already realized your mistake. Right, so for the sake of my little master's popularity, hurry up and obediently roll down to die. After the cat demon on the tree saw that his warning was not only useless to the spirit boy, but even made the other party excited, he jumped down to the ground with a gentle leap to come to the front of the spirit boy to look at the other party. Yozi, it seems that this little kitty of yours is still quite well behaved, said the spiritual guy, turning his head anew to show off to those viewers in his own live broadcast room. You see, under the deterrent power of the little master, this kind of kitty is still not obediently jumping down and waiting for death, so if you think the anchor is great, please feel free to give the anchor a small gift. It was too late, and just as the spirit guy turned to the audience and begged for a gift, the cat demon that had jumped from the tree took a step toward him. Back there, look behind you. The live audience had been brushing off the phrase, making spirit guy think something was going on behind him. When he turned his head back, he found that the cat demon had come to a position less than 10 centimeters away from him. Phew, this ain't no cat. Before the spiritual boy could finish his words, the claws of the cat demon had already smashed his head. Chapter 12, Playing with the Tricksters. Since this incident happened in a flash of lightning, the people at the scene also suddenly froze for a moment after seeing the scene in front of them before the screams ensued. Yikes! The body of the spirit boy just remained standing, but the part of the head was scattered all over the place. Meow! The cat demon instantly felt like the world was quieter after slapping the quiet human she hated to death. Meow! The cat demon suddenly saw himself in front of the eyes of this has been moving box on the curiosity to come up to the. But because the cat demon's sudden whim but let the audience of the live broadcast directly brush up rich and powerful. Democracy, civilization, harmony. The pop-up screen of rich and powerful. Democracy, civilization, harmony. Then, because of static electricity, the cell phone, like its owner, was simply smashed by the cat demon's slap. After witnessing the murder case in front of them, the crowd of onlookers suddenly became a lot less, and most of those who stayed were already alive enough. Hasn't this damn relevant person arrived yet? The sudden appearance of the mental boy who was harming people and himself in the scene had already made Chinyu lose his patience and he wanted to just walk over with his scythe and slaughter the cat demon, but he was talked down by the other person inside his body. Idiot! If you had struck out in front of those people, those 2 years of psychiatric hospital life you managed to survive would have been locked up for research again because of this. You don't think about yourself, you have to think about your parents who have been waiting for you for 2 years. Can't you bear to let them worry anymore? But there are teachers and classmates. Should I just watch them die? Don't worry. Isn't this already here? Shinyu over there is doing heavenly war. Those who waited for a full half an hour of the relevant departments are with appeared in people's line of sight. Uniformed personnel from vehicles were seen pulling a cordon around the perimeter of the premises. And then one by one a bunch of special people with blast shields appeared. We waited so long for them only to get this? Shinyu looked at these special people wearing black uniforms in front of him, not knowing what words to say. This kind of scene is indeed enough if it is put in the ordinary people's occasions. But they're dealing with monsters now. What is the point of this blast shield anyway? Shinyu's tirade was obviously right. The cat demon's attention had been caught by the group of people in black uniforms that had suddenly appeared. Meow. The cat demon was taking a step towards the group of black uniforms out of curiosity. Attention front row blaster defense team. Huge target creature approaching ahead. Those liaison officers far away in the combat command were relaying messages through their ear returns to the black uniformed groups with their shields. But such messages that could be seen when they looked up were nothing more than noise to the men on the front lines. The cat demon instantly lost interest after looking at the group of motionless squares in front of him. After slowly turning around and looking back, he suddenly realized the human who had been in his way earlier was covering the young people coming out from inside the clubhouse and leaving the place in an orderly manner. Meow meow. The cat demon's eyes suddenly lit up after seeing the humans who were busy running away. It still preferred this kind of toy that would resist itself than a toy that didn't move at all. So it directly ignored those black groups behind it and ran in 3 steps towards this evacuating crowd over there. No good. Those black groups, after seeing the cat demon's movements, hurriedly notified the combatants through the ear return to attract the monster in front of them in the same fighting manner. Command, command. This is frontline. Come in if you copy. This is command. The scene is known to us. Force suppression of the target is authorized. After receiving the instructions from the command headquarters, those combatants behind the riot control unit immediately picked up their own weapons and directly followed the one in front of them to form a form of 1 attack and 1 defense in an orderly manner towards the direction of the cat demon. Pong! The shot fired from the far side attracted the attention of the cat demon who was rushing to the other side of the mass. Meow! Although the shot didn't hurt it, after seeing those black groups behind him were coming their way, the cat demon simply stood still and waited for them to come. It sensed that if it didn't stomp all these ants to death, it would surely be harassed by the other side later when it was playing. Upon receiving the order from their own captain, the bomb squad quickly surrounded this one cat demon one after another right in the center of the room, and then the combat members behind them aimed their weapons at it as well. Frontline reporting to command. The target has been trapped by us. Please give the next orders. This is the command center. The order conveyed down from above is to make sure to capture this monster in front of us alive. After capturing the monster alive, the troops wait in place for the next instruction. Received at the front. That frontline conveyance commander, upon receiving orders from his command, realized that the logisticians had carried out something like a bazooka on their shoulders. Wang Jialai, the frontline commander, barked at one of the combatants in the square. Here, a man in a black uniform ran up to him clutching a gun. Use the super-strength anesthesia needle to knock this huge monster in front of you to the ground. Roger that. After receiving the order, Wang Jia picked up the bazooka, which was loaded with a super-strong anesthetic needle, and aimed at the cat demon with the assistance of the logistics personnel. Fire! At the sound of the commander's shout, Wang Jia pulled the trigger on the bazooka, and a huge arrow several meters long flew straight towards the place where the cat demon was. After a loud bang, meow! Amidst the cat demon's cries of pain, that huge arrow hit it. Target hit. Please advise. Get back in line. The commander of the front line finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the arrows on the cat demon. There should be no problem now, right? But before the commander could be happy for long, he suddenly heard a large wave of sad sounds coming from the front. Put! Woohoo! The cat demon was seen standing in the middle of the crowd, raising both of his claws left and right to slap away the black crowd in front of him who were holding up blast shields. How is this? This is a dose that can mesmerize 10 elephants. This monster in front of me is actually doing nothing? The commander just watched as his men were slapped hundreds of meters by the monster in front of him with his shield, and only later, after a reminder from his adjutant, did he come back to his senses and tell the men on the front line to hurry up and retreat. Chapter 13. Then I'm going to start attacking. Kitty, the cat demon that had already been completely enraged, no longer cared about anything. As long as there was a human that came into its attack range, it took its own paw and slapped it over. I told you these laymen don't even have a chance to stall for time. Where are those relevant people hiding behind the scenes? Although his classroom teacher's side has already fled the place with his students, there are still many black-clothed people in the scene who haven't had time to evacuate yet. Nah, can't you really make a move? Shinyu asked to the other person inside his body. If you want to be dragged away to be sliced and studied, you can expose yourself in front of everyone. Anyway, this body is yours. In the end, how to do it is up to you. In his part of the world, this image of being destroyed by monsters was basically an every now and then occurrence. Even if that world is maintained and supervised by the relevant people, this kind of scene still can't be eliminated. But if you think this image is cruel, you can leave this place. Anyway, the ones you were trying to save in the first place have already fled the scene, and the ones who are there now are just strangers who don't know you. After hearing the words of Chinyu, he really wanted to walk away, but shortly after he turned around, there was a scream from those black-clothed personnel. Don't gently spare me. Oh wow. The screams had been haunting inside Chinyu's ears, and no matter how much he covered his ears, he could still hear those screams that had been etched into his soul. You've already thought about it? Think about it. You really don't regret it? If you go in for real this time, it could be more than 2 years. I have you with me anyway, don't I? There's nothing wrong with this. Anyway, after we finish this job, we'll take Dad and Mom to escape. I don't believe that the world is so big. There will still be a place that you can't go. Since you have already decided, it is useless for me to say that much, but this time it is better for me to make a move. This cat demon is still too high for you. Hey, you're still the best. After a friendly conversation with Chinyu took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed his father's number. The phone rang for a while before it was picked up, and Chin's father's voice came from the receiver. Hello, is it little you? After hearing his dad's voice, he realized that something like taking charge is so heavy on his shoulders. It's me. Although he had already made countless drafts in his mind, when he really had to say those words in front of the other party now, he suddenly felt a bit shy. After he took another deep breath, he simply went straight to the long and short of it. I might be doing something big next, so I'll wait until I get back to tell you guys about it if I'm justified. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. Are you serious? This one call could be your last conversation. After hearing the words of Chinyu silently gave the other party an invisible blank stare. You wouldn't even be able to defeat this one cat demon, would you? If that's really the case, then I'll just slip away. Are you kidding me? In my heyday, I could have killed this kind of cat demon with a casual glance. After such an interruption, both men laughed silently. Get started. Chinyu ignored the cell phone that was vibrating in his pocket all the time and spoke to Chinyu. Then let's do it. After saying these words, Chinyu directly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the other person inside his body directly took over the control of his body. It's my war from now on. Chinyu, who had already turned into a red pupil, held a silver-white scythe in his hand and rushed out in the blink of an eye. Hey, where did that guy in front of us with a scythe appear from? I don't know. Maybe it's a member from one of the theaters. It's possible that the people over there are also members of the theater too. Then wouldn't you be on TV just now? Is it possible to see yourself on TV in the future? It's possible. Otherwise, where would there be so many monsters that have become spirits since the founding of the country? In a few short minutes, the next eater had already brainstormed what the intelligence services were going to do. But it's a good thing they have all these brainiacs who like to eat their brains, so their intelligence blockade can be solved that way is all. To be honest, what you said just now was really stupid. You don't have a wife from the Lion King's marriage agency, so who are you to say that? Shut up. It's not like everyone is like those harem novels where someone sends their wife thousands of miles. If there was such a way to send a wife by 1,000 miles, you think it would still be your turn. Can you shut up? Wait, it's not my business if I cause you to lack arms and legs in this flesh. With Chinyu, that bastard so barefaced threat, so that Chinyu next want to spit words can only be swallowed into the stomach inside. Otherwise it is really broken arm or leg or so. He find who to cry to. There's no drama here? It's so boring. While those two were arguing inside, Chinyu had also arrived in front of the cat demon. At first that cat demon thought that the other party also belonged to the goods like those people just now who were nothing more than a slap in the face. But then, after seeing the other party holding a weapon that made it feel scornful, it realized that the man in front of it wasn't the kind of watery goods it thought it was. Phew, I thought you'd just come mangling over. I didn't realize it was still a kitty with a spirit. Chinyu laughed as he reversed the scythe in his hand. Meow, meow meow. What are you talking about? I don't know beast language. Why are you telling me this? Although the cat demon had already tried very hard to express what it wanted to convey, but due to the difference between humans and cats, Chinyu simply couldn't understand what the other party wanted to express. Meow. After seeing that there was no way for the two sides to talk anymore, the cat demon could only assume a fighting stance to fight the other side to the end. Hey, if you could have possessed that expression just now, I would have been able to know what you were talking about. Nonsense. If you don't even know that your opponent is all set up and ready to attack you in a stance, then this one deserves to be recognized as dead. Now that you've set up your stance, I'm going to start attacking. Kitty. Chapter 14. You kids watch too many courtroom dramas, don't you? Basically, as soon as Chin Yu's words left his mouth, the two sides launched a series of surprising offensive and defensive battles against each other. That kind of amazing offense and defense is not the kind of fast offense that dazzles the eye so that you can't even see it. Instead, Chin Yu pulled out a plush ball from somewhere and threw it under the cat demon's feet. For a cat demon that still possesses some of the habits of a cat, the effect of this fluffy ball on it is surely obvious. Meow. Only to see the cat demon pounce towards the fluffy ball under his feet, before playing with his front paws alternating with each other. That's it. After seeing the cat demon that was easily tamed by Chin Yu steadily knocked a few on the pop-up screen. After seeing how easily the cat demon was tamed by Chin Yu steadily knocked several. I didn't realize that the huge cat demon that took so much manpower and effort was subdued by a fluffy ball that could be found everywhere. The one who wanted to knock up on the pop-up screen was not the only one. Chin Yu was not the only one who wanted to knock on the pop-up screen. Even the superior leader who was far away from the command headquarters was also looking at the monster in front of the screen with a look on his face. Looking at the monster in front of the screen. If only need a plush ball can solve the problem, he still wastes so much manpower and material resources for if he used the money to get a truckload of stuffed balls and sent them to the scene, would the cat demon not obediently listen to them? Of course, this was only hindsight. If someone had actually suggested this method of dealing with the beast in the first place, he or she would have kicked the other person out of this room in a minute is all. Is this thing just over? After looking at the cat demon who was already lying on the ground playing with a plush ball, Chin Yu asked in a bit of disbelief. Of course it can't end just like that. Otherwise wouldn't those people lying on the ground be injured for nothing? So what do you want to do? What else can I do? You don't have to think about it, do you? Of course it's dust to dust. This kind of thing that is not of our kind. Of course it should be completely eradicated. Saying that, Chin Yu raised the silver white scythe in his hand, and under the cat demon's astonished gaze, he gave the other party a severed body and head. Phew, it's comfortable. It's so comfortable after moving my body a bit. Chin Yu, he said, wiping the non-existent sweat from the corners of his forehead. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I seem to just see you throw a plush ball out of your arms and then click off your opponent with a knife? You don't have to use force to click off the other side. Ha! Otherwise, do you really think that the opponent's head will just fall off? Although the Chin Yu had a sophistry, Chin Yu also just silently look at each other pretend X. And finally in the case of the other side of the more embarrassing, this matter is so past. Then let's go back now. The half-talked, half-unspoken conversation on the cell phone just now should have made Dad he's anxious. As much as I'd like to leave, it might not be so easy to leave now. Chin Yu swept a glance at the black-clothed personnel who have just finished retreating have come out from the hiding place quickly surrounded Chin Yu. What do they mean? Isn't it enough to help them kill the monsters? That's the paradox of human beings. After seeing something special, one would surely want to take that kind of thing into one's own hands. After Chin Yu explained to the Chin Yu inside his body, the commander who had just commanded the scene also came out from the crowd. I didn't expect you to have this kind of skill at such a young age. I don't know who your master is. Is your master and disciple interested in joining our military department? As soon as the commander appeared, he said the same opening line as the villain. So that Chin Yu really do not know how to speak well. Why don't you do it anyway? I'm not good at this kind of occasion. Bar. Tears instantly squeezed out of the corners of his eyes when he looked at that commander again after Chin Yu reloaded his number. Sir, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it at all? Saying that, Chin Yu sucked his nose hard. I just came over to pick up that plush ball that was seized by this monster. Why are you surrounding me with so many people? Crap. Who is this blooming white lotus in front of them? Was this still the decisive human killer they had just seen? After the commander saw how shameless the other party was, he could only continue to pick up the topic with a stiff upper lip. Don't you think that's slightly outrageous, little brother? A lot of us just saw you with the scythe in your hand and that monster. Now you say something like that. Are you lying to yourself or to us? Of course it's a show for you guys. Why else would I go through all this trouble? Thus, Chin Balian, under the other party's step-by-step pressure, suddenly looked at the other party with an expression of icy pity. This officer, although I don't know exactly who you see me as, I swear that person just now really wasn't me. With that, Chin Balian stretched out her two fine white arms. If you don't believe me then go ahead and arrest me. I'm sure sir you'll definitely release me if you investigate clearly at the time. How many court dramas have you watched? How come this harem favor routine is one thing after another? For this dead in front of him refused to recognize the man himself as really no way out, because he just received the order is to be intact to the other party invited back to the command. So this kind of on the silver bracelet kind of practice is impossible to do. But other than this method, he really has no way to take this shameless guy in front of him back. Finally, when he was in a dilemma, someone appeared who could save him from his misery. Stop it, Fatty Chi. From the car on the side of the road suddenly came two men. Hey, how did I get you here too? The commander looked at one of the middle-aged men who approached with sunglasses and laughed bitterly. If I don't come over, are you going to take the co-captain of my squad captive again? Lieutenant? The words uttered by the man in sunglasses were not only spoken by Fatty Chi. Even Chinyu was looking at the other party with a confused face. When did he become the vice-captain of the opposing squad? And what the hell was that squad the other guy was talking about? Yes, it's the vice-captain. As long as he agrees to join my squad, not to mention the vice-captain, even this kind of captain's chair at the bottom can be given to the other party. Xiaolu, no more love. The world hurry up and end. Chapter 15 Father Qin's appearance. After hearing the sunglasses man's words, Fatty Chi has been confused. He himself was only invited to the other party as a guest by orders from above. Why are you even bluffing me by taking out the head and deputy head of the squad? Let alone the fact that he was just a small frontline commander. Even his family's boss had to give the other side a few points, right? I didn't expect that such a character would treat the other party with such courtesy. Could it be that this kid's backstage was even tougher than the person in front of him? Thinking of this, Fatty Chi had looked at Chinyu completely differently when he looked at him again. No wonder you can cut off that monster's head in 3 or 2 strokes. So it's the son of a family out of a big family. If that's the case, the argument for being that good at such a young age makes sense. So it's a big flooded Dragon King temple. I said in the end, which son of the family has such strength to be able to destroy monsters? It turns out to be the vice captain and Captain Lu's squad. If I lick it fast enough, there's no way you guys can blame me, right? Anyway, I hadn't done anything out of the ordinary to that young man just now, and at most, I just asked someone to round up the other guy. If the other party really blamed himself with this matter, he could also say that he did it to protect the other party. Shinyu now finally tasted just now the other side in response to their own in the end what is like. This feels like eating is indeed bad. Since you already know you're wrong, it would be a little less humane if we were to punish you. I'll say hello on your boss's end, so feel free to close up the team and go. If he hadn't still cared about the face of the military department, he would have casually left with the people, and there was no need to waste so much time talking to him. Fatty Chi had spoken for so long just to wait for this incidental promise from the other party, and if it wasn't for this promise, he would have already led his team out of here. Hey, then I'll trouble you, Captain Lu. After saying that, he shouted at the black uniformed officers behind him. Close ranks. At Fatty Chi's command, those black-clothed personnel retreated in a well-organized manner. As for the seriously injured personnel and corpses on the ground that fell on the ground, they had long ago been brought over by the military hospital to be dealt with not long ago. Shinyu looked at Fatty Chi's departing figure and finally had a chance to take a closer look at the man in front of him who had relieved himself. I'll trouble your excellency with the matter just now. Captain Lu's eyes were on Shinyu from beginning to end, so the moment he opened his mouth to speak, he smiled and waved his hand. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. After all, you are the vice-captain of our squad. If the other party hadn't said the word vice-captain in such a heavy tone, Shinyu would have been favorably disposed towards the other party. I wouldn't dare to recognize the title of vice-captain, so your excellency should just call me Shinyu plainly. This kind of unknown origin of the name he did not dare to recognize, or at that time there are any enemies to find the door. His own innocent people will not be implicated for no reason, so his only thought now was to get away from the man in front of him as quickly as possible, because Shinyu realized that the corner of the mouth of the man with sunglasses in front of him was actually crooked up. This similar situation in Shinyu, who had long been familiar with all the routines. The other party must be wanting to start amplifying their moves. As expected, after the other party heard that Shinyu had rejected him, he did not bring himself to panic at all. After he smiled, he invited this bottom card behind him. You're advised to make a decision after having a good chat with this one before rejecting me. After his words had just finished, Shinyu realized that there was actually another person behind that sunglasses man. Don't you bother in vain. Even if you find the King of Heaven to come, I won't sleep. Dad, how did you appear in this place? Originally also old God in the Shinyu in the sea from the sunglasses man walked out of the man. Has not been so calm before. Did not expect the other side really brought himself a king of bomb level surprise. If I didn't show up here, how would I have seen you look so majestic just now? With that, he looked at the cat demon corpses not far away that hadn't been cleared away by the pickers. TSK. I didn't realize that this son of mine would have such skills, and I, an old father, only learned about it through other people's mouths. Listening to his own old father's yin and yang, Shinyu, who has always been good at running his mouth, actually had no way to refute him, so he can only droop his head and just stand in place by his own old father sneering for several minutes, and finally he was next to the sunglasses of the man who could not see past and stopping each other after. In a cafe several kilometers from the scene of the crime, 3 large men sat at a table by the window looking at the menu in their hands. "Just get me an iced coffee." After the man in sunglasses reported what he wanted to the waiter, he said to the father and son who were still glaring at each other, "You've been glaring at each other for several minutes now. Haven't you glared enough? This cafe cake is still quite famous. Do you two want to try it?" Want? For the sweet tooth star. How could he not eat the cake when there is something to eat? Therefore, Shinyu didn't hesitate to order a few cakes and black teas he wanted to eat from the menu before handing the menu to his father in front of him. "I'll pass. Just get me a Blue Mountain." The waiter went back to the back kitchen with the menu to get ready after they placed their order. "So where did you get this so powerful skill on you? Don't tell me it's some kind of system or something where the old man Jade Pei taught you." "Your dad. Although I am indeed older, but I also came from your age group, the district of few novels or read." The sudden words spoken by Chin's father blocked what Chinyu wanted to say next. He did want to use those clichés from the novel to explain to them about this skill in his body, but since the other party had already predicted his prediction, he could only pick something he could say and tell them half-truths and half-falsehoods. "But before I say that, I'd like to ask who this gentleman with the sunglasses really is and why." "Dad, you followed him here. He has no problem if he tells his dad these secrets. But who is that ex-player next door to him with the sunglasses? He actually went indoors and wore sunglasses, and really carried out this behavior of pretending to be X to the end." Chapter 16 Farce at the Cafe. The man in sunglasses on the side of the waiter who came to deliver the things to say thank you, then heard the Chinyu suddenly cue to their own, because too much surprise reason even the hand used to stir the spoon have stopped. "He actually doesn't recognize me?" The man in sunglasses just looked at Chinyu with a stunned look on his face, and finally saw that he was really embarrassed before he hurriedly kicked Chin's father's feet under the table to make the other party come out and explain. "Ouch! What are you doing?" After feeling his foot below him suddenly being kicked, Chin's father raised his head to look at Chinyu, the one who started it all, and realized that he was constantly making eyes at him. What's he up to now? After looking in the direction that Chinyu had winked at, Chin's father realized that his best friend was actually silently shedding tears. This instantly let Chin's father look confused. He only looked at the phone for a while. "Right? How come that guy Lu Chuan, Captain Lu, has become like this in just a little bit of time? Ahem. I say, old Lu, why have you suddenly become like a little girl who has been wronged?" Although what Father Chin said was a bit excessive, there was really no such analogy to describe Captain Lu as he was now. A face of stagnation, silent tears on the mouth, almost no mouth did not bite on a handkerchief. Otherwise it is not a living aggrieved little girl to look at the negative man when that look well. Originally, Chinyu was able to hold back his voice when he saw Captain Lu in this state, but later, after hearing what his father said, he just couldn't stand it any longer. The obvious result, however, was the sudden addition of a goose-like chuckle to the tiny seat. Enough laughing? Captain Lu had already taken off the pair of sunglasses he had hanging from his nose and placed them on the table, but the expression on his face that was darker than the bottom of a pot already indicated that he was in a ridiculously bad mood right now. "Hugs. Sorry, that look on your face just now was hilarious. Put, aggrieved little girl. Ha ha ha." In the Chinyu unconcerned laughter, Lu Captain a face of grudgingly looked at their own next to the Chin father. "You made things still do not quickly solve it? Can you blame me for this?" Chin's father in the eyes of Captain Lu grudges can only be taken to Chinyu violent means to force the interruption of this farce, or this conversation still want to carry out a la Pong, only to see Chin's father raise his fist as big as a casserole dish and ruthlessly knock Chinyu, who was still continuing to goose call. "Don't laugh. Just now you asked me if that person beside me is trustworthy or not. I can tell you very clearly, if I can't even trust my own family's own brother, just how much of a failure am I?" At first Chinyu hadn't reacted, and had been covering his head in wailing. But after a while, only then did he completely listen to what Chin's father had just said. "Nani? That pretender next to you is your own brother?" The extent of Chinyu's current shock was not much smaller than the extent of his encounter with the big and small horse inside the stall. After all, the latter was known at a glance to be an impossible thing, so the shock was just that, shock. But these two guys in front of us know they are two species of creatures as soon as they open up. "Okay, and now you're actually telling him that you two are blood brothers?" Chinyu had already looked carefully from left to right at the two people sitting in front of him, and still didn't find any similar features. Since these two men don't share any of the same characteristics, but are blood brothers, the only possible sex is also. Thinking of this, Chinyu had already forgotten about the matter of the other party knocking him out just now when he looked at Chin's father once again, but turned his eyes into a look of pity is all. "Sigh. I didn't realize that my dad was already middle-aged, but he suddenly had a so-called cheap brother. Ow, Dad, what are you doing hitting me in the head again?" Before Chinyu could continue to brainstorm what kind of luxury dog blood plot, he was knocked on the head again by Chin's father in front of him. "Don't you know the reason why I'm doing this? The asshole in front of me was raised by himself. Okay, and this kid knows what he wants to do when he pouts his ass off. Not to mention that he had been sizing up himself and Lao Lu with a teasing expression. Must be thinking about all that stuff again. Qin Yu covered the place where he had just been by Qin father while saying to him in an aggravated manner. It's obviously the way you expressed the question just now that's problematic. Okay, anyone would think the wrong way like I did in this situation, right? Qin's father thought back to the words he had just said, and there didn't seem to be any words that could make people think of crooked words, did there? But it didn't matter. If this bull asterisk kept up, the asshole was sure to be endless. Okay, it's me who didn't express myself clearly, okay? Anyway, you just need to know that old Lu and I are like blood brothers. Oh, I know. Although Qin Yu had already said in his mouth that he knew, he still looked left and right and continued to look at Father Qin and Captain Lu with strange eyes. Dad, does my mom know about you and Uncle Lu? Qin Yu's sudden opening of his mouth to ask something caused Father Qin and Captain Lu to suddenly freeze, but Father Qin still chose to answer Qin Yu's question. Of course she knows about your mom's stuff with me and Lu, but why are you asking? When he and Qin's mother got married in the beginning according to his and Lao Lu's relationship, the other party must have been there. What else more? Several of them are from the same university. They must know each other and it was Lao Lu who taught him to pursue Qin mother in the beginning. Doesn't she mind my mom with your relationship? After Qin Yu uttered this sentence, the scene once again fell into an incomparably awkward atmosphere, and even the patrons at the other tables were looking at the three big old men sitting by the window with interest. Finally, the scene once again fell into an awkward atmosphere. Qin father suppressed his own anger, smiling to Qin Yu said, Son, there is a possibility that this is simply a brotherly feelings rather than your mind to make up those episodes, Oh, I know. I won't say anything to mom her. The next image is slightly more vicious, so I won't describe it, so please make up your own mind. Really, you won't stop until I beat you brat for a day, will you? Even if you don't want to tell your secret, then just don't tell it. Will we force you to tell it? Qin father said as he helplessly glanced at Qin Yu who was lying on the chair unclothed. Chapter 17 The Collapse of Faith. Qin Yu went to the bathroom to spend a few minutes to organize the messy clothes on him, and when he came out again, he turned into the same iceberg handsome look when he entered the store at the beginning. Well, surely someone would still be thinking that if they hadn't seen the dash from their seat into the bathroom a few minutes earlier. Let's just talk about it while we eat. After saying this, Qin Yu picked up his fork and swung it towards the cake in front of him. Looking at Qin Yu, who had no image of sweets to speak of in front of them, Father Qin and Captain Lu could only wait for Qin Yu to open his mouth while sipping the coffee in front of them. But when they said that they were waiting for him to open his mouth, it was only after they took a sip of their coffee that they heard each other's voices. When exactly did I learn to do this? I can tell you very clearly that this skill was learned from another person's direction after I enrolled in school. As for the one who handed me this skill, I'm sorry, even if you're dad I won't tell you, but I can assure you that that man would never do anything to harm our country. After Qin Yu finished saying those words, he happily continued to enjoy those cakes in front of him. Old Qin, what do you think about this matter? His own son got such a skill for no reason. Qin's father should be said to be the most worried, and still without knowing the identity of the other party. What else am I supposed to think? Just sit here and think. Qin's father blankly glanced at Captain Lu beside him before voicing his opinion on the matter. Xiao Yu having this ability is good for him. After all, there's no need to worry about his safety now, is there? As for what's going on between you and the boy, I still say that my wife and I won't interfere with the boy's choices. But if little Yu refuses you, the two of us will stand in front of him and fight you to the end, even if we have to fight for this whole life. I know. He had already confirmed his father's determination when he was at the Qin family home just now, and asking the other side now was merely speaking to the Qin Yu in front of him. Little Yu, although I don't know if it's okay to call you that, I'm still trusting myself to call you that. Captain Lu suddenly looked seriously at Qin Yu who was happily eating. Swell thing, what is it? Qin Yu said vaguely to Captain Lu while eating the cake. Looking at the other party's innocent eyes, Captain Lu was really unable to blend this person in front of him with the expert who had just raised a sword, but for the sake of this country, he still had to tell the purpose of his visit. Can you join my squad? Treatment and all that you can just. Yes. I seem to be having problems with my ears just now. Can you say that again? I said I could join you. Captain Lu had wanted to lure the other party with some generous treatment, but he didn't think that he would even start talking about the treatment before the other party had already agreed. Are you really willing to join us? Captain Lu opened his mouth a bit unconfirmed and asked. Gu, you can be really annoying. Hey, I have already said I want to join you. You still ask again and again. If you don't like me to join, then just pretend that I just said those words, didn't hear it. Qin Yu looked at those empty plates in front of him and said with an unfulfilled heart. Not annoyed, not annoyed. Waiter over here will order a few more pieces of cake. After hearing that Qin Yu's tone had begun to sound a bit impatient, Captain Lu hurriedly comforted the other party in a low voice before asking the waiter to order a few more cakes for Qin Yu to smooth down his fur. Sure enough, After seeing a few more pieces of cake appear in front of him, Chinyu's frown that was still tightly furrowed was instantly soothed by the sweetness in his taste buds. That little you Uncle Lou just doesn't know why you're suddenly willing to join Uncle's squad? Wasn't he still looking reluctant before? It was only after seeing Chinyu happily enjoying the cake again that Captain Lou gathered the courage to ask this question to Chinyu. You have to ask me about something so simple? My dad said you're a person I can trust, so I'll join. That's it? Captain Lou had thought of many ways for the other party to join their squad, but he hadn't realized that the other party's reason for joining his squad was so simple. Of course it's more than that. Saying that, Chinyu put down the fork in his hand with great difficulty, and then said to Captain Lou seriously, I believe that the things that this monster has caused today have already spread to the internet, right? Nothing wrong with that. Father Chin opened a certain blog and found that 3 of the top 10 hotspots were about this matter. Since this matter has reached the internet, if I don't have a proper identity, I will definitely be pursued to the end by those so-called relevant authorities. However, the result of being pursued is also obvious, the lesser of which is to make me turn in my skills to offset this crime. Heavy is sure to put all the charges on me, and then I'll start enjoying the package in advance. Gollum. Chinyu now said that those results are the captain of the Lu have not thought of. Although the Ministry of the Army in this action after the death of so many people will certainly find a person out to do the scapegoat, but Chinyu just mentioned those as not slightly more serious. Uncle Lou, I said that as if you were an uncle. You don't think that all those so-called higher-ups are like you? Everything is for the service of the country. Truly, if they were to cut out a portion of their interests to fulfill others, I think they would definitely slip away even faster than the others. After saying these words, the serious expression on Chinyu's face suddenly disappeared. It's just that I'm used to thinking about things from the worst possible perspective. If I were in reality, there wouldn't be so much scheming. Ha. Even though Chinyu added a sentence afterward, those words he said before could really make one think for a long time. All along he had adhered to the idea that they were all serving their country and that a slight loss was no big deal at all. But now someone is actually telling him that humans are selfish and everything they do is for themselves. Those words caused an instant crack in the faith he had kept for decades. Looking at Captain Lou, who was doubting his life on the side, Chin's father poked and prodded Chinyu in front of him with a bit of worry. Feather, why are you talking about these things all of a sudden? Chinyu contentedly wiped his stomach after sending the last bite of cake into his mouth. What did I say? It's those things mentioned earlier. Don't you know that this kid has always put his country first? I know. So what? It's better to know what you need to know. Otherwise, what's the difference between being deaf and dumb? But aren't those things you mentioned just now giving him a hard time? Chapter 18, The Farce of $200. After hearing his dad's words, Chinyu quietly looked at Captain Lou's expression. Although it didn't look too good, it didn't appear to be a crumbling feeling like what Father Chin had just described. I say, Dad, although people haven't experienced as much as you have, they are still an adult. If I can't even cross this kind of setback, then why would I join their squad? Might as well take the two of you back to the countryside and live in seclusion. Anyway, the money you've earned over the years should be enough for our family to splurge on. Chinyu took a sip of his long-cold black tea and said to Chin father, Go. I didn't realize that you don't learn how to be good, but you're thinking about your family's property like those losers, right? Chinyu, let me tell you, you are now 18 years old. According to the law of the land, your mom and I have already completed the requirements for your education. Saying this, Chin father looks at Chinyu with a miser-like expression. So from now on, you'll have to earn your own living expenses for those 4 years of college, in addition to your next college tuition. How is it that you have lost 4 years of living expenses that you could have splurged on in college in just a few words? No way, Dad. You can't do this to me. Chinyu grabbed his father's sleeve that was placed on the desktop, with the air of never letting go if the other party didn't agree to his request. Let go of me. What's the point of pulling and tugging in a public place like this? What's the point of pulling at a public place like this? Although Chin's father wanted to peel off Chinyu's fingers that were tucked into his sleeve one by one, but after peeling off one, another one climbed up again. And this back and forth repetition allowed Chin's father to send off with the amount of money that he could not afford to starve every month. What are you guys up to? As soon as Captain Lou woke up, he saw this pair of father and son discussing something, and if both sides were not gritting their teeth like that, the onlookers who saw this occasion were really quite envious of the feelings between this pair of father and son. You ask him. After hearing Captain Lou's voice, the two Chin family fathers and sons replied in unison. Captain Lou covered his gradually aching brain and let the two of them answer one by one. He docked me. He blackmailed me for money. Once again, these two fathers and sons spoke in the same time, though the intended meaning was still basically the same. That's why Captain Lou first opened his mouth to ask this close friend beside him why he was withholding money from Chinyu. I've already raised him to the age of 18 as an adult, and this brat is actually still thinking about my family's property. That's why I deducted part of his living expenses for 4 years of college to make him work half-time. That's indeed what's wrong with Feather. you're right to let him study halftime. After listening to Father Chin's reasoning, Captain Lu put his eyes on his future colleague in front of him again, and before he could even open his mouth to ask the other party, Chin Yu had already given his reasoning. You only give me $300 a month for food. Even if it's one meal and one instant noodle, it's still more than $300 a month, right? So I'm asking him if it's too much to ask for an extra $200 to improve the food. It's true that it's not excessive, and it's true that $300 isn't enough for a city like A, where prices are sky high. Looking at Captain Lu's left and right appearance, the Chin family father and son coincidentally both blanked each other. Hey, whose side are you on anyway? Are you helping your brother or your coworker? Isn't it good to be quick? Okay, you guys keep arguing. We'll talk afterward. When he saw the Chin family's father and son endlessly bickering in his ears, Captain Lu simply told the waiter to bring another chair over and place it in the center of the table. Then he sat over there and watched them continue to bicker. Finally, after bottoming out their respective beverages, a brief moment of quiet in this little area finally appeared. Finished arguing? While they were arguing just now, Captain Lu had asked the waiter to deliver another cake, and now after they had quieted down, he also delivered the last bite of the cake into his mouth. Looking at Captain Lu, who had sat on the other side of the room at an unknown time, the Chin family father and son looked at each other with contempt before calling the waiter to serve them another drink to wet their throats. I say, you father and son are really outrageous. Isn't it just $200? Do you need to argue for so long? Moreover, Chin Yu, haven't you already joined my squad? The salary paid out every month is already enough for you to spend as much as you want in a place like a city for a long time. Hey, so it's not a day job? When did I say it was a day job? You're the one who didn't wait for me to finish my treatment. If the reason why this father and son had just quarreled was a matter of money, then Captain Lu really wanted to cry out in injustice. Not to mention the fact that he had been interrupted by Chin Yu before he said treatment, and what he talked about after that had never had a chance to say. Well then, now that this matter has been settled, let's go back to our respective homes. After saying this, Chin Yu was just about to go to the front desk to take away the cake he had just told the waiter to pack, when he saw Captain Lu suddenly handing over a business card with his name and phone number printed on it. If someone comes after you in the future, just feel free to call this number. It's only weak help, but I'll be able to provide it for you. Seeing Captain Lu's sincere expression, Chin Yu smiled and took the business card. Thank you, Captain. Then, after Chin Yu left the cafe, those two middle-aged men were still sitting in that chair by the window, having a conversation about the words they had not been able to say in front of Chin Yu just now. You've thought about it? After taking another sip of the coffee he had just refilled a short while ago, Chin's father squinted at Captain Lu, who was holding his cell phone, and asked, what can we do if we don't? The current military department is no longer the one we used to swear allegiance to together. Those self-righteous family powers nowadays have gradually lost their way to immediate benefits and power. Captain Lu replied perfunctorily to the text message sent over by his superiors just now before retrieving his cell phone and looking at Chin's father. What about you? So much time has passed and you still have no way to forgive that person? Originally, Chin's father had planned to taste if the cakes from this cafe were really that good, but after Captain Lu's sudden mention of the matter, this little excitement suddenly disappeared. What are you doing bringing up this obscure matter now? I'll never forgive him anyway. After saying this, Father Chin finished the cup of coffee in front of him in 3 or 2 gulps. I'd advise you to stop trying to be a peacemaker between the two of us. If that man dares to lay a hand on my son, I don't mind taking up arms again and going to that place to make a statement. Ugh, that's a tough one. Chapter 19. After the high school exam. In the days of Chin Yu's college entrance exams, every day was destroyed by the other one inside his body from morning to night until he died. Although Chin's mother was still quite happy that her son was so disciplined every day, but that was only if he was doing the right amount of exercise. Now that she saw him sitting on the sofa like a dead dog every day after he came back from working out, she felt that it was still necessary to have a good talk with her son, or else she would regret it for the rest of her life if something really happened to him later on. In the evening, Chin's mother saw to it that Chin Yu knocked on the door of the other's room during the time he was returning to his room after taking a bath. Knock knock. Is it convenient for Feather to talk to Mom? Inside the room after a sound of chairs moving around was seen the door to Chin Yu's room being opened. What's the matter, Mom? Why are you coming over to see me so late? After opening the door to the room, Chin Yu walked towards the place where he was sitting just now on his own. At first, Chin's mother was afraid that she had disturbed her son in doing something that he only did in the dead of night, but only later, after seeing those notebooks placed on the table, did she curse herself for being a rogue? Actually thinking about her son with that kind of colorful thoughts. I don't suppose my sudden search for you has interrupted your studies? Although Mother Chin said this under her breath, she still walked into the room and sat in the other chair. It's okay, I was just writing randomly for fun. With that, he put away the same notebook he used to write things down and looked at his old mom. Mom, You still haven't told me what it is that you came over to see me so late in the evening? What's wrong? Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? If that's the case then I'm leaving. Saying that, he really intended to get up and leave Chin-Yu's room, but was helplessly stopped by the Chin-Yu in front of him. Mom, you know I didn't mean it like that. You could have just told me if you had something for me. But this kind of pointless trickery really shouldn't be played. I don't know how many times my own mom's trick had been used in front of him and my own dad. And when they first started to use it they might have panicked a little bit, but after the number of times this trick had been used, their father and son were only selectively reacting to it. Shay, I'm sure you're the same kind of uninterested guy as your dad. I really don't know which girl will look at you as a piece of wood in the future. After skimming her lips, Chin mother stated the reason why she had come over to Chin-Yu's room tonight, including the advice for him to have a moderate amount of relaxation along with his intense workout. I know la. I'll adjust this exercise in moderation from tomorrow onwards. Chin-Yu was spitting out to the other person inside himself while promising Chin mother, look, your inhumane training methods have already been complained about by my mom, so you know what I've been going through all this time, right? I know. I just slightly strengthened the way I trained before that much. I didn't think you wouldn't be able to accept it like that. This is slightly strengthened? It's close to 1 billion points already. Although Chin-Yu was complaining to the other Chin-Yu inside his body about the inhumane nature of this training method, the other Chin-Yu inside his body was complaining to the other Chin-Yu inside his body about the inhumane nature of this training method, but he still felt that his body was getting stronger little by little during this period of time, so he was simply going through the motions with the other party with all this spewing. After admonishing Chin-Yu, Chin mother stayed in the room for a few more minutes before leaving. After Chin-Yu sent Chin mother out of the room and closed the door, he went back to his seat to write and draw something on that notepad. The next morning, Chin-Yu slept in until 8 o'clock on a rare occasion because of the reason that he had been thoughtfully worked on by Chin mother last night. When he opened the door of his bedroom, Chin father and Chin mother looked like they had seen a ghost. Usually at this time, Chin-Yu was outside and had not yet returned. Son, did you hit a bad spot today? You actually slept until now? After Chin-Yu sat down on the dining table, his father also put down the cell phone in his hand to care about his son. How do you talk? After placing her breakfast on the dining table, Chin mother slapped Chin father's head with her free hand and spat. It was only last night that I told my son to know how to combine work and rest, or else did you think you'd be able to see him at this time of the day? I see. No wonder I was able to see this busybody before I left the house today. Hearing his dad and mom both spit on him one after another, Chin-Yu could only silently eat this breakfast in front of him without speaking. By the way, little you, haven't you added your Uncle Lou's contact information yet? Yesterday he specifically called me to ask where you were. After finishing his breakfast, Chin-Yu sat paralyzed on the sofa swinging away, but he heard his father suddenly cue himself. No, didn't he say before that you should only look for him if you have a problem? I'm now either working out or on my way to working out every day. Where is there any problem to find him? Chin-Yu replied to the question his father had just asked while aimlessly watching the morning slot of the TV. I'm dizzy. Did you forget that you've joined his squad? How are you going to send you a mission if you don't contact him? Hey, if you don't tell me this matter I almost forgot. Wait, I'll add him now. Saying that, Chin-Yu went back to his room and took out his own cell phone and opened VX, sending a friend request to the contact information on the business card. I don't know whether the other party happens to be holding a cell phone or belongs to a different kind. Anyway, Chin-Yu's side only launched the friend application. The next instant the opposite side passed. Roadrunner. Geez, you see what I finally waited for? You finally got around to adding me / crying. I said you have something, why don't you just add me? I'd have forgotten about it if my dad hadn't brought it up. Looking at the chat records on his cell phone, Lu Chuan, Captain Lu, on the other side almost threw the cell phone in his hand flying out without being able to hold back. God damn it. He had forgotten long ago. He couldn't believe that with the other party's 18-year-old memory he would forget something so important. In fact, Lu Chuan really blamed Chin-Yu wrong. According to his training in the past few days, there is a hammer time to remember these things. Now the hard-won rest time is still the mother of Chin last night and Chin-Yu and the friendly exchanges under the vacated. Otherwise, Chin's father wouldn't have had the chance to remind him of this at all today yet. Roadrunner, well, forget about it before. I'll send someone to pack up your uniforms and IDs and such together and send them to you. You may need to use them in a few days. Manga, I know, just tell the guy to call me when the time comes. After finishing this matter, the two sides went through some friendly exchanges, and finally Chin-Yu left his phone number as the recipient's contact information before both sides of the conversation came to an end. Chapter 20. Back in the day, express delivery is Chin-Yu that night from the neighborhood exercise back to receive. He simply did not expect Lu Chuan's way of action will be so rapid. Only in the morning decided things actually the same night to receive. When Chin-Yu came home holding a large box of things, Chin father and Chin mother thought their son had picked up some kind of rags and came back. After he opened the case, he found that apart from a few pieces of clothes he used to change into, there was only a card-like object and a cell phone left inside. Line aw brat. Did not think you go out to pick up rags actually can see a cell phone it? If with this vacation time to pick up rags, say must also really let you the university these 4 years of living expenses to pick up the whole. Sheen's father obviously knew what was inside the box, but nonetheless, he was still slapping Chinyu to flirt with him. Well, if you know that the stuff inside the box is poor, then you should scold your so-called brother. This stuff is sent by him, even if it is poor. It has nothing to do with me. Buzz, buzz. The cell phone that Chinyu had placed inside his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. It should be your plastic brother calling. Do you want to spit on the other side as well? Chinyu said as he took his cell phone out and handed it to Chin's father. It's to spit a few words at each other. What Chin's father was going to spit on was not the rags inside the box, but the post printed on the card where Chinyu was. Hello? Is this Feather? The things have all been received, right? Lu Chuan's voice came out from inside the cell phone after Chin's father answered the call. I'm not that kid. The stuff has indeed been received. But Lu Chuan, you really have the guts to call here? Chin's father said in a conspiratorial manner to Lu Chuan inside the phone. At first when the other party said it wasn't me, Lu Chuan thought it was a wrong number. But then after the other party was able to say his name, he already knew who the person answering the phone was. Yo, isn't this old Chin? I didn't think you'd still be so cool after all this time. Oh, I don't know if I'm pulling the span or not, but I'm 100% sure the one pulling the span is you is. Chin's father still had the same gloomy look as before and said to Lu Chuan inside the phone, a titular squad leader, but he can't even do what he promised the other party in the first place. I've already begun to doubt those words you said to me in the first place. Is that what this is all about? When Lu Chuan heard the voice at the beginning that was not Chinyu but Chin Fei, Chin's father, he knew that this matter was not as good as he thought it would be. But this was indeed a case of him breaking faith with the other party, so he could only accept it with a stiff upper lip. Chin Fei, I know you're angry about this matter, but you've been through these procedures before, and know that this captain of mine is only a captain in name, and the real decisions are still decided by those at the top. Previously in the report to make identity cards when he did take Chinyu as his squad vice captain to report, but I do not know why issued down the position from the vice captain to supernumerary staff. Of course I know how powerful the people above you are. Otherwise I wouldn't have decided to quit that organization. Saying that, Father Chin picked up the step of the encrypted cell phone inside the box, and after skillfully inputting the password to open the phone, he really found that there was suddenly an extra folder inside the phone. Those people up there are making my son join this program just to treat him as an outcast, right? Chin's father first deleted the destruction program in the file before opening the file in the folder and reading it. Chin Fei, you're crazy. How dare you peek at such private documents? Che, this kind of history book like rags what to see At most they can only bully the young people who have just debuted. Those young people after being sold once who will still listen to their instructions Father Chin disdainfully threw the encrypted cell phone in his hand to Chinyu, who was opening his mouth in surprise, before continuing to talk to Lu Chuan inside the cell phone. I think I said once that if that man tried to lay a hand on my son, he would take up arms again and go over there to seek justice. Didn't I? Chinyu's identity card says supernumerary still really treats him as cannon fodder? You tell that person. You guys play around with this operation. I'll ask the same city courier to resend the stuff back to you later. After saying that, Father Chin didn't even care what else Lu Chuan wanted to say and directly hung up the phone. Dad, listening to your conversation with that Lu guy just now, you seem to be very powerful in the past? After seeing his dad angrily throwing himself back at himself, Chinyu quietly opened his mouth to ask, isn't that bull asterisk? That Lu was just my subordinate, and if that bastard hadn't taught me how to chase your mom in college, do you think I would have agreed to join that Thai organization of his? Chin's father even looked around as he said these words, and was relieved to realize that his wife was not in the living room. Don't tell your mom any of this, or I'll be sleeping on the couch tonight. Hey, I say dada, you also don't want to be mom, know you those right? So, said Chinyu, a look of you know the look signaled the Chin father. Let him clench his teeth, had to transfer a red packet cap from the WX to Chinyu as a cover charge. You boys better not let me catch you in the act, or I'll make you double this money back. After a friendly father-son interaction, Chinyu handed one of the cups of coffee to his father after brewing 2 cups of coffee out of the kitchen. So, what's going on with this and that Lu guy? Chinyu asked, pointing to the cell phone that was constantly vibrating on one side. After taking a sip of his coffee, Chin's father slowly talked to Chinyu about their past events. That was almost 10 years ago. We were about your age when we joined the military. It was because of trusting those above me too much that caused all the members of my original squad, except for me, to be discarded as cannon fodder in that one operation. Chin's father looked at the familiar uniform inside the box, and the events of that year were like a vivid reality in his mind. Captain, why do you think the military department chose a bunch of new recruits like us to participate in that kind of operation? I see that the names written on the list of those who participated in this operation are the kind of names that have fought in hundreds of battles. It seems that only our squad is a newcomer, right? A tall and thin-looking man said to the man over there who was counting the supplies. Chapter 21. Are we worse than them? After getting the last item recorded, the man known as the captain looked up at the tall, thin man in front of him. Blackie, you're wrong. Although we're just a group of squads that are all new recruits. Which of those long-established squads didn't start out as new recruits? Seeing that our faces have a chance to soar to the top, if we can perfectly complete the mission that the military department has assigned to us, wouldn't that prove that the strength of our squad is on the same level as those famous squads? The words that came out of the man known as the captain were echoed by most of their team, though there was a small portion that felt their captain was slightly optimistic is all. Captain, you're too good at bragging, aren't you? It's obvious that the content of our squad's mission is not at all in the same class as those other teams. You actually dare that our squad to touch base with those bigwigs? TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't realize that you seem to be getting back to life the more you live. Ha! The other man with eyes in the squad said as he held up his glasses. How can there be any distinction between noble and lowly in a mission assigned by an organization? The only thing that can differentiate is whether or not that squad is compatible with the mission. Now that our squad has been assigned this mission, it's only fair to say that this mission is appropriate for our squad. Slap. After the man with the glasses said those words, everyone in the room gave him all the applause he deserved. Ouch. It really deserves to be the brain of our squad. Ah, this some sophistry. Oh no. This some heartfelt narration really shook the captain my soul. Ah. With that said, the captain looked back to his own squad's members and said seriously, look, people's four-eyed brains already know what they need to do to comfort themselves. So what are we doing talking so much about words that affect morale? The captain swept a glance at the team members who lowered their heads, and then continued. I don't mean that you can't say anything that is demoralizing, but you have to know how to be tactful. Do you know how to be tactful? Do you understand? If you don't, forget it. Upon hearing what he said afterward, the people in the room unanimously laughed. You see, I'm one of those big old men who don't know how to be tactful, so I'm pretty pissed off at the higher-ups for handing out such a mission to us. But what's the point of being pissed off? Obviously it doesn't work. People see that our strength is only at this level, so they have no choice but to assign this kind of paddling task to us. All the members on the field clenched their fists tightly to suppress their own anger after hearing their captain's comment. Yeah, they do only have that level of strength. So if they don't hand out these crappy tasks to you, then who are they going to hand them out to? I know you guys are complaining about not being as good as the others again, aren't you? The captain said as he swept around his team. But I don't think we're any less powerful than those famous squads is all. Wow. Is the captain that daring? This question was in the minds of all present. I know you guys are trying to say that the captain has really thick skin again, aren't you? The captain's sudden quirky voice made everyone inside his squad let break into a fit of barely audible laughter. How can I be your captain if my skin is not thicker than yours? Don't you think so? The captain laughed back at his lieutenant. The captain's skin is thicker than a wall. Ouch I go. What kind of big words are you talking nonsense about? We have to learn to keep a low profile. Do you understand? Don't get it? If you don't understand, you'll look at me. And if you can get a few % of my power, you'll have succeeded. The field erupted into another large chorus of laughter. Okay, suddenly I realized that the topic is going nowhere. So let's get back to the fact that our strength is equal to or greater than that of the famous squads. The captain made a small complaint and continued to do the math. Why is it that we are no worse than those famous squads? The captain slowly extended his own right hand to raise a finger. The first point is that they're human and we're human. So what makes them better than us? Is it just by being born before us? The captain paused slightly for a few seconds after the first point before raising his second finger. Actually, the second point is similar to the second point. It's nothing more than the fact that they have received more missions than we have. If we also possessed as many missions as the other side, our fame would be no match for theirs? A man on the floor suddenly shouted. No way. The captain nonetheless didn't think there was anything wrong after hearing the sudden shout, and should even be rewarded for it. So he directly opened his mouth and asked for the other party's name, and then praised them profusely on it. Look, how many in our squad? 45. Right, it's 45 people. And out of 45 people there's actually only one person who thinks he's no worse than those famous squads. And the rest of the 44 members, do you think it's rude? No. So I'll ask again. If we had the same opportunity, would you think we'd be any worse than those people? No way. Hey, that's not it. All we're missing is just a chance. And now that the chance is in front of us, shall we grab it? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. What's the point of doing it? Why don't you just do it all day long and finish the job properly? Ha ha ha. Captain will cover you out. You go. In a hail of gunfire, the members of the squad were covering the leader of their squad out of the place. Blackie, don't you stop me. The brothers are still over there. The captain picked up the longsword in his hand and wanted to rush towards the squad members over there who were being savagely abused by the monsters. "Captain, don't go, okay? Consider me begging you, don't let your brothers down," said the member called Blackie, who directly pushed their squad's captain down into the ocean before turning around and running towards the direction of the monster himself. "Brothers, don't go so fast. Old Black, am here." In the end, the battle was fought by an unknown squad that cleared that island of all monsters with only one man left. "Captain Sheen, right now the chief captain is receiving an important guest. Could you please go back and wait first?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was because I believed the words of that old man in there that night that I was tragically annihilated. And if he doesn't give me an explanation today, it's not a good idea for this broken military department to even exist. But, let him in. At the time when the little secretary really couldn't resist Captain Sheen, a voice came out from inside the door to let the other party in. Chapter 22. Suspicions abound. After obtaining the consent of the person inside, the little secretary didn't dare to continue obstructing the person in front of her, and after helping the other party open the door, she retreated to the side to let him in. "Chief Captain." Captain Sheen came to the other side after saluting the one sitting in the main seat. "Aha." After responding to the other person, you point to the seat at the bottom of your head to indicate that the other person should sit down first. But how could Captain Sheen be in the mood to just sit down before he could figure that one out? So he directly smashed the chief captain's desk with both hands. And this sudden sound that came out broke the quiet and silence of this one chief captain's office. "Ka-cha. Has something happened to the chief captain?" Perhaps because the sudden sound that came out woke up those guards outside the door. The guards hurriedly knocked on the door of the chief captain's office behind themselves. "It's okay, and don't pay any attention to any noises you hear later." Yes, the chief captain, after dealing with those guards outside the door, opened his eyes and looked at the person who had caused this to begin with. "You, it seems, are a bit subdued? It's fine if he doesn't speak, but when he does, all he comes out with is this nonsense?" This caused Captain Sheen, who was already unable to suppress his anger, to become completely enraged. "Old man, I have a question I want to ask you. Can you answer the question in my head?" Captain Sheen, who was under anger, no longer had those so-called superior and subordinate ranks. The only thing he wanted to know now was just that answer. The chief captain picked up the teacup on the desktop and took a sip before slowly saying something that made Captain Sheen completely explode with anger. "I can't say that answer you want even though I know it. While those of your men are quite a shame, I can compensate you with a far superior group of men." Is this a ing beat trying to answer his question? Furious, Captain Sheen directly swept the entire contents of the chief captain's desktop to the ground, and the young man who had stayed here before him stood up because of Captain Sheen's action. "Lu Chuan, stop." As much as the young man wanted to punch his buddy sober, he had to pull his fist back when he heard the chief captain's order. Captain Sheen had already seen Lu Chuan sitting on the sidelines as early as when he entered the doorway, and if he didn't have business to do in front of him, he would definitely want to ask why the other party was here. However, the other party's actions just now said it all. He and himself are not on the same page. "You know, old man, I just want an answer from you. As long as you say that this matter has nothing to do with the military, I'm still a big-head soldier under your command, and I'll fight wherever I'm told." Saying that, Captain Sheen's expression as he looked at the chief captain again had softened, and rather than a request, it would be better to say a plea. I only saw Captain Sheen's red eyes trembling as he said to the chief captain, "These are 45 lives, how can I let them die without knowing anything about it?" However, Captain Sheen's heartfelt words did not impress the stubborn stone in front of him, and after the other party just shook his head at him, he knew that he would not be able to get the answer he wanted today. Since you're so desperate, then I really don't have anything I want to say to you." After lightly chortling, Captain Sheen took out his identity card as well as his encrypted cell phone and placed it on the chief captain's desk. "Me, Sheen Fei, completely sever all ties with your military department today." After saying this, Sheen Fei coldly looked at Lu Chuan, who was sitting on the side. "I didn't think that our friendship would only be to this extent. Thank you for once helping me to pursue IE." After Sheen Fei finally threw all the tops of his uniforms in the chief captain's office, just as he had taken nothing with him, he left everything about this place behind. Time back to the present. Sheen Yu just listened to his dad after those hot experience. Suddenly feel his dad's image has a kind of indescribable tall up. Hey, no, didn't Lu Chuan fall out with his dad in the story? But now these two don't seem to have as bad a relationship as they just said, right? That dad you and that surname Lu relationship. Sheen's father had only just regained his senses from the memories of the past when he heard his son seemingly bring up some obscure topic, and after glancing at him, he blurted out that the reason why he'd reconnected with that person wasn't because of the issue of your brat's insertion into the school. As you know, our country has always been very concerned about seniors, not to mention you, who spent 2 whole years inside a mental hospital. Even if you let a student who hasn't attended school for up to 2 years suddenly enter a senior class, what do you think the other students will think? What would the other students' parents think? Who knows what the reason is for the student not attending school for 2 whole years? What if it's causing your child to fail college? Saying that, Chin's father helplessly patted Chin Yu's shoulder. Before continuing, if it wasn't for that loose doorway, you would have to wait until September to enroll with the first year of high school. Crap, I didn't realize that's how I qualified for school. If he, the big brother, is to accompany those little brothers and sisters to learn from the first year of high school together, then he would rather have an adult college entrance examination. Although the brand of the adult college entrance examination is not as fragrant as the brand of the general college entrance examination, but as long as the academic qualification is dry to master's degree or so on, won't the two sides stand on the same starting line again? But such considerations were left to his own ponderings in another parallel. He had no use for this plain bee now. After ending the short father-son exchange just now, both of them were unspoken not to bring up the matter just now, just silently leaving the living room, each going back to their respective rooms to go, as if the scene just now hadn't happened. However, the only thing that can be certain, Lu Chuan's squad Chin Yu is definitely not going is, wow, that Lu's surname is still really bold. He actually sent a message over for more than 2 whole hours. Chin Yu, who had come out from inside the bathroom, had begun to feel admiration for this persistence of Lu Chuan's after seeing that the cell phone on his desktop had been lighting up the screen from time to time. In fact, my suggestion is that we can see what the other side is really talking about. After listening to the story told by the dad, I found that incident back then is really too much suspicion. It's reasonable to say that the team dad had back then accepted was just a normal vigilance mission, but the monsters that appeared at the scene and those other squad members that disappeared are really puzzling then. Chapter 23. What is disillusionment about hope that never existed in the first place? In fact, Chin Yu, after listening to the story told by his father, is also like Chin Yu said, on this matter of doubtful. But his own dad's brain capacity should have been filled with rage right before he broke into the chief captain's office, right? Nah, is there a possibility that you missed something back then while on a mission? Thinking of this, Chin Yu's hand that was still rubbing his hair also stopped. If this was really the case, then what happened back then to cause his dad's the team only left him alone? That's why I'm still saying that we can try to find out from Lu Chuan's mouth first, which may or may not lead to any unexpected results. Well, that's what I thought. After the unanimous approval of the two Chin Yu, an operation called Investigating the Truth of that year was launched. This matter of course can't be told to their father, or else they are afraid that the other side will be forced to press to death without investigating any hints. Do you think that man will tell us the truth or not? Chin Yu, who was sitting inside the cafe, said to the other person inside his body, I don't know, but didn't you just talk to him last night? If you, who are in contact with him, don't know, how can I, an outsider, know? Although Chin Yu said these words are correct, but this time alone to ask each other to meet or his first time in all these years at Che, you really are no fun yet. What's no fun? While Chin Yu was lying on the table drawing circles in depression, he saw a dusty trench-coated man walking over outside the store door. I didn't think I'd be able to meet you again. You, after the trench coat man took down the pair of sunglasses hanging in his own eyes, a pair of incredibly tired panda eyes appeared in front of Chin Yu's eyes. You'd better call me Chin Yu before you've finished investigating the truth. And this time I've specially come out to look for you behind my dad's back. You should know why, right? Chin Yu's date this time was none other than Lu Chuan, who had once again broken with his dad last night. Because Chin Yu, he found Lu Chuan in that action from beginning to end is the whole presence. Not to mention the other side in the end is not the black hand behind this thing, but certainly than his dad knows a little more content is. After hearing what Chin Yu said, he wasn't surprised. He took out a pack of cigarettes from inside his trench coat and handed it to Chin Yu. And after the other party shook his head, he lit one for himself and smoked it. I can take this matter today as you taking it upon yourself to try to investigate this matter, right? Of course, or I wouldn't have snuck out to meet him behind dad's back. Saying that, Chin Yu's expression had become serious as he looked at Lu Chuan again. Uncle Lu, Lu Chuan, Captain Lu, what is the truth of this matter? Will you believe me if I say I don't know either? Looking at Chin Yu, who was 80% similar to Chin Fei when he was young, Lu Chuan laughed bitterly after taking a sharp drag on his cigarette. I've tried to talk to the chief captain again more than once since your dad walked out of the chief captain's office back then, but the other side has always shunned me. Lu Chuan, after lighting his second cigarette, once again told Chin Yu what he knew back then. It must have been about 3 years ago, when the chief captain suddenly called someone to call me into his office to talk to me. At first we were like elders and juniors everywhere, chatting about inconsequential day-to-day issues. Of course I didn't want this sudden opportunity to just slip away, so once again I repeated the same thing your dad did back in the day. Slapped the chief captain's desk hard. Wow, so it's true that near the ink is black. I didn't realize that the one who tried to stop the other back then was now the one who did. It's true that you still can't get too close to your own dad, or else his foul temper might be passed on to you. Father Chin, do you need me to teach you? And then, after you smashed the chief captain's desk, didn't that old man call someone in to catch you? Chin picked up the cup of drink in front of himself and gossiped while sipping it. As much as it would be tempting to spit on you that I just knocked on the desk instead of smashing it, it's not too important in this case, I don't think yet. You just asked me if the chief captain had called anyone in to arrest me, and I can tell you categorically that he hadn't. As if he was remembering something, Lu Chuan stuffed the already half-burned cigarette inside his mouth and took another drag. At the time, after I knocked on the chief captain's desk in a fit of rage, he just looked at me with a kind face, as if trying to see another person through me, and kept that atmosphere for several whole minutes. After recalling that scene, the expression on Lu Chuan's face instantly became teasing. You should already know the answer to this, right? I know. Of course he knows. Is not through Lu Chuan's angry expression to see him behind his own father's shadow well. However, Chin Yu did not show that part of surprise in his heart. Instead, he asked Lu Chuan his question with a calm face. If that old man misses my dad so much, why didn't you reach out to my dad after all these years? After Lu Chuan smoked the section of cigarettes in his hand to the very end, he said what the chief captain had said to him back then. Back then, since I didn't choose to tell the Chin Fei kid the answer to the matter, what makes you think I'll tell you that answer? And let bygones be bygones. Back then, it was because of me that his squad was reunited back then, so it's only right that he hates me. Saying that, the chief captain had completely changed his expression when he looked at Lu Chuan again, as if the one who had just spoken to him was not himself, actually showing a rare fierce expression. Consider that one time as a kind of repayment for the help they gave me earlier in the year. If they have a next time, old me will definitely be bound to eradicate those bull asterisk lineages of theirs. After listening to Lu Chuan finish what Chin father didn't know at the back, Chin Yu rarely opened his mouth to ask Lu Chuan again, because those words just now were close to writing the 4 big words of the masterminds behind the scenes on the foreheads of those lineages. What's wrong? Aren't you suddenly disillusioned with the so-called upper class? How could it be? I never had hopes for anyone else to begin with, so how can I talk about disillusionment? Chin Yu shook his head and said, Chapter 24 Me, Chin Fei, return to the team. Was there no hope to begin with? If Uncle Lu had your kind of open-mindedness, that seat under my ass would have been gone a long time ago, right? Lu Chuan took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat and continued, but even if he is sitting in this position, he is only a nominal captain, or else it would be impossible to not even have the changes in the personnel of his squad in his own hands. Chin Yu knew that Lu Chuan was talking about the identity card he had received, but a squad that couldn't even grasp the personnel changes of their own squad was indeed not to be joined as all. And then what? You can't possibly do nothing after all this happened, can you? Otherwise wouldn't you have shot up the desk in that old man's office back then for nothing? After hearing Chin Yu's voice, Lu Chuan directly rewarded the other party with a blank stare before skimming his lips and saying, You think I don't want to do anything? I've been investigating this matter for so many years, but I just can't investigate anything. Speaking of this matter, Lu Chuan is a belly full of anger. In this kind of system of officials protecting officials, the clues that he investigated with great difficulty were dealt with in advance by another group of people. However, it was more than that. Every time he found a slight clue of what happened back then, another group of people would come over and ruin it or just call him off. It caused him to turn a large portion of his hair gray during that time. Alas, not to mention me. Did you find any clues after listening to all the information I just mentioned? Me? I can't say that I didn't find it, but the details will only be known after I've seen the place where the incident happened back then. Chin Yu continued after taking a sip of his drink. That place where the incident happened back then should still remain as it was, right? I don't know about that, but it's been so many years. Do you think there will be any more clues waiting to be discovered? Don't think, young man, that everything can be done step by step in your own steps. What you can think of others will surely think of as well. Ouch. Don't worry so much about that, just tell me about that place. In the end, after a lot of words, it was decided that Lu Chuan would personally take Chin Yu on a trip to that place, even though he had already known that he was not as strong as that kid. As the other party's elder, how could he possibly let a teenager who had just reached adulthood go to such a faraway place? I'll take you there in a few days when I'm done with that mission, so in the meantime you'd better think about what excuse you're going to use to hide it from your dad. After saying that, Lu Chuan drove the vehicle away. Right, I almost forgot about this. I can't say I'm going on a long trip with Lu Chuan, right? If he really did say that, he was afraid that he would be hung up by his own dad and smacked hard. Hey, is there any way you can sneak out for a few days without dad finding out? As the saying goes, one man counts for the shortest and two for the longest. There was someone else who existed inside his body, so why not ask him to think about it with him? You didn't think of me when you said you wanted to go to the scene of the incident, but now you remember me when you're doing this kind of sneaking around? I say Chin Yu, have you forgotten that I'm not only your affiliate, but also your other existence? Oh no! Because that great young man inside himself got angry after he just advocated on his own without consulting him and offered to go to the scene of the incident. No! How could I have forgotten about this matter? This matter is just something that came to my mind in a sudden flash of inspiration. I didn't expect Lu Chuan to agree so readily. So it's really not that I want to get rid of you and make my own decisions. So, in the two people friendly set a series of friendly conditions. Qin Yu finally forgave Qin Yu's self-assertion. But it is to let him 30 minutes more every day to let off time, is it? So, do you have any way to hide it from our dad? After taking his favors, he definitely had to do something. So after returning to his room, Qin Yu opened his mouth to ask Qin Yu, don't be anxious, maybe there will be a time after a while may also have the time to say oh. Qin Yu said this kind of similar to the godlike speech, then directly turn on the non-disturbance mode. Let Qin Yu how to shout outside he also refused to answer. Crap, how did this guy learn this kind of fooling around skill? And talk about waiting for some kind of time. Do you think I'm one of those little kids who hasn't seen the world? Qin Yu left the room to the living room to eat after skimming his mouth. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the dessert he had brought back from the meal with great difficulty was cheated away by that godly man. A few days of time is not too long and not too short. Not long ago because of the class to graduation trip invitation so that Qin Yu was not easy to get away. But this short-lived joy was covered by the other things cover. Because Lu Chuan was captured in this operation mist. Upon learning of this incident, Qin's father called his old friendly friends to make inquiries, but was blocked back with a one-question answer. Back then those guys still brother before brother after like a dogskin following me. I didn't expect just how long has passed before they started to turn their faces away. Qin's father said as he looked at the cell phone that had been hung up. In fact, apart from those ungrateful people, don't you have someone in a position of power who was able to inquire? Qin Yu said to his dad as he took a bite of watermelon on the side. It would be much easier to act on one's own if one could get these two to be able to get along a little bit. Bah! Still want me to bow down with that old man? Don't even think about it. Anyway, I'm not that one to know about that thing about Lu Chuan being caught. Qin Yu looked at the father of Qin over there who obviously wanted to know the situation but was not sure to bow his head, and wanted to ruthlessly spit out a sentence in front of him, now that the old man's arrogance is worthless in the market. Who are you going to act to with this kind of arrogance in the end? But these can only be said in his own heart. If he said in front of him, he will certainly not be able to avoid a fat beating. Ding 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 ding. What kind of person is calling here again? Qin father, after nibbling on the watermelon in his hand that he had snatched from Qin Yu's hand, picked up his cell phone to see just who was calling at this hour. However, after seeing the number in front of the screen that had been memorized an unknown number of times, it was the first time Qin Yu had seen his dad reveal a panicked expression. What the hell did he just see? His own dad was actually scared of a phone call that came out of nowhere? Is it going to snow tomorrow? Finally, after Qin's father had done a good deal of mental preparation, he still answered that one phone call. Hello? It's me. Although Father Qin only uttered a few short words into the phone, he knew that he had already poured in all his strength by uttering those few words. Come back, Qin boy. It's time to declare war on them. The tone of the person inside the phone spoke softly, but it was able to give the others inexhaustible strength all over their bodies. This time it was me who underestimated the cheek of these families of theirs, and I didn't realize that one time wasn't enough. Now there's another one. I was wrong about what happened in the past. It was my cowardice that got everyone in your squad killed. Saying that, the person inside the phone repeated what he had just said once more, but this time there was an additional tone called supplication. Now I have no one else I can trust besides you. What kind of aggression has this old man who has already passed the age of 1 year been subjected to in order to say such aggrieved words? He's not one of those old men you see everywhere. He's the chief captain of the military headquarters. Chief captain, do you know what I've been through all these years? When I just left the military department I basically had nightmares every day. Those brothers who died in that place were asking me why no one came over back then, just them. I'm sorry, they're all heroes. It's me, the chief captain, who's sorry for them. No, you know it's not the apology we want. This time, I'll ask you one more time by mentioning those brothers who have already sacrificed their lives. Can you give us an explanation now? The old man on the other side of the phone paused for a long time, so long that they would have thought the other side had hung up if there hadn't been a ghast coming through all the time. Finally, that chief captain of the military department still gave a satisfactory answer. Yes, this time, even if you guys break the sky I'll be down there to cover for you. Ha ha, do you know how many years we have waited for you to say these words? With your words, Chief Captain, I am relieved. Suddenly, Father Qin's aura was already completely different from just a moment ago. If it was a dangling look just a moment ago, then now he was a former member of the once affiliated with the military department. Me, Qin Fei, return to the line. Chapter 25 The Origin of the World Family. That sudden change of aura on Qin Father's body was most directly felt by Qin Yu, who was sitting in front of him. If this kind of aura had to be described in words, it would be nothing more than the same as a rookie in a novice village seeing his senior big brother suddenly spraying a level boss to death with a single yawn when he's smiling and telling you jokes. Cough. Far from it. Anyway, Qin Father's current aura was more of a domineering feeling than the one Qin Yu had seen on Lu Chuan before, but the only thing he could be sure of was that his own dad's hands had definitely been stained with blood, and not just to the extent of 1.5 points. Good. The chief captain on the other side of the phone said several good words after hearing Su's father rejoin the team before continuing to talk to Qin's father about the contents of this operation. The reason why that Lu Chuan kid was caught by mistake. The situation was also like your previous squad. No one came to dock with them at all at the completion of the mission. And then the result was that the whole team was tackled by the target of this mission just like what you heard. Is it that group of people again? Father Qin suppressed his own anger and opened his mouth to ask the chief captain. There are no traces to indicate it, but it should be 8 or 9. Bang! Hearing this news, Qin's father pounded the armrests on the sofa with force, causing Qin Yu, who was eating melons on the side, to almost not jump out of his skin. Deception is too much. Do those people still have any sense of being a soldier? How dare you sell out your own family's brother for your own benefit? Over the years, those families' hands seem to have stretched out quite a bit. I didn't realize that actually enlisting the resources of the Exalted wasn't enough, but they also wanted to extend their hands to the military department. Alas, as long as a person's ambition has started, they can't take it back. After the chief captain let out a long sigh on the other side of the phone, he once again talked about the sins of those lineages for so many years. In fact, these lineages were just an ordinary family before, but ever since their forefathers each dug up a copy of a novel like Gong method from the ground, they actually did cultivate something. Then that time also happened to be a period when monsters were on the prowl. So the former head of our military department had no choice but to hire those who had gotten magical powers to join the military department on a supernumerary basis in the name of the military department in order to be able to wipe out those monsters. But it didn't last long, and while those sudden monsters were indeed wiped out, those so-called supernumeraries were slowly becoming unsatisfied with this status they now held. They actually suddenly left their hands off when the war started, and used those monsters that appeared at that time as a bargaining chip, and began to threaten Chief Long, who was sitting in the hand of the military department at that time, that if they were not allowed to take up their positions among the military department, those monsters would be dealt with on their own. At that time, of course, there was no way that Chief Long would have agreed to these hooligans' request, and directly deployed a force of several thousand men from the periphery to come over and support this side of the battlefield. And then what? Did you win that battle? These words came out of Qin Yu's mouth because that old man, the chief captain, actually broke the chapter suddenly like those novel authors he read. Was this something a normal person could do? A win is a win, but it's just a really bad win. I don't know if it was because Qin Yu was urging him on, but the chief captain slowly began to talk about those events back then again. I also learned about what happened back then from the information within the military department, and according to the information, at that time, with our human weapons were simply not enough to stab those monsters. Whether it was a gunshot or an artillery attack, it was basically the law of smoke without injury, not to mention engaging them in white-knuckle combat with swords and daggers and the like. So in order to not bear to see his men die in vain, Chief Long still gritted his teeth and agreed to those rascals' conditions. But it's reasonable to say that if the other party is just asking for a position in the military department, that chief surnamed Dragon could have created a new type of work, such as a special department used to deal with those monsters. The chief captain simply didn't expect Qin Fei, a big old man, to be able to give birth to a son who could see the essence of the problem in just a few words. So after staring blankly for a moment, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Qin Fei, Qin Fei, I didn't expect you, a big old man with such a hot temper, to be able to give birth to such a smart son. Go. This is just a child's joke. You old man cannot use that kid to hit me. Even if he is more powerful, I am still his old man. The words that Qin's father had just uttered smoothly gained from Qin Yu's no good like blank stares as well as the chief captain's once again cheerful laughter. Alright, let's put this kind of irrelevant stuff aside for now. If I'm not wrong, what that chief surnamed Long has established is exactly the same unit that Lu Chuan is staying in now, right? After hearing Qin's father's words, the chief captain also put away the playful tone he had just used with their father and son, and continued to talk about the origins of these lineages. At that time, the Dragon Head did directly establish a special natural disaster crusade bureau. Just like you guys said, this crusade bureau is not affiliated with any department directly, as interfacing with the head of the department, and all of the people inside this department only have the reputation that the position holds, not the power that the position holds. Qin Yu, those people will surely be desperately trying to show themselves off like madmen after seeing that Elder Dragon has loosened his grip, right? You're right. Elder Dragon made them implode for a while at the time when he proposed a form of selecting positions based on military merit after establishing the organization. It really just made them implode for a while though, because it then occurred to them that the organization was owned by a few of them anyway, so why engage in fighting over it? So then, in order to be able to make this department belong to them completely, they proposed to Elder Dragon to start an academy to teach people with special abilities like them for their military department. Chinyu, such an obvious trap. Lon Lao, he agreed? Alas, what can he do if he doesn't agree? As long as those monsters do not disappear for a day, this power still has to exist, said the chief captain with a sigh. After Elder Long approved the establishment of this school, the result is not necessary to think about. At that time, those few people who established the school all became the principals of this school, and then after many years of operation, the people who came out from inside this school were unsurprisingly all from those few lineages. Gradually, this special natural disaster crusade bureau has already become independent from within the Ministry of War under the operation of these few families of theirs, and it also has the vague possibility of becoming the second Ministry of War. Chapter 26, Lu Chuan's Past. Holy, I didn't realize that the story of one man getting a government position turned out to be true. If it wasn't for the ancestors of those few families who got lucky and picked up those few gongfu, the descendants of those few families wouldn't have that much say to be able to cover the sky with their hands in the Ministry of the Army. By the way, you just said that all the people inside that department are affiliated with their lineage, but why did they design to capture Lu Chuan? Aren't they a group of people? If Lu Chuan also came out of that school, then he must have been bought by the world family long ago. Maybe this incident and the last incident were all tricks he performed. Before the chief captain could answer this question of Qin's father, who was sitting opposite him, raised his hand and smashed it on his head. Slap. What are you thinking, brat? If Lu Chuan was really in league with them, would your dad have gotten that close to him? And haven't I already told you? Lu Chuan came out of the same university as me and your mom, so would I not be able to tell if he was from one of those worldly families? I also just guess a little bit just well. You so hard hit. Why? Qinyu ate the pain of covering their own just now by their dad knocked the place. Aggrieved said. No, actually, Lu Chuan is from those families. While the Qin family's father and son were in love with each other, the chief captain broke another surprising news. Ha, it's still true. Ha, then wouldn't I have been beaten up for nothing? Qinyu suddenly froze after hearing this news. Although Lu Chuan is a person who came out from inside those several families, he is nothing more than an outcast who was driven out, said the chief captain, and then he spoke to Qinyu and them about Lu Chuan's life. Lu Chuan is the child born to the previous head of the Lu family and a servant, so he has always been treated with disdain within the family. Basically all the tortures he can think of he has tried, but little Lu Chuan, who endured the torment of this invalid at a young age, did not despair of life because of this, because he still had the gongfu handed down from his ancestors back then as a flipping point, and in his heart, he thought that if he could learn that gongfu, his own father might be impressed with him too. So he waited and waited, and he finally waited until it was time for the family headmaster to teach them their feats. However, this also completely became an opportunity for him to despair as all, because his body simply did not have any response to that gong method, let alone learning it. He couldn't even feel the existence of qi. Ha ha, I know this place well. Isn't it true that the head of that family kicked him out of the house in a fit of pique? I have seen many novels written in this way. And then the one who was kicked out swept a vicious glance at his so-called family members and uttered a sentence. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West, do not deceive the youth poor. Isn't it such a trope? Although Qinyu spoke excitedly, he heard the chief captain deny this protagonist template trope. Unfortunately, at that time, that family head didn't just kick Lu Chuan out of the family like you said, but instead, he has been letting him do some odd jobs in the Lu family. Anyway, it wasn't until the year Lu Chuan turned 18 that the current head of the family, Lu Chuan's older brother, expelled him from the Lu family. Xinyu, Shu, originally is to become the young master's life, but because of the wrong fetus hard to be white female tick at 18 years of youth. Then what happened behind him Qin Fei he should also know. He managed to enter the military department with his own efforts, then step by step he sat in this position. That's right, Lu Chuan has now so successful I should be from the beginning to see the end. Those years in the university, I have never seen so hard-working man. Not to mention the fact that he worked 3 hourly jobs every day in order to earn tuition fees. But let's just say that the pen in his hand in his free time never stopped, always learning to enrich himself. So the first place in those 4 years of college was always that kid. Qin's father said with a shrug of his own shoulders. It should be Lu Chuan's excellence that has surprised the Lu family, right? They sent someone over to get Lu Chuan back into the Lu family on the first day he joined the military. Qinyu, I know this question again and again. It should be another one of those plays where you treated me with love and care in the beginning and now I'm making you unattainable, right? If Lu Chuan had agreed to those people at that time, he wouldn't be backstabbed now. Indeed, the chief captain took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued. Although Lu Chuan at that time did not say something like that, at that time he showed his answer with his actions. How do you mess with it? Did he do it in a civilized way or in a rough way? Chinyu opened his mouth with an excited expression and asked, Father Chin, what is the civilized way? What's the rough way again? After hearing his dad ask himself, Chinyu helplessly explained to him what these two ways really are, a little more civilized. It is to use the boiling water inside the cup to splash directly at each other. Roughing it up a bit would be to just raise your own hand and give the other person a slap on the face and tell them to get lost. Chin father, who got the answer he wanted, looked at his own son with the face of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. JPG, now the young people are so cool? I can't believe I'm rejecting someone in such a simple and brutal way. Chief Captain, Although the Lu Chuan at that time didn't use those two methods you just mentioned, he used another way to make those few people leave in disgrace. The Qin family's father and son, what way is that? At that time, Lu Chuan only said to those people, who are you? Do we know each other well? At first, the Qin family's father and son's brains didn't have time to react when they heard those words, but after a while, the sound of their father and son's cheerful laughter suddenly erupted from inside the Qin family. Ha ha ha, who are you guys? Ha ha, I almost forgot that there is this kind of damaging way. Qin Yu laughed as he lay on the sofa and covered his stomach. He had certainly heard of the kind of detrimental way that Lu Chuan had used at that time. After all, in the way to hurt people, this directly denied the existence of the other party itself as one of the most damaging way. Conversation is something that can only take place on the basis of equal presence or mutual awareness. However, if the other party who wants to talk to you directly plays a I don't know you at all, why should I talk to you card to the other party? Isn't it the same as rejecting the other party without even giving them a chance to talk to each other? Chapter 27 Master, I have a question to ask you. Cough. Let's put those tragic past of Lu Chuan to one side first. Let's still talk about how we're going to get the right out of the hands of those few lineages. Seeing that the strange switch on Qin Yu's body had been flipped, Qin father hurriedly diverted the topic. Hey, old Qin is right. As far as we're concerned, discussing things that are already in the past won't help. So let's just look to the future. Although the chief captain did not understand why that boy Qin face suddenly changed the topic, but he himself still tried to cooperate with each other. Anyway, the existence of these several lineages they couldn't bring down for a while. Their priority now was still to infiltrate into the lineages to save those people they had caught. How could he not know about his dad's so obvious diversionary tactics? He just didn't want to expose him. But if he were to break into the world family alone, what would be the chances that he would be able to get out in one piece? Thinking of this, Qin Yu kept calling out to his other self inside his body. Knock knock. Qin Yu, is His Excellency here? Not here. Hey, don't talk to me in that tone. I just want to ask you a question this time. No need to ask. Without any intelligence, sneaking into the opponent's base camp is undoubtedly a move to give away one's head. If you don't want to be reported by the others for giving away your head, I advise you that it's better not to act rashly. So you're saying it's possible as long as there's relevant information, right? Don't rule it out. But do you have this information? I don't have one. But don't we have a big brother with an intelligence department in front of us? Qin Yu looked at Qin father with a smirk on his face. Hand at the chief captain of the military department who was videoing with him. Well, there's a real possibility that that old man knows something that ordinary people don't. So, if I can get the relevant information, can you come with me? You can talk about it after you get it. After saying these words, Qin Yu went offline and disappeared. Seeing that the man didn't reject himself outright, Qin Yu took it as a tacit agreement. If he had his help, even if he didn't get the person out when the time came, the worst that could happen was that he would return empty-handed is all. Little feather. When Qin Yu has only just come back to his senses, he realized that his dad's Rudraksh poem almost hit his head. Ouch. Crap. Dad, what are you doing? Qin Yu quickly dodged the Rudraksh poem that hadn't hit him yet, and then asked Qin's father a little bit angrily. It seemed that he hadn't offended his dad in his memories. How dare he sneak up on his own young man who had only reached adulthood before he was unraveled? Why do you still ask me? How many times have we called you just now? And you didn't respond at all except for the jia laughter. If you didn't still have air coming out of your nose, I'd think the table was still open straight away. Qin's father spread his hands with an expression that there was really no way for him to look like this, which almost didn't make the mouthful of stale old blood inside his throat spit out in anger. Oh, your old man can really be my good father, Qin Yu suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner. But, seeing his son suddenly become this way, the first thought is actually to eat a banquet rather than send to the hospital. By then if the nose of the oxygen tube accidentally fell off, then it has nothing to do with me. Obviously Qin's father had also thought of this possibility, so he also looked at Qin Yu with a smile on his face and said, isn't it true that, for you to have a father like me is not the most fortunate thing in your life? So putting in something as unethical as an oxygen tube should be beneath my good oldest child? In this way, the Qin family father and son so jia for several minutes. only to find placed on the desktop with a helpless look at their chief captain. You father and son are really good relationship, so good that even this kind of love for each other can be done. Hearing his old head flirting with himself like this, even Chin's father, whose face was a foot thick, coughed awkwardly to ease the atmosphere. Ahem, that boy Little Feather is not big and small, so you've been made to laugh, Chief Captain. Saying so, he didn't forget to point the camera at his own son, asking him to apologize to the other party as well. It's fine. This good relationship you have is something that a lot of people don't aspire to, so there's no need to tell me that at all. However, this matter of rescuing Lu Chuan is still going to trouble you. Right now my side besides only you left to hold. Those other people who say they are drunkards are also too much to denigrate the word, the chief captain said angrily in front of the camera. The War Office. Ha! Shinyu remembered the end of the college entrance examination day desperately went up to send the head of that commander and will only be flattered that frontline commander. If the military department inside are these people, indeed, simply cannot take it. Well, I don't realize we've been talking for almost 2 hours, so don't forget to come see me at the military headquarters in a few days. Got it. I'll come over once I've arranged the company's affairs in the next few days. After saying these words, Father Chin was about to close the video call, but was stopped by Chin-yu at the side. Wait. Chief Captain, I still have something I want to ask you. Chin-yu grabbed Chin father's cell phone in one go and shouted at the old man inside the screen. Brat, give me back my cell phone. Wait a minute first this question of mine is a matter of importance Chin-yu desperately protected his father's cell phone in his arms, so that there was no way for him to snatch it back. Chin Fei, wait for a moment. The chief captain's voice came out from inside the cell phone. Since Little Feather said that she has something important she wants to ask me, then let's just go ahead and listen. I don't have anything else to do next anyway, so let's just think of it as talking to my junior. After obtaining the chief captain's permission, Chin's father was not making a move to grab the cell phones in Chin-yu's hands, but instead returned to the kitchen to cut a little more watermelon out to quench his thirst. Just now, after a 2-hour-long conversation, his throat had long been about to go up in smoke. Little you, do you have any questions you want to ask the old man me? After seeing the picture on his cell phone return to normal, the chief captain smiled kindly and said to Chin-yu, Aha, old master, I do have a question I want to ask you, and it's a question that also concerns the key to exactly how to rescue Lu Chuan back there. Oh, your question actually involves Lu Chuan? Chapter 28 What's left to fight for? Just surrender unanimously. Originally, the chief captain thought that Chin-yu's kid just wanted to ask about his father's previous heroic deeds, but he didn't expect that the question he asked also involved the plan to rescue Lu Chuan. Although I don't know if what he said is true or not, but it's always right to listen is all. There's nothing wrong with that. If the more questions you answer me, old master, the higher the chances of being able to successfully free them. Do you keep this phrase familiar? Over 90% cooked. Hiss. Even he, the chief captain of the military department, didn't dare to make a guarantee that there was a 50% chance that he would be able to save the person. But now this teenager in front of him was saying that there was a 90% or more chance of success? Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, he himself had to try before he could do so, just in case this thing was really realized. He's a blood moneymaker, okay? And just simply needing to answer the other person's question would solve the matter. With something so convenient, wouldn't he use it? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked his secretary to brew a pot of tea over, just in case he couldn't answer the other party's questions due to thirst when answering the questions later on. Only after he had completed all the preparations did he seriously look at Chin-yu in front of the cell phone screen, signaling that the other party could start asking questions. Then let's get started now. Before Chin-yu also but just want to ask the chief captain old man a few questions, and now see him heavily armed appearance. Their brains inside the want to ask each other those few questions. Seems slightly petty. What's the matter? Didn't you kids say you wanted to ask the old chief a question? How do you want to look like you can't open your mouth? While Chin-yu didn't know how to open his mouth, he saw his father returning with 2 cups of iced coffee in his hands. As for why he did not have the watermelon in his hand that he had just said he would have, it was not to leave the other half of the watermelon without seeds to his own kissing wife. They, the 2 big old men, are only worthy of drinking black and bitter black coffee only. Dad, there's one thing I want to discuss with you first. Chin-yu quietly shut off the microphone function on his side first, and then said in his father's ear. The old man suddenly made such a big fuss to answer those few questions of mine. Will he scold me if it's too trivial? Seeing Chin-yu's mysterious appearance, Chin's father thought he would say something shocking to the heavens and sobbing to the gods. Didn't realize it was just this? When Chin-yu's father looked at him again, he looked at his son with the eyes of a retard for a while before he slapped the other's shoulder in a bad mood. Little you, although your IQ isn't half as high as your old man's, but you don't have to ask such a retarded question, do you? The old man, He eats several times more salt than you eat rice. Do you think that with his age and status now he will still bother so much with you? So the thing you have to do now is to organize the questions you want to ask inside your head first, and then feel free to ask the old man questions. Just no. Don't think about so many things that are not there. Crap. Qin Yu, after hearing his dad's words, just wanted to yell out, I'm a big dumb X. I didn't realize I had forgotten such a simple truth. Thanks, Dad. After Qin Yu figured it out, he went straight back to the sofa and turned on the microphone that had just been turned off, first apologizing to the old man before starting his own plan to collect intelligence. Seeing that the large and small group inside the living room had already chatted without any problems, Father Qin went back to his study to deal with the company's documents for the next several days in advance, even though there was still his wife sitting inside the company. In order to be able to minimize the burden brought about by his absence these few days, Qin's father could only arrange the company's important matters in advance. The camera goes back inside the living room, where Qin Yu was writing down those answers that the old man just answered him, word by word, in a notebook. If Mother Qin was here right now, she should be able to tell that this notebook was the very same one she had seen inside Qin Yu's room earlier. That's right, old master. You just said that most of these immortal family heads of theirs are in the mid to late stage of chi cultivation. You're not going to tell me that they've really got that immortal cultivation thing going on, are you? Qin Yu looked at the notebook just now, wrote to the words about pre-chi cultivation, mid-chi cultivation and so on. This is not those cultivation classes inside the novels? Could it be that those few lineages were really already cultivating immortality now? If that's the case, then what's the point of talking to them? Just vote unanimously to surrender. Hey, I said Xiaoyu, you first, do not rush off. If they really have already stepped on the road to cultivate immortality, then why do not they directly use force to forcefully control our military department? When the time comes, they will directly elect a puppet to stand in front of them, and they, the several lineages, will make decisions behind the scenes. Wouldn't that be 100 times better than being sneaky now? Right. If the old man hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it long ago. Previously, when he just met with Qin Yu, the other party had already said that the current blue star is not suitable for cultivation of immortality. Rather than cultivating immortality, it would be better to take the body into the martial arts. As a martial arts cultivator, right now his own level should be around the passing vein 3 stage if he were to convert it into a martial arts rank. If he didn't have the feedback from the other person inside his body, he wouldn't be able to enter the door right now, would he? Thinking of this, Qin Yu's mood lightened again. After all, other people don't have the presence of their other selves like they do, and that presence is still of the same caliber as the big brother. So when he asked the old man questions again, he was no longer as flustered as he had been at the beginning, but instead he looked at the screen with a smile on his face, which almost didn't make the chief captain think that he was sure Luji. Ahem, old man, let's get back to the point. Those things you mentioned just now, such as pre-cultivation and mid-cultivation, if they are not immortal cultivation techniques, then what are they? Elder Chief Captain didn't rush to explain these things to Qin Yu. Instead he picked up the cup on his desktop and took a sip to moisten his throat before slowly uttering 2 words. Ectoplasm. They still cultivate with those rags, but only to compare with ordinary people. And rather than practicing immortality, they are practicing monasticism. I've seen images of those battles sent back by the crusade, and the vast majority of them had to resort to something called a sigil in order to summon something beyond the level of modern technology that can be measured. Charms? I think it's the same system as the yin-yang technique, right? Chapter 29. Surprise. Surprise. Hey, wait, how did he seem to mishear something? When did even the thing called a charm become an alien classification? Also, the old man hasn't even explained what form that class of theirs is rated according to after all that time. That, if there is only this level of information, how certain are you that you can save them? Qin Yu said to the other person inside his body with a bit of embarrassment, before he was patting his chest and said loudly that he could collect the intelligence back. No, I did not think that those intelligence known by the chief captain old man is really too outrageous. It's okay, I already know the information I need to know, but when it comes to something like a talisman, you're really quite surprising that there's still someone who can use it in a world that's already orally depleted like this now. That's what I think too. If the user of something like a talisman doesn't have spiritual power themselves, those things are just as good as scrap paper. Therefore, the plan we formulate later should only work if that group of people have already set foot in the ranks of immortal cultivation, or else we will only catch ourselves off guard when the time comes. Aha! After the end of the conversation with his body inside the other self, Qin Yu slightly asked the old man a few questions after the phone back to his dad, and then he went back to the room to look at the contents of the laptop. Just wrote writing and drawing what? In B City, inside a villa that looked like it knew it was inhabited by the rich, something mind-boggling was being done. A middle-aged man in a cloth robe out of place with the current style walked into the dungeon built underneath this villa, and before he could get to the end of the dungeon, he could faintly hear a gust of wailing sounds from humans in his ears. Ah, please let go. I really don't know anything. When the middle-aged man came to the end of the dungeon, he found that Chang Wei was calling the blessing. Not. A man also wearing a cloth robe holding a whip in his hand to whip the man tied to the cross hard. They still haven't said anything? After the middle-aged man skimmed over the people who had fainted to death inside the cages, he turned back to the other man who was following him and asked, reporting to the family head, although we've interrogated a large group of people overnight, their answers are uniformly that they don't know and don't understand, and the one tied to the top of the cross right now is already the last of their batch. Well, the middle-aged man answered and then asked him, what about my good brother who was caught together? Has his attitude changed a bit? That wild, young master he was caught and returned has always stayed inside his room, even if the maid left food at the door. When he went over to clean up the next morning, those things still remained untouched. After hearing the news from the person behind him, the middle-aged man sneered and said, it seems that my genius brother still hates what I, as his older brother, did to him in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had so little use, he would have been used to refined pills along with those people. After the man behind the middle-aged man heard his family head say this, he also said with a bit of disdain, that is to say, family head, you don't mind that his body is dirty. Not only are you willing to let him rejoin the family, but you've even promised him the position of the head of the family. Instead of knowing kindness to you, family head, he even dared to set his face like you. Family head, that Luchuan fellow is really insensitive. Hey, don't say those words again after you've said them. Even if Luchuan he's just a son born to a concubine, he's still my younger brother, so I don't want to hear such words in the future. Why? Yes, I know. That man looked at the family head in front of him, and although his mouth was putting on the image of a good brother who defended his brother while scolding his subordinates, there was no way to hide the pleasure shown on his face. Just as they were talking on one side, the man tied to the cross for interrogation on the other side fainted from the pain, still under the last hard lash of the Inquisitor. Che, is this the so-called elite of the military? I didn't realize that such a large group of people couldn't even endure this kind of torture. After dropping the blood-stained whip in his hand, the Inquisitor released the man tied to the cross and threw him back inside the cage. Xiao Su, go outside and call a few doctors in to help treat them. As long as they are kept at a level of immortality, they are important hostages that can threaten that dear brother of mine. The middle-aged man instructed the man behind him. I know. After saying these words, the man called Xiao Su turned around and left. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wish your mouth could be a little harder, my lovely brother. The middle-aged man left the dungeon and returned to the ground after glancing at the people inside the cage. In this same villa, a man with a cloaked and haggard face inside an isolated room was sitting on a chair with bloodshot eyes from a long period of time without sleep. Is it noon already? After being caught back in this cage by the Lu family's people, Lu Chuan basically couldn't sleep a peaceful sleep every day, because whenever he closed his own eyes, he would remember everything he had encountered here as a child. I also wonder what happened to the minions they caught and brought back now. But no matter how heartless those people in the Lu family were, they couldn't have done anything to a public official, could they? Knock knock. Young master, we've brought the food over. After saying this, the silence outside the door returned to its previous state. Ugh, when exactly will these days end? This time Lu Chuan didn't bother with his stomach anymore. After opening the door to bring in the food from outside, he first took out a mercury needle from inside his clothes to test the poison before devouring it. Knock knock, who is it again? After Lu Chuan had finished eating all the things in front of him, he was about to lie down to recover his strength, but he didn't expect the sound of knocking to come from outside the door again. Knock knock, crap, who the hell is that? After hearing the endless knocking outside the door, Lu Chuan still got out of bed and came to the door and opened it. When he opened the door, a teenage flirtatious voice was the first thing to reach his ears. Surprise! Surprise! Chapter 30 The Coming of the Chasers. By the time he got used to the sunlight to see the teenager in front of him clearly, Lu Chuan's eyes actually reddened. Even though the original eyes were so red that they were already engorged with blood, the eyeballs in such an augmented state looked really scary because of the bloodshot state surrounding them. Wow! I didn't realize it's only been a few days since I've seen you. How did you become like this? After seeing Lu Chuan in front of him just looking at himself with red eyes, the teenager first walked inside the room and closed the door behind him before looking up and down at the man he hadn't seen in a long time. It looks like they're treating you well too. Why did you manage to get into this mess? Lu Chuan just quietly looked at this teenager who suddenly appeared in front of him, not expecting that he would actually see him one day. Hey, you've been watching long enough, haven't you? Shouldn't we be able to talk about the information you know? It was only after the teenager's disgruntled voice came from his ears that Lu Chuan slowly came back to his senses, but because the scene in front of him is really too unbelievable reason, he thought he was now dreaming. Feather, why did you come over here? Where are your dad and the others? Do they know? Lu Chuan had thought about the possibility of the chief captain bringing someone to save them, Xin Fei bringing someone over to save him, and even the possibility of his cheaper big brother suddenly having a clear conscience and setting himself free. But it just hadn't occurred to him that Qin Yu would even single-handedly come to his side. What? Am I not strong enough to get you out, or do you have to have the two of them bring a team over before you'll go out? If that's the case, then I'll go back. You don't want to think about how long it took me to get to this Thai place in the end, said Qin Yu. Qin Yu directly lifted his foot and prepared to open the door of the room to leave, but was held by Lu Chuan, who was on the side of his thighs. I was wrong. So please don't leave a little karami like me behind. Mr. Qin. The way Lu Chuan was sitting on the ground and dragging Qin Yu to his death, if the chief captain's elder or Qin's father saw it, they would definitely not hesitate to directly show their disgust and shake him off. But now Qin Yu's appearance is not far from being full of dislike. If that Lu Chuan guy dares to rub snot and tears on him, he will definitely knock the other party out and leave directly. Such a guy is better to wait for his dad to come over to save them. So Qin Yu, after forcibly suppressing the frown that was popping up on his forehead, said to the pile of slimes underneath his body, if you don't get up again, then I'll let you dabble in your cheap big brother's meals for a few more weeks until my dad and the others come over to save you. Once Lu Chuan heard Qin Yu's words, where did he dare to continue his performance on the ground? He stood up directly with a whoosh sound, with a straight face, as if he hadn't been the one who rolled around on the ground just now. Alas, Qin Yu, after shaking his head breathlessly, he was ready to take Lu Chuan to leave the Lu family first before saying, as for those imprisoned Lu Chuan, those subordinates, he could only let them stay here first. Just now when Qin Yu was coming over to Lu Chuan's side, he had been over to the dungeon side to have a look. If he rashly brought out a large group of people who had this remaining breath, leaving aside whether they could leave here safely or not, Qin Yu was afraid that they would hiccup before they could even get out of the Lu family. Those people, as they were about to walk out of the Lu family villa, Qin Yu saw Lu Chuan with a twisted look of wanting to say something but not daring to say it, which almost didn't make Qin Yu jump up and crack the other party's brain. He had never seen someone who could actually do this while escaping. If he wasn't the target this time, Qin Yu really wanted to leave him here forever and forget about it. Finally, after they had fled for several more kilometers, Lu Chuan finally mustered up the courage to say those words. That feather, did you go and see those minions of mine when you came over to me just now? Is it really this matter? Qin Yu spat inside his heart. At the beginning when he saw Lu Chuan looking around the villa, if at all when he was escaping, Qin Yu found out, but because of the time he didn't bother to say so much just to say it. However, they have now escaped for several kilometers, and it is time to tell Lu Chuan about the hell on earth he saw in the dungeon. Seen it, yes, but they're not in great shape. Saying that, Qin Yu leaned on the trunk of a tree and told Lu Chuan everything he saw inside the dungeon, including the corpses that were stacked to the side because they couldn't make it through. Lu Chuan so slowly listened to Qin Yu said, although he would like to turn around and go back to save those of his men, but thought of his own body is now on the run, and how can take a group of sick to escape from here? Therefore, after Lu Chuan heard these words, he just took a deep breath, then softly said I know, and then said nothing. If he did not see Lu Chuan's red eyes, which had already been somewhat relieved than just now, reddening once again, Qin Yu really thought that Lu Chuan was the kind of person who was thin-skinned and unsympathetic. I'm happy that you can make such a decision. If Lu Chuan still wanted to turn around and go back to save those people after hearing what he had just said, Qin Yu would definitely leave without turning his head back and would persuade his dad and old man to think clearly before coming to his rescue. Because someone who could choose wrongly in a situation like this is not worth the hard work of risking other people's lives for them to save him. But fortunately for Lu Chuan, he chose the right one. He didn't make a stupid choice. Lu Chuan, who was on the side, was momentarily at a loss as to which expression to use to speak after hearing Qin Yu's tone that had suddenly become like that of an elder. So he now looked at Qin Yu with a smile that was worse than crying and said, Brat, although I'm not as powerful as your dad and old man, but no matter what, I'm also the captain of a squad, okay? And I'll still choose a multiple choice question of this level. Although Qin Yu and Lu Chuan were joking and laughing on the side, they hadn't forgotten that they were still in the enemy's range, so after laughing for a while, they fled together in the direction of the airport. As long as they returned to the confines of a city, those worldly families would no longer be able to make that one thing old in front of ordinary people. Qin Yu was about to take Lu Chuan to stop a car on the side of the road to rush to the airport when he realized the other person inside his body was anxiously shouting, Qin Yu, hurry up and take that one little karami out of here. We seem to have been discovered. Ha ha, if you're my brother's friend, why did you leave so quickly? If people from other families knew, they would think that this is the only level of hospitality we have in the Lu family. Chapter 31. Being taught to be a man. Lu Shan. The Lu family's group was basically reminded by Qin Yu on this side, and then came to them in the next second. Oken, won't you introduce this little friend of yours to your brother? Lu Chuan also didn't expect this cheap big brother of his to actually catch up with him so quickly. So after straightening his hair that hadn't been taken care of for several days, he stood up in front of the other party. Lu Shan, you'd better not play this kind of trick, right? I can't believe you haven't investigated those around me. In fact, what Lu Chuan had just said was not wrong. Lu Shan could tell at a glance that this one teenager in front of him was the one who had fought off the cat demon on his own not long ago in the city. Just now, he had only said that because he wanted to test how much that teenager knew about the matter between their Lu family and Lu Chuan, and if they were not familiar with each other, he himself could have recruited the other party into his family. However, after seeing that Lu Chuan did not hesitate to sneer at himself in front of that teenager, he knew that trying to recruit this teenager in front of him was something unlikely. TSK. I say Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan, do you think that this teenager in front of you is really able to bring you to escape from this place? After Lu Shan saw that he had already failed to recruit Qinyu to his banner, he directly gave them the upper lip without any process. When Qinyu saw that the speed at which this modern head of the Lu family in front of him changed his face was actually several times faster than the speed of those who were learning Sichuan opera, for a moment he did not know how to manage his facial expressions, so he just watched with a dumbfounded look on his face as those two brothers engaged in a so-called trash talk session with each other. $#dollar, %, #yuan, $dollar, @ yuan. In the end, Lu Shan because long stayed in the so-called family without contact with the outside world, directly in the vocabulary of serious lack of circumstances lost to the hands of Lu Chuan in the university with the Qin father practice for several years of trash talk. I thought that the current head of the Lu family would be so powerful. I didn't realize that it was just a fancy stand that doesn't work. Lu Chuan now had that godly look, as if he wanted to vent out all the aggression of so many days, almost as if he had crossed his hands on his own waist. Unlike Lu Chuan's side who was close to carving invincibility on his face, Lu Shan's face on the other side had basically set out the principle of how brilliant the other side's face was, how dark his own face was. Even the other people of the Lu family who followed him here are all looking at their own family head, with a strange face. This level of trash talk power, I am afraid that those children of his own family are several times more powerful than him, right? Perhaps sensing those strange looks behind him, Lu Shan hurriedly turned his head viciously and yelled at those he had brought over. What are you looking at? Did you guys quarrel over each other at birth? Lu Shan's display of weakness and incompetence is so close to carving the words he is Karami on his face. What kind of person sticks their face out to give their enemy a slap before they start fighting again, and not calling someone over to get back at the same time is the most saw. This kind of thought is not only they can think of. Even the beginning in Lu Shan's center door sniping, Lu Chuan also thought of it, only to see that he just gave the cheap old brother in front of him a pitying glance before turning back to Qinyu, who also had a strange expression on his face. Little you do you think I've gone a bit too far this time? Indeed it is a bit. After hearing Lu Chuan's words, Qinyu really nodded seriously. After all, the two adults were actually bullying a child so much that they almost let their hard-won consciences fall to the ground once again. You guys, Lu Shan almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood due to the words of these two people in front of him, but in the end, they remembered that they still had an advantage called strength in numbers, so at Lu Shan's command, those people he brought behind him also finally played a useful role. Only that some of them were whispering beeping words of, the family head should have done this earlier if they were in they could get off work, as they passed by Lu Shan. Got a brief sublimation of Lu Shan already will not be because of those people mouth those words and get broken defense, but still in their own minds the names of those people in the small book above, and so on later have the opportunity to give those people where small shoes is. Seeing those people who suddenly came in a rage, Lu Chuan, who had previously stood in front of Qinyu, didn't know when he had already hid behind him, but still forcefully braced himself to show a look of I'm not afraid of you guys, I'm just deficient as he looked at them. So the target of us great lords this time is merely a milquetoast brat? Those Lu clan members who had rushed up from behind Lu Shan almost didn't wipe their eyes after seeing Qinyu. After confirming it more than once, those who originally thought it was an illusion finally believed that their opponent this time was really this little kid in front of them. Any of you who want to go on can go on. Old Zhu, won't go on anyway. After one of them had made such a declaration of abstention, the crowd had already started to make such declarations one after another. Among them were the one who had despised his family head at the beginning and the one who had first come forward to speak, and in the end even the number one among them had uttered the declaration that they would not make a move. Seeing their own these fighters and the not yet started to have done to shake the heart of the army things, Lu Shan first of all the beginning of that a man surnamed Zhu wrote in their own small notebook. Then he yelled at the remaining ones who hadn't made a stand yet. What about you guys? You guys aren't going to be like those wimps and refuse to fight that guy, are you? Don't worry family master. These brothers of ours liked this kind of pretty brat the most before they even joined the Lu family, and he's still a boy. We certainly like it the most. One of the fat guys with eyes said. Jia brother, you can't have a new love and forget the old one, right? If that's the case, people can't rely on it. The other big guy with all the tendon meat pouted at the one beside him. Don't worry, even if there is a newcomer to the door, the one I love the most is still you. said the fat man called Jia. He wrapped his arms around the two men who were following him and continued. After all, you are all my wings. Chapter 32 Brothers. Maybe we're all accounted for today. The crowd saw the scene in front of them, so the three people so spicy eyes almost did not use concentrated sulfuric acid to wash their own have seen the dirty things of those two eyes properly. But the only woman? In the scene who was watching mesmerized the only woman. In the scene who was watching with fascination came out of the crowd and quickly cut across the center of those three to break them up. Just when everyone thought that their eyes could get a short rest, they saw that the bearded woman who had just ruined their beautiful picture directly threw herself into the arms of the fat man named Jia. Jia, can I call you that? I'm actually a fan of yours. Jia at first wanted to subconsciously push her away after seeing a woman who had thrown herself into his arms, but after hearing that rough voice of the other party, he realized that this woman had a full beard on her chin. Of course, it's my honor. After all, you're all my wings. Only to see Jia not only left and right and even in front of another person like a wombat hanging in front of him. The crowd just silently leave this piece of space for them, and then find another place to confront each other again. After a brief interruption, Lu Chuan felt he could do it again, so he walked in front of Qinyu under the crowd's astonished gaze. Cough. I didn't think that your tastes are quite unique, big brother. This time Lu Shan did not stand out like just now to snipe with Lu Chuan his center door, but instead directly called a few of his own side of the beaters to go out to accompany his cheap brother to play. Even if you guys don't want to beat up little kids, you can't even want to beat up a middle-aged man, can you? Hearing Lu Shan's almost contemptuous tone, the surrounding fighters also joined in this battle called the Battle of the Strongest Mouth one after another. He. The little kid over there old Zhu doesn't dare to fight even if it's not enough. If even the greasy middle-aged man you are doesn't dare to fight, he might as well go home and bring up his children. The words spoken by this hitman surnamed Zhu were unanimously agreed upon by those around them, but in order not to be rumored to say that they were fighting with many against few, they even lined up in a very gentlemanly manner. Nah. Don't say we're bullying you. As long as you can last 10 moves in each of our hands, then I'll let you and that little brat out of here. The one who said these words is still the man surnamed Zhu, but there is no one else who wants to object to his words is all. Well, except for Lu Shan. Who gave you permission to make decisions for me without my permission? Did you get my permission before you made such a decision? As expected, Lu Shan immediately exploded when he heard those words from the hitman and directly rushed up and grabbed the collar of the man surnamed Zhu. The words just now were the words you brought up. Obviously you're on our side. Why is it that every time you say something, it's the words that shake our side's military center? Just now in the hands of Qinyu and because the other party is a little kid Sake do not want to do it there is something to say. Now they are facing a middle-aged man. Although they are not a group of people surrounded Lu Chuan he still felt quite a pity. But UTM actually told me to release those two people? This makes me unable to endure. After hearing Lu Shan in front of him chattering on and on and on again, the man surnamed Zhu just pulled out his ears with his fingers and then said to him with a face full of disdain, "Come on, we're just your thugs, we're not your subordinates. Do we need to listen to you? And we're only here to act as your Lu family's thugs because of the favors your deadbeat old man has done for us. Have you asked us to do fewer things in the past few years? If we get pissed off, the big deal is to just leave. Anyway, we've already paid back enough of the favors we should have." Lu Shan's face suddenly paled after hearing the words of the man in front of him. Luckily, he still thought that all these years his family could have such a glorious day was because he had fought his way back little by little. But I didn't realize that his deadbeat old man had been influencing his life even in death. Is it possible that I still have no way to escape that person's shadow? Lu Shan shouted as he fell to the ground. Seeing the poor man sitting paralyzed on the ground, the crowd had the good sense to leave the place to him. After a large group of them came to an open place, Lu Chuan's little bit of courage that he had managed to muster up just now was double lost again, only to see him back to the original that familiar position, and then poked out his own head to look at the front of the foot 10 to 20 strongman Goatbatch said, "Big brothers, I'm sure you're all the kind of sensible, good people who shouldn't be taking turns coming up to fight with me, right?" That group of people looked at their target actually shrunk behind their young man. Even if they had that intention before now they don't care to continue fighting with him. They can't afford to lose face by having a whole bunch of them gang up on a loser and a brat. You leave. It was the same man named Zhu who had spoken those words. Although the family head's intention is to keep you here, but after all, the person in question has become that way. Even if we were to keep you here reluctantly it would be a bit less humane. Big brother. That Zhu man's words almost didn't allow Lu Chuan to burn yellow paper and worship with him, but only if the other party looked at his words. As expected, when the man surnamed Zhu heard Lu Chuan call him big brother, he just said to him with a disgusted face, Go. Who is your big brother? If I have a brother like you I might as well just slap you to death, so as not to have to let a little kid come to get you out. Old me I can't afford to lose this face." After hearing this sentence all the people present laughed. Of course, all the people mentioned here does not include Lu Chuan. This is included in the sad people. but only need to be included in a few sentences can be retrieved a small life, or blood earn not lose. While the time is not early, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. If you will wait for those old ghosts of the Lu family to appear, and you if you want to go also cannot go away. Go, I'll see who gets out of here today. After the man surnamed Zhu had just finished his words, Lu Shan, who had already regained his senses, had stood behind them at an unknown time, and it was followed by an oily-looking skeleton. The man surnamed Zhu just sighed deeply after seeing the skeleton behind Lu Shan, then said to the brothers behind him, "Brothers, maybe we all have to be accounted for here today." Chapter 33 Haruaki? The man surnamed Zhu said these words behind him. None of those people is to think that he is joking, when they are because of the scruples of the original owner of this skeleton talent commissioned to join the Lu family. But I didn't realize that after so many years, that skeleton could still move. On the side, Xinyu had never seen this scene in the past 10 years or so he poked the former Lu family member hiding behind himself, wanting to ask the other party what this skeleton was all about. Uncle Lu, what exactly is this skeleton? If you ask me, then who should I ask? Lu Chuan spat as he looked at the skeleton he had never seen before. He asked himself that he had been in the Lu family for a long enough time, but he simply did not know that there was such a thing inside the family. Gat. Seeing Lu Chuan, who was equally surprised up with himself, she knew he already knew the answer. I didn't realize that the one next to me was actually really a small Karamiya. Fighting wasn't as good as others even if it was, but even the intelligence gathering was actually at the level of a grasshopper. In the end, Xinyu could only turn to the other person inside his body. Call door dudes requesting to be put through to the pretty boy. What's wrong? Didn't I say not to call me without anything special? Don't be so heartless. Now the enemy has suddenly appeared, something I don't know. Saying that, Xinyu called that pretty boy inside his body. No, the other self to take a look at what kind of thing that skeleton was. At the beginning of the Qin thought his own body to let him what powerful things it did not expect just a charm summoned by the god let him wake up in his sleep. I say, Qin Yu-san, didn't I just popularize this kind of talisman summoned out to you before we set off? How dare you wake me up with something like this that you can take out with a random punch? Seeing that the pretty boy inside his body had already started to get angry, Xinyu hurriedly and unilaterally hung up the phone and then let out a sigh of relief. This guy's waking up breath is also too big, right? Xinyu muttered under his breath while continuing to keep an eye on the son of the landlord's family not far away who was still giggling loudly. Oh no, the Lu family's head of the family. GGG. I didn't think my deadbeat dad had passed this trick down as well, did he? Lu Shan laughed madly at the large group of people in front of him. It's a pity. If you had just listened to me obediently and caught them back, it wouldn't have been so bad that all of you would have to stay here. Boss, what do we do now? One of the men among the fighters opened his mouth and asked the man surnamed Zhu. What else can we do? If all of us go together, we may still have a chance of survival. Otherwise we can only wait for death. Hearing that their boss had said so, those fighters had already begun to set up their positions in preparation for a breakout. Lu Shan sneered at the group of people in front of him, obviously before a very bullish look, but now they have all turned into a look of death. This kind of twist from heaven into hell, but his favorite scene to see it. Since you're all ready, let's start on the road. Haruaki, kill them all for me. With Lu Shan's command, that one skeleton-like summon suddenly changed, only to see the surface on the skeleton gradually spread a layer of what looks like flesh and blood, and then this body that can no longer be called a skeleton gradually added some more human-like organs. Then came the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, heart, and blood vessels. After a series of changes, the object that looked like a skeleton had transformed into a living human being. Well, I didn't realize that the air in the afterlife had become so muddy. Ha! The naked body sighed as he raised his hand to block the light that was shining directly into his eyes. So, who the hell are you? And who summoned me? Lu Shan was first stunned at the sudden appearance of this man in front of him before he pointed at the group on the other side like a madman and said, You must be Haruaki, right? I'm your master, and now my order is for you to kill that group. I didn't realize that the master who summoned me out this time wasn't beautiful at all. Saying that, a light suddenly appeared on Haruaki's naked body wrapping him up, and then when that light completely disappeared, Haruaki's body was already wearing an unknown set of clothes. Although killing is not an aesthetic, but after all, it is the order of my current master, so I will have to do as I am told. Haruaki's words had only just finished, and in the next instant, he had already arrived in front of the group of fighters. Poor bunch of carbon-based creatures. I didn't expect to die because of this just because of my master's words. It's really sad. The fighters simply did not expect the skeleton to even have this form. The previous head of the Lu family, that is, Lu Shan's dead ghost dad merely summoned that skeleton to clean up the battlefield, but I didn't realize that what they had now was a human with a sense of self. I know you guys are going to think it's strange to see me like this right now. Haven't you never seen anyone actually turn from a skeleton into a human all of a sudden? Haruaki's words caused the group of fighters to nod their heads. Because, I'm not like you guys at all. Have you ever seen any human survive for thousands of years? So I'm just a god summoned by that man. Saying that, Haruaki looked at them with an extra charm in his hand. Now that I've answered all your questions, it's a way to make up for the sin that will be reaping your lives next. Come out, greedy wolf. Haruaki threw the talisman in his hand onto the ground, and then that one talisman suddenly transformed into a wolf that appeared in front of their eyes. This one style god is already the weakest one in my hands. I hope you guys can let it have some fun. No sooner had he finished his words than the god named Greedy Wolf pounced on the group of fighters where they were and began to fight. Brothers, don't panic, it's only an animal. As long as we work together we can definitely slaughter this wolf. The man surnamed Zhu in the crowd said to his fighters while fending off the attack of the greedy wolf. Ooh, I didn't think you guys or actually anyone else would be able to keep their cool. But what's next? Haruaki scattered a few more charms onto the ground, and then all of those charms turned into a silver-white wolf pouncing towards the fighters as well. Chapter 34 Race Against Time. In this fierce battle, the two people who should have been in the vortex of the battle are now suddenly on the fringe, and this sudden transformation almost made Chinyu and the others think they were on the wrong set. Are we just going to stand over here? As one of the key people who had triggered this fight, Lu Chuan said that he was now speechless. Obviously the group of people who were fighting now had been their enemies not long ago, but he hadn't thought that their group of people had actually imploded. Or what? If you want to go up there and deliver it then go right ahead. Hearing those words from Lu Chuan, Chinyu took the time to return a blank stare to Lu Chuan in his spare time, and then continued to discuss with the other pretty boy inside his body about how he was going to win the other side this next time. Not to mention why they didn't leave here while they were infighting. If they could have left, Chinyu would have long ago taken Lu Chuan that little karami and left. Let's not talk about whether or not there is any chance to leave this place, but let's just say that the strength shown by that person called Haruaki is just the tip of the iceberg, like an adult teasing a group of small children in a playful manner. Just killing time. It was now clear that the man in front of him was none other than the famous Amber Haruaki from the Heian period of the island nation. But I wonder why a famous Yin and Yang master from more than 1,000 years ago has been handed down to modern times and turned into a god to be used by people. It's better to think about this kind of stuff later. Right now what I desperately need to know is how we're going to defeat this famous Yin and Yang master who came to modern times during the Heian period. The anxious emotion shown in Chinyu's words did not infect the other pretty boy inside his body, because for a summoned god, as long as the master of the other party is knocked down is not the same as knocking down the person himself. A style god is dependent on the caster's mana value, which means something called chi, to survive in this world. Otherwise they are nothing more than a piece of scrap paper that can be found anywhere. So Chinyu and the Chinyu asked him in the end how to knock down Amber Haruaki. He just left a sentence of their own thinking, then directly offline. Crap, you actually threw everything at me, huh? After not being able to feel the presence of another pretty boy inside his body, Chinyu really wanted to drag the other party out to give him a hard beating. But then after thinking that beating him was beating himself, he could only target Lu Shan who was sweating coldly not far away. If I take out Lu Shan myself, is it possible that this Amber Haruaki in front of me will disappear? Thinking of this, Chinyu originally very anxious mood suddenly disappeared. As long as you can take Lu Chuan this little karami back, this kind of lack of moral things to do just do it. Uncle Lu, wait, you find a hidden place to hide first, and you can't say anything you see later, including my dad and the old man. Don't say anything to them. Although he didn't know why Chinyu said that, he still nodded in agreement. Very well, after I finish counting 5, just feel free to hide in a hidden place and let me take care of everything later. After saying these words, Chinyu directly turned his back to this Lu Chuan and started counting. 5. The moment Chinyu had just started counting, Lu Chuan hurriedly ran towards the one secret base that wasn't too far away from here. But instead of a secret base, it would be more appropriate to call it a small cave. The size of the cave is also only the size of 2 adults to go in, but for Lu Chuan as a child, this small space is the only memory of his childhood. After seeing that Lu Chuan had already left a relatively safe position, Chinyu directly transformed into a shadow and burrowed under the shadow of one of the trees, with which he intended to directly assassinate Lu Shan unknowingly. Oh, one of them's aura suddenly disappeared into thin air? Amber Haruaki pressed the spot where Chinyu and the others were standing, and aside from the fact that one of the auras had moved away from them, the aura of one of them had actually disappeared in that instant just now. I thought it would be a simple torture and kill, but I didn't realize that this world without any aura still possesses something that excites me. In the next instant, Haruaki appeared in front of Lu Shan and teasingly looked at him. I didn't realize you couldn't take it after I used just that little bit of jutsu. And it's all starting to drain your life now, but I hope you'll be able to hold out for a little while yet. After all, this is the first time in all these years that I've come across something this fun. Saying that, a few different charms from earlier appeared in Haruaki's hands, and then something like a barrier appeared around Lu Shan now. As long as you don't go out of this one circle, no one will be able to instantly kill you. After saying these words, Haruaki disappeared in place, instantly arriving in the group of fighters with only a few people left. Snapdash. I didn't think that you guys would really be able to eradicate me out of these few style gods by sticking close to a group of people. Haruaki laughed as he looked at the few life-hardened fighters that were left in the crowd. But for the next challenge I hope you guys can still hold out. Come on, Bull Ghost. After Haruaki threw the talisman onto the ground, a 3-meter-tall minotaur ghost suddenly appeared on the ground. It first glanced at Haruaki, then directly attacked toward the shaky ones over there. After trying for less than 3 seconds, those few remaining people all fell into the stomach of the minotaur. Hard work. Next we just need to wait for that one little mouse in hiding to come out. Although that was what Haruaki said on his lips, in his heart, he was already starting to panic. He has already felt that the person who summoned him out has very little life left. Before long he can only return to the state of that skeleton. On the other hand, Qin Yu, who was hiding under the shadow on the other side, had also thought about this possibility, so he was not in a hurry to make a move. And while chatting with that pretty boy inside his body, he was observing Lu Shan, who had long ago bled from all 7 orifices. Now they are all doing a race against time. Qin Yu just need to boil dead Lu Shan. Then he this time rescue Lu Chuan. He can save each other back without any effort. On the contrary, Haruaki's side was also waiting. And if the blood aura on the ground gathered to a certain level, he would be able to completely break away from the control of that waste of a master lying on the ground. Chapter 35 4 Elephant Summoning. The other side then, who boiled to death. Lu Chuan, who was far away in the small cave, did not know. So for this suddenly quiet environment he thought the battle was over, because of the reason that Qin Yu had instructed him before. Even though this battle seemed to be over now, he still did not choose to leave this cave. I don't know how that brat Qin Yu is doing now. Speaking of Qin Yu, he was still hiding in the shadows underneath the tree observing the situation. Ever since Amber Haruaki set up a barrier around Lu Shan, he knew that it was impossible to kill him in a single blow. I just don't know why that Amber Haruaki guy is holding a charcoal pencil around that piece of corpse and drawing and writing something. Old Iron, do you know what he's doing right now? When it comes to things you don't understand, you always have to learn to ask people. So Qin Yu again double-dipped and disturbed the other pretty boy inside his body when he was sleeping. Give me a reason not to finish you off. Ahem. I didn't sense that the thing he's drawing was a bit bad. That's why I asked you specifically. You know it's not good and you still don't hurry to stop that old 6. If we let him finish that formation, he'll become a real human instead of a god that has to be summoned through other people's spiritual energy. Crap. Qin Yu couldn't care less about still being Voldemort or not. After he threw down these words, he directly jumped out of the shadow with a leap of faith, and then arrived in front of Amber Haruaki shouting, "Yaewa!" The moment Qin Yu jumped out of the shadow, Amber Haruaki had already refelt his aura. However, seeing as he was about to fulfill his own long-cherished wish after many years, Haruaki could only summon several greedy wolves to guard his side once again. As long as Qin Yu dared to approach himself, those few greedy wolves guarding his side would definitely tear the other party into pieces. Try all you want to stop me, but then it might just become one of the fodder for me to restore my flesh. Saying that, Haruaki then once again sped up the speed at which he was depicting the formation. But while he was speeding up, Lu Shan in the barrier had slowly begun to turn into a bloody man. Wow, you're too inappropriate to actually try to suck your master dry, aren't you? Haruaki did not answer this question of Qin Yu's because he sensed that Lu Shan was now at the end of his oil, and if his hand stopped, he might really die in the next instant. Sigh, why do you have to do this? As Qin Yu spoke, a silver-white scythe appeared in his right hand. Then the next moment he had arrived in front of those greedy wolves. You really think these puppies are going to keep me away, don't you? Whoosh! Qin Yu lifted his own right hand and swung it with force, and those few greedy wolves that surrounded Haruaki just changed back to their talismanic state and floated down to the ground. Stop it, Haruaki. Those who have passed away shouldn't presume to come back to this world, Qin Yu said as he placed his scythe on his opponent's neck. Ha ha, who says such rules? And who made them? The only people that something like rules can limit are the weak. The strong are often the ones who make such rules. Saying this, Haruaki stopped his hand movements and said to Qin Yu, "You're young and strong, but it's also because of being too young that you underestimated the difference in strength between the two of us." Haruaki's words had only just been finished when that large formation underneath their feet suddenly lit up. How could this happen? Didn't you not complete this formation yet? Qin Yu looked a little incredulously at the formation underneath his feet. Clearly there was still close to 1/3 of the pattern that hadn't been perfected. Why had it suddenly been unleashed? Are you sure I'm not done with this formation? Are you taking a closer look at it? How is this possible? Qin Yu realized that his surroundings had suddenly started to haze, and in the next instant he discovered that Lu Shan, who was still dying, was standing not far away with a flushed face as he looked at himself. Aside from those corpses in the middle of the formation being real, it turned out that everything he had just seen was fake. Phew, when exactly did this start? Shinyu retracted his scythe hanging from a tree after a sigh, then looked towards Amber Haruaki, who had returned to Lu Shan's side. Does this kind of thing matter? Even if you know about it, it's still hard to escape death, isn't it? Haruaki snorted at Shinyu. No, maybe I already know. Saying that, Shinyu casually swung the scythe in his hand behind himself with great force, and along with a sudden scream, the style god that was hidden behind Shinyu just turned back into a rune. I think this thing belongs to the type of god that can create illusions, right? Maybe all of us present have been caught inside this illusion since you first appeared. You think I'm right? Snapdash. I really didn't expect that old man to have a talent like you under his command. The one who gave out such applause was not Amber Haruaki, but Lu Shan, who had been standing on the side acting as a dishabag. I did not expect that so many people did not notice the thing was actually seen by you, this kid, said Lu Shan's eyes slowly became sinister. The body of that chi practicing realm advanced aura suddenly burst out. Kid, considering that you didn't cause too much damage to our Lu family, I can spare your life. But you must serve our Lu family unconditionally for 30 years. Plus hand over that bastard Lu Chuan. 30 years? You're thinking about farts at. How many 30 years are there in life? You even said you would serve your Lu family for 30 years. Aren't you afraid of the east of the river for 30 years and the west of the river for 30 years? Despite the fact that there were many slots in what Lu Shan said, as a new social human who had received higher education, Shinyu just said to Lu Shan with a smile on his face, beep, 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 it's not even dark yet and you're daydreaming. It's really, beep, one yet. You. Lu Shan listened to the words that came out of Chinyu's mouth that could not pass the trial at all. Even if he had already practiced the surface kung fu already well enough, he could not help but red warm up. Lu Shan, Haruaki, kill that asshole brat for me. Haruaki, at your service. Just as the words were finished, several different talismans appeared in Haruaki's hands. For elephant summoning, style god, green dragon, god, white tiger, Poseidon, Xuanwu, god, vermilion bird. For monsters similar to the divine beasts that were guarding the four directions suddenly appeared at the place where the talisman fell. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were only forms but no godly forms, Shinyu would have really thought that Haruaki had summoned the four divine beasts. Chapter 36. It's all a lie. Shinyu looked at the full several rounds bigger than him style god. At first still a little panic, but then thought of these things but just with a piece of paper to create things. Feel that he line up again. Idiot. Even if those gods are just summon things, the skills that god beasts should be able to use will still be used. His words had only just finished when Shinyu saw the white tiger proposed creature in front of him pounce towards him. You have to be careful. Although these things are not as powerful as the real thing, but if you get hit by it, you should have several ribs broken. Crap, you didn't tell me that earlier. After spitting at the other pretty boy inside his body, Shinyu hurriedly gave up the idea of trying to take the other party's blow hard just now. Be careful, or you'll get a taste of what's in store for you. At first, Shinyu didn't know what he was talking about when he said ice and fire, but then after seeing that both the vermilion bird and Xuanwu had begun to build up their strength, he realized what the bastard was talking about. Hey, can't you think of something? I'm going to become a feeder for the land if we keep going like this. There is a way, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. After hearing the words of Shinyu seems to feel that this kind of dialogue seems to have a sense of vestigial. Why does it sound so much like something some imp would say to another loser? You don't want me to pay 1/4 of my life or something like that before you're willing to help me out, do you? Shinyu asked the other pretty boy inside his body in a slightly strange tone. No, I'm not that little devil. What do I need your life for? A certain pretty boy who had obviously read this work as well hurriedly waved his hands. My condition is very simple. One day in the future you promise me one thing on the line. Of course it is the kind of thing that neither violates your bottom line nor is something that you can help get. And at that time if you don't agree with it you can refuse it as well. What's so great about that? Getting something for nothing? At first Shinyu wanted to subconsciously refuse, but for the sake of his own little life, he still chose to agree to that pretty boy. The contract has been generated. I will now take over all control of this body. Crap. Shinyu didn't even have time to spit out a few sentences before another pretty boy inside that body forced the top number. Can you say something in advance next time you top the number? Shay, a little karami like you and even saying things like that. You can't even fight creatures like these big cats and turtles. You might as well have let me get on the number in the first place. The other pretty boy who had resucceeded Chinyu's body. The aura on his body had become completely different from what it was just a moment ago. If the current Chinyu was at the level of an adult, then the aura of the Chinyu just now was at the level of a lizard. Who are you? Amber Haruaki, who had been feeling the aura around him all along, was the first to sense that the young man in front of him was already completely different from just a moment ago, and even the aura he was carrying was actually several times more powerful than the Lu Shan beside him. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm the one who's going to kill you all next. With that said, Chinyu's body suddenly erupted, a kind of fighting aura-like thing wrapped around his body, making his already terrifying aura rise several times. Hey, are you hiding something again? How come I haven't seen you use this trick before? Stay inside the body of the whole OB. Chinyu of course has found his body is several times more powerful than the original, so asked the Chinyu that bastard is not hiding things again not to teach themselves. Don't argue. This skill can only be used for a maximum of 15 minutes at most with this body of yours right now, and when the 15 minutes have passed, it will immediately make your body feel the sensation of lust. Although I think the kind of lustful feeling you are talking about is completely different from what I am thinking of, but I still want to remind you not to play with this body of mine. Ah, got it. Nagging. After comforting the little Kalemi inside his body, Chinyu took an instantaneous step to the side of the Vermilion Bird and Xianwu, who were still in the process of storing up their strength, and then gently swung the scythe entwined with the fighting chi towards their bodies. The two proposed Vermilion Bird and Xianwu were sliced apart. Vermilion Bird and Xianwu were cut apart. Immediately after that, the two remaining anthropomorphic creatures of the Green Dragon and White Tiger also passed away in the next instant along with the first two divine beasts. So, you still have any tricks, just feel free to make out of it. Chinyu, hands carrying the silver-white scythe, voice slightly lazy to Lu Shanlei, said, Haruaki, do you have any other powerful gods that can outsmart your opponent? After seeing Chinyu take care of the proposed divine beast in 3 or 2 hits, Lu Shan had begun to panic a bit. In his heart of hearts, even if he had to solve the 4 major anthropomorphic creatures behind him together by virtue of his strength in the late stage of chi cultivation, even if he could solve them all at the same time, he would still have to waste a good deal of effort in order to do so. Now that this young man in front of him even took care of them between the flick of a gray, doesn't that mean that his strength is far above his own? Pre-foundation establishment stage? Mid-foundation establishment, or perhaps late foundation establishment? It could even be that legendary Jindan stage is possible. So Lu Shan could only put his hope into Amber Haruaki's body now. When their old ancestor had found that gongfu, at the same time he had also found the skeleton of Haruaki's that had been put together with the gongfu. It could be said that for their Lu family to be able to have this current achievement, this person beside him had also given them a lot of help. Now, however, Amber Haruaki, whom they had always regarded as a helper, shook his head at himself with a bitter expression, stating that there was simply no way to win over that young man with the style god in his hand. How come? Lu Shan, who came up with such an answer, simply had no way to accept such a result. Wasn't their Lu family supposed to be above all humans in this world? Why would they be defeated by this young man in front of them? It had to be a scam, or maybe this guy next to him should have been paid off by that cheap brother of his. Right, that must be it. After arriving at this conclusion, Lu Shan flew in the direction of Chinyu like crazy. Kid, I don't know from whence you have bribed these people around you, but if you think that you can win against me just like that, then you're very wrong. Chinyu : why does this person suddenly have a big brain? Chapter 37, Beating Up the Young and the Old? Lu Shan did not see the dumbfounded expression on Chinyu's face, but instead continued to think about when those two people started to come into contact with each other, and when Haruaki started to betray himself. However, in the end, he simply pulled out a flare-like object from his body and released it into the sky, before looking around at Chinyu and Amber Haruaki as if relieved. You guys can only fool around for a while now. If our Lu family's old ancestors arrive later, you'll definitely be dead. Brainstorming is a disease. Has to be cured. Chinyu and Amber Haruaki glanced at each other, both seeing an expression called helplessness in the other's eyes. They were originally strangers, but they were tied together by this enemy in front of them who was good at brainstorming, and even made this spy betrayal play. In the end, the two of them couldn't help but sigh, and then just let Lu Shan continue to brainstorm and forget about it. However, this awkward period of time only lasted for a few short minutes, because those Lu family ancestors that Lu Shan had spoken of had already flown here from inside the Lu family villa, which was not far from here. Ha, my family's old ancestors have all come, and now there's no way for you guys to be escaping from here. Lu Shan was like a child of several dozen years old, jumping up and down on the ground with joy. Who is it that disturbs our purification? From the direction of the Lu family villa flew over several middle-aged men, and as soon as they arrived in front of them, they exuded the pressure of mid and late-stage foundation establishment, directly causing Lu Shan, whose strength was humble, to directly plop down on the ground with 5 bodies. Those few old men can't be said to be old men, right? If you simply rely only on the appearance to see it, say that it is Lu Shan's brother or younger brother are likely to make people believe. Anyway, it was those few Lu family ancestors who flew over who first scammed the 3 people standing in place. Oh no, 2 people, and then looked over at the pile of stuff that couldn't even stand up because of the pressure of their several people's might. Finally, he looked at Chinyu and Haruaki once again and said, which one of you is a descendant of our Lu family? Get this. Due to the reason that his own descendant was too much of a pull across, even the old ancestor of his own family chose to directly ignore the pile of Lu Shan lying on the ground. In the end, it was Amber Haruwaki who, in his capacity as the Liu Shan style god, explained to those Liu family ancestors that none of them were the descendants of the Liu family, and then pointed at Liu Shan over there who had completely fainted. That one over there is your current Liu family head. After hearing Amber Haruwaki's explanation, the Liu family ancestors were first stunned, and then they all involuntarily changed a kind of face. Has their Liu family pulled across to this extent? How could even this level of little Karami be able to become the head of the family? Subsequently, that leader first pretended to cough a bit after coming back to his senses before he said to this Haruwaki, "So the two of you combined aren't as powerful as this kid we have in front of us right now?" "Yes, this kid, even my 4 elephants summoning beasts are easy to get rid of. With my current level of this master, even if I want to turn the tide, there is not enough gas enough to let me turn the tide. After all, even if he was even more powerful in life, after death is just a god. The strength of the god is related to the strength of the master who summoned him out. Even if his ability to have how powerful, that also need to have enough blue can also release awe." Those old ancestors of the Liu family had completely understood after Haruwaki's simple explanation. Right now they're the equivalent of a Karami who doesn't give in after losing a fight to someone and then wants to call his parents to bully them. What do you guys think? The leader looked back at the people who came with him. What's going on is that the little kids in our family can't beat each other and then call us to come over and bully the others. What do you think? After hearing their family head's so simple and rough explanation, it was unlikely that the few of them would have stepped in even if they really wanted to help their own descendants out. If a few of them do make a move, wouldn't it show that their Liu family are the kind of old mongrels who bully the small with the big? So those few old men in the middle stage of foundation establishment directly shook their heads, stating that their young men's matters were again left to the young men in them. Well, that's what I think too. Those few Liu family ancestors all unanimously decided that they weren't going to choose to make a move this time after going through some negotiations. Afterwards, he asked Haruwaki to pass on a few words to that wimpy grandson of theirs before returning to the Liu family villa for his seclusion once again. "Qin, according to the plot, wasn't there supposed to be a shocking fight next to get off the floor? How come those so-called Liu family ancestors left on their own after flying over to say a few words? I don't think it's even necessary to change numbers if you teach me that trick, right? Except for the beginning when it's slightly difficult to fight the 4 divine beasts, the rest of the plot is watered down to the point of being ridiculous, even if it's just me on me, I guess." Maybe you are right. Wait to go back after I will teach you this move. Qin also did not think that in addition to the 4 divine beasts gave him a little pressure. The other things are simply whoever is on it. Thinking of this, those two switched back to their accounts once more, leaving Qin to deal with the next mess. "Are you going to keep fighting?" The first words of Qin, who had regained the right to use his own body, took advantage of the residual power of the pretty boy inside his body to try to intimidate Amber Haruwaki, but he was ignored by the other party after he glanced away. "Although I don't know what method you used to win me just now, but just based on the kind of strength you have now then, even if the one holding me is this kind of master, I think it's still possible to put up a fight." "Ooh, you seem to really feel something?" "We yin and yang masters are supposed to deal with ghosts and such, so we still have a better understanding of the strength of a person's soul. Your current soul is obviously not a little bit worse than the previous one, but rather the contrast between the ocean and the river. So that's why I advise you to take that one person who stays inside the cave and leave here before my master comes to his senses. As for those who are locked inside the dungeon, you can forget about them." Qin narrowed his eyes to look at Amber Haruwaki, who was standing in place as usual, suddenly feeling that it was really too much of a waste if such a talent was just placed here in Lushan, and wondering if there was a way to get it in the bag. Just before Qin not so mature idea could be implemented, it was destroyed by that pretty boy inside his body. "Don't even think about it. It's impossible." Chapter 38. No way. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Before Qin could execute this not so mature idea, it was destroyed by the pretty boy inside his body. Why? This time, we were just short of winning this hand of Amber Haruwaki before it was so troublesome. If we can get him in the bag, won't our future days be much more comfortable? Qin asked in a bit of confusion. "Let's not talk about whether or not you can make him recognize you as his master. Just simply letting you coagulate his flesh and blood from his skeleton, this kind of technology is not something that the two of us can do." "Okay. Isn't this kind of thing fine with hands?" Saying that, Qin pointed at Liu Shan, who was lying on the ground over there. "Look, can't that little Kalemi over there do it too? Are we pulling across more than he is?" As much as it pains me to admit it, this guy also says that he does outshine us in this regard. "Are you kidding me? With that Liu Shan thing? If you don't believe me, you can also ask Amber Haruwaki to teach you just about any of the simplest jutsu to try anyway." "Crap, what did you just do?" It's no wonder that Qin suddenly wanted to explode, because he saw that Qin actually really summoned the god, and also a successful. "Is this what you call simply impossible? I don't think this thing is as difficult as you think, right?" Saying that, Qin summoned another cute cat from his hand. It wasn't as animated as a living creature, but if it was for viewing, it should be enough. Okay, you're better than me, okay. Yin and yang magic, this kind of thing Chinyu and not yet crossed over before is also tried, but because there is always no way to understand the principle of this kind of what is, so summoned out of the things are that kind of four things. Ihia. Once he heard that he was more powerful than the pretty boy inside his body, Chinyu was close to engraving the words world number 1 inside his head. However, after thinking that there were more important things to do, he could only suppress the mood of wanting to continue fooling around. Since I already have an ability like Yin-Yang Jutsu, I should be able to snatch that Haruaki guy, right? I still say, it's impossible. You die. Why? No reason? It's simply because your name isn't Lu. That Amber Haruaki's soul over there has already been implanted into the soul of the Lu family long ago, and other than souls that are similar or the same as this one, other people getting his skeleton is nothing more than a piece of trash. After listening to this explanation of Chinyu, he finally gave up such a ready-made wage earner. So after burning all the corpses on the ground near the time of departure, he returned to the cave to pick up Lu Chuan, that little Karami. Not far from the front of the cave, there was a middle-aged man with a cape who was destroying those beautiful flowers in front of him while chanting something about saying something. It's over. It's not over. It's over. It's not over. The middle-aged man looked at the last petal picked in his hand before scratching his head in agony. Why hasn't that kid come back yet? It can't be true that he can't come back, can it? If that's really the case, then how am I going to explain to his dad? Said, folded another flower in his hand and played flower divination. Alive. Hung. Alive. Hung. After seeing the last petal on his hand, the middle-aged man was so scared that he threw the flower on his hand to the ground and picked another one for divination. Do you think we'll scare Uncle Lu if we just go out like this? A teenager was hiding in the dead center of the cave laughing at the middle-aged man in front of the cave doing such boring things one after another. I don't know if it scares me or not. All I know is that if you don't pick up the phone again, your dad might kill this place with a whole bunch of people too. The cell phone inside Chinyu's pants pocket has rung more than dozens of times, and if it wasn't fully charged before he left, the power consumption of the incoming call reminder alone could drain the 5K Ma cell phone of its power. I know. Didn't I write a note and leave it on my desk before I left? They should all know where I am right now, right? Chinyu muttered after Still took out his own cell phone and returned a call to Chin father. The result was unsurprisingly scolded by Chin father on the other side of the phone for a good 10 minutes before stopping. So, have things been resolved or have they become troublesome? Chin's father on the other side of the phone inquired to his son once he had calmed down. Of course it's over, but it might be a while before we can return home. Saying that, Chinyu told Father Chin about the possibility that those squad members inside the dungeon who had captured the Lu family together with Lu Chuan might not be saved. However, Chin's father did not continue this topic after just responding, and instead asked Chinyu if he wanted to send someone over to pick them up and bring them back. It's okay. Chinyu thought for a while and then still agreed to his father's suggestion, because as far as Lu Chuan's current appearance is concerned, not to mention whether or not he can get on a plane, he shouldn't even have the most basic ID card, right? Chinyu almost forgot that he is also a so-called black household, because he now has no ID card in hand. This kind of thing. Don't ask why you don't have it, simply because you forgot to bring it when you left the house. You want to talk about why you can get here without an ID? Of course it is through the shadow teleportation overall, but also because of this reason almost did not let Chinyu body inside that pretty boy almost deflated. Is it? Chin's father also saw the ID card that Chinyu put on the desk when he saw the letter, so he didn't say that he wanted the two of them to take a plane back to this matter, so he just instructed them to hang up the phone after a bit. Congratulations. I didn't realize this whole running away from home thing would be so easy to solve. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's only because dad can't beat me up right now. Do you believe we're going to get a beating when we get back? Anyway, the rain I have no melon is just. What does what Chinyu did have to do with me? You're still a real dog. I'll take that as a compliment. Are you kidding me? Who gets on the number to get beat up when they know they're getting beat up? Just like that, the two of them came to the cave there to pick up Lu Chuan and leave after fighting for a while. Chapter 39 Downtown Farce. B City, downtown. Inside a small stall, there was a teenager who was wolfing down food with a middle-aged man with a shawl. At first when they ordered the food, the boss thought they were migrant workers from somewhere. So when the food was served, the plates were piled full of things like they were afraid they wouldn't get enough to eat. The teenagers were also sensing that those dishes that followed were significantly more than what was served before. After thanking the owner, the two of them once again set their sights on the dishes on the table, making sure to carry out this CD-ROM action task given by the state to the end. Finally, after they paid the price of being paralyzed in their chairs, it was still perfect. Although it would be slightly more difficult for them to pay and leave afterwards, but after all, it was the boss's kindness to them, and it would be a bit of a shame for him if they ate the rest of it. Of course, for so friendly boss they two people did not take advantage of each other. in just scanning the code to pay when also swept a little more money to the boss. After all, people are open for business should give or to give enough. Where are we going next? Lu Chuan, who had already eaten and drunk enough, instantly felt that his waist was not sore and his legs did not hurt, and even that cheap big brother of his he felt that he could have a fight. Xinyu glanced back at Lu Chuan, who was on a roll, and then walked aimlessly through the streets of the city. Where else can we go? It takes time for my dad and the others to come over to be city, so we'll just have to go wherever we can for a while, for the two of them did not bring the ID card black, not to mention the hotel room to rest. Even the most basic internet cafes to spend time online is impossible to realize. Shay, I thought you had something up your sleeve next, but I didn't expect this? Although Lu Chuan said this on his lips, he still followed Xinyu as a street skater to go. Get off me. When they thought they would just walk on aimlessly, they suddenly heard a female voice coming from the crowded place over there. Yet again, because gossiping is the nature of every human being, they were also attracted to eat melon in the crowd over there. Please let go of your hand. One girl frowned and struggled hard against the hand that was caught by the others. Let go? Why should I let go? It's obvious that you're the one who beat up my young master. How dare you leave without saying a word? A man who looked like he was positioned as a villainous youngster's follower grabbed the girl's hand and said viciously, "It was clearly your young master who tried to make a move on me in the first place, and I was already giving him face by just slapping him. Shay, who doesn't know that our young master is one of the top 3 good citizens in B City?" Said that follower like man's eyes unkindly swept up and down that girl. Although your posture is indeed good, you can't insult my young master like this. The girl now finally realized that what she had just messed with should be the kind of bullying rich boy that often appeared inside novels. Although it was true that he was able to teach them a lesson with his own skill, they would definitely take revenge on himself and his family if they found him afterward. Alas, what a good girl. Didn't expect to still be caught by this Yin family's rotten people. There was an old aunt in the crowd who said with a bit of regret, "Yeah, I remember this should be the 3rd time this month. Every time that Yin family's worldly son finds a pretty girl, he'll definitely use all sorts of reasons to tell his men to catch them." Those girls were initially planning to resist to the end just like that, but after learning about the family behind that lineage, none of them silently endured it. Another uncle who knew a little bit more about the inside story also followed and chimed in. Sure enough, just after the words from their side were finished, this with a BMW logo on it drove up from behind them, and then a man with sunglasses stepped down from the vehicle. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Do you know who this one is? The first son of the Yin family. If you know, why don't you quickly get out of the way?" The lapdogs who stepped down from the vehicles dispersed the crowd who were munching away while protecting the man in sunglasses as he walked inside the center of the crowd. Xinyu looked at the crowd from the 6 relatives stride forward. A little contemptuous gentleman said, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Really, those with sunglasses pretending to be a man are not good people. You say it is not Alu uncle?" But then it occurred to him that Lu Chuan was also wearing a pair of sunglasses when they met, so he just smiled awkwardly and then stopped talking. The lapdog who caught the girl hurriedly brought the girl to him after seeing his own young master arrive, then said to the man in sunglasses with a fawning smile on his face, "Young master, you're here? Aha." The man in sunglasses just responded casually before turning his attention to the girl. "Miss Blue, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Ha! The girl surnamed Blue didn't want to bother with this kind of rich young master at all, and after skimming the other party, she turned her head to the other side. "Stinking woman, can't you see that my young master is talking to you?" After seeing that the woman in front of him was ignoring his own young master, one of the doglegs immediately blurted out those regular dialogues. Next, if there weren't any surprises, it should be that rich young master's moment of pretending again. "Hey, little one, how are you talking to Miss Lan? Why don't you apologize? And little Dagger, you also hurry up and let go of Miss Lan's hand. Can't you see that her hand is already red from your scratches?" As expected, this kind of mundane routine that doesn't change once in a decade, Xinyu was already tired of seeing it, and just when he thought that things were just like that without any twists and turns, he suddenly saw the girl suddenly rioting. "Since you, the rightful owner, have appeared, then if I don't do something to you, won't it be a sorry offense for you all to slander me just now?" Saying that, the girl surnamed Blue first took out the few doglegs following around the rich young master with a sweeping motion, and then directly kicked the sunglasses man with his sunglasses directly several meters away. Cough. That rich kid's body also obviously carries a few points of 3-legged kung fu, so after being hit by that girl surnamed Blue's kick also only slightly coughed and stood up. "I didn't realize that the girl I found this time was a little chili pepper. Ha, but little master's favorite conquests are little peppers like you." With that, the rich kid pulled out something like a transmitter from his body and pressed the button down to hold it up. Chapter 40 Szechuan Opera Face Changing. Less than half a minute after the rich kid pushed the button on the transmitter, masked men jumped out from all around. Upon seeing those of his own men arrive, the rich boy's bottom line was renewed. "Miss Blue, Although you should be the one with the best hands among the girls I've seen, but even if your hands are good, you're still just one person. Now I just don't know if you'll be able to kick them out like you did earlier in the face of so many people." That girl surnamed Blue obviously also knew that there was no way to escape from the surroundings of so many people with her own skill, so she just bit her lower lip tightly and stood in place without saying a word. Give up? The rich boy subconsciously assumed that the blue girl had given up struggling after watching her stand there motionless for a while, but then the girl took a deep breath in as if she had made some kind of decision, and then slowly let it out. By the time she was done, the look of despair she had just given the rich boy when she looked at him again was gone, replaced by a feeling of wanting to burn with him. Gar. The rich boy subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva, then took a few steps back after seeing that feeling of madness hidden inside the blue girl's eyes. This girl wouldn't really want to die with him, would she? This thought was the thought that came to the rich boy after seeing the girl in front of him. No. Her expression was serious. If he were to give an order to those around him before actually doing so, then this girl in front of him would definitely fight with everything she had to do herself first before ending herself. Thinking of this, the rich kid rarely flinched. I didn't expect that after so many years of rampaging, today I actually really met that kind of crazy person who didn't want to die. Well, didn't you say you wanted to fight? Why don't you hurry up and order them to attack me? After making the decision, the girls were no longer afraid of the man in front of them. They were going to die anyway. Rather than live and die, it would be better to fight to the death for a few more. Young master, quickly tell those people around you to give this little a bit of a look. To think that a woman's strength would presume to challenge our Yin family's elite. It's true that this kind of brainless lapdog is essential if you want to advance a villainous plot. Can't you see that your own master is already starting to entertain the idea of backing out? Are you their master or am I their master? The rich kid was officially in a dilemma because of the sudden statement from the doggy at the bottom of his feet. If they really launched an attack, relying solely on the elites inside their house could protect his dog's life in the melee or not. If this is stopped, it will affect his prestige as a bully in B City. For a moment he felt that the processor inside his brain could no longer handle the situation of the next thing. But then a phone call from home completely resolved his current awkward situation. Jingle bells. How wonderful would it be to hear the sudden ringing of a phone at a time like now, when we're stuck in an awkward atmosphere? So the rich kid quickly pulled out his cell phone that had been ringing nonstop from inside his pants pocket. The rich kid just picked up the phone without even looking at the call alert. And despite not knowing exactly who it was, he decided to repay the person he was now on the phone with. But such thoughts simply ceased to exist once he picked up the phone. Hello? Is it me? The rich kid's voice, which he thought was very kind, was replaced by a roar like the person on the other side of the phone had gone mad. Brat, where are you now? The rich kid was also obviously startled by the person on the other side of the phone, so after glancing at the screen, he realized that it was actually his dad who had called. I'm at home. After the rich kid answered this question, there was a sudden silence on the other side of the phone, but with it did come a louder roar. You wouldn't even be on the internet if you were at home, okay? Now my boss has been called over to ask me what this is all about. How do you expect me to explain to him? The growling voice on the other side of the phone didn't surprise the rich kid, and he even very calmly pulled out his ears before saying to his dad, "Isn't this kind of thing something that happens all the time? Anyway, wouldn't it be fine to just give some favors up there when the time comes?" The man on the other side of the phone almost died from his anger after hearing the rich kid's words, and finally got his breath back only after the secretary next to him handed him a few quick-acting heart-saving pills. "Do you think I need you to teach me these? If it could be handled that way, why would I need to call you?" said the man on the other side of the phone. His voice suddenly became smaller, and then continued. "The problem is that this time, the top suddenly transferred a group of people over. Before they can figure out their intentions, they simply don't dare to act rashly. How on top this time? The topsy-turvy kind. Gar." The rich kid subconsciously swallowed another mouthful of saliva before anxiously saying to his dad, "I know, I'll handle this matter properly." After saying that, the rich kid first hung up the phone in his hand, and then gave the present on a wave of interpretation of what is called Sichuan opera face. I only saw the rich kid smiling and instructing those around him to back off first. Then he himself raised his hands and came to the girl surnamed Blue and said, "Miss Blue, I was wrong about this matter. Can you just forgive us? What? Is this B-town bully suddenly out of his mind? Or is this another scam?" This was the thought that came to the minds of everyone present who had ever seen the evil deeds of the rich boy in front of them. "Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Could it be that you want to falsely ask for my forgiveness first, and then get back at me afterward?" Miss Blue said suspiciously as she looked at the rich boy who had suddenly changed his appearance. "How could it be? This is my sincere and genuine apology. If you refuse to accept it, then I'll just kneel here and wait for you to forgive me before I get up again," said the rich boy, who really did make a gesture of wanting to kneel on the ground, but was stopped by Miss Blue. "Your apology is accepted, but instead of apologizing to me, you'd be better off apologizing to all those girls you've trashed over the years." Miss Blue's words were echoed by everyone present, and for a moment the rich boy was once again caught in a dilemma. Chapter 41. It's still on. Ha! The rich boy looked at the blue girl with a stupefied expression. He simply didn't expect the woman in front of him to bring up the things he had done in the past. What I said instead of trying to apologize to me. You should make up for the mistakes you made before. Although Miss Blue's meaning in saying this was purely just to make this rich boy compensate the young girls he had spoiled to give some compensation, her words turned into a necessity for him to pay the due price in the ears of the rich boy. That's why his expression got a bit ugly when he looked at the blue girl again. I say, Miss Blue, your family doesn't live by the sea either, but why do you have to be so broad-minded? The rich kid said in a slightly unkind tone to the woman in front of him. Little master, I am willing to apologize to you as to look up to you. You are not my wife, why do you want to care about my previous things? Said the rich kid once again, looked her up and down, then said with a smile, could it be that you want to be my wife so badly? When the crowd heard this, they only felt that the rich kid was too self-conscious. Even the blue girl in front of him directly had clenched her small fists after hearing such words, with a tendency of wanting to continue to fight with the other party properly. At this time, stay in the crowd to eat melon, eat is cool. Chinyu suddenly heard his pants pocket inside the cell phone rang, so he greeted him next to Lu Chuan, then quit the crowd to a quiet place to pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? Where are you now? Little feather? How the environment around so noisy? Calling this phone is exactly Chinyu's dad, Chin Fei. Over there, he just got off the plane, was about to ask Chinyu where he was when he heard the noisy sounds coming from around the other party now. Nowhere. The reason for the clamor from my side is just that there is a rich kid who is forcibly robbing people's girls in public again. Saying this, Chinyu told his father what he had just gossiped to in the crowd. Chin's father on the other side of the phone was at first patiently and quietly listening to his son's amusement as if he were telling the contents of a novel, but then even his breathing became heavier after hearing that the other party was already in this situation for the third time this month. You know, it's not even the first week of the month yet, so doesn't that mean that rich kid is basically trashing one every 2 days? Yet, instead of severely punishing this rich kid, the local administration of this city even went so far as to be in cahoots with those worldly families of theirs? Thinking of this, Father Chin glanced at the local leader who was leading their party in front of him, who was also from a rich family. It seemed that this trip had really brought him to the right place, now that his status had been elevated by the old master to the third in command of the military department. If those words spoken by his own son were true, it was just right that he could take advantage of the time to rectify the cities governed by those several lineages. I already know all these things you said, but do you really just simply want to eat melon? Chinyu's father's smirking voice came through the microphone, causing Chinyu to hold the next words he wanted to say inside his throat. After Chin's father heard that there was no longer any sound from his son's side, he just gave a dry laugh and then hung up the phone after exhorting Chinyu, because the advance guard on their side had already stopped in place to wait for themselves. If they walked over slowly again, they would definitely be taken as playing a big game, so Father Chin could only hang up the phone to catch up with them at a quick pace. Unlike Father Chin's side where the bigwigs like socialize with each other, Chinyu's side's big drama just happened to be almost over, but the end result was obvious, of course, and both men parted on bad terms, because the blue girl's side was merely trying to get justice for those girls who had been spoiled by that family named Yen, but they were all shrugged off by the rich kids for various reasons. Since you don't want to make it up to those girls, then forget everything I just said, but don't even think about asking me to forgive you for that one. Miss Blue looked at the doglegs and worldly children who had fallen on them in disgust, because just now, those few doglegs had again made a good attempt to catch Miss Blue to force her to agree to their young master, but again, they were sent flying to the ground by a few kicks from the place. The last bit of patience of the son of the family surnamed Yen also disappeared just now. Since there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides, then why did he still have to bend himself to beg for her forgiveness? Moreover, the son of the world family looked once again at the blue girl's delicate little face and body that makes people want to commit a crime. As the saying goes, dying under the peony flower to be a ghost is also a flirtation, isn't it? If you can pleasure yourself over the woman in front of you, it's definitely a blood moneymaker, okay? So when he looked at the blue girl again, Yen-sen had already turned into a lecherous expression, and after instructing those elite members of his own family behind him, he stepped back a few paces and waited for them to tie that woman over. Looking at the large group of people who were moving stupidly, there was only one thought in the minds of those who were eating their melon. That would be that the fight was still going on, and that the dainty little girl still hadn't escaped the villainous young man. Why do you think they didn't go up and help? Come on, even if they go up there, it's just a headache. And even if they call the police or something, those JCs are just going to come over and go through the motions. After all, which one of them is going to be offended by the city's local snake? Miss Blue, let me ask you once more. Are you really unwilling to settle with me? If you agree to settle with me, I'll personally compensate you with 5W as moral damages. How about that? The son of the family who had already transferred those elites up behind him had already made another ultimatum to the blue girl, and if the other party really didn't agree yet, then he could only use the hard way. However, those words of the worldly children did not make the blue girl feel afraid. She even took a fighting stance waiting for those people to launch an attack. Cut the crap. If those family members of mine find out about this, they'll surely expel me from their home. Looking at the soft and tough blue girl, the son of that family named Yen could only let those elites of their family catch this girl first. Anyway, even if anything happened to him, his dad would help him solve it one by one. If that's the case, then don't blame me for destroying the flowers with a hot hand, said the son of that worldly family, stretching out his hand, and then letting the group of people from their family launch an attack on the blue girl. I mean, you guys really aren't ashamed of yourselves for bullying a little girl, are you? Chapter 42 Crowd Riot. I mean, you guys really aren't ashamed of yourselves for bullying a little girl, are you? A teasing voice suddenly came out from the crowd, making the son of the family who stayed in the center have no way to stay calm. And at that moment, he put his eyes into the crowd, and also roared loudly, "Who the hell is it? How dare you talk to me like that?" Originally, he was already very upset after he had suffocated on the blue girl's side, but he didn't expect that the dilettantes over there, who were eating in the crowd, would dare to talk about themselves in such a way. Do you really think he's a soft touch if he's not powerful? So at that moment there was a repetition of what had just been said. Who on earth said that just now? If you have the guts, come out to me. Saying that, the son of that worldly family added, if no one comes out even when I count to 10, then I'll catch everyone present in my house and give them a good hammering. Of course, he lied to those people about that last statement. Even if their family in this place how powerful, if you want a hard to this group of people are caught back to their own home. Not to mention his dad cannot protect him. Even his dad wants to be righteous to kill his family it. But it was also because of this threatening remark of his that the people who were eating the melon were on edge, only to see that they all glanced at each other at those around them. And then they all coincidentally all took a step forward. I said it, *N. Though none of the voices in the crowd were quite in sync, their hearts were tethered together at the moment. The people's heart, this kind of thing can both carry the boat and overturn the boat. Originally this place and their family's interference in the people have become unbearable. And now in front of the eyes of this family's son also presumptuous want to continue to use the power to suppress them, which makes them how will not be annoyed up. One of the tall and strong big man directly walked to the front to look at the rich kid and yelled loudly, "We are all equally from China. Why should you so-called families be superior to us?" That's it. The big man's words caused everyone in the human crowd to raise their hands in agreement, and there were even some more daring ones who walked directly to the blue girl's body to protect her. You are revolting, aren't you? He has always been arrogant and domineering. Inertia however seen this kind of scene hurriedly called out to his side of those of their own elite blocked in front of their own peace of mind down. Yuck. I thought he was the son of the Yin family, but I didn't realize that he's just a loser. If he didn't have those men, I'm afraid that he doesn't even have the courage to stand up, right? A big mom in the crowd spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground and said in disgust, that is to say, isn't it just that you were reincarnated in a good family? How dare you call yourself a master in front of me? You don't have to pee to see what you look like now. How dare you call yourself a master? Even if you were to be a grandson to the old men wouldn't want to recognize you as a bastard grandson. What that man said was a bit more vulgar, but it was summarized eloquently enough. So what he just said was cheered by everyone present. In contrast to those cheers around him, the young master of the Yin family, who was surrounded in the center of the crowd, had long since lost the arrogant and domineering look he had just had at this moment. Now his only idea is to completely away from this group of unruly people to return to his own home to call his father to properly rectify this group of unruly people. Looking at the way the crowd is now surging, Qin Yu, who had just incited this group of eaters with just one sentence, had already sneaked away with Lu Chuan. Only on the way Lu Chuan looked at Qin Yu like he was looking at a monster is all. Fortunately, he had not offended the teenager in front of him before, or else with that kid's level of belly, even if he sold himself, he would still be smiling and helping that kid count his money. But perhaps this look from Lu Chuan was too piercing. Qin Yu just turned his head to see Lu Chuan looking at himself with that strange look. Uncle Lu, why are you looking at me like that? After hearing Qin Yu's words, for a moment Lu Chuan really didn't know how to answer the other party's question. You can't ask if the other person will do the same thing to you in the future, right? If he really dares to ask, he can guarantee that Qin Yu will definitely be less likely to make a blank stare at him. Sure enough, after he had just finished explaining, he saw Qin Yu looking at himself as if he were looking at ZZ. I say, Uncle Lu, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Qin Yu said to Lu Chuan without any good humor, leaving aside the question of whether or not such a flippant remark on my part could really incite that crowd, which had already accumulated a deep-seated grudge. What would we have done if those few people in our neighborhood at the time had reported us? Qin Yu's words he had not really thought about. After all, Just now that kind of situation, the worst condition is only that Blue Girl swept a group of Yin family's men after the final exhaustion of the other caught away. So this sudden riot was one of those few possibilities he hadn't thought about. You also know it's impossible, right? Xinyu knew that Lu Chuan had already envisioned several possibilities after he saw the puzzled look in his eyes. Lu Chuan nodded before saying, "Indeed. I have thought about the worst and best possibilities just now. It is that one possibility of mass riots that I did not think of just now. It's not that you didn't think of it, it's that you think the likelihood of it is so low that your brain subconsciously wants to ignore it." Xinyu looked at Lu Chuan with a look that had long been seen through, then continued, "The hearts of the people, unity, as well as luck. To be able to cause that riot just now, basically luck is the overwhelming part. You simply don't know whether the one beside you will respond to your own call to stand up together to fight the enemy, and you don't know whether the other side, even if they stand up, will stab themselves in the back later. So yeah, that's the reason I just said luck is the overwhelming component." After listening to Qin Yu's explanation, Lu Chuan just looked at the other party and froze for a while, and finally just sighed deeply and said, "Qin Fei, that bastard really gave birth to a good son, ah. So good that it really makes me feel red in the eyes, ah." Although Lu Chuan said these words do want to make people spit. After all, you a bachelor who does not even have a wife yet talk about a hammer envy, ah? Even if you are envious, it's better to wait until you find a date first. So Qin Yu just gave Lu Chuan a strange look and rushed with him to the coordinates that his dad had just sent him. Chapter 43, Step-by-Step Erosion. Inside the B-City airport, Father Qin and the others had just gotten into the vehicle provided for them by the local personnel in B-City. "I didn't know that the leaders suddenly visited. If you can't greet them, please have more patience with the leaders, ah." The local officials who were also sitting in the back row as escorts smiled apologetically to Father Qin and the others. Where, thanks to Mr. Mayor, who doesn't mind country people like us who came from small places to study, and even sent so many of his colleagues over to greet us. It's still really flattering to us. For this pattern of seeing people talking about people and seeing ghosts talking about ghosts, Qin's father, who had rolled around in the shopping mall for all these years, had long since seen it all. But the other party had sent a vice-level cadre over to greet them, which they had not expected at all. At first they were still thinking that if the other party just sent secretaries and civil servants and other personnel to accompany them, they could take the opportunity to set a little something out. But they did not expect these people actually sent these old foxes out. Ha ha. Another official sitting beside Qin's father let out a laugh and said, "If people sent from the military headquarters in City A are called countrymen, then wouldn't we in City B not even be country? Oh, it seems that your excellency knows all about our identity?" After Father Qin saw that the other party simply didn't even pretend, he didn't bother to make any more official statements. After all, most of those kinds of things are one set before the person and one set after the person, and he was too lazy to set himself up. Of course, the captain of one of the erstwhile military department squads, but it's just that this squad's lifespan is surprisingly short is all. The man said with a smirk, "It seems that your excellency has really come prepared? I wonder if you are a son of the Lu family or the Yen family." The only ones who could know about their military department's actions in that much detail were the world families or the group of assholes that the world families kept in captivity. So Father Qin was now subconsciously wary. "Don't worry, I'm not one of those so-called worldly dogs, so you don't need to be so wary of me." After that official glanced at the other one, both of them opened the partition between the back row and the front row, and then got another signal jammer out of their own bodies before looking at Qin's father anew. "If I'm not mistaken, Captain Qin's sudden visit this time is for the other captain surnamed Lu who was caught by the Lu family, right? So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Qin's father narrowed his eyes at the man in front of him. If the other party wasn't from one of those families, how could they know so much? And there are a lot of things that even the other lineages don't know about. Alas, I didn't realize that you're still so wary of me, Captain Qin, but I think we can work together this time as well, can't we? Saying that, he pulled out a few documents from that briefcase he had with him and handed them to Qin's father. "What is this?" Qin's father took the document that the man handed over to him, then tried to open the first page, and realized that most of this document contained evidence of crimes that some people had committed in these past few years or in the past decade or so. Qin's father opened the back of the several copies, and found that it is still some evidence of adultery and other things. "Why did you give these things to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll turn it around and give it to those worldly families in exchange for favors?" Father Qin laughed and put those materials aside before looking at the official who wanted to cooperate with him. "You won't." The official said a few words seriously to Qin's father, and perhaps later, after feeling that it seemed impolite to say so, he went on to add a few more words. "You won't give them this evidence, or you're not that kind of person at all." "Oh, are you that certain?" Father Qin looked at the official in front of him with a smirk. "If you were that kind of person, no one would have set up that setup specifically to exclude you guys in the first place." The two sides just looked at each other for several minutes, and after seeing that the other party did not look like he was lying with this expression now, Chin's father did not intend to spend any more time with this person. So, what do you mean you're handing me this evidence? It can't mean that you're going to let me deal with the people on top of the documents, can it? No? After hearing Chin's father say that, the man's tone instantly lowered. If the man's head had a pair of ears, those ears must have just drooped as well. Isn't it a matter of course? Chin's father said to the man without any good humor. If so many people are put in jail at once, not to mention whether it will have any impact on the people's lives or not, the positions vacated by those officials will not be able to find suitable candidates for a while, will they? After hearing Chin's father explain this, that person didn't look so demoralized just now. Not can't but don't. That means if it's just a small part of the process, it's still okay, right? Chin's father smiled and nodded only after he saw that the man's expression had begun to change. After all, they are pointing so understand each other are not clear words. Then the other side proposed to cooperate in this matter. They are surely not possible to agree. Godlike opponent has been enough to annoy their own. If then a pig like teammates. Does he want to keep playing? So he took out his cell phone and pretended to swipe a few times, then fixed the image on a thing inside B City that had just hit the hot search. Wow! I didn't realize that these sons of the world's families would dare to forcefully rob the people's women in public, but also even raise private soldiers. Why do you think the relevant people don't care? The man sitting next to Chin's father was still thinking about where exactly to start first, but then after hearing Chin's father's voice, he was instantly surprised by a certain blog hit on his phone. Captain Chin, let's borrow your cell phone first. After saying these words, he directly made a move to grab the cell phone in the hands of Chin's father, completely forgetting that these hot searches were something that could be seen everywhere. That official, after snatching Chin's father's phone, realized that this one hot search was actually something that happened in their city B, and that protagonist on the hot search was none other than one of the people in his several documents, Yen Shu of the Yen family. If you are thinking of looking for a breakthrough, why don't you use these little shrimps a little bit to fish out those big fish behind him? Only these breakthroughs come out. Won't it become a matter of course to want to clean up those big fish? That official first looked at the cell phone in his hand for a moment before realizing that Father Chin was trying to tell himself to use this one thing to start investigating more things. As long as all the relevant people involved in this matter were eliminated, wouldn't it be possible to dismantle the encirclement network brought about by these families step by step? Chapter 44. Something happened to the daily walk. The official who already had a general plan was like finding a goal to strive for at once. First returning the cell phone in his hand to Chin's father, then sending him to the door of the hotel and leaving. This kid. Chin's father shook his head and walked into the hotel room they prepared for themselves. As for the other with him to come to those who accompany, of course, is to follow the local officials together to learn to go, or really think that this is just a front? The only person who came with them was Chin's father, a titular leader. Now just wait for that brat Chinyu to bring Luchuan over here. After sending the coordinates and address to his son, Chin's father went back to his room to video with his wife. His job was just to bring those two guys back anyway. With the other side of the just finished playing pussy Chin father different, Chinyu behind them is being a crazy chased a whole several blocks. Every time they thought they had gotten rid of each other, the next instant the other party appeared behind them again. I Blanche, how come we just can't get rid of this crazy woman? Didn't you tell her we didn't do it? Why is she chasing after us? Fortunately, Luchuan has not neglected to exercise in the past few years, or else he would still have to run this kind of all-out marathon at his age of several dozens of years, which is really too long for his life. I don't know. Just now I merely just returned that jade pendant I picked up on the road to her, and then the other party has been chasing us. Do not hear okay once heard Luchuan know the cause of the problem, so he directly stopped and grabbed Chinyu's collar, but both sides almost fell out because of inertia is the reason. Ouch! What are you doing? Chinyu rubbed his throat irritated. He almost thought he was about to be murdered by Luchuan just now. What's the difference between being suddenly grabbed by the collar while running normally and quickly, and running full tilt into a piano wire? Do you think there is a possibility that the other party is not coming to trouble us at all but wants to repay us? Luchuan suddenly said seriously to Chinyu. Ha, think about it. You returned the other party's lost jade pendant to the other party. Isn't it normal that the other party should thank you? Chinyu felt that there were still a few points of truth after hearing what Luchuan said, so he nodded seriously. So did the other person just thank you or say anything to you? After thinking carefully for a moment, Chinyu shook his head. No, I followed you directly after handing over the jade pendant to the other party. That's not it. The more Luchuan heard, the more he felt that this assumption of his was right. The other party must have been chasing after them because they wanted to say thank you to that Chinyu kid. You say it's impossible for someone to do something that troublesome? Come on. What kind of person isn't there in this world? Maybe the other guy is the kind of guy who's passionate. After firming up his own assumptions, Luchuan took Chinyu to stay in place and wait for the crazy woman who had been chasing them to catch up. Otherwise, if they were to run a marathon like this, a few lives would not be enough to squander them. After several minutes, After they had just finished the milk tea they had purchased from the stall next to them, the crazy woman finally caught up, but the other party brought several times as many people along with them. That crazy woman obviously also saw Chinyu sitting obediently on the chair, so her eyes immediately brightened up, and she hurriedly brought the followers behind her to come up. Ha ha, you guys are finally tired of running, aren't you? As soon as the crazy walked up, she taunted Chinyu and the two of them indiscriminately, and it was only after the senior follower behind her reminded her of the reason why she had come this time. So just now also hot and spicy crazy woman all of a sudden turned into a wriggling pregnant girl, so that in front of her Chinyu and Lu Chuan almost thought that just now they were dreaming it. How else could a person become two completely opposite personalities in a short period of time? Thank you for helping me pick up that jade pendant just now, crazy woman red-faced to Chinyu said. Despite feeling that this current atmosphere is a bit weird, Chinyu still smiled and nodded. There's no need to say thank you to me. Any person who picks up that jade pendant on the road will return it to the owner. Saying that, Chinyu looked at the jade pendant that the other party was carrying around his neck. This jade pendant should be very important to you, right? So you shouldn't be so careless to lose it again in the future. After hearing Chinyu's words, that crazy woman is not right, now should be transferred to feed the wyvern girl. That wyvern girl smiled sweetly at Chinyu before nodding earnestly. Aha, I will definitely not lose it again in the future. Chinyu thought that this matter was over after seeing that the other party had already thanked him, so he wanted to take Lu Chuan out of here and continue to the hotel where Chin's father was, but he was surrounded by the young girl's followers on the side. I say this young lady, why are you still letting these people surround us? Lu Chuan on the side after seeing this young lady in front of her just after that state vaguely already guessed a little bit, but I do not know if the other side really is what they think is the case. The young lady asked the senior follower next to her what was going on after realizing that the followers she had brought here had surrounded her benefactors at some point. Miss, this is what the master, that is, your father, wants. Master, he said he wanted to see what the young man who helped his daughter pick up the jade pendant was really like. That's why he asked us to invite the other party inside the mansion for a good reception. Once the young sister heard that it was her father's arrangement, she didn't dare to say anything else. She just said sorry to Chinyu before hiding to the side and not daring to speak anymore. Both of you, please. The senior follower beside the young lady just now gestured at Chinyu and the others to let them get on the car. Now what to do? I did not expect the day line a good actually line accident. Chinyu slightly speechless said. I did not expect that I was only on the road to pick up a jade pendant and then hand it back to the owner, but actually have to be invited by the other party's parents to drink tea of. Can there be more speechless things than this? What else can I do? People just want to meet you, so let's just go have some tea and rest our feet. It'll have to do. Chinyu, who had already arrived at the answer, could only follow them to the car and then arrived at a huge manor in the suburbs. Chapter 45 Trenchless Ning Family. When the gate of this huge manor opened automatically, Chinyu realized that what he had seen from the outside was merely the tip of the iceberg. Large trees towering on either side stretched to the front of the garden, and a large sea of flowers was planted in front of the house. And the most surprising thing is that not only does this huge estate have a wide variety of sports venues, even horses, which are not even common in the market, can be seen here. How about it, Chinyu? This home of mine looks alright, right? The young girl had just seen Chinyu and Lu Chuan both observing the surroundings of her home after getting down from the vehicle. If you are saying that this level is also just okay, then I really don't know that the place where that person lives is even more luxurious than your home. After hearing what the young girl said, Chinyu just wanted to shout, rich woman, I don't want to make an effort. If he wasn't in the way of someone else beside him, Chinyu would have really wanted to say so. However, he was relieved to realize that he wasn't the only one with such thoughts after quietly glancing at Lu Chuan. Yeah, maybe it's because I don't really understand the situation outside, but I really just feel like this home of mine is just that is all. After the young girl shrugged her shoulders, she led Chinyu and the others inside the villa. When Chinyu and the others walked into the villa, they finally breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that the layout of this building was similar to those they had seen in the past. Looks like they share the same mindset as the rich people in this house after all. Thinking of this, Chinyu, who was still thinking about which foot to step inside the house first, returned to his usual self. After accompanying Chinyu and the others to sit inside the living room for a while, the young girl proposed to temporarily leave this place for a while, because she had been chasing after Chinyu and the others just now, so that her forehead had already been covered with a head of fine sweat. So after returning home, she had long been impatient to go back to her room and change out of the clothes she was wearing, and being able to drag it out until now to offer to leave was as far as she could go. You can't just bring a guest back here, and then the host family hangs the guest out to dry and then goes to take a bath themselves. Can you? If that was the case, not to mention whether or not her dad would complain about her, it would be impossible to say anything about her culmination as a lady. The young girl apologized to Chinyu while instructing the servants around her to treat them well. You guys make yourselves at home here first, I'll go back to my room to change into a piece of clothing before I come back. Got it. We'll take care of ourselves now. Although Chinyu said so on his lips, just now after the young girl's introduction, he realized that most of the things inside the villa were valuable things. The sofa they were sitting on alone was a high luxury item specially customized back from a certain country. It is said that the price of just this one couch is enough to purchase a house in the neighboring city at full price. Ha ha ha. You don't have to be so nervous. Anyway, these things are some worthless things. Broken then broken. The young girl obviously also saw the nervousness in Chinyu's expression, so she slightly flirted with each other again before walking into the elevator to return to her room. Yes, you read that right, it is indeed an elevator. However, after seeing that a random item inside the living room could buy several elevators, Chinyu and the others would no longer be surprised now. Several more minutes passed like this, and when Chinyu was about to enjoy the second piece of cake served by the maid, he heard the sound of a car engine coming from outside the villa. Presumably, it was that big brother who wanted to see Chinyu and the others who had returned? Sure enough, after the door of the villa was opened, it was found that basically all the servants in the living room stood on both sides to welcome the owner of this villa back. Welcome back, with the sound of cheers in unison. What walked in was a middle-aged man who looked too ordinary to be ordinary. Not knowing that this middle-aged man had already reached the legendary realm of returning to the basics, Chinyu and the others even felt that this middle-aged man in front of them was just like the passers-by they usually saw everywhere in the roadside stalls. However, after seeing this large area of land attributed to the other party's name as well as such a large manor, there was still no way they could put the title of mundane on the other party as all. Oh, seeing that you're the young man who helped Xiaoya pick up the jade pendant just now, the middle-aged man put his eyes on Chinyu after seeing the large and small group standing in front of the sofa. Well, it does look like a book of talents, but it's still necessary to see what Yuera means before making a decision yet. After the middle-aged man looked Chinyu up and down, he said something that made Chinyu confused, but standing next to him Lu Chuan's eyes lit up at once. If it is really like what he thinks, Chinyu, this brat is definitely going to take off today. The middle-aged man saw the young girl coming down from the elevator after saying a few more words to Chinyu. Dad, you're back ah! The young girl, after seeing the middle-aged man sitting on the main seat, jogged in surprise to the sofa where the other party was currently sitting. Ha ha, since I've already invited the guests back, then as the host I definitely want to come back as early as possible ah. And it's still about my own daughter's big life event. The middle-aged man's bright voice made the young girl sitting on the armrest of the sofa blush again at once, but while blushing she also did not forget to sneak a glance at Chinyu on the next sofa is. The middle-aged man looked at such a shy young girl. How could he not know that his daughter had already seen the other party in the right eyes ah? So when he looked at Chinyu again, there was already a feeling of scrutiny of an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Young man, what do you think of this daughter of mine? Chinyu, who had originally intended to take another bite of cake, could only put the cake back on the table after hearing the middle-aged man suddenly cue to himself before looking at the young girl who was lowering her head to the side. Miss Ning is a very nice girl. I didn't expect that after I just helped her pick up a small jade pendant and returned it to her, she would insist on chasing us for several blocks to thank us. The young girl hid behind her father with a blushing face after hearing Chinyu's flirtation and didn't dare to come out, and could only sneak out a small head from the sofa to give him a pouty look. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my daughter to have such a valiant day ah? The middle-aged man laughed as he gently nudged the young girl's sneaky little head. But it is indeed the purpose of our Ning family to return favors is all. Chapter 46 The Origin of Ning's Group. Chinyu, after hearing the middle-aged man say so, he subconsciously thought that the other party was in order to want to repay them before specially inviting them to come to the villa here. After all, this is the purpose of other people's homes. You can't keep others from repaying them, right? So Chinyu, under the other party's generosity, had no problem asking the maid to serve himself 2 more cakes and enjoyed them happily. After seeing Chinyu picking up the cake and enjoying it one bite at a time, the Ning family's father and daughter were not in a hurry to continue the conversation, and even told the maid to serve them each a cup of black tea to drink as well. This strange atmosphere lasted until after Chinyu finished the last bite of cake before it ended. Young man, would you like another cake? Our cake maker is a senior dessert chef who was specially hired back from a certain Kirin, Ning's father said with a smile to Chinyu, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, after taking a sip of black tea. No, I'm already full. After hearing Ning's father's voice, Chinyu remembered that they were now inside someone else's home, so he hurriedly rearranged his body with an embarrassed face and said to Ning's father, Mr. Ning has just made you laugh. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Hayuki usually sits on the couch like you after she's had enough to eat, so this little thing isn't a problem at all. As soon as Ning Xiaoye heard that her father was revealing her old self, her face, which had already calmed down, was instantly dyed a pink color again, and she didn't even forget to look at the other party with a grudging face. Ahem. After feeling his daughter's grudging gaze, Ning's father coughed slightly awkwardly, and then said to Chinyu with a smile, young people are just as open as you are, or else all day long the face is going to be to whom to see ah. Although Chinyu knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was explaining to them, but he always felt that such a metaphor was really a bit strange as all. After the few people had talked some more in this way and talked some more, Chinyu was ready to propose to leave. After all, even the cake has eaten several pieces of other people. If you do not propose to leave, do you still want to eat dinner before leaving? However, when Chinyu offered to leave, he was forced to stay by Ning's father. Young man, don't leave in a hurry first, we haven't even thanked you yet, said Father Ning, then ordered the maid to bring out a few more tiramisu from the kitchen and put them in front of several people. Let's just talk about it while we eat. This is slightly more complicated. Originally, Chinyu had already planned to leave, but for the sake of the cake on the table, he should stay and listen to what this Mr. Ning wanted to say, right? Well, it wasn't that he was attracted to the cake on the table. This incident actually happened after Hayuki was born. Ning Xiaoye almost died in childbirth due to a difficult labor, and at that time, Ning's father wasn't a rich businessman with a lot of money in his pockets like he is now, but rather a poor family that had one meal without another. But let him feel strange. Ning's father is in the past as early as possible to work a few more jobs, want to make their wives and children a little better life, but received a letter claiming to be his friend. Old Ning, there's a man outside who claims to be your friend handing over this jade pendant and a letter saying it's meant for you. At first, Ning's father thought that this was a trick that the others had pulled off because they wanted to catch themselves, but when he opened the letter there was only a short set of numbers and nothing else. This made Father Ning's idea that this was an acquaintance giving himself mischief even deeper, and if the jade pendant hadn't looked quite pretty he would have thrown them all away long ago. So Ning's father threw the letter other than the jade pendant behind the garbage can. Yet time came again the next day, and as usual, he received a letter claiming to be from his friend, but this time, unlike the first time, there was an extra line inside the letter. In addition to the several sets of numbers still written, watch out for the people around you. For a Ning father who didn't have anything of value on him, of course he didn't believe in what was written inside the letter, and threw that letter into the trash after reading it. I don't know if it was by chance. After he returned home that day, he saw those relatives who hadn't been in contact for a long time suddenly came to their house, saying that they wanted to stay here for a few days to look for work. As soon as Ning's father heard this, he agreed with a smile and immediately vacated the empty guest room for the other party to live in. At first the other party did not show any strange thoughts, but as the days passed by, the interview of that one also failed day by day, and then remembered the jade pendant inside the house of Ning's father, which still looked very valuable. So in the evening of that day while Ning's father went out to steal the jade pendant, and even the other side of the wife is still not spared, but then fortunately Ning's father has long not come back to let the other side to get it, or else he has long regretted his life. When Ning's father went to work the next morning, he was afraid to go back to work, but the friend who had stopped for a long time delivered the letter again. This time there were still several sets of numbers, but this time they were labeled with the purpose of several sets of numbers, allowing Ning's father to buy a lottery ticket today. After what happened last time, Ning's father was already half convinced about what was in his mind, and if it was just a lottery ticket it was only a measly $2. He could still afford it, so he went there to the lottery station at the end of his shift and bought a lottery ticket according to the letter. But the result is obvious. He won the lottery, and it is still the first prize millions. After seeing the same set of numbers in the lottery ticket, he lost his mind and went inside the lottery station, and then followed all the procedures to pay the tax and give what he wanted, and finally got the huge amount of money after tax. However, after he had received the large sum of money, the friend sent a letter directly to his home. The above content is how to operate the stock process, including when to buy, how much to buy, and then when to sell and so on, all clearly stated. In this way, back and forth, Ning's father used the amount of money he earned back from buying stocks to set up a company according to the latest instructions, and then step by step, he accomplished the current Ning's group. After returning to reality, not to mention Qinyu and Lu Chuan, even Ning Xiaoye was looking at Ning's father with a dumbfounded expression. I didn't realize that there was really money falling from the sky. It even seems like you don't even have to pay any price to get a group of companies that can make your family's life worry-free for several generations. Chapter 47. Is this all a coincidence? Ning's father suddenly felt very good as he looked at the incredulous faces of those people on the couch. After all, at that time he was also like them, for this kind of pie falling from the sky once thought that there would be. This is false, causing him to that period of time a whole few days have not slept well. Doesn't it seem like it's all too unbelievable? Ning's father felt a little more comfortable in his throat only after drinking most of a cup of black tea. After all, it had been more than an hour of storytelling, and it was already a good thing that he had managed to make it this far. Indeed, because Mr. Ning, your white female ticket. Oh, entrepreneurial journey is too surprising to me. Just now Qinyu was about to say it was a white female ticket, but fortunately reacted quickly enough to round it off. Well, thought to himself, It's okay, I know I'm all over the place with all my money coming from white women. It's not, other than just following the letter. There's no difficulty at all to speak of, okay. It's basically the most typical case of me on Me Too. Alright, I know that this story is hard to believe at all, but the truth is that this is the case, Ning's father said as he spread his hands very freely. So what, Mr. Ning didn't ask us to stay simply just to tell us a story, right? At this moment, Lu Chuan, who hadn't uttered a word since the beginning, but suddenly spoke up, startling Qinyu, who was sitting next to him, to finally remember that there was another person present. And this one is? Father Ning did not answer this question posed by Lu Chuan in vain, so he placed his gaze on Qinyu who came with him. Oh, this is my relative? Neither. My friend? Doesn't seem to be. Either in the end it was really Lu Chuan who couldn't see past the situation before he said it was Qinyu's uncle before letting the crowd know the other party's identity. After watching Qinyu as the reaction of the Ning family's father and daughter almost didn't let Lu Chuan hang him up and give him a hard whip. It's okay that they reacted this way, but what the hell are you doing reacting the same way as them? But fortunately, Ning's father wasn't the kind of person to obsess over such trivial matters, and after shaking Lu Chuan's hand for a moment, he sat down again to tell the reason why he had left them here. Since you're Qinyu's uncle, I won't hide it from you. You know by now that I started off with that so-called friend, right? Everyone nodded silently. If they didn't know that several of them were meeting for the first time, Qinyu and the others would have thought that this was some new type of scam. In fact, ever since I was in the process of establishing Ning's group, that so-called friend of mine hadn't sent a letter over for a long time. But at the same time as Xiaoye's 18th birthday not too long ago, that friend of mine sent over a letter. With that, he went back to his study and took out a well-preserved envelope out and handed it to Qinyu. Mr. Ning, do you mind if I open it? Before opening the letter, Qinyu still felt that he should routinely ask the other party, and only after getting the other party's consent once again did he take out the letter from inside the envelope and read it together with Lu Chuan. The letter probably means to ask Xiaoyu to put that jade pendant somewhere at a certain time, and then wait after that person exchanges the jade pendant to Xiaoyu. Just marry Xiaoye to him. Bang! Ning father said this sentence still let Qinyu fell to the ground. Scared, he hurriedly snatched the letter carefully read up. However, no matter how he looked at it, the content of the letter was indeed like what Ning's father had said, letting his daughter marry the person who helped her pick up the jade pendant, and even the description of Qinyu inside the letter was almost as if he hadn't written his name on it. No, you're a little big for a friend fixer-upper, aren't you? Qinyu has been dumbfounded after reading the contents of the letter. He is a native of a city. If it is not because of the need to say the side of the small Karami words, simply will not set foot in B City today. Okay? Can I take the liberty of asking how old Miss Ning is this year? Qinyu suddenly thought of what Ning's father had just said, that this letter was sent over when Ning Xiaoye was 18 years old. So if it was only necessary to prove that this letter was written during this period of time, wouldn't that be proof that the letter was fake? The one who answered Qinyu was not Ning's father, but Ning Xiaoye, who was sitting opposite Qinyu looking at him with a shy face. Just call me Xiaoye. If you thought this letter was sent over only during this time, then you can probably stop expecting it. Ning Xiaoye covered her mouth and laughed daintily, because I'm all of 19 this year, and this letter came in the mail a year ago in June. What? Hearing Ning Xiaoye's words there, Qinyu stood up excitedly. Can you tell me more about the details of the date? It's fine. It's not just my birthday, June 13th. What's wrong? Ning Xiaoye looked strangely at Qinyu, who excitedly stood up then made her way back to the sofa. Oh, it's fine. I just thought it was quite a coincidence. It is not a terrible coincidence that June 13th of the previous year was the day that Qinyu just came out of the mental hospital. That is to say, at the time he came out of the mental hospital, the letter was handed over to the Ning family at the same time on the body of the father and daughter. Lu Chuan, who was beside him, was obviously also shocked by this coincidence, because at that time, Qinyu's father had asked for his help because of that one thing about Qinyu's schooling, so he only knew about this date, but I didn't realize the date would involve so many things at once. So what? Qinyu, are you willing to marry this daughter of mine? After seeing that things were pretty much baked, Ning's father once again brought up this matter from the letter to Qinyu. Mr. Ning, hey, don't be so hasty to answer me first. I know that your father, he has also come to this city now, so you can probably discuss it with him before answering me. Ning's father took the first step to stop Qinyu's reply, because this kind of life event could not be explained in a few words. Ning, what about Xiaoye? What do you think about this matter? At first, Qinyu wanted to call Ning Xiaoye as Miss Ning, but after seeing the other party frowning, he recalled her Xiaoye. Me? I don't have any idea about this, and your appearance kinda pokes at my fetish. Only after finishing this sentence Ning Xiaoye reacted to the fact that she just seemed to have said a very powerful thing. If not to see the other party's face and ears have been stained with a piece of pink words, Qinyu, they thought that she was the kind of tough girl at It's better to let me think about it first, right? Chin Yu did not immediately refuse or agree, but only exchanged contact information with the Ning family's father and daughter with each other before proposing to leave. That was enough information for him to think about today. What exactly were the intentions of that messenger? And is this all a coincidence? Chapter 48. I almost forgot you don't have a date. Chin Yu decided to leave the Ning family when Ning father has called the maid ready to send them back to the city in a special car. If not, know that this thing really cannot rush words. Ning father really want to set things down today. Are you really leaving? Ning Xiaoya's sultry look at Chin Yu the moment he sat in the back row of the vehicle almost didn't cause him to directly carry the vehicle and escape directly. But luckily she wasn't that sad until she was comforted by Ning's father as well as Chin Yu's assurances. Only later she still stood in the same place for a long time after seeing the special car that took Chin Yu and the others leave the manor before turning around and leaving. After watching the special car that had specially sent them back to the city turn around and go back, Lu Chuan elbowed Chin Yu, who was still in a daze from the time he left the manor until now. Well, there's such a top-notch little rich girl saying she wants to marry you. Really, don't you think about it? Lu Chuan's thieving flirtatious voice instantly brought Chin Yu back to his senses. Go. It's so annoying. I really don't know why there would be something so outrageous. It's obvious that both parties are meeting for the first time. And that man surnamed Ning actually wants to marry his daughter to a young man he's never met before just like that. And what's even more outrageous is that Ning Xiaoya that girl actually agreed to. Chin Yu felt a brain ache as soon as he remembered that outrageous thing just now. Why he just came over to save a person, but also stumbled upon something so outrageous. So, he just looked at the culprit who caused this troublesome matter. If not for Lu Chuan, this little Karami, he would not have been involved in this farce. Really is God TM friend. If they have such a friend has long been afoot to kick him to the. Chin Yu muttered. Seeing Chin Yu who was rambling, Lu Chuan came over and put his arm around him. If you feel troubled then just reject it. It's not like you have to agree to them anyway. As he said that, the smile that made people want to beat him up appeared on Lu Chuan's face again. Or are you saying that you can't let go of Ning Xiaoya, this rich lady's sister? But even if that were true I wouldn't laugh at you. After all, who wouldn't like a rich young lady like that? If it wasn't for the fact that your Uncle Lu is in his 30s and 40s, he might even grab one from you. After hearing these words from Lu Chuan, Chin Yu was not even willing to give this flowery-mouthed middle-aged man even a single glance. Straight away, he shrugged off the arm that was wrapped around him then headed for where his dad was without looking back. Che, it's so meaningless. Lu Chuan shrugged his shoulders before following up with his hands on his head dangling. This is it, right? Chin Yu looked at the location on his cell phone that Chin's father had sent him, and both the name of the hotel and the coordinates were pointing straight at the hotel in front of him. Then let's go in now. Saying that, Lu Chuan intended to step into this hotel first, but before he could walk into the entrance of the hotel, he was stopped by the security personnel on the side. This gentleman, please stay. Seeing the hand in front of him, Lu Chuan looked at the two security officers blocking him with a confused expression. Anything? We received an order from our superiors saying that a leader from the headquarters down here resides here at the time of the face, requiring us to strictly prohibit all strangers from entering this place. One of the security personnel said with a businesslike demeanor. After hearing the words of the security personnel, Lu Chuan had wanted to pull out his cell phone directly from his pocket to call Chin's father, but after touching his pants pocket for a while, he didn't touch it before remembering that his cell phone had long been seized by the Lu family's group. He then turned his head to Chin Yu, the only one who had a cell phone right now, and told him to call Chin's father to come down and get him. I've been doing this for a long time, but my dad his cell phone doesn't work. As early as when those two security personnel blocked Lu Chuan, Chin Yu had already dialed his dad's cell phone, but no matter how many times he called, the one who answered the phone was still the cold female voice that had been pre-recorded. Chin Yu did not believe it and repeated the call several times, but from inside the phone came out the same cold female voice. In the end the two men blocking Chin Yu and their security personnel could only let them sit on the sofa inside the lobby and continue waiting. While letting you up inside the guest room is out of the question. You can go inside the lobby and sit and wait for the call. The security officer's words were undoubtedly heavenly music to Chin Yu and the others, in that they thanked them and then sat down on the sofa in the lobby and continued to make phone calls. In the end they took almost 30 minutes to finally wake up Chin's father who was sleeping. You're still willing to take our calls? Ha! After going up to the room, Lu Chuan mercilessly sprayed Chin's father violently. If that bastard didn't answer the phone again, then he could only sell his son to the Ning family, and then those things in a city who love to do it. Hey, you're going a bit too far. I came all the way from a city to pick up you two dragons. Chin's father really couldn't stand Lu Chuan's broken thoughts anymore and directly threw the pillow on the bed over. Besides, I haven't even settled my son's affairs with you yet. If it wasn't your fault, how would my son have been messed with by this bunch of oddballs from the Ning family? Previously on the way back Chin Yu had already told his father the general story via VX. At the beginning, Chin's father thought that his son was not deceived, But then he investigated this so-called Ning's group through official channels before realizing that it was really a star group that had only been built in the last 10 years or so. Real estate, restaurants, clothing and even the medical side of the industry. This group is slightly involved. Of course, by dabbling here I don't mean building companies in every industry or anything. And there are some companies in the case of near bankruptcy by the current chairman of the Ning Group. That is, she knew today to see a large amount of capital injection into the father of Ning. All of them are more than salted fish, and even in all walks of life have a huge say. In fact, your son, he was a rich woman she looked at as not also quite good? I've seen that girl. Not only is she ridiculously beautiful, she's even very infatuated with your son. Saying that, Lu Chuan did not forget to flirt with Qinyu, who was helping charge his cell phone, with an ambiguous look. You really don't mind, do you? If you like then why not let your son? Sorry, almost forgot that you old now have not yet have no object it. Want to let my wife to help you introduce a few objects? Lu Chuan, you father and son are really dogs. Chapter 49 Depressed Qinyu. The Ning family's villa. The driver who had just sent Qinyu and the others back to the city had already returned to the villa to report to Ning's father, who even laughed softly after hearing that Qinyu and the others had just gotten off the bus where they had gotten on in the first place. Ha ha, this brat has a lot of heart. As he said that, Father Ning turned his head back to Ning Xiaoye, who was playing with her cell phone on the side. Xiaoye, are you still really going to accept this outrageous marriage? After hearing her father call out to her again, Ning Xiaoye replied without lifting her head. You're not going to tell me it's just casual talk, are you? If that's really the case, I'm going to run away from home. Originally, Ning Xiaoye was quite angry when she heard her father say that he wanted her to marry a man she had never met before. But then after seeing Qinyu, who was right in line with her ex-fetish, she realized that maybe being arranged for marriage by someone else was a good thing. Say what? Qinyu, this child I also quite like. I ask you, so not afraid that you do not like him? If you really don't like Qinyu, we can just not do what that letter said. How could I not like it? After hearing her father say this, Ning Xiaoye didn't even play with her cell phone anymore and threw it onto the sofa before walking behind her father to help him press up his shoulders. Let's not talk about what will happen if we don't follow what that letter said this time. Simply saying that the future husband that letter helped me choose this time is a man that both our father and daughter like is already blood money, right? And we don't know what kind of stinky fish I'll be matched with next time by that lousy letter if we turn down Qinyu. In the end, Ning Xiaoye walked to the armrest of her sofa and hugged her father's shoulder. So no matter what, Qinyu, this younger brother I'm going to marry, what do you think will happen if he refuses then? Come on, haven't you heard the saying? Women chasing men through the veil. As long as he is still a man, there will always be a day of probation. The conversation between the father and daughter of the Ning family inside the villa was far away from Qinyu in the hotel and they were unaware of it. But even if Qinyu knew about it afterward, he would only be able to sigh slightly. When are we going back? I'm going to get moldy if we stay in this place any longer. Already ended a round of firefight. Qin father as well as Lu Chuan are sitting in the room inside the chair eating noodles. As for Qinyu, words because just ate a lot of cake in the Ning family, because the father was sentenced to outside to help him run errands to buy things. Qin's father answered this question vaguely to Lu Chuan as he rustled and ate his instant noodles. Soon, when the time comes, we wait for the exchange of learning to complete and then directly take the hitchhiking plane back and Qin's father finished the last mouthful of soup in the noodle bucket before continuing to talk to Lu Chuan. And that thing you guys caused just now is going to take time to deal with. After Lu Chuan knew that he couldn't go back to a city for a while, he could only turn his grief and anger into an appetite, and a bucket of cup noodles was eaten by him in this way. You don't have to be so pessimistic. In addition to this matter, the old man but also told us to rectify the two families in B City. Saying that, Qin's father told Lu Chuan a part of what he had previously conspired with one of the deputy-level local officials to know. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, but the more people who knew about it, the more difficult it would be for the program to work. Lu Chuan again, after listening to the Qin father, this plan can only secretly sigh in the heart. Qin Fei and Qinyu, these two guys really deserve to be father and son. Actually, even the object of the Huohuo people are the same person. Previously inside the city, Qinyu is to look at the past before inciting the masses to save that girl. Now Qin father's that plan is also from that family name Yan's worldly son to start. They only know the truth of the whole thing. Lu Chuan can only silently for him in the heart of the face to light 2 rows of candles. But speaking of that girl, I don't know what happened after that earlier incident. Not far from the hotel in a 24-hour convenience store, Qinyu, who was driven down to run errands by his father, is now facing the most important choice in his life. He actually forgot to bring his cell phone when he came down. In this era of digital payments, basically everyone swept or was swept by merchants to pay with their cell phones, so Qinyu's pants pockets didn't even have the existence of named bills. What to do? According to a normal person's thinking point of view, Put those things on the basket back on the shelf and then back to the hotel to get the phone is the right solution. But he cannot get out of the awe. He simply did not expect that he was only down to run an errand, but actually encountered a robbery. Really, novels also dare not write so. People inside, listen. As long as you obediently hand over your belongings, our brothers will not harm you. But, said the bandit, and snatched the cashier's cell phone, which he wanted to secretly call the police, from the cashier's counter and smashed it at his feet. This time, I can't guarantee the safety of all of you if there's a next time. The bandit suddenly laughed. Moose moose, has the other pretty boy inside my body come online yet? You wouldn't even be able to defeat those bandits with toy guns, would you? It's possible to beat them, but I'm afraid that we'll have to pursue them for trouble. So do you have a way to beat them without being discovered by the others? You really think I'm a fat blue guy, don't you? Goo, isn't helping me helping yourself? Why do the two of us still care so much? No, don't even think about it. Just when Chinyu thought that the pretty boy inside that body wanted to swing for the fences, he suddenly heard him say, there are already people out there thinking about how they're going to save the people, so when the time comes, you can just covertly make a move and put all the credit on her. After saying this, the other Chinyu went offline. Crap, how can this be a good thing? Chinyu, who got this news, was already not as anxious as he was at the beginning, and even wanted to take a pack of melons on the shelves to secretly eat them. A few more minutes had passed, and besides the bandit's boss, who was sweeping everything of value inside the store inside the traveling bag in large quantities, there were only the customers, who were sitting paralyzed on the ground and were shivering. I also don't know when that righteous warrior will actually show up, Chinyu said secretly in his heart. It's getting close. There should be a couple dozen seconds left before the raid is launched. Sure enough, in the other Chinyu's words had just finished, a familiar female voice was heard shouting at the bandits inside the store. You have all been surrounded by this lady. If you are sensible, you will obediently bind your hands. Chapter 50, Confessions of a Bandit Boss. Chinyu had wanted to sneak a peek from the crowd to see which hero was so brave, but after seeing that familiar set of clothes, he was a little less calm. Why that girl just in the square in the trouble now, even so come to such a road to help the drama? Is that girl's family full of those legendary partners in justice? Not to mention the Chinyu who was going crazy inside the convenience store. According to the brain circuit of a normal person, why that girl waited for so long, did not call the police, and to come up here unarmed and alone to pick a fight? Now those people inside the convenience store want to give this tigress in front of them an E. The bandit's boss glanced contemptuously at the young girl standing not far from the convenience store and said, where did you come from? You meddling girl? Why don't you hurry up and get back? I'm biased, no. After the young girl heard the bandit boss's words, instead of backing off, she even stepped forward and walked up a few more steps. It's just a few people. How dare they commit such banditry in broad daylight? Do you really think that we from the Blues Martial Arts School don't exist? Gotta. Another big dumbass with delusions of being a partner in justice. Originally, Chinyu had thought that this fight was unavoidable. What was surprising at that time was that when those bandits heard the young girl report the Blue Clan Martial Arts School, their faces all suddenly turned pale. Blues Martial Arts Center? Is that the Blues Martial Arts Center I was thinking of? There shouldn't be anyone inside B City who would pose as someone from this martial arts school, right? It should be that Blues Martial Arts School. In that case, if it's someone from that Blues Martial Arts School, it might actually be possible to solve this thing single-handedly. The people trapped inside the convenience store all lowered their voices to discuss something, but no matter how much they lowered their voices, they still let Chinyu hear every word. Look on the past, that girl seems to not look so tigerate, Chinyu muttered in his heart. The bandits no longer had the same air of arrogance they had at the beginning when they heard the young girl report the Blues Martial Arts Hall, but they still forced themselves to stabilize their hearts that had begun to panic and said to the young girl, Girl, what kind of person is the Blue Hall Master to you? Director Blue? The young girl didn't react for a moment, but after freezing for a while she smiled and said, He's my grandfather. It's over. This was what was going on inside the minds of that group of bandits who had come to rob something. Why did he just walk into a convenience store to get some daily necessities and meet the granddaughter of Director Lon like this? After hearing what the young girl said, the bandit boss took a deep breath and said to his men, Brothers, I have a not so mature suggestion, can you listen to it? The rest of the bandits first froze when they heard their boss's voice, then they all laughed in unison. Bandit A, I say boss, that's a bit of an out-of-the-way thing to say. Haven't several of our brothers been under your leadership all along in order to survive to this day? Bandit B, that's right. If it wasn't for you, boss, saving us from the slums in the first place, where would we be today? Bandit C didn't say a word, just smiled and stepped forward to pat his boss on the shoulder, showing himself with a practical action. You guys. The bandit boss looked at the few juniors beside him with a moved face, and after wiping the tears on his eyes with his arm with force, he directly opened his mouth and said to the young girl, Miss Blue, can I trouble you for one thing? What? If it's to get me to let you guys off the hook, then I refuse. Miss Blue, can you not raise your hand and let the three of them go? Big brother, The bandit boss stopped the three people next to him, then continued to say to the young girl in front of him, "Those three people behind me are merely accompanying me under my coercion to come here to rob the convenience store. Can you let them go for the sake of the credit I've created for the martial arts school in the past?" With that, the bandit boss took off the mask he was wearing. "Uncle Lee, how are you?" The young girl was so surprised that she covered her small mouth directly after seeing the bandit boss's true face. After hearing the young girl's surprised voice, the bandit boss called Uncle Lee laughed bitterly at the young girl. "Ha ha. I also didn't expect the little girl who followed Curator Lon back then to actually grow up into such a large and elegant girl." Back then, when the bandit boss had not yet left the ghetto, it was because at that time there was a blue curator under the pickup just barely you were able to live. But then because of helping those families of the world to fight black boxing things by the blue curator so the other side in a fit of anger directly to the bandit boss to break the door. Without the constraints of the martial arts school, the bandit boss was slowly making a little money from black boxing, so he planned to use the money to pick up the poor families that used to be in the slums. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes, and although he did use this sum of money to pick up some of the poor families in the slums, later on, after he lost in a fight for that family at that time, the people of that family directly drove him out, along with all of those stragglers that he had taken in, being driven out of the house. Although they have the money left over from the previous bandit bosses who helped the Shi family to fight black boxing, but this money will always be spent one day, so the few of them went to the docks to work as porters again. At the beginning, those contractors did pay wages according to the agreed wages at that time, but as they became more and more familiar with the work, those foremen also put their ideas on them, deducting their wages for various reasons. At that time, because there was no signed contract or something like that, they had no proof, so they could only bite the bullet and leave with the deducted wages. I don't know if they have been given up by the world, but no matter which job they do, they are either docked for a variety of reasons or because they are given all kinds of hard time by their supervisors. So at the end of the day, they decided to find a remote convenience store to just grab supplies and not money. Today was the first day they had begun to implement this one plan, but it was directly broken by their benefactor's granddaughter. Ugh, the young girl could only sigh when she heard what the bandit boss said. "Uncle Lee, it's not that I'm not willing to let them go, but I understand." The bandit boss directly interrupted the young girl's words, and then said to the few minions beside him, "Later on when JC comes, all of you will put the blame on me. If it's just an accessory, it shouldn't be as much of a conviction as the main culprit." Chapter 51. Is this the latest type of pickup? The gangster boss's minions didn't even listen to what he had to say, and they all flat out said that the blame should be put on them. But it was only with that yell from the bandit boss that the farce of scrambling for the charges ended. Tick-tock dash. After the sound of a siren, JC, who was the last to appear, finally came over with his minions to clear the scene. But because of the bandit bosses and their obedient surrender, this convenience store robbery caused by the darkness of society ended just like that. Woo, finally able to see the sun again. The passers-by who had taken their statements in order in the convenience store were finally able to see the sun hanging in the sky once again. It was the first time most of them had encountered such a thing, so they all burst into tears of joy after leaving the convenience store safely. Name: Chin Yu. Gender: male. What's the point of coming here? Running errands for family members. Chin Yu was finally able to get out of the convenience store after JC asked him again and again, but when he had only just come out of the convenience store, he saw the young girl who wanted to be a partner in justice talking to the officer of this police operation. Why can't they have their sentences reduced? There was no need for Chin Yu to walk over and eavesdrop at all. The young girl's disgruntled voice instantly made everyone present put their eyes on her. Those guys were attempted robbers, but they were in violation of gun regulations as well as endangering public order regulations. For all the above offenses, even if our police are willing to look at their motives for committing the crime and reduce their sentences, the final result still depends on how our superiors sentence them. The officer who was talking to the young girl obviously knew her as well, so he didn't blame the young girl for her rushing. Instead, he kept explaining to her, but they all made such mistakes because of their lives. After hearing that officer's words, the young girl was still unyieldingly trying to defend those people inside the police car, but she was interrupted by the officer in front of her. Ms. Blue, it's impossible for life's difficulties to serve as a motive for the other party's crime. If it's true what you say, if everyone does something illegal under the banner of just trying to make a living, then how messed up would the world really be? With that, the officer glanced at the bandits being held in the police car. All I can promise you is to try to help them ask for a reduction when they are sentenced. After getting that officer, the young girl didn't continue to pester the place anymore, and after she finished thanking the other, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, when she turned around, she saw Chin Yu, who was not far away looking at them blankly. The young girl sighed before walking over to Chin Yu and saying to him, "Is it because you think I'm stupid?" What? Chin Yu had no idea what the young girl meant by that for a moment, The young girl was as if she didn't see the expression on Chinyu's face that was full of questions, and continued to say on her own, knowing that those few bandits wouldn't have even stopped because of it if they hadn't seen themselves, but yet they still helped them to plead for leniency. Saying that, the young girl finally looked seriously at Chinyu before saying with certainty, I must be sick in the head. If not for the fact that Chinyu saw tears already brewing in the eyes of this young girl in front of him, he would have nodded seriously. You can't say that. Chinyu pulled out a pack of tissues that the convenience store had just compensated him with from inside his pants pocket and handed it to the young girl. Although I don't know exactly what kind of hardship or other reasons those bandits had for robbing the convenience store. Perhaps humans will always subconsciously favor their own acquaintances? So it's not even about who's wrong or who's stupid. It's just that human nature is buggy. After hearing what Chinyu said, the young girl subconsciously laughed out. You're the most sophomoric man I've ever met. The young girl finally smiled a knowing smile at that moment just now. But thank you for those crooked things you just said. Otherwise it would have taken me some time to come out of it completely. Saying that, the young girl hurriedly stretched out her small hand as if she had almost forgotten something. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Blue Rain. How about you? Chinyu was really not at all on the inner brain circuits of this young girl in front of him, but still stretched out his own hand to shake towards the other party's small hand and replied, My name is Chinyu. Ouch, what a coincidence. Both of our names are you. Since it's so fateful, why don't we add a VX or Penguin account or something? Chinyu was really by the Blue Rain of hardcore cheat contact relationship to the knees, but still obediently took out his own cell phone out want to scan each other QR code. But the premise is that he has with the cell phone then. Unfortunately, my cell phone is still above the hotel forgot to bring down, and because of the reason did not bring a cell phone even to help run errands have no money to buy. Chinyu spread out his hands helplessly said, Why don't I pay for you first then go up with you to get the money? In a world where cell phones are never more than 50 centimeters away from you these days, it's amazing that there are still people who forget their cell phones. After hearing Blue Rain's words, Chinyu shrugged his shoulders and said, It can only be, but why do you want my contact information so badly? This should be the first time we've met, right? Well, it was Chinyu who saw the other party unilaterally in the square before, so there's nothing wrong with this being their first meeting. I don't know. I just subconsciously felt compelled to add to your connection to make it work. What's this? The latest type of pickup? Chinyu teased with a smile. I don't know. Maybe it really is. Saying that, Blue Rain even laughed along with him. Just like that, after the two of them bought the things that Chin's father had asked him to purchase in the convenience store earlier, they took their pass cards and led Lan Yu inside the hotel. The two security personnel outside the hotel also let them enter inside the hotel after seeing the unfamiliar personnel after some investigation. After Chinyu and the others got on the elevator, Lan Yu spat at the two security personnel at the entrance. Wow, why is this piece of hotel so strict? I've been in B City for so many years, and I haven't even seen any hotel that's that strict. This is the first time I've encountered it too. I was just stopped by them when I was going in for the first time too. If I'm not wrong, causing this situation should have something to do with you or the people around you, right? Blue Rain said with a smirk. Who knows? Chapter 52 You two are engaged. Just like that, after Chinyu pretended to be crazy inside the elevator for quite some time, the two of them finally arrived at the room where Chin's father lived. Ding dong. As the room's doorbell rang, the sound of footsteps began to come from inside. Here it comes. I just told your dad that you don't have your cell phone with you to use what to give money to. After Lu Chuan opened the door of the room, he found that in addition to Chinyu, who was carrying a bag of items outside, he actually had a girl with him following by his side. It's just why this girl looks so familiar is all. But more importantly, that brat Chinyu actually double-crossed a girl again? After Chinyu looked at Lu Chuan whose eye color kept changing, he didn't need to think about it to know that this rascal was thinking of something with and without again. Uncle Lu, shouldn't you open the door completely first and let us in? Lu Chuan hurriedly sidestepped after hearing Chinyu's tirade then opened the door completely allowing Chinyu and the two of them to enter the room. Only at the end of the Chinyu only just past Lu Chuan was caught by him. Brat, you just went out to run an errand, right? How come you hooked up with a girl again? He remembers that it hasn't even been 30 minutes since Chinyu went downstairs, right? And this is hooking up with another one? After hearing Lu Chuan's words Chinyu could only helplessly shake his head and say, alas, it's really hard to say ah. With that, Chinyu shook off Lu Chuan's hand that was wrapped around his own and walked inside the room. Uncle Chin? Blue girl? When Chinyu walked inside the room, he realized that it was another large-scale friend interaction session. Why are you here? Why are you here? Gotta. It's true that the nature of human speech is that it's a repeater, and there are times when not only do they speak the same thing, but even their tone of voice and expressions are exactly the same. Chinyu, little feather, what's going on here? Thinking about him finally after the question? Chinyu helplessly told his dad about how he had just waited hard for a few bandits because he didn't have his cell phone with him. and then waited very salty until JC came over to clear the grounds and then encountered Blue Rain. Who told you to forget to bring your cell phone? And if you directly 3 or 2 directly solved this matter where there are still so many things After hearing his son's explanation, Sheen's father did not comfort him, but even directly opened his mouth to sneer at him. He'd be in a hurry with anyone who said the man wasn't his old man. Just now these words without nearly 20 years of father-son relationship simply would not be able to say it okay. Seeing that the father and son of the Chin family began to interact, Lanyu directly stepped forward to interrupt the fatherly kindness and filial piety between their father and son, and then asked, Uncle Chin, you still haven't told me why you're here. He knows all of these but things concerning the military department he can't tell this girl Father Chin was still agonizing over how he was going to explain it like this girl. Then he thought of a way after seeing his own son. Son, since you brought this girl back, don't blame your dad for focusing his fire on you. Thus, Father Chin's eyes slowly began to grow evil as he looked at Chinyu. Blue girl, don't you know the reason why uncle appeared here today? This sudden anticlimactic hand of Chin's father's almost made Lanyu confused. Would she still be asking you if she knew why you were here herself? After seeing that Lanyu was dumbfounded by his question, Chin's father continued to say to her with an incredulous expression, Alas, isn't it because of the marriage between the two of you, Chinyu and Blue Rain? When did this get booked again? I know that for a moment you have not been able to accept that you are the ones who have the marriage contract, but this is something you have to know, isn't it? After all, you're all 18 years old. Chinyu, Blue Rain, so when did we suddenly have a marriage contract? It's only right that you guys don't know. After all, back then I was also on a mission to get engaged with Blue Girl's grandfather, Blue Eagle, the owner of the Blues martial arts school. Chin father saying this is not simply deceiving them Back then, Chin father indeed befriended Blue Eagle in the mission, and later on, after experiencing all kinds of overlife relationship, Chin father proposed that he wanted to advance the marriage contract or something like that, but he was rejected by the Blue Curator. Blue Curator, now are 3,202 years, actually still engaged in these so-called parents' orders matchmakers' words? At that time, Chin's father only wanted to try it out, so he didn't take it seriously. Lu Chuan, who was eating melons on the side, vaguely remembers as if there was really this scene, but he remembers that both sides were just joking at the time, so he soon learned that the old Chin guy was again pitting his son. So we're really an unmarried couple? Chinyu and Lanyu glanced at each other, both seeing an unbelievable expression in each other's eyes. Nothing wrong with, well, he wasn't wrong, having tried to have it was having it just didn't work out. This matter is better for me to go back and ask my grandfather before making a decision. After saying this sentence, Lanyu directly did not even want the money, and hurriedly left the room without looking back. Pong! As the door to the room was closed with force, the room returned to dead silence. So, this is about your damn military secrets again? Chinyu couldn't help but press his vaguely swollen forehead. Ouch, did I act that obvious? Chin's father said with a laugh. That's right. That's why that girl didn't see that little trick of yours, Lu Chuan said as he followed and gave him a blank look. I didn't say anything wrong If Old Man Blue had agreed in the first place, the two of you would really be an unmarried couple. Alright, I hope this is the last time you do something this irrational. Chinyu directly interrupted his dad. Still want a sophistry continue? Words seriously said. First, not to mention you this time nonsense talk will bring me how much impact. If Blue Rain she really pestered me, then what to do? What else can I do? Directly marry it. Anyway, Lanyu, that girl I am quite like, said Chin's father, skimming his mouth. I don't mind putting on an on-the-spot show of what it means to be righteous if you keep up this bull ********. What the War Department doesn't what? It's none of his business. A good official department to do the task to make it like a spy bandit movie. Even if it is extinguished, also extinguished. After all, it was all about him already, so it was normal to do a little resistance yourself, right? Chapter 53. Maybe they weren't aiming at her. Chin father looked at Chinyu, who was looking at himself with a disgruntled face and was first stunned before he remembered that his son was no longer the kind of small group of people that could be held by him in the past. Just the fact that he could single-handedly save Lu Chuan, the little Karami, from the Lu family's battle power proved that the other party's strength was already greater than his own. No, perhaps greater than that of the entire military department put together. Gar, when I think of this, Chin's father is still really afraid that his son, because of this one thing, completely cut ties with the military department. Not to mention the fact that Chinyu had enough capital on him to be able to make both the military department as well as the worldly families unable to belittle him. If Chinyu was disgusted with the military department because of himself as his father, not to mention whether the old man would severely beat himself with a stick because of it, it was still questionable whether he could return to his own home. After all, inside his own home, his wife's status is certainly the emperor level. If Chinyu that brat to the other side of the complaint, by virtue of his wife's favor to that brat, like months cannot return home, heavy their own swept away. So, Qin's father, after reassessing the position of himself and the brat in the various forces, can only to Qin Yu this he cannot afford to mess with the big man bowed down. That little feather. Ha, Dad knows that it's Dad's fault for letting you come as a shield this time. Saying that, Qin father went forward and pulled Qin Yu, who had turned his head to the other side without looking at him, onto the bed and explained to him, but don't you think it would have been optimal to divert the other person's attention as soon as possible in that situation? So that's why you betrayed me? After seeing Qin Yu's sultry eyes, Qin's father was first stunned, and then he put his eyes on Lu Chuan, who was not far away, hoping that his good brother would help him. Of course, if it was the kind of brother who had carried a gun together and gone through the same window would definitely step in to help Qin's father. But unfortunately, Lu Chuan and Qin's father do not belong to that kind of iron son-like relationship, only to see Lu Chuan, after noticing Qin's father's small eyes for help, decisively turned his head to the other side as if he couldn't see anything, and even disappeared to the toilet after that. Qin's father looked at Lu Chuan's back as he left and almost didn't bite the teeth on his mouth. That bastard Lu Chuan. I shouldn't have gone through all that trouble to come to B City to save him. However, what Father Qin had already forgotten was that it was his son Qin Yu who was responsible for the rescue of Lu Chuan from beginning to end of this operation, and the Ministry of War has he Qin Fei himself. Simply half the force is useless. However, Qin Yu, the biggest contributor to this rescue operation of Lu Chuan, was looking at his dad with a grumpy face. Does it feel like just because I'm your son I can't think about my feelings at all? Surprise! Hearing the voice behind him, Qin father remembered that he was still roasting on the stove, and if he didn't let the master be satisfied, he might have to sleep on the street for a while after he went back. No, feather. Son, listen to my sophistry. Bah, listen to my explanation. Things are not like this. Qin's father's hands were busy trying to explain properly to his son, but he just couldn't utter a complete sentence. Jingle bells. A sudden thought of a sharp cell phone ring disrupted the friendly exchange between the father and son. Son of a wait for Dad first to take a phone call before explaining to you. Saying that, Father Qin excitedly went back to his own piece of bed to pick up that cell phone on the pillow. Wait, no matter who the caller is in the end, today that person is his good brother. Even if Qin's father was full of joy when he picked up his cell phone, after seeing the name displayed on the screen, he was suddenly not happy, because this phone has only left the room not long after the Blue Rain grandfather Blue Eagle call over the phone. Just do not know that he suddenly called over this time is to catch up on old times or ask questions about the crime. Sigh. Death is death. After Qin's father had prepared himself mentally, he answered the call on his cell phone, but before he even opened his mouth, an anxious voice came from inside the phone. Qin boy, is my granddaughter still at your place right now? What? Didn't that Blue Rain girl leave 10 minutes ago? Qin's father listened to the words of the man on the cell phone with a dumbfounded look on his face before stating the fact that Lan Yu had been gone for about 10 minutes. After hearing Qin's father's reply, the person on the other side of the phone briefly froze for several seconds, and finally told Qin's father the bad news as he sighed. She should have been captured by someone. What? After hearing this news, not only was Qin's father surprised, even Qin Yu, who was sitting on the other bed, as well as Lu Chuan, who was eavesdropping inside the bathroom, were surprised. If Blue Rain, that girl is not at your place, it should just be caught by other people. The blue curator on the other side of the phone all of a sudden seems to be disengaged differently, and listlessly said this fact that made him at a loss. It shouldn't be. With that girl's skill it shouldn't be enough for her to be caught by others, right? Qin's father said the question in his heart. That's indeed true as per normal, but what if the other party is of that lineage level? Saying that, Qin Yu tells the matter of seeing Lan Yu being looked at by Yen Shu in the plaza earlier to let Qin's father as well as the blue curator on the phone know about it. After Qin Yu finished speaking about this matter, Qin's father looked at himself only with an incredulous face, then silently uttered a few words. You're still really damaging, but it's just damage? Actually also incited those melon masses to teach that family boy. If he is that person words, in finding the person who did this thing will definitely be hard to teach a lesson. Hey, is not right. Find that guy and teach him a lesson? If these two things are related, then the target of the other party should not be that girl Blue Rain. Thinking this way, Qin's father felt as if he had discovered something, but in order to verify this idea of his, a little bit of evidence is still needed before. Jingle bells. The cell phone of Qin Yu that was charging and the one that was placed aside suddenly rang. Who is this again? Qin Yu muttered before walking over and picking up his own cell phone, noticing that the screen displayed a string of unsaved phone numbers. Little feather. Answer the phone first. It should be a call from those who caught Blue Rain. Although he didn't know why his dad was so sure it was one of those people's calls, he dutifully answered the phone himself. Hello? Hello? Chapter 54. Are you threatening me? After Qin Yu connected the call, the only thing he heard on his cell phone was the sound of intermittent electricity. As for who the people over there really are and what they're doing, he has absolutely no idea. Hello? Is there anyone on the other side of the phone? Unfortunately, No matter how much Chin Yu called out to the person on the other side of the phone, a normal voice just came out on the phone. Feather, wait for a moment. Chin Yu's father stepped forward and grabbed the cell phone in Chin Yu's hand, then said the number that had just called Chin Yu's cell phone to Curator Lon. Where did you guys get this number? As soon as the blue curator on the other side of the phone heard the number that Chin's father had just said, his voice, which was already not very spirited, rose several degrees. So this is that girl Lon Yu's cell phone number? Even though Father Chin had already guessed the reason why Curator Lon would be so agitated, he still wanted to confirm it. There's no mistake. This number is indeed yours. The blue curator on the other side of the phone said excitedly. But where did you guys get this number? I don't remember hearing you say that she had given you the contact information when I talked to her earlier. After hearing the blue curator's questioning voice, Chin's father told the blue curator inside the phone all about what Chin Yu had told him about the plaza earlier as well as some of his own speculations. However, after listening to Chin's father's speculation, not to mention the blue curator, even Chin Yu, who was standing beside Chin's father, was a little confused. Blue Rain, that girl was actually caught because of him? After Chin's father finished explaining, he also didn't forget to comfort the blue curator on the other side of the phone. Blue old man, since this matter was caused by my family's little feather, then we definitely have to be responsible to the end. Phew, the blue curator recognized the thing only after a sigh of relief. Even if there was no Chin Yu messing around at that time, this granddaughter of his was inevitably going to offend the son of the family called Yen Shu. Only this matter was because of his reason to make Yen Shu's push all the things to Chin Yu only. What are you going to do? And how are we going to cooperate with you? After knowing who had captured Blue Rain, the rest was much simpler. Adding to the fact that Father Chin and the others still had an official identity here. No matter how bold the Yen family's people were, it was unlikely that they would do anything to her. Lon Yu, we're going to. Wait, there seems to be movement on the phone. Kala, kala. After a few more seconds of current sounds, there was finally a normal sound coming from the phone. Jia jia jia. I didn't expect you to fall into my hands after all. The first person to utter these words was a very lewd voice. However, according to the method of elimination, it can be easily concluded that the owner of that voice is precisely the Yen family's Yen Shu. Woo woo woo. The voice that then came out should be the Blue Rain who had been caught, but perhaps the other party only heard some simple sounds coming out due to the fact that they were gagged with something. Men, pull out the cloth from Miss Blue's mouth. Puah dash. Blue Rain, who had regained her voice, cursed and spoke to the man in front of her. Have you forgotten who I am? How dare you capture me in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that my grandpa will bring his men over to settle the score with your master? Saying that, Lon Yu glanced at his surroundings and said contemptuously, if I'm not mistaken, this should be inside your Yen family, right? TSK TSK TSK. I wonder how your Yen family's head of household would react if he knew that his son kidnapped a young girl from a good family home for no reason. These words Lon Yu, rather than saying to the Yen Shu in front of him, it is more like conveying the message to Chin Yu on the phone again. In a nutshell, she, Lon Yu, was just now caught back in the Yen family by Yen Shu with people to make them look for the blue curator to bring people to force the palace here in the Yen family. Yen Shu said with a smirk after hearing what Lon Yu said. Miss Lon, you don't think that our Yen family is really in fear of your Lon clan's martial arts school, do you? What do you mean by that? Even though Lon Yu hadn't intended that those words just now would make Yen Shu him afraid, it wasn't so bad that it didn't even have any effect at all, was it? What does it mean? It means literally. With that, Yen Shu called for someone to go over and untie Lon Yu. Instead of me having to go through the trouble of explaining it, it would be better if you saw it for yourself. Blue Rain, who had regained his freedom, first relieved his hands and feet that were not circulating blood just now due to the prolonged tying up, and then said to Yen Shu contemptuously, are you so confident in these men of yours? It's not that I'm bragging. If it wasn't for a group of you surrounding me just now, you might not have been able to catch me. TSK TSK TSK, don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you knock out any of the people around me, I'll immediately let you go, and I'll even personally come to the land's martial arts school to apologize to you. What do you think of this? Yen Shu said with a teasing look at Lon Yu. Really? Of course, you can choose anyone in the room other than me as your opponent. If you can knock out any one of them, what I just said will surely be done. After seeing such a credulous Yen Shu, Lon Yu was momentarily unsure of what kind of medicine was being sold in the other party's gourd. What's wrong? The heir to the Blue Clan martial arts school wouldn't even have the courage to accept a challenge in a 1v1 situation. Would he? If that's really the case, then that Blue's martial arts hall in your house doesn't need to continue to exist. Yen Shu pulled out from his body a copy of the real estate certificate that the owner of the Blue Hall had mortgaged to the Yen family as a guarantee back then. It just so happens that our Yen group is going to invest in an amusement park project, and this place here just so happens to be one that we can acquire together. Are you threatening me? When Lan Yu looked at Yen Shu again, there was no longer the calm and serene look that he had at the beginning, and the murderous aura that emanated from his eyes made Yen Shu unable to resist a shiver. This isn't exactly a threat, is it? It's just reminding you that inside B City, our lineage can do a lot more than you think. If I'm not mistaken, you should still be connected on your cell phone, right? You're surprised, aren't you? Yen Shu suddenly felt much more comfortable after seeing the current Blue Rain's expression. I had doomed you to do this when I told them not to take the cell phone. But what I find surprising is that it wasn't Old Man Blue you hit, but another brat. In this age of information technology, personal information is basically no longer a secretive behavior. A little powerful, or rich, can easily find out who is behind this number. Chapter 55. The reason we're here isn't because of you. Xin Yu and the others on the other side of the phone, after hearing Yen Shu's words, simply stopped pretending and directly asked Lan Yu to turn on the speakerphone function in the phone to allow them to have a conversation with the person in front of them. Hey, can you hear me? Xin Yu's voice of them came out through the cell phone in Lan Yu's hand. The voice that came from inside the cell phone, Yen Shu would not be able to forget it even if he forgot his own father's name. It was because of this one voice that he was hard at the square at that time. Under the pull of dozens of unruly people, he fled back to his home in a state of distress. Here. For some reason, after hearing Xin Yu's voice, Lan Yu instantly felt less afraid than earlier. Miss Lan, don't you want to introduce who that person on the other side of the phone is? At this time, Yen Shu's obnoxious voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between them. After hearing the voice, Blue Rain looked at the man in front of him with an unhappy face. Can't you see I'm talking to someone else? Didn't your old man ever teach you not to interrupt when others are talking? Therefore, when Lan Yu looked at Yen Shu, it was as if he was looking at a dead person, with no temperature at all in his eyes. Why are you still here? Yen Shu originally also intended to take this opportunity to properly pretend then, but did not think that those in front of him so do not give the opportunity to. Then he can only implement plan B. Ha ha ha. Only Yen Shu opened his hands and laughed loudly. Then his body's aura faintly showed a dark black spiritual pressure. Blue Rain, you don't think that one guy inside the cell phone who only hides his head will save you, do you? Yen Shu looked at Lan Yu with a smirk and said, hey, not right. She obviously own enough strength can get out of here. Why let Xin Yu they save? Thinking of this, Lan Yu's eyes were no longer so kind when he looked at Yen Shu again. That guy even wanted to play psychological warfare. Almost got his forced wisdom drop strike. Me? What me? Am I not telling the truth? From that time in the square I knew that this coward would surely only do something to hide his head. But I didn't expect that you would actually believe him that much. What? That voice that rang out in the square at that time was Xin Yu's? Lan Yu looked at the cell phone in her hand with a surprised face, looking as if she wanted to see Xin Yu through the phone and ask him if this matter was true or not. However, before he opened his mouth to ask the other party about this matter, Xin Yu came with an answer first. He's not wrong. I did incite those crowds to go up and save you then. After hearing that the rifle owner had already admitted it, Yen Shu looked like, see, I told you it was so. The expression showed off to Lan Yu, but after hearing Xin Yu's admission, Lan Yu's eyes suddenly became firm as if she had decided something, only to see her whisper into the microphone on her cell phone. Although I don't really agree with you on this matter, but after all, you're my future husband, and I'll definitely support you in everything you do. After Lan Yu uttered this sentence, both Xin Yu and the others inside the phone or Yen Shu in front of Lan Yu suddenly turned into a dumbfounded look. Xin Yu and Yen Shu, the two of them are an unmarried couple? Yen Shu, no. Why are you, the client, so surprised? Xin Yu, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of it. So the two looked together at the person who started the rumor. Father Qin, trying to negotiate how about just following through with the setting? Xin Yu and Xin Yu, get lost. Father Qin, good for you. Lan Yu, if I say that the things you heard just now were all my dad lying to you, what would you do? Xin Yu on the other side of the phone said to Lan Yu after lecturing his father, pressing his eyebrows. I'll just kill you, father and son. Blue Rain's answer simply do not have to think about it from the mouth out. As if not with hesitation like established matters, smilingly answered Xin Yu asked out this question. Just this voice rather than laughing, but also directly in the phone side of the Xin Yu pressure. A look if in lying then really stupid you like. Gar, both Xin Yu on the other side of the phone and Yen Shu, who was eating melon, could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This girl in front of me, how does she vaguely carry a bit of a sickly body? When Xin Yu they have not slowed down the time. Blue Rain again want to confirm that this thing is not true voice from her mouth came out. Just these words in Xin Yu's ears but they are in the execution before the edict is just. Little Yu-chan you're not going to lie to me, are you? Blue Rain now said that sentence if placed in other occasions. The heart of the road a little less firm those people will absolutely stone more. But if combined with the previous article like a sickly like speech words, all he could say was, I wouldn't dare. Slave. So after Xin Yu on the other side of the phone once again glanced slyly at Qin's father, who had already painted a layer of eyeshadow on his right eye, He silently walked over to the other side again and dyed the orbitals on his left eye with the same color shade as the right side. Then he gave a good blow-by-blow to Blue Rain inside the cell phone before hanging up the call that had gotten him into another paper marriage contract for no apparent reason. Do you still want to fight again? After receiving Qin Yu's repeated assurances, Lan Yu felt that Yan Shu had suddenly become browbeaten when she even looked at him again. No. How about no more fighting? Yan Shu looked at this An in front of him with a pleasing face. The fighting aura on his body was nothing more than a small kalami in front of the aura emanating from the other party. Although he could have really sent those few men of his to fight with Blue Rain, but only in the other side's normal state. Now with this kind of spiritual pressure from the other party, wouldn't it be as simple as farting around after settling a few of their little caramels? Shay, it's no fun. As soon as Blue Rain heard that the other side did not want to fight after, instantly feel not fun. I should have known that I wouldn't have gotten so angry when I was on the phone just now, and it made the sandbaggers, who were so hard to get together, wimp out. Can I go now? Of course. This way please, Miss Lan. Yan Shu sent Lan Yu out inside the room with a doggy look, but what was ushered in was indeed a large wave of people from the Blues martial arts school fighting their way in. Grandpa, what are you guys doing here? Lan Yu knew that it was his grandfather who had brought people over after he saw those people dressed in his martial arts school's clothes. Regarding the words that Lan Yu said to himself, Curator Lan didn't even want to pay attention to her, only to see that he directly walked to Yan Shu's front and looked up and down, and then realized that the other party didn't have any injuries before letting out a sigh of relief. Why are we here? It's not because we're afraid that you girls will come down on us without a fight. Chapter 56. I wish I could swap lives with you. Honestly, with regards to this granddaughter of his, Curator Lan really hadn't been afraid that anything would happen to her. Just now, he would be so flustered to call Qin's father. One was afraid that his granddaughter would not be gentle in her outbursts and would seriously injure someone. As for the second one, it is still the same as the first one, fearing that his granddaughter will beat up someone else to the point that he can't even compensate the other party for the cost of the tonic even if he sells his martial arts school. As for why the real estate license of the martial arts school was in Yan Shu's hands, it wasn't because when Lan Yu called chivalry and justice before, he smashed a clubhouse under the Yan family's name, or else why do you think Yan Shui dared to molest Lan Yu in public? That's because you haven't seen the power of this little witch of the Blue family. Of course, Yan Shu at first thought that the Blue curator had brought people over to step on the field because he had caught his granddaughter, but after seeing that he didn't even give his granddaughter a look once he appeared, and then turned to himself with a nervous expression, he realized that he had thought wrong. It's fine, I invited Miss Blue over here before because of a little thing, and now that it's cleared up, I just happened to be ready to send her away from you guys when I showed up. Yan Shu suddenly became what he should be as a Yin family son again when facing Pavilion Master Lan. That's good. If there's nothing else then I'll take Little Rain that girl and leave first. With that, Pavilion Master Lan picked up Lan Yu who was making faces at himself next to him before turning around and leaving. But before he could take a few steps, he was called back by Yan Shu. Pavilion Master Lan, please wait. After hearing Yan Shu's voice, the grandfather and grandson coincidentally turned to look at Yan Shu. There are puzzled faces and then there are upset faces. Of course the one with the upset face knew who it was even if he didn't need to be told. So after Yan Shu called them off, Lan Yu frowned and said to Yan Shu, does young Master Yan have any more instructions? In the face of Lan Yu's reproach, Yan Shu directly ignored her without looking at her and came to the front of the Blue Pavilion Master, and then took out from his arms the copy of the real estate certificate that he had just shown to Lan Yu and handed it to him. Pavilion Master Lan, I'll return this one to you on behalf of our Yin family. Young Master Yan, what are you? Pavilion Master Lan looked at Yan Shu in confusion, not knowing at all what he meant by giving himself this copy. Curator Blue, you take it first. Saying that, Yan Shu indiscriminately shoved the copy of the real estate certificate in his hand into the hands of the Blue Pavilion Master. Ever since I was a child, no one has ever paid attention to my health, and that someone certainly includes my father, the current head of the Yin family. Maybe it's because I'm just one of his many sons. Of course I'm talking about on the surface. Privately I have as many brothers as I know, just two. Yan Shu said with a helpless shrug of his shoulders. But I wasn't really concerned about your health just now. I was just afraid of my granddaughter. After hearing Curator Lan's words, Yan Shu shook his head slightly. I know you're just so nervous because you're afraid Miss Blue will hurt me. But so what? Even caring about my body with a purpose is much better than those who pretend to care about me in no way. So, Yan Shu pushed the one in his hand towards the Blue Curator's hand again, and then said, this one can be taken as my reparation and apology to the Blue girl today. Lan Yu couldn't help but grunt after hearing Yan Shu's words. Humph, since you are like this, then I will be merciful and forgive you. Ouch. Grandpa, what are you doing? Originally, Lan Yu was still looking smug, but he was gently knocked on the head by the Blue Curator on the side. Stinky girl, who do you think caused this pot? I actually dare to be so proud. If it wasn't for that girl Blue Rain smashing up someone else's clubhouse, How would this copy of his real estate license have fallen into someone else's hands? Che, this is not also got back. Blue Rain muttered softly from the side. It's my fault. It's my pot. It's all because of me anyway. Is that okay? Yanshu looked at the interaction between this pair of grandparents and grandchildren in front of him and suddenly felt envious. In his recollections, friendly interactions between family members and whatnot just didn't exist. In the face of the family's interests, the pathetic blood ties between them were essentially dispensable. Thinking of this, Yanshu smiled and looked at Lanyu. I wish I could swap lives with you. But who knew that Yanshu was just a simple joke, but it made Lanyu cross her arms in front of herself. Daba. Reception Dagba. Instead of letting her face the vampires of those so-called families, it would be better for her to be reincarnated as a commoner's family. Ha ha. I'm just kidding too. Because the marriage contract made by Chin's father under a momentary joke was unknown to Curator Lan, he came down to the hotel where Chin's father and son were located under the guidance of Lanyu. Please stay. Both of you. Sure enough, the two security personnel in front of the hotel gate unsurprisingly stopped the two of them, the grandparents and grandchildren. At the entrance of the hotel, Big Brother, we're here to find someone, Blue Rain said to the two security officers with a smile. I'm sorry, because there's a big shot living inside our hotel right now, so you have to show a pass card to enter or leave the hotel right now, a security officer said in a businesslike manner. But I've been in there before, Blue Rain muttered in a small voice. Alright La Xiaoyu, let's make a call to Qin Kid, Father Qin. Won't they just do it? Saying that, Curator Lan took out his cell phone and dialed Qin's father's cell phone, and found that the other party was actually turned off. Hello, the number you have dialed is closed. Listening to that one cold female voice inside the cell phone, Curator Blue looked at the one in his hand speechlessly. No way. You actually turned off your cell phone to avoid us? Let me try the other one. With that, Lanyu took out her own cell phone and dialed Qin Yu's number. Although the phone was able to be called, it went unanswered for a long time. Eventually, the call was automatically disconnected because the other party did not answer the phone for a long time. Ah, Qin Yu, you bastard. After growling, Lanyu proceeded to call Qin Yu's cell phone once, and this time it was answered by the other party at the last second before it was automatically disconnected. Hello? Qin Yu, where are you now? And why is it so noisy on your side? As soon as the phone was connected, the first thing Lanyu heard was a series of voices that made her unable to hear the conversation clearly. We're out for something. I can send you a coordinate if you need to find us. Chapter 57. Haven't you ever seen your sister dressed so beautifully? After getting the coordinates sent over by Qin Yu, Lanyu didn't immediately move to that place. Instead, she took her grandfather back to the martial arts center for a trip first, and then changed into a set of clothes before letting someone drive her there. The coordinates that Qin Yu had sent to Lanyu were only about 10 minutes away from the martial arts center, so he quickly arrived at the entrance of a very luxurious-looking hotel in Lanyu's car. Miss, we're here. The member of the martial arts school in the front driver's seat had checked the location on the coordinates before alerting Blue Rain, who was sitting in the back, that he had arrived. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the ride. With that, Blue Rain pushed open the door and got out of the car. Looking at this one hotel in front of you where people come and go, there is really an indescribable sense of luxury. Because every time you walk into the hotel that some people or basically most of the people are not entitled to powerful is wearing gold and silver thugs, is standing alone in the doorway to welcome the guests of those Cheongsam beauties. If you put in those so-called live platform is undoubtedly the net red level. Why did Qin Yu and the others come here? According to Blue Rain's contact with Qin Yu's family only a short while ago, they didn't seem to belong to that level of profligate people. If they don't fall into the thug type. As for the other type of powerful, it's even more unlikely, because she just hadn't seen a powerful person who would let their son run errands at a convenience store. So no matter how much she thought about it, she still hadn't thought about why Qin Yu and the others would come inside this biggest entertainment club in B City. Miss, are you alone? Just as Lanyu was muttering to himself on one side, a big-bellied man wearing a couture suit with a pair of flip-flops in his feet walked over. After looking at the other party's thug-like outfit, Blue Rain directly moved a few steps backward away from the other party. The thug didn't say anything even after seeing Blue Rain move a few steps backward, and just looked at the woman in front of him with a smirk on her face who still had a hint of childishness on her face. Beautiful young lady, I don't know what your reasons are for coming here, but I would suggest that it would be better if you didn't go in. Why? Although Blue Rain did not say these words out of her mouth, the slightly open mouth coupled with a puzzled expression, anyone with a little bit of brain knew what she was trying to convey, let alone the man in front of her who looked like a thug. To be able to break into a career inside the B City, even if it is not a chatty level fox, it is also considered to have a certain level of fox, otherwise it would have been swallowed by those old foxes around the dregs. Ha ha, don't look at me like that either. I know you're also here for the mysterious man who's organizing this salon today, said the thug slowly walked in the direction of the Blue Rain, and finally stopped only a step away from the other party and lowered his voice. It is said that the man who organized this salon is from above down, and is also several times more bullish than those families in RB City. What? She didn't come over here for this kind of thing. Blue Rain was even more confused after listening to the information from the mob. Alright, uncle, I'm just giving you a bit of advice. As for whether you listen or not, it's none of my business. After saying these words, the thug walked inside the hotel with those bodyguards behind him, leaving only Lanyu to look at his departing back with a speechless face. Jingle bells. The cell phone in her handbag brought Blue Rain's attention back. Hello? Is this Blue Rain? When Lanyu connected the call, Chinyu's voice came out from inside. It's me. I'm already in front of the hotel. I see. So wait for me outside now and I'll come out and get you in. After saying these words, Chinyu directly hung up the phone before she could wait for Lanyu to react. Hello? This guy is still really excessive, eh? Lanyu stared wide-eyed at the cell phone in her hand that had blacked out. She hadn't even had time to ask him why he came back here. And there was this salon being held or something. Chinyu guy actually just hung up on himself? No. Later when he came out to ask that guy properly before. After all, they are with Chinyu has a marriage contract of fiancé. After a while, Chinyu, who had already changed into a gray suit, walked out from inside. He first scanned the large pile of women wearing dresses as well as makeup in front of the hotel before finding Blue Rain, who had also changed into a dress, from under a tree not far away. Unlike before in the plaza as well as the convenience store the time when she was all dressed in sportswear, the current Blue Rain was wearing a light blue dress, and her black hair that was originally tied into a ponytail had been spread out over her shoulders. The face without any powder on it looked a few times better than most of the women in the room even without makeup. Just as Chinyu was just staring blankly at the young girl below the tree, Lanyu also saw Chinyu coming out of the hotel. However, she didn't look dumbfounded like Chinyu, but smiled and went forward to take hold of that one man dressed in a gray suit. What's wrong? Haven't you ever seen your sister dressed up like that? Originally, it was just a casual flirtatious remark by Lanyu, but he didn't expect Chinyu to actually nod his head seriously. Yeah, hey. After seeing this appearance of Chinyu, Lanyu's face was actually so shy that it was colored with a layer of light rouge. For a moment, there was even a pink atmosphere around the two of them, which made other people couldn't help but reveal ambiguous smiles when they saw this pair of stupid couples. But such a little ambiguous atmosphere was interrupted by the sudden arrival of another young girl. Chinyu, why are you here? Perhaps it was because of the sudden cue that made the little bit of alienation in Chinyu's heart instantly clear up. When he looked over in the direction of the voice, he saw a young girl with the same long flowing hair, not any powdered hair, walking over to his side wearing a red dress. Ning Xiaoye? Why is this girl here too? After Chinyu looked at Ning Xiaoye, who was slowly walking over in her high heels, he subconsciously glanced at Lanyu, who was next to him. And then there was no more then, because this war named two women was so ready to start. When Ning Xiaoye arrived in front of Chinyu and the others, she first looked up and down at Lanyu before smiling and saying to Chinyu, "Why did you come here, ah? And who is that one beautiful woman beside you or what?" Chapter 58. Two daughters competing. Although Ning Xiaoye said this with a smile, but in Chinyu looks like questioning like that. How dare you stand next to a woman other than me? This was another meaning that Chinyu explored from Ning Xiaoye's smiling eyes. None of this mattered to them anymore, though, as the two young girls to his left and right had silently begun to spar, only to see that originally just simply holding his arm of the Blue Rain has now become hands around himself, and the fullness of the chest. I do not know whether it is intentional or unintentional. Actually, Chinyu's entire hand is included in the Chinyu. Who is that sister over there? Lanyu blinked her big eyes and looked at Ning Xiaoye with an innocent expression. If Chinyu did not see that both of his ears had been dyed pink, he would have believed that all of these actions were done unconsciously by the other party. But unfortunately, the two ears that had been dyed red betrayed her. Right, Chinyu? Aren't you going to introduce who that pretty young lady beside you is? Ning Xiaoye also frowned after seeing Chinyu's hand that was held tightly by Lanyu, but it quickly changed back. As the man who was sandwiched between two beautiful young ladies, Chinyu must have been marked by those men around him without a doubt. Who the hell is that guy? Why is he being fought over by two human ladies? I want that kind of treatment too. Secretary, I want all the information on these three people in 5 minutes, especially that little white boy who is sandwiched between those two young ladies. Here's the reaction from the men's lineup. Don't my handsome little wolf dog was scourged by these two women. Do you think the guys would like one more or something? Here's the reaction from the women's lineup. Women are scary, but that spot in the arm is still really soft. This was Chinyu's internal reaction, but on the surface it was impossible to tell what was going on inside him at the moment is all. So after a feigned cough, they introduced each other like the two women. This young lady is called Blue Rain, and that one over there is called Ning Xiaoye. That's it? That's what the two girls were thinking inside, but still added a little something extra when they both shook hands. Well, a billion points really. Hello Ning Xiaoye, I'm Lan Yu from the Blues Martial Arts School, and an unmarried couple with a marriage contract with Chin Yu. No, 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 with Chin Yu has a marriage contract with me only right. By the way, I am Ning Xiaoye of the Ning Group, please teach me more. Lightning invisible to the naked eye erupted from both sides as they shook hands, yet it was not known if the people around them were mistaken, but they actually saw the double of a dragon and a tiger appear behind both of them. Are you all humans who know how to summon a substitute? No one will answer this one query of Chin Yu, because he is being stared at hard by those two women beside him. Chin Yu, who the hell is that woman over here? Chin Yu, who the hell is that woman over there? These are the same words coming out of two different mouths, and they are also the questions of Lan Yu and Ning Xiaoye to Chin Yu, the philandering carrot. In the face of these two women's questioning, Chin Yu just helplessly spread out his hands, said, "This how do I know ah?" In his memory, it seems that he has never admitted to the marriage relationship with the two of them. I've only known them for a short time, so where does this kind of feeling come from? You, her, alas. Lan Yu first pointed at Chin Yu, then looked at Ning Xiaoye who was not far away, and finally could only sigh helplessly. While I don't mind you getting a second wife, at the time you should have at least told me in advance. Is that something a normal person would say? And I don't think I have a first wife, do I? Where did this second wife come from? Chin Yu once again pressed his forehead, which was already vaguely swelling, and then said to Lan Yu, "Ah, haven't I already told you before that this is nothing more than Dad's well-intentioned lie in order to hide something? So this can't be true. Explain that ah. It's clearly me who has a marriage contract with Chin Yu." At this time, Ning Xiaoye was not enough of a mess to add to Chin Yu's troubles once again. "Chin Yu, do you like her that much?" Sure enough, after hearing Ning Xiaoye's words, Lan Yu said to Chin Yu with a crying face, "Stop, Chin Yu really can't help it, and can only get off the number to let another Chin Yu top it off. You top for a while, I'm really fed up." Being rushed to the duck on the shelf in Chin Yu, would have been good Chin Yu body eating melons, but did not expect to let him on top. Chin Yu, *2, what the hell were you thinking? *2, that bastard Chin Yu even threw this kind of cultivation to himself? That, Chin Yu after feeling the two young ladies beside him grudging line of sight, or decided to leave this matter to the table Chin Yu it. Bye. After finishing this sentence, Chin Yu ran to the hotel without looking back, leaving only the two young girls with a confused face standing in place, etc. After a while, these two people came back to their senses and chased after Chin Yu's silhouette to kill into the hotel. Only after they walked inside did Chin's father and Lu Chuan, who were hiding in the shadows to watch the show, walk out from inside. TSK, it seems that this kid is really blessed with a lot of color. That's not true. Think back in the day as old man I was one of the most handsome guys inside the school as my son's he is so popular is not normal? After hearing Chin's father's words, Lu Chuan was close to carrying out the word dislike when he looked at Chin's father again. Yes, and I didn't know that back in the day when you had to ask for help in chasing girls to catch them. Just when Lu Chuan found the weakness of Chin's father just hung back and replied to Lu Chuan with a few words. You don't have a date. Your wife was chased for you by someone else. You don't have a date. After repeating a sentence for several minutes like schoolchildren, the two men turned their heads at the same time with a grunt, and then walked into the hotel together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the salon banquet hosted by Heaven on Earth. This time we have successfully invited Mr. Chin Fei from City A to join us in this event. Please give a warm round of applause. Chin Fei? Who is he? A woman traveling with her asked another man. I don't know, but someone who can get the organizers to push them that hard should be pretty good, right? Chapter 59 A Rare Leisure. With that, Chin's father walked onto the stage to sparse applause from the crowd. However, this should have been informed in advance, so Chin's father was calmly answering the moderator's answers in the conversation as well as in the question and answer session. Gradually, this salon also began to become lively. One last question. Can we ask Mr. Chin Fei what he thinks of those lineages? After hearing this question, both the guests on the stage and Father Chin on the stage were visibly surprised. Surely this writing salon but reads as a Hongmen banquet reception? Chin Yu knew after seeing the expression of Chin's father on the stage that this last question was definitely not what was agreed upon from the beginning. That means that the presenter on stage had already been bribed or instructed to say so by the masters behind the scenes. Chin Yu, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand anything? Lan Yu asked in disbelief. Chin Yu, who was looking at Lan Yu's hands holding his left hand tightly, specially chose a more common and understandable words to explain to her properly. But at the end of the day, or in the case of Ning Xiaoye, I really cannot see past the situation to say that they are all bad people after the blue rain only put away her face of confusion expression. However, it was worth mentioning that Ning Xiaoye was also holding Chin Yu's right hand side tightly with both hands just like Lan Yu, but because of the difference in softness between the two sides, There was no way for her to directly engulf Qin Yu's right hand like Lan Yu's side. Mr. Qin, what do you think of that incident of the son of a worldly family forcibly robbing the people's daughter at noon today inside a certain blog? The host completely ignored the dumbfounded expression on the stage as well as Qin's father's face, and continued to ask that kind of sharp question indefatigably. However, Qin's father was not a vegetarian, and in the face of such a pointed question from the host, he blocked it back in a couple of times. What else can I do? Just stand and watch. Anyway, I'm not one of your B city's relevant personnel. Isn't this kind of thing usually judged by the relevant personnel? We civilians are only playing a supervisory role, aren't we? This sentence of Qin's father probably means, I'm only responsible for supervising you, but if the people concerned fail to satisfy us, then I can only say sorry to you. I don't know if it was the person behind the host's curtain who only wanted to know this answer, so he didn't ask any more questions after Qin's father finished his sentence, and after announcing the declaration of the official start of this salon, he left the stage in a hurry. Under the stage, on a card seat in a remote corner, Qin Yu and his group were discussing those things that had just happened on the stage. Now it looks like the hands of those families have really not reached out for a long time. I have obviously investigated that this hotel is a hotel that has no connection with the families at all, but I didn't think that they would still be able to plant their hands in this, Lu Chuan said as he took a sip of the mixer inside his glass. Old Lu, some words can't be said in a public place. After all, the walls have ears. Qin father also picked up the beer on the desktop and took a small sip before continuing. Now it's been known that we've been targeted by those family members, so even if we want to do something about it, it's not as easy as it used to be. Are we just not going to be able to do anything? Lu Chuan said, slightly irritated. It's not like there's nothing we can do, right? Father Qin glanced meaningfully at Lan Yu, who was feeding Qin Yu. I just don't know if that old man is willing to help us. At that moment, the blue curator, who was far away from the Blue Clan martial arts hall, unsurprisingly winced. What asshole kid is trying to backstab me again? With stay in the hotel and the bright and open secret talks of the Qin father and other people are not the same. When the airport to pick up the plane of the Qin father of that a deputy leader is in the dark orderly collection of those so-called relevant people over the years for the Yenshu cover-up under those crimes. It's really outrageous. Looking at the incriminating evidence on the desktop that could send Yenshu to jail in minutes, that deputy leader slapped his desk in annoyance. The crime of dozens of people's lives is just brushed aside. Those related personnel of ours can really be scrupulous in their duties. After seeing the Yin family in the end to come to recover the compensation of all the people are knocked off the hands and feet thrown out, he really is angry. Laugh. Let's hope that Mr. Qin, who came from above during this time, will bring me a good news. The next morning, because Qin's father and Lu Chuan had to go to the land's martial arts center to plot something, they left Qin Yu by himself inside the hotel to fend for himself. However, he simply turned off his cell phone in order to be able to have a good rest. No one is going to let me out in front of the computer today. Dry. Why doesn't the field play zoom in again? F6 doesn't zoom in. F6 doesn't release. Now it doesn't release when we are in a group. And this auxiliary. Every time I switch viewpoints, I'm either delivering or on the way to delivering. /FF up. The summer vacation when the canyon this thing really cannot touch. Qin Yu in the hotel configured computer maneuvered 1 pole 5 Yasuo slowly rushed towards the middle. In the skillful E after a wave of soldiers. Without any surprise an E under the enemy's defense tower. No more playing. This Yasuo is toxic, isn't it? Actually E to the tower every time. And why is that damn defense tower hitting me all the time? Qin Yu was so angry after seeing the black and white screen in front of him that he slapped the keyboard hard. This game has been played until the end. Qin Yu's side of the only is a normal person on the top single in the efforts to bring through the 2 high ground. And ultimately because of the 1v9 is not defeated by the other side of the reason. Humiliating, knocked out 4 points after the game is out of the game. Next hand. This one is definitely not my fault. Qin Yu looked at the line belonging to his ID with a battle loss of 3-0 before clicking on another round without hesitation. Let's fix my yong in this hand. Watch me catch air with 100% R this time. Saying that, Qin Yu didn't hesitate to send his 0% win rate winged in to the team chat window after entering the BP phase. However, what they waited for was their own 1 and 2L big brothers who did not hesitate to send both Yong'en and Yasuo to the ban. And the final 3 and 4L brothers could only tearfully send both Hijack and Sword Saint to the ban. Qin Yu has already seen this situation in the heroes he wanted to play were sent to the ban after the panic. In addition to the Sword Saint, he does not still have the Barbarian King and Zhao Xin Galen, a few brothers, and he already had a choice in mind for this hand after seeing Yan sent to ban. There's no mistake. It's you. Chapter 60. I wish I could beat the hell out of the person I was a few minutes ago. Captain Timo is standing by. After looking at the budding avatar on the hero selection box, Qin Yu knew that this game had been stabilized. Hey, I'll show you guys what it means to play the game. Saying that, after entering the familiar Summoner's Canyon, Qin Yu first skillfully blocked out the dialogue between the two sides, but the punishment ring that he had switched to when the countdown was almost over was still seen by his own fighters. Twisted Tree Goblin, Timo, discipline, cool down. Twisted Tree Goblin? Twisted Tree Goblin, Timo playing the field? Because Chinyu had long since blocked out the conversation between the two sides. He didn't even see what his own fielder had posted. After learning W in seconds, he directly rushed towards the opposite blue buff grass with his beaters. This hand, because the red side picked Akasha and Titan lineup, they only left their own self open to start the blue, and then they went to the line to grab the line. Hey, punishment paid, right? Chinyu's maneuvered Timo went ahead and handed his punishment to Toad when he saw that the enemy fielder was at blood, so he didn't hesitate to hand in his punishment to grab the blue buff when the other team had it at blood. Ha, no skill no flash and still want to go? Because the opponent's fielder was a centaur this time, the summoner's skill with sprint, so even if he was a four-legged centaur with sprint, he certainly couldn't run away from the all-skill Timo when he was bloodied. Just like that, basically all of them had a good experience except for the position of playing field and the AD on Chinyu's side. And Chinyu's record this hand is rarely positive, because his entire hand, in addition to ambushing the centaurs in the field, he likes to jump up and down to the line and suddenly blind the opponent with a cold shot, so even though his game interface shows default, he still got over it. Let's see you guys still dare to ban my youngin. Chinyu tapped the exclamation mark next to the opposite side centaur avatar before writing up a whole small essay of several hundred words, then finally tapped the report button. Whether you have long been a god in the world of keyboards, but you still can't beat the sanctions of justice. Chinyu quietly closed the client after seeing the successful report on his game interface. As for how many days that person would be locked up in a small darkroom, that was not for him to decide. Jingle bells. Just as Chinyu was planning to play a game of Raging Galen from the game of Cloudtop, he heard the doorbell ring outside his room. Who the hell is this? Rarely did the Dragon King's game get nerfed not too long ago, so can't you just let me have a good game? Chinyu took advantage of the selection time to come to the door of the room, first through the cat's eye to see the people outside before putting aside to open the door. Why are you here? Chinyu did not have the good sense to look at this young girl in front of him who was dressed in a sportswear. Perhaps because of running over from the martial arts school, her body vaguely carried a faint floral scent. You're just going to stand in the doorway like this and talk to me? Lanyu intentionally glanced inside the room for a few moments, because of the reason why those people had booked a suite in the first place. The door to the room was facing into a similar layout like a living room. Alas, come in. Chinyu knew that there was no possibility of the other party leaving after uttering these words, so he could only give up his seat to let her in. Excuse me. Seeing Chinyu give way, Lanyu smiled and pulled open the door to the room and walked in. What are you doing? Seeing Chinyu, who had gone back to the computer, Lanyu curiously went up to take a look. Chasa. After seeing the hex region selected as a water purification prison, Chinyu instantly had the desire to continue to play. Which 2-bit picks this thing? Good to choose a weapon workshop to play the full color game does not smell good? At first, Lanyu wanted to see how good Chinyu was when he heard him say he was playing chess, but after seeing that the other party's game was completely different from what he thought, he could only just sit in another chair and watch him play. Without the hex strengthened Galen is like a pile of poop, so Chinyu he quickly ate out. So, did you come over here to find me for something? Chinyu turned to look at Blue Rain after he had backed out of the game. Originally, when Lanyu was still watching that other way of playing chess on the computer with great interest, he heard Chinyu cueing himself. After seeing Lanyu's dumbfounded expression, he knew that girl hadn't heard him clearly, so Chinyu could only repeat it once more without any goodwill. I said, did you come over here specifically to see me about something? Only after hearing Chinyu's words did Lanyu come back to her senses. Why is your cell phone off? Shut down? Chinyu went back to his room and took out his cell phone which he had powered off before playing the game. Isn't it a normal thing for a normal person to turn off their cell phone during a break? Is this really normal? Of course. This is equivalent to how you don't want to be disturbed by other people even when you sleep at night, and you will also choose to turn off your cell phone or the internet, won't you? Chinyu was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Oh, just think of it as this. Hey no, I didn't come over to find you because of this matter. Saying that, Blue Rain opened the memo on his cell phone. Your dad has something to look for you. After seeing that your cell phone can't be reached, specially called me over to tell you to open your cell phone. After Lanyu glanced at the memo on his cell phone, in a nutshell, it's that Chinyu's father told Chinyu to open the microphone, and not right, is to open the cell phone to communicate. Che, I didn't think that this break would be so short. Chinyu muttered before opening his cell phone. Basically just after reading the SIM card, Chin's father's side called. Too slow. After Chinyu answered the phone, his father's urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. What's going on? Aren't you guys plotting something? What are you looking for me for? Now this practice of Chin's father is undoubtedly the leader letting the employees who are taking a break to work, and it's still the kind of thing that has no overtime allowance, which makes Chinyu. How would he give him a good face? What's wrong with you this early in the morning? It's business. Hurry up and bring the Blue Rain girl over here to the martial arts center, said Chin. Father also can't. Chinyu answer. Directly hang up the cell phone. Well, Lanyu asked in a small voice after seeing a glance at Chinyu's face that had obviously darkened several color codes. What else can we do? You can only go over there. Chinyu really wanted to beat up the self he was a few minutes ago. Why did he soften his heart and open the door? If you pretend that you are not in the hotel, you cannot rest all the time. Chapter 61. The weather is hot and fried. Come on. Don't boys just need to take their keys and cell phones when they go out? How come you can't leave the house for 10 whole minutes? Looking at the only door of the room that was closed, Blue Rain sat inside the living room and spat in boredom. I don't know if it was because of Blue Rain's spitting, but the door that had been closed was actually opened from the inside. But along with that, there was also the voice of Chinyu, who walked out from inside the room with a face full of disgust is all. Where did you get this information? Even if we guys don't need to put on makeup or anything before we go out, it's impossible for us to just grab our keys and cell phones and go out right away, right? Who knows if we're wearing clothes at that time? Hey no, just forget this sentence. Even though the voice of Chinyu's last sentence was very low, it was still heard by Lanyu. Hey, you boys actually have that? Seriously? This information that Chinyu had just revealed was really the first time she had ever heard of it, because those smelly men in their martial arts center, even if their whole body was covered in sweat, there was no way that they could have taken off that top on them. Isn't it a matter of course? Chinyu looked at Lanyu with a fuss look. You don't see how hot it is right now. Instead of staying inside an air-conditioned room all day, you should take off your top while blowing a fan and sweating. That's kinda an odd way to go about it. After another 10 or so minutes, two men and women each holding a cup of frozen drink in their hands appeared at the entrance of Blue's martial arts center. The boy wiped his sweaty forehead before saying to the girl beside him in a bad mood, I told you to take an internet right over here, and you actually tried to walk over here. The girl, who was also holding a tissue and wiping the sweat from her body, surprisingly didn't retort to what the boy said this time, but just slightly lifted up her small mouth and muttered, how was I supposed to know that the weather would be so hot? Those broken words from the girls' mouths just now were directly ignored by the boys, because he wasn't stupid enough to bother with the other guy any more than he had to in this blazing sun. However, the aura of hurry up and come over here and coax me that emanated from the girl gave him no real way to ignore it is all. Okay, it's my fault, okay. The boy sighed before walking over to the girl and gently tapping her on the head, then placing a hand directly in front of her forehead when she was about to get angry, so that the other girl's short hand couldn't touch her. She knew, I'm going to bite you to death. Although Lanyu had been trying hard to get closer to the man in front of her, because of that absolute distance, she couldn't take a step forward. She could only keep rotating her two fists. After hearing the commotion coming from inside the gate, Chinyu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, then lightly laughed at Lanyu. Are you sure you still want to continue messing around with me like this? If it were normal, Blue Rain would definitely be able to hear the movement coming from inside the door, but since her body was already stacked with a debuff called anger, she couldn't detect the movement of her surroundings at all right now. Ow. If Chinyu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, there was no way to believe that the original person would really have a revert phenomenon under extreme anger. So after the people inside the gate opened the door, what they saw was none other than Chinyu putting his hand against Blue Rain's small head, but then she raised her small hand that had turned into a claw form, and opened her mouth wide while making a return-like strange cry towards Chinyu. What are you doing here? Blue's martial arts hall's inner hall. Chinyu sat on a chair to wildly show off several pieces of watermelon after finally a face of relief. This broken martial arts hall's surrounding actually even find a tree shade place or not. Ghost knows he and Blue Rain and waiting for the martial arts hall inside those people open the door is how tortured. So, what the hell were you guys doing in front of the martial arts center just now? The nature of mankind is gossip well. So when the melon eating the forefront of the Chin father directly ignored the already vaguely a little blackened Chinyu, smiled and said he wanted to eat melon content. Are you sure you're really not afraid of having your oxygen tube pulled out later? The words that Chinyu lightly said made Chin father not dare to pursue the matter any further. Although Chin's father does not believe that his son will do this, but if he really pissed him off, not to mention the future will not be pulled out of the oxygen pipe, based on their father and son father's kindness and filial piety. A minute to have a grudge on the spot to report. Well, if you can't beat him yourself. As for what you want to ask him about not asking Blue Rain who was the other party involved? Come on. If her silhouette had been inside the living room, do you think Father Chin would still have made a fool of himself by asking such a question to Chinyu? Seeing a girl shy isn't much better than seeing that bastard Chinyu with a stern face, right? Ahem. If Feather has slowed down, then shouldn't we discuss this gathering together? As one of the most important parts of this operation, Curator Blue had long been impatient to take down those so-called lineages. If it weren't for the fact that the Ministry of War has been backing down all these years, those so-called lineages wouldn't have been arrogant to such an extent. After hearing the voice of the blue curator, Shinyu and the others didn't dare to be so licentious anymore, and hurriedly and obediently sat down to wait for the other party's next round of speeches. Curator Lan looked at the Qin family father and son who were obediently seated in front of him, and after freezing for a moment he continued to narrate what he had previously paused because of Qin Yu's arrival. What I meant before was to spread the crimes of the world family over the years everywhere through those disciples of the martial arts school, and then in abetting those citizens of B City to cause trouble at the ZF building. Saying that, Father Qin turned his head to look at his own son for a moment before opening his mouth and inquiring, "Do you think this method will work?" Shinyu simply did not expect Qin father to inquire about his suggestion. He thought he was merely coming over to go through the motions. What the hell? Asking you, will this method of mine work or not? After seeing Qin Yu's dumbfounded appearance, Qin father continued to repeat what he had just said without any good humor. Is this method something a human can say? Shinyu unmercifully and directly dissed Qin's father, leaving aside the fact that sending those disciples of the martial arts school to spread the crime around others will believe it or not. Even if they do believe it, can you really control the millions of people in City B? I've said that this method won't work, but that Qin Fei guy just wants to ask for your opinion. At that moment, Lu Chuan, who had disappeared for who knows how long, suddenly appeared inside the hall. Chapter 62. My poor Tom. Seeing the suddenly appearing Lu Chuan, Qin father first glared at the other party before telling him in a bad mood, "Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to invite that person over?" In the face of Qin's father's questioning, Lu Chuan did not panic, and even drew a chair out and sat next to him, pouring herbal tea inside the cup while calmly telling him, "I went late. When I went to the time he has been another group of people to catch away." After hearing Lu Chuan's report, the only sound left inside the living room was the sound of Lu Chuan pouring cup after cup of herbal tea, because both Father Qin and Curator Blue have been surprised by the news. As for Qinyu, since he simply didn't know what these three adults in front of him had gotten up to again, he could only sit on the other side and take out his cell phone and start swiping the trill. However, this strange atmosphere did not last long. After a few minutes after the father of Qin has come to his senses, but in the direct shouted out crap, before the words continue. Only then did he continue to say what he wanted to say. How the hell did they dare? Do they really want to run B City as their own family's backyard? A senior leader at the vice municipal level, and they just said they'd catch him away? Do you have any sense of law? No! Qin's father suddenly shouted loudly, "Old Lu, did you see if those people took something away besides capturing that man?" Lu Chuan knew what those things were that Qin's father was talking about, so he frowned and nodded before continuing. At that time, I had just gone to the downstairs of the ZF building when I saw several black-clothed people holding a bunch of documents as well as computer hard disks and whatnot in their hands. This should be those incriminating evidence we need about those lineages. Indeed, at first, after hearing Lu Chuan say that the person had been caught, he already had a premonition that this would happen. But after Lu Chuan said it so directly, the last trace of luck in his heart was also lost. So what are we going to do to bring down those families now? Blue Pavilion owner as AB City people from the age of 4 or 5 years old has seen those family children rampage, until he is now already the age of flower and armor. If he cannot bring them down, how can this make him feel at ease? Alas, if it really comes to that, there's nothing to do but sacrifice Prancy. Father Qin glanced at Qinyu who was swiping his cell phone while eating watermelon. He called Qinyu over before just to prevent this situation, want to let the kid to protect that one person, but did not expect the plan cannot catch up with the change. Then if it really came to the situation that can only use force, can only rely on this kid. Qinyu's internal OS, I'm the one who's going to make the move anyway, so you salty fish just shout 666, right? Qinyu, who had been stared at by Father Qin and the others until his entire body itched, directly used the bathroom recluse to leave the living room after noticing their increasingly beady eyes, and was still running forward while being vigilant as he fled. Otherwise he was really afraid that these old men would have something indescribable happen to him. A handsome man, this brat. Looking at Qinyu's gradually leaving figure, Qin father helplessly shook his head before continuing with the two old men in front of him to continue perfecting their next plan. After all, they couldn't put their trust in a student who had just recently reached adulthood, could they? If that old man, the chief captain, knew about it, a scolding from the few of them would definitely be inevitable. Phew, it seems that they did not catch up. Qinyu, who had fled to the interior of the house, glanced back with palpitations in his heart and realized that there was no one to catch up with him before he finally let out a sigh of relief. What are you bad guys doing here? Lan Yu's voice suddenly came out coldly from behind Qinyu. It's not the old men. After hearing Lan Yu's familiar voice, Qinyu subconsciously turned his head back and found that Lan Yu, who was wearing a set of cotton short-sleeved pajamas, was looking at him while wiping her hair. Old man? What did they do to you again? My grandfather? Not knowing whether it was because her hands were sore or something else, Lanyu directly hung the towel that was used to wipe her hair around her neck, skimming her mouth as she asked to Chinyu. Chinyu did not answer this question from Blue Rain, but subconsciously tried to reach out and take the towel that was hanging around her neck. But he was met with Blue Rain crossing her arms and moving a step backward before looking at him with a wary expression. What do you want? After hearing Lanyu's words, the word think almost came out of Chinyu's mouth, but looking at the other party's adorable appearance, he still smiled and explained to her, I'm only taking a towel to help you dry your hair. Where are you thinking of? Really? Lanyu looked at Chinyu suspiciously. It really is. If you don't believe me, then forget it. It's not like I'm going to have a headache in the future anyway. Chinyu spread his own hands helplessly. After listening to Chinyu's explanation, Lanyu had already believed him 80% in her heart, but on the surface she still continued to put on a wary expression. Since you don't believe in it, then I'll leave now. Saying that, Chinyu really turned around and wanted to leave, but in his heart he was counting down a few numbers. 5, 4, 3. After Chinyu silently counted to 3 inside his heart, he heard Blue Rain's voice calling him to stop. Slow down. Chinyu, who had his back turned to Lanyu, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised for a moment after hearing the other party really shouting at him to stop. Then when he turned around to face Lanyu, he turned into a frowning face of impatience. What's wrong? I thought you said you didn't trust me? Although Chinyu still had to put on a face of impatience on the surface, in his heart he had already laughed like crazy. Chinyu, oh, my poor Tom, has been taken by Chinyu just like that. If it wasn't for the fact that Lanyu couldn't see what was going on inside Chinyu's heart, or else she would have slapped the other party out of the room. So I can't see Chin, Jerry, Blue, Tom, Rain, can only be played by the other party in the palm of the hand? And, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that it's the first time she's been touched by someone of the opposite sex her own age. So of course it took some mental preparation before she could say yes. It's just that it's the first time she's been touched by someone her own age. Looking at the Blue Rain twisting and turning, Chinyu also decided to stop teasing her. I was going to go inside the bathroom to find a clean towel to help her wipe clean again, but after opening the bathroom door, slow down, don't you open it yet. Unfortunately, Lanyu's voice was a step slower than the speed at which Chinyu did it. Inside the bathroom were piling up the clothes that Lanyu had just changed out of after her bath. Chapter 63. It will be your fault if I can't hold my grandchildren when the time comes. Both sides froze in this awkward situation. However, after returning to his senses, Lanyu first took a hard, deep breath, and then was about to vigorously roar that breath out when he was forcibly interrupted from casting the spell by Chinyu, only to see that he had arrived behind the other party the moment Blue Rain opened her mouth, and then used his own hand to tightly cover her mouth. Since Chinyu's arrival behind her was accomplished in a short moment, Lanyu had his mouth covered before she could react. Aha. Even though she had already used all kinds of methods to try to get rid of Chinyu's control when she reacted, the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. In the end, Lanyu could only use her own pair of charming big eyes to just stare at Chinyu to express her dissatisfaction. Hey, you really don't want to keep moving around like this. Originally, holding a soft body in one's arms already requires complete determination to keep going. If you add the aroma as well as the touch of the body, then, well, Lanyu seemed to have sensed the dissimilarity in Chinyu's body, and her pink rouge instantly covered even the roots of her ears on both sides. Alas, I said let you do not move it. This natural reaction is not I want to control, can control the Chinyu and not sexual impotence. In this soft body, in the embrace of the situation are not any reaction words. He maybe really need to go to the doctor. Looking at the Blue Rain that has not dared to move around freely, Chinyu suddenly had a less mature idea. He first used his other hand to remove the towel that was hanging over her, and then placed it behind Blue Rain's fuzzy little head for a scrub. During this period, Lanyu was still protesting over Chinyu rubbing his hair so hard, but realized that the other party was harder at the beginning, but his movements slowly started to become gentler at the back. It even got to the point where, rather than drying her hair, he was looking for an excuse to stroke his own little head. Oh meow. I don't know if it's because Chinyu's big hand has magical powers, but it actually made Lanyu's entire body lean on his body. Hey, looks like it's about time. Chinyu's mouth had subconsciously quirked up as he looked at Lanyu, who had gone limp. Originally, his plan was to blow gently next to Lanyu's ear, but he had only just gotten close to the other side when a floral fragrance not unlike that of a shower gel came vaguely from Lanyu's body, causing Chinyu to almost get lost there. Just as he was about to revitalize, he accidentally glimpsed the soft tip of the iceberg hidden under his pajamas. Not warned, Chinyu, who got this news, subconsciously touched his nose and found that there was no difference or decided to change his original plan. Woo meow. Although it was still the same, those two words, unlike just now when she was so comfortable that she was leaning on Chinyu. The current Lan Yu was crouching on the ground covering her own little head, coupled with the line of tears contained in the eye sockets and the incredulous expression. It made Yu unable to resist covering his own mouth and laughing. But it was only when the palm of the hand just touched his mouth that he realized that the hand that was now covering his mouth was the one that had been released from Blue Rain only a short while ago. Indirect kissing. Such thoughts not only appeared in Yu's mind, even Lan Yu, who was crouching on the ground, did not care about being aggrieved and directly covered her face with her hands. However, through the already reddened ears, it could be discovered that what this girl, Lan Yu, was thinking of inside her head right now was basically no different from what she had just thought of. TSK, 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 I said why I couldn't find you brat anywhere, so it's here. At that moment, a flirtatious, and anti-smiling, a helpless old man suddenly emerged from inside the pulled open living room door. That is to say, I did not expect that this brat's strategic level is actually so high that he will also sound the east and strike the west as a tactic. Wanting to go to the bathroom is a fake. The purpose is to make our guard down, and then bypass these defense towers of ours and come directly over to steal the crystal, Lu Chuan said with a smile, seeing Lan Yu who had already squatted on the ground with a blushing face. Even if Curator Lan was no longer slow, he knew that this granddaughter of his was afraid that she would really have to be planted inside the pit that was Yu. Looking at these few old men that had suddenly appeared, even Yu's cheeks were starting to turn a little red no matter how thick they were, and this was not to mention Lan Yu who had now turned into a steamy G. Ahem, guys, why are there so many people all of a sudden? What? It doesn't seem to be any of your business if we're not all here, does it? Could it be that us old guys are getting in the way of you picking up girls? With regards to Lan Yu as his daughter-in-law, Jin's father had been thinking about her even before she was born. The pig in his own family is now arching cabbages in other people's homes, and of course he, as a father, has to be present. Go go go. Say less if you can't talk. As the caretaker of this cabbage, Curator Blue unabashedly expressed his dislike for Jin's father, but fortunately Yu didn't want to be as full of mouth as his dad was, or else just now when he saw the other party he would have already wanted to open up the other party's heavenly aperture. You guys are also really enough, which has a parent meeting so parent no parent like Yu a little helpless pressed his forehead. There were times when it wasn't that he didn't want to treat Jin's father as his own dad, but his behavioral style would make Yu subconsciously treat the other party as a peer. This jumpy style on the other side had only gradually revealed itself not too long ago, making him almost think that for the past 10 years or so his father had been another person with the same name pretending to be him. TSK, TSK, said but we now actually started to swing. As the person most familiar with Yu, how could Jin's father not know that that brat was trying to drive them away? However, Jin's father glanced at Lan Yu who was still so shy that she hadn't come back to her senses yet. This time, it was decided that it would be better to let Yu be majestic for once. Let's not get in the way of the intimacy between the young couple, or it'll be your fault if I can't hold my grandchildren when the time comes. Saying that, he didn't care how the remaining two people's gazes were. He directly pulled them all back inside the hall, and even thoughtfully closed the door that led to the inside of the hall. After Father Qin and the others left, the small aisle once again fell silent. This time, however, the heartbeats of the two people present could be clearly heard. Chapter 64 $3. Bang bang, bang bang. The heartbeats of both men had been beating fast. A girl in a pink cotton shirt with short sleeves sat crouched close to the wall while a boy on the other side handily peeked at the girl while standing still and pretending to take his cell phone out and swipe the video. But if the girl had looked up a little, she could have definitely known that the guy had been so nervous that he didn't even realize that he had reversed his cell phone. Hey, how long do you want to keep this up? The one who broke the awkward atmosphere of this scene was none other than Blue Rain, who had buried her entire head in her knees. Though the blush on her face had largely dissipated, the prolonged burying of her face in her knees had left her cheeks imprinted with 2 red marks on either side, so rounding up would be equivalent to that blush simply not having dissipated yet. What would you do if I said I didn't want to be here for a long time? But before Yu could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Lan Yu's eyes suddenly redden. You don't want to stay with me that badly? Hearing the Blue Rain with a crying voice to say out words, Yu which still care about what men and women are not kissed, directly half kneeling on the ground tightly in front of this is silent crying in front of the personable child. You misunderstand me La. I just feel too here will be those few old men staring at a little upset just, so that's why I said that I want to leave here, said Yu, using his fingertips to help Lan Yu gently wipe away some of the tears in his eyes. Would you like to go out with me? Aha! Blue Rain nodded vigorously. Well then, why don't you go back to your room and change first? You can't just go out in the clothes you're wearing now, can you? After Yu reminded her, Lan Yu remembered that she didn't seem to have anything on inside, so after gently pushing Yu away, she ran back to her room and then leaned behind the door of her room and made a face at Yu. Slightly you big horny old rascal. After saying that, she slammed the door with force. Seeing such a cute expression Yu was first stunned, then smiled and shook his head favorably. This girl. By the time the door to the room opened again, Lan Yu's body had already changed into a white dress. One could only see her carrying her hands behind her back before slowly walking to a distance of nearly 30 centimeters away from Qingyu before stopping. Is it good looking? Even though Lan Yu's voice was very low when she uttered these words, Qingyu he still heard them word for word. Looking at the suddenly wriggling Lan Yu in front of him, Qingyu momentarily got the idea of teasing her again. He first rested his right hand against his chin, then pretended to be contemplative as he looked up and down at Blue Rain, who had suddenly changed from a sports girl to the image of a literary girl. Well, what's the best way to put it? Dissemination in shoulder black long hair plus not apply any powder of the plain face, spotless dress and reveal half of the cute little feet. Qingyu basically has been impossible to pick out any faults. Well, in order for Qingyu's judgment to be a little clearer, Blue Rain simply spun around in a circle in place. However, her long bright hair also flew along with the movement. It's beautiful. These words were said subconsciously by Qingyu after seeing the scene in front of him, and when he reacted to cover his mouth, Lan Yu had already narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed. Look at it this way, as pretty as you think it is, because it's the time of the day when the sun is shining, instead of walking down the street and enjoying the love from the nature. It's better to find a bigger department store and enjoy the cold air while slowly wandering around. Anyway, the variety of things inside the department store is not much less than outside the street. Only in terms of price is not good. Not how the ihotang inside the mall is a little more expensive than the one outside the mall. Ah. Qingyu spat out as he held the cup of $15 of mint milk green in his hand. Obviously it's only $12 to order takeout and there's no shipping or anything. Lan Yu, who was following behind Qingyu, seemed to feel that the Qingyu in front of her seemed to be several times funnier than what she had originally thought. After all, the tiny price difference between inside the mall and outside the mall doesn't really matter much compared to their worth. However, the Qingyu in front of her was obviously living inside a star hotel right now, but he was crushing on the cup of milk tea on hand that only had a difference of $3. Well, the rent of the store inside the mall is definitely more expensive than the rent of the store outside the mall. If this cost is not recovered from you, the consumers, then why do they open here? Blue Rain smiled and went up and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Just as well. Then I wish the mall's a little more people who just come over to simply enjoy the cold air. Qingyu skimmed his lips and said, "You're a little too careful here," said Blue Rain, suddenly crying and laughing. With that, the two just played from the first level of the mall all the way to the top one with a drink each. Except for the layer in the clothes area halfway through which Qingyu was born to be used as a clothes changer doll to change a variety of clothes, this rare wanderings of two people out were still quite enjoyable. Inside the movie theater on the 5th floor, they picked out a movie that was going to be released as a final wrap-up to this outing, but there was no telling the reason why neither of them were too interested in this type of romantic genre. They decisively chose the Shinigami Elementary School Theater Edition, which has been serialized since before they were born and has never been finished. The only thing that keeps the ratings up a little bit in this manga, besides the main brewery thread with a bunch of fake alcohol, is those CPs posting candy. But according to those who have seen the drama overseas, this is also the one that has caused the most controversy for those CPs. Who do you think has bullied who in the end? Qingyu, who had already come out from inside the movie theater, said as he looked around at the mostly cursing people. I don't really want to comment on that. If it was before watching this theater version of either Shinran or Koai she was indifferent, but after she watched this theater version, she actually had a desire to knock Ran AI. As for this 10,000 years of elementary school students, or let him accompany those cases aside to cool off. If he was not curiosity killed the cat at that time, where there is still the role of Conan. Seeing the suddenly indignant Lan Yu, Qingyu decisively did not mention this issue again. She was sent back to the martial arts center after a quick bite to eat at that spicy hotspot next door. Chapter 65 The Master He's Got a Problem. After sending Lan Yu back to the hotel, Qingyu directly called an online car to return to the hotel. As he opened the door to his room with his spare room card, he suddenly realized that the inside of the suites hall was actually filled with a rare amount of smoke, and is constantly generating this situation. It is in Qingyu before long returned to the room inside the Qin father as well as Lu Chuan. There is another hand also lit a cigarette clamped in the hand of the man as his memory inside never seen. You're back? Because of the reason that he was thinking about things inside his head, Qinyu's father didn't notice it for the first time even when Qinyu walked into the door of his room. Aha! Qinyu just nodded before returning to his room. Looking at the door of the room that had already been closed by Qinyu, Father Qin revealed a rare expression of hardship. Old Qin, you don't want us to fail this mission either, do you? The other man in the scene besides Qin's father and Lu Chuan obviously also saw the struggle inside Qin's father, but in order to suppress the development of those several families, they could only resort to this. Alas, let me think about it for a little while longer. After all, The problem that even we adults can't solve is now actually going to be pressed on a prospective college student who has only just finished taking the exams a short while ago, which is really a little bit less impressive. The man wasn't surprised that Chin's father would say such a thing, so he left after saying this. Is that really the best we can do? Chin's father seemed to be mumbling, but more than that, he was inquiring about himself. Back to his room after a long bath, lying on the bed, Chinyu was hanging out to clean up their own handheld game on the strength. Turn-based handheld game is the most enjoyable point, is to be able to hang out while not free to do something else. However, when he was about to hang up and read a novel at the same time, he heard a soft knock at the door of his room. Knock knock. Combined with what he saw when he first came in, it didn't even take a second thought to realize that it was his dad who had something to find him again. On in. Chinyu simply did not think that he will actually be so many troublesome things to the entanglement of. First of all, the beginning of the by Chinyu out of the crusade against the kobolds, and then to the downtown plaza of the cat demon, and now in order to save Luchuan this little Karami came to the B city. Could this be the legendary protagonist physique? Just after he had recalled what had happened during this period of time, in a short period of time, Chin's father had already pushed the door in from outside, but the only thing that moved Chinyu was that his dad actually returned to his room to take a shower before coming over, which meant that he now had none of those smells from the curing fumes from earlier. Did you come to see me about something? Although his dad thought he was doing a good job of hiding it, the fact that his frown hasn't relaxed so far shows that this matter isn't as easy to solve as he thought it would be. Chin's father just nodded before saying anything, but it wasn't that he didn't want to say it, it was that he didn't know how he was going to get the words out. Well, this kind of twisted personality doesn't suit you. You'd better change back to your old big-headed self. It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that I don't know what to tell you. After all, the fact that you were able to single-handedly save that Lu Chuan guy is already something the military department owes you. And they're actually trying to make it worse now. Saying that, Father Qin gave Chinyu an unfavorable look before continuing. There are times when I'd rather you were just an ordinary teenager and I wasn't a member under the command of the military department. It's not something you or I could have anticipated, is it? For Chin father said this sentence, Chinyu can only helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Even if there hadn't been an extra person inside his body a few years ago, his own dad would have been as busy as he is today with all that military department crap. The only lucky thing is that he can still resist him a little bit now. But if those people from the military department continue to be so ungrateful, he doesn't mind pushing those few people from the world's families up. At least the ambitions of those lineages could be seen clearly with a bright eye. But the current situation was really too strange for Chinyu. Even the weirdness made him wonder if something had really gone wrong inside them. Let's not talk about just letting those lineage people develop for hundreds of years without a care in the world. And was that incident with his dad back then really the work of those lineage families? Thinking of this, Chinyu's heart suddenly produced a doubt. That the old man who now serves as the chief captain of the military department is really himself? Or is this just a creature that appears to be an old man on the surface? After this, one doubt arose in Chinyu's mind. There is no way to disappear again. Nah, have you met the chief captain senior? Face to face lately? Not by way of a video, but met face to face. Originally, Chin's father had already thought that he could keep up with those whims of this son of his, but after every time he uttered such inexplicable words, he himself had to go through a lot of thinking before he could figure out why. But now that kid suddenly and coldly asked something that he really hadn't even thought about. Why do you ask? Although most of the questions his own son asked were ones he hadn't thought about, perhaps that was why he was able to notice so many details he hadn't. Hold your horses. I'll tell you when you answer me this. No, except for a dozen years ago in the chief captain's office, the old man and he talks to each other via video. Is that really what it looks like? After hearing his dad's answer, the question inside him had been largely answered. What's wrong? You don't think there's something wrong with the old man, do you? Combined with Chinyu's sudden coldness in asking about his old man situation, even if Chin father was, no matter how slow he was to notice that this son of his had already begun to suspect the chief captain's old man. Why not? Chinyu suddenly looked at his father seriously before continuing. Leaving aside the fact that it's been more than a decade since you last met, aren't you curious about what the old man he's done in the last few years? You saw those blast infantrymen with shields when we were in downtown a city earlier, didn't you? Their military department is actually delusional enough to rely on conventional ways to fight those monsters. Don't tell me it's a matter of momentary carelessness. Those monsters have been around for hundreds of years. There's no way the military ministry would be so stupid as to send some ordinary soldiers as to die for nothing, right? Chapter 66. 1W doesn't look like much. Chinyu's remark suddenly put Chin's father in deep thought. It seemed like it was really like what Chinyu had said. What the military department had done during this period of time was really too disappointing. Let's just say he just got an inexplicable assignment from the guy who crossed paths with them. The chief captain old master even told Chinyu to kill all of those worldly families without missing a single one of them. Was this the same old man he remembered? He remembered that the old man from before didn't seem to be that murderous, and if he killed them all, then who was going to finish them off when these monsters came out? Do we rely on ordinary soldiers who are swarmed by monsters at the drop of a hat? Although now those families, despite being a bit of a bully, at least they are not ambiguous about their responsibilities. There is also this Lu Chuan this time. He did not believe that relying on the military so many years of heritage will not even be able to save a few people from the hands of the world family cannot do. Lastly, there was that video call the old man had made to himself not too long ago, and with what he had learned about the old man him over the years, there was no way he would have made his expression so obvious, combined with all the clues suggesting that perhaps the current old man might not really be the one he knew before. I don't suppose you've told anyone else about this? Concluded the father of Qin has not just entered the room of Qin Yu when the hesitation expression he now only want to find out is now staying in the headquarters of the Ministry of the Army that old man in the end is not true. No, if that look on your face when you came in to see me this time hadn't been so outrageous, I wouldn't have thought in that direction at all. But now that I see your frown has been loosened, this is something you should be able to work out for yourselves, isn't it? Well, roughly, Father Qin nodded. But it's better to see how well this thing checks out. But that vice mayor might really need you to step in and save the day. Otherwise it's really too passive for us. Originally Qin Yu also thought that his dad after his own fooling around will give up to let him go out to work it. But did not think that they still have to work in the hot weather in the hot sun. But there's another person inside his body, isn't there? When the time comes, just throw things straight at him. You noble. You're great. You've got the guts to do it yourself. After coming to the conclusion, Qin Yu was now no longer obsessed with whether or not to accept the mission. Originally, he and Qin Yu were the same person, so why not look for the amazing Qin Yu when you encountered a difficult problem? Qin Yu, you have the guts to turn on the microphone. I want to communicate with you properly. I promise to save that person. But, Qin Yu raised his right hand to his father and made a money gesture. Today in the mall to spend time when he was hard to save the wallet all of a sudden deflated a lot of. Did a lot of seniors have said that this is a time-consuming and laborious but also money-consuming activities? And it is true that I do not deceive me. No, how dare you ask your old man for money? After looking at the movements Qin Yu made with his right hand, Qin father was unexpectedly angry and laughed for a moment. Or what? As long as you're doing the work you have to pay me, right? Otherwise, you really think I'm running a house of all things? Even if it's a house of wonders, it still needs money to run it, okay? Qin Yu said, skimming his lips. Looking at such a greasy Qin Yu, Qin father could only allocate a portion of the funds for this event to him as payment, and then he himself huffed and puffed back to the living room to settle the score with Lu Chuan. After all, his own son had to be paid for saving his life, didn't he? Only this payment is collected on your own behalf is all. Brat, don't you forget to save the people. After saying these words, Qin father left Qin Yu's room without looking back. The sound of the door of the room being closed heavily did not wake up Qin Yu, who was immersed in the temptation of money, only to see him drooling over the zeros of the string of numbers on his cell phone. Char, just how many 648s can you kryptonize with that much money? Shouldn't this installment of comma give her a 6 plus 5? With that said, he finally kryptonized comma to 6 plus 5 after rushing several 648s under numerous bales. Suddenly feel that this money is also too unbearable to use, right? Obviously just now there are several zeros. Qin Yu looked at the balance on the cell phone, suddenly become less, instantly feel that this point of money is really too little. Actually just a few 648 cannot resist. In fact, Qin Yu is really wrong to blame the Qin father. Obviously his own kryptonite 10648 will appear to be the original string of figures is not too much. Obviously this 1W has been the usual family for several months of food costs. Qin Yu, that boy is still too little. Forget it. Anyway, if you don't accept it, even if you think it's too little money, you don't have that much money to return to your own dad, so you can only condescend to your other self. Qin Yu looked at his cell phone, only a few $1,000s left, said, buying him a case of tomato juice should be enough when the time comes. Qin Yu, tired, destroy. Thinking so, Qin Yu's VX suddenly vibrated. Blue Rain, sleeping? Rambling Feather, not yet. After Qin Yu had only just finished answering Blue Rain, he saw the other party send an invitation to a video call. Acceptance. After he tapped that green button, Blue Rain's plain face without any powder appeared on the screen again. Yeah, hello? I just thought you were asleep. Lanyu was wearing a set of cotton short-sleeved pajamas of a different color than the one Qin Yu had seen at noon, sitting on her bed with a duck-sitting look. No, my dad was just trying to find me for a late-night snack. Although Qin's father had really looked for Qin Yu just now, he definitely wasn't looking for him to have a midnight snack is all. Late-night snack? That's so good. Lanyu subconsciously gulps a mouthful of saliva when she hears Qin Yu mention a midnight snack. What? You want some too? Aren't you full of crap? Lanyu did not hesitate to reward Qin Yu with a beautiful blank stare. After all, who doesn't love barbecue, crawfish and the like? Saying that, Blue Rain became more vocal while swallowing, and just about managed to put "I want to eat" to say it out loud. Ha ha, if you have the opportunity, I invite you to eat. Now he is a man with a huge amount of money in his hands. The area of a midnight snack is still able to invite this small greedy cat in front of him. Really? Then we have a deal. In fact, a district meal of barbecue and crayfish can still order takeout by herself, but if she can go out to eat with Chinyu, even if it's just to go out to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot for $6, she is willing to do so. Yes, 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 we have a deal. The two said their goodbyes and went to bed after setting a time that really wasn't that early anymore after all. Good night, good night. Chapter 67 Adversary. In this dark and windy night, those who have the objective course should do some love to do things but the bitter Chinyu just fell asleep after he was driven to do hard labor. Chinyu, that guy is still really an asshole. The money is what he receives, and then this exhausting thing actually wants me to do. Chinyu stood in the shadows of the place to crouch and said, if I don't have 10 cases of tomato juice by then, I won't mind giving him a grueling fix. Thinking of that guy chatting so happily with that girl Blue Rain before he went to bed. If the other Missy knew about it. He. Thinking of the way he was being pulled around by those two people. Chinyu suddenly felt that this matter of being a wage earner tonight wasn't so sad again. After all, their opponents are only a group of small Karami, and Chinyu to deal with. But even the saints cannot cope with the tigress. However, if you want to watch the show, you also have to finish this job in front of you. Chinyu looked at this crowded bodyguards in front of the door. Want not to alarm those people then is not a simple thing. Although he can use the shadow escape to sneak in, but when he comes out, he has to bring a drag bottle out. In the end, how to not agitate those people, but also got unknowingly to steal people out? Chinyu glanced around and realized that the only thing that could really be useful was the one inside the back door that hadn't been blocked up in the dog hole. It shouldn't be a problem to aggravate that person when the time comes, right? Chinyu stroked his chin for a moment and thought, hey, lives are going to be lost. What do you need this kind of dignity that comes in hundreds of pounds for a few dollars? Say it and do it. After he had decided on his escape route, he was ready to go inside Yan's house and bring the man out. Inside the Yan family, a middle-aged man tied to a chair was unconscious, and the place holding him is also the same place where Yan Shu held Lanyu during the day. Squeak dash. The dark warehouse shone in a few rays of moonlight because the door had been opened. Master, the man is tied up in there. At this time, two people walked in from outside the door. The one walking behind was obviously much stronger than the one in front of him. Whether it was his dress or his attitude, it was obvious that the one behind him was much higher than the one in front of him. The middle-aged man took a look at the obviously clean warehouse around him and said to the man in front of him with a dissatisfied frown, as I recall, hasn't this place stopped being used a long time ago? Why are there still such obvious traces of being used around it? Hearing that the middle-aged man was asking himself, the man in front of him hurriedly replied, back to master. The reason why there are traces of this place being used is because the young master brought someone to kidnap a girl back inside the house today. After the middle-aged man heard the report from the man in front of him, he instantly roared in a rage. Nonsense! Didn't I tell him to be a little more peaceful during this time? I can't believe that he would even engage in kidnapping and all these things in such a period of time. Does he think that position underneath my ass has been sitting there for a bit too long, and wants to move it around for me? If it was usual then he wouldn't care even if that rebellious son did something. After all, inside B City these family members of theirs were basically a snake in the ground. As far as the city inside the hand down to steal chickens and dogs of those street skaters, all of them are not received their family's filial piety. But now it's different. This time the ones coming down from above are obviously coming with characters. On the surface, it looked like a local-to-local officer study, but the one who led the team down this time, surnamed Sheen, was one of the leaders who came down from the headquarters of the Ministry of War. According to the source of information exchanged between their lineages, this one surnamed Sheen was well liked by that chief captain's old master, although he didn't know that he had quit the military department before for whatever reason. But now that he had rejoined the military department he obviously had a voice at the headquarters that couldn't be underestimated. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be annoyed again. He had warned the son not long ago, to him this period of time to be quiet and keep to himself for a while and so on those above the people left after he even if this be city to stir up the sky, they can help him to cover the bottom of. But now, that rebellious son actually still think that death is not fast enough, and even dare to send the handle personally to the hands of others. Retrograde son. His asshole is really a retrograde son. The middle-aged man was so angry that he kept stomping his feet. If it wasn't for the fact that the floor was too hard, he was definitely going to stomp the hell out of it. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something while getting angry, so he hurriedly asked the man in front of him, Oldly, who is that girl that the rebellious son kidnapped back this time? Oldly was first stunned after hearing the middle-aged man's words, and then after lowering his head, he replied, Back to your lordship. According to the report of those under his command, the one that the young master captured back this time is said to be the Blue Eagle's own granddaughter, Lan Yu, of the Blue Family Martial Arts School. The middle-aged man previously thought that the rebellious son this time to catch back just a woman without any background behind, but after the old Li's report, only to realize that this rebellious son this time is really to stab through the B-city. However, with a lucky heart, he still held on to the last shred of possibility in asking old Li once again, "Are you sure it's that one Blue's martial arts school? Is it really another woman with the same name?" Old Li obviously could not hear the hidden meaning of the middle-aged man that sentence. He thought it was the middle-aged man was testing his own it. That's why old Li's expression in answering the middle-aged man this time suddenly became cautious. And in order to confirm that his answer was correct, he even called the person who reported to him once in front of the middle-aged man. "Well, I know." When Lao Li hung up the phone, the middle-aged man looked at him with hope. This is the only time in so many years that the middle-aged man hoped that this time it was his own ministry that got it wrong. But the results obtained have obviously made him despair. "Master, I have already confirmed after many times. The woman that young master kidnapped today is indeed Blue Eagle's own granddaughter, Lan Yu." According to those bodyguards at the door, at that time, that old man Blue Eagle had personally brought people over to the yin side of the house, tired and destroyed. The middle-aged man had despaired after hearing the news, so he also ignored the deputy mayor who he had asked to be tied up, turned his head and headed for the room of the rebellious son in his own house. Chapter 68 Learned? No, learned to scrap. The sudden departure of the middle-aged man not only let the old Li confused, and even hide in the shadows of the Rechin you or a little bit do not know what he is doing. However, can easily find the location of that person imprisoned, is also a kind of accidental harvested. Time back to 10 minutes ago, Rechin Yuan just sneaked into the Yin family was still prepared to use the most stupid method. That is, one place by one place to look for that caught vice mayor exactly where. But after he had only sneaked into the Yin family mansion, he saw Chang Wei hitting Fu. No, it should be Yin Shu hitting his little follower. "Wastes, you really are all trash." Yin Shu roared as he kicked the man lying on the ground. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it's true that those lapdogs are just being dogs in front of people and afterward." Ri Qinyu felt that there was no point in watching this master-servant love drama after a while. It would have been slightly more interesting if the man lying on the ground would have resisted, but alas, this was nothing more than a one-sided beating. So even if the man was beaten to death, he just deserved it. When Li Qinyu was about to leave to the next place, he found a man dressed in black clothes knocking on Yin Shu's room door furtively. Young master, I have something urgent to report." Even though the sound of the man knocking on the door was very low, Yin Shu, who was enacting the master in servant drama, still heard the knocking sound. "Come in." After giving the man on the ground a final hard kick, Yin Shu came to the tabletop and poured a glass of water to drink. Squeak dash. The man dressed in black first looked around for a moment before he lowered his head and gently pushed open the door to Yin Shu's room and walked in. The man in black certainly saw the man lying on the ground after entering Yin Shu's room, but he merely swept a glance at the other party before opening his mouth to report to Yin Shu. "Young master, what you asked me to look into earlier already has a clue." "Oh, come on, tell us who that man really is." Yin Shu instantly found it interesting after hearing the report from the man in black, to actually be able to be engaged to the heir of the Blue Clan Martial Arts Center. That man should also be a second-generation rich or second-generation power military or something, right? The man in black pulled out a few pieces of paper from inside the briefcase he had brought along with him, and then respectfully handed them to Yin Shu with both hands. "According to my investigation, his parents are merely running a slightly famous company inside a city. However, in his own words, in addition to the 2.5 years after his junior year of hospitalization, he was only inserted into his senior year of high school a year ago through someone's connections, and he finished his high school entrance exams only a short time ago. As for why he came to be city and when, we checked every means of transportation and couldn't find out." Yin Shu listened to the black-clothed man's report while looking at only a few pages of information. It wasn't that those under him weren't capable of finding out more about the man on the profile, but that the first half of his life was really just that little bit of stuff to look up. It was school and school every day for the period of time before entering the hospital, and except for the 2.5 years in between when the other person entered the hospital for treatment, it was basically a fixed formula for a child raised by an ordinary family. The district has only a few pages of information Yin Shu read in less than a few minutes. Because that person's life is indeed like what the man in black said, there is no special. The whole information in addition to that cannot be found. 2.5 years in addition to this information is not any characteristics. Old Ma, why do you think Lan Yu would look at such an ordinary man? Neither does he have any background nor any special features. Other than earning slightly more money than a normal person, there are no special features. Yin Shu was like a wistful teenager placing his hands on his chin and propping himself up. and then his gaze was instead directed towards the night sky outside the window that vaguely carried a few stars. The man in black was initially confused after hearing these words from his young master, but he quickly reacted. Perhaps Ms. Blue Rain is seeking excitement? The man in black replied after thinking inside his head for a while. Thrill-seeking? Just thrill-seeking. Think about it. Young Master and Miss Blue Rain were already ahead of most people the moment they were born. Isn't a life without the joy of striving like a salted fish? Yen Shu nodded his head after hearing this. Then let the man in black continue. After getting Yen Shu's affirmation, the man in black wasn't as flustered as he was just now, and the whole person suddenly walked again. The life of lying flat like a salted fish, young masters, you don't want at all, do you? Yes indeed. A life without challenges is not a perfect life at all. Like he had never even experienced the desire to buy a cell phone, have to save for several months to be able to buy, and in the purchase of the teeth or clenched teeth with a face of pain. This kind of thing is basically with him is not destined to be. Author's internal OS, you damn well give it to me if you don't want it. I want to lie down every minute of every day. So in Ms. Blue Rain's eyes, living with such ordinary people is the challenge she wants in life, right? So it is. After listening to the words of the man in black, Yen Shu suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Shouldn't he also find a civilian girl to challenge? Yen Shu room inside the ongoing You Learn to Waste Today small school. Really let from the outside look in Li Qinyu eye-opening. There is really a kind of magic spell that forcibly pulls the other party's IQ to the same horizon as his own. So in addition to the conversation in the middle where Yen Shugai sends someone to investigate Qinyu simply doesn't dare to listen to any more of the words that they say behind him. After all, you don't want to be forcibly demoralized? Listening to it a little longer, he felt like something would suddenly fall out of his head. Where are those two over there going? Li Qinyu secretly followed behind those two people, because he felt that if he followed them there might be some kind of surprise waiting for him. Time back to the present. Li Qinyu was making a trade-off for the choice of whether to eat the melon or save the people. But after thinking that Yen Shu's side would be an enjoyable show of fatherly kindness and filial piety, he didn't hesitate to choose to save the people and go. Because he had already seen these scenes of fatherly kindness and filial piety many times on that guy Qinyu's body. So instead of going over to watch the big show, it would be better to save the person early and then go back to sleep. Chapter 69 ? God is actually by my side. From the shadows out of the Li Qinyu looked at the eyes of this one electronic lock into the contemplation. It wouldn't even take a second if you told him to just destroy it, but you'd have to get him to open the electronic lock intact. Sorry, he wouldn't. After carefully pondering over the electronic lock, Li Qinyu realized that he still couldn't think of any way to crack it. Or should we just destroy it? The intolerable Qinyu still decided to utilize the most primitive way to violently solve the problem, only to see a silver-white scythe suddenly appear in his right hand, and then took a few steps back to prepare to destroy the door along with the chain after building up his strength. Slowly. Slow. What the hell are you doing? Li Qinyu was storing up his strength when inside his body Qinyu, who was supposed to be sleeping, suddenly came to his senses. Then he saw the scene in which Li Qinyu was preparing to build up his strength to break through the door. What else is there to do? It's obvious to everyone. No, I mean, do you damn well know how much damage you're going to do to B City with that stored up slash? Not Qinyu Hartakian family of those properties, only to Li Qinyu said so, but that guy would have only need to gently swing can do things he actually want to directly accumulate power to destroy? Ha! Don't these door locks have knots or something like that present? A light swing shouldn't be able to cut through this interlocking belt door all the way, right? Originally Li Qinyu just wanted to try to gently swing it like Qinyu said, but before he could fully slash the side down, that gate instantly fell apart in pieces because of the pressure of the blade. Ouch, crouch. I haven't even started to do it yet. Li Qinyu watched as the iron door in front of him with the electronic lock shattered into pieces lying on the ground. Turns out I underestimated your strength. Next time you should be able to break these iron gates right open with just your bare hands. The scene that appeared in front of his eyes directly and instantly left Qinyu speechless. But thinking of how clean that guy was when he fought against those monsters, he didn't feel outrageous for a moment. Well, maybe what was only said is true. Li Qinyu, as he stepped over those fragments, clearly noticed that he was merely walking over them with the strength of his usual walk, and those fragments had unexpectedly turned into crumbs. After the two Qinyu finished a pointless argument, they saw the man tied to the chair in front of them. That person is our target this time? Li Qinyu confirmed to Qinyu. You ask me, who should I ask? In addition to our dad, who else has seen that so-called person? Said so. Qinyu let Li Qinyu take out the cell phone to ask Nyang. If the other side is really the deputy mayor, there should be a photo on the internet. 30 minutes later, Li Qinyu carried the vice mayor, who had confirmed it for I don't know how many times, on his shoulders and then brought him back to the hotel with ease. What's the point of asking about those previously confirmed escape routes? It is because it is useless to confirm. Otherwise how else water word count? Of course these are false. because Ri Qinyu overestimated the strength of those so-called bodyguards, in the way they left the Yen family mansion by climbing over the wall. The surrounding even a patrol are not. Just a few hours of time can even people with the time to catch up with each other to save out. So when Li Qinyu to that deputy mayor to bring back to the hotel to clap the door of the room of the father of Qin when he even the original get up and forget to send. Just a dumbfounded look at the vice mayor lying on the couch with several layers of skin rubbed into him. As for who actually did this thing, it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that they would all put the blame on the Yin family's head. Yin family crowd, say dog or you dogga. After rescuing the person, this matter had been completely unrelated to Qinyu, an outsider. After all, he is just a mediocre high school student. And no, I should say a prospective college student, because the next morning after the rescue of the person is the time of the college entrance examination results release. Qinyu is also after the class group inside those people keep at him to remember. Senior Class 7. Classmate A, where's Qinyu? Why haven't we seen him for a while? Classmate B, I guess I didn't do as well as I thought I would on the high school entrance exams, right? But with only 1 year of high school, that's probably par for the course, right? Mangy feather, Qinyu? Qinyu, is today the time to check the results of the college entrance examination? Class president, crap, the living Qinyu big handsome guy actually appeared. Classmate A, worship big brother, JPG. Classmate B, worship big brother, JPG. Classmate N, worship big brother, JPG. After a flurry of picture swipes, the homeroom teacher finally showed up. Class teacher, you should not imagine how many points Qinyu students this time, but 985 and 211 these schools should be able to choose any specialty. Classmate A, are you telling the truth? Homeroom teacher? Class teacher, today is not April Fool's Day. I have to cheat your time, will not play a little more games, Classroom teacher, see for yourselves if you don't believe me. Class teacher, screenshot, JPG. Classroom teacher, thanks to Qinyu's classmates for adding to my bonus today. Classmate A, crap. Classmate B, crouch. Classmate C, worship the god of learning, JPG. Classmate N, worship the god of learning, JPG. Class president, after reading the grades of my scholastic god deskmate, I feel that reading myself read these 3 years of high school is purely a waste of time. To corroborate his words like that, the class president also took a screenshot of a picture of his high school grades. Squad leader, screenshot, JPG. Class president, I did not expect to think that even when the math scores are only just past the Qinyu now science scores actually have 130 plus results. I believe that there is a genius in the world. It is true that we are only acting as a number of. Student A, number of persons acting plus 1. Student N, number of persons acting plus N. Student A, but did you guys notice that the Qinyu guy disappeared again except for a few words he posted at the beginning? Class president, come out from the scholars table. Student N, Qinyu come out quickly. As for Qinyu, why he suddenly disappeared into thin air, it was because he was showing off to Lanyu, who was also taking the college entrance exam this year. Qinyu, screenshot, JPG. Qinyu, I'll allow you to worship me for a bit. JPG. Blue rain? Blue rain. This shift in different symbols was exactly how Blue Rain instantly changed from a dumbfounded expression to one of surprise. Blue Rain, are you still a human being? I didn't realize the question mark God was by my side. Jingle bells. After posting that, Blue Rain's video call came instantly. Qinyu, you're buying me dinner. Chapter 70, the raising of a drama father and son. Just like that, both Qinyu and Lanyu hung up the video call without any agreement after agreeing on tomorrow's meal. It was not known if Qin's father was actually able to knock on the door of Qinyu's room the moment after they had just hung up the phone because he was eavesdropping outside the door. Knock knock. Brat, I have something for you again. Fortunately, Qin's father was self-aware enough to know that he was going to trouble himself again. Otherwise, Qinyu would definitely not answer the door even if he was pretending to be asleep. Come in, Qinyu, and then open the door to the room. It was found to come to more than just Qin father himself, a person. Yesterday night, should say as the early hours of the morning, and Qinyu on the return of the deputy mayor also stood behind the father of the Qin incredibly look at their own. You want to ask why the other person is making this incredulous face when they've obviously already met? Maybe it's because that person has been in a coma when Qinyu saved the other person again. So in a sense there is nothing wrong with both parties indeed meeting for the first time when they are conscious. Mr. Qin, was it your son who rescued me last night? After seeing that person's expression, Qinyu knew that it was again the kind of people cannot be seen commonly known as face-slapping set, but he was also too lazy to explain something to the other side. Anyway, he is also receiving money to do is. Qin's father was also sensing the tone of the man behind him, so the expression he looked at him again was no longer so friendly. That's right. Qin's father ignored the other party after answering him with these words. That man, after seeing that Qin's father had suddenly become cold, finally realized that the expression he had just shown was a bit inappropriate. Sorry. I don't mean to look down on your son. It's just that your son is indeed excessively young. making people subconsciously look down on him. Chin's father, listening to the other party's words that were getting darker and darker, directly issued an expulsion order to the other party. Since you've already seen all the people, it's time to go back. With that, he called for Lu Chuan, who also had a rare cold face on one side, to send the people back. Guests, please. Originally that bastard was acting like the sky was the limit when he was sober, and he was putting on that pathetic official airs at the two of them. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had what they needed in their hands, he would have wanted to throw the other party out long ago. Hey, Mr. Chin, have you forgotten what you promised me just now? After seeing that he was about to be dragged away by another man, the man in the middle struggled and said to Mr. Chin's father, "Those things of yours, I will look at the situation to get them back, but as to whether they still belong to you or not, that's not something you can know." After saying these words, Father Chin waved his hand for Lu Chuan to send that person downstairs. As to how exactly he was going to get out of here or whether he would be caught once again after leaving here, that was not something they cared about. Pong. With the outer door being closed heavily, only Chin Yu and his father and son were left inside this hotel suite. "So, you knocked on the door of my room just so I could watch that guy monkey around?" Chin Yu said to his dad as he leaned on the door to his room. "If that's true, then you're just simply wasting a few minutes of my time, because this monkey isn't pretty at all, and it's even a little timid." After hearing those poisonous words from his son, Chin's father rarely opened his mouth to refute him, but instead, he also nodded his head with deep empathy. "Indeed, there is nothing wrong with this appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the price he offered was actually a bit high this time, I wouldn't have come over here specifically to bother you." As soon as he heard the words money, Chin Yu reacted. After all, last night after some experience of being pitched a wave of kryptonite fund by me lulled, now he was left with only 4 digits in his savings, and you have to buy stuff for the other guy inside your body, so it's down to 3 digits after rounding up. And how much can the Mediterranean afford to pay me for the task? Seeing Chin Yu, who suddenly changed his expression, his father was instantly a bit skeptical and said, "What? Didn't I just give you 1W last night? With this money plus those deposits you made in the past, you can basically spice up your milk tea at every meal, right? And there aren't that many ways you can spend your money as a prospective college student, are there? Most of the young people nowadays spend their money on nothing more than cell phones and computers, plus takeout and clothing and accessories at the most. As for smoking or date treats, apart from a slight chance of the latter, the former is basically a non-starter. After all, do you think a man who would go to the shower as soon as he got the smell of cigarettes on his clothes would go back to smoking? So Chin Yu and both but cell phones and computers, these expensive things outside, there is only takeout. But even if he ordered 3 or 2 cups of spiked milk tea to drink every day, he wouldn't be able to finish such a large sum of money, would he? How should I put this? Chin Yu began to weave the intelligence he could use inside his head. How on earth was he going to put the words together into a story that would convince his dad? What? You mean you're going to tell him about Mikyu's heartlessness? If you really want to eat a seat, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Just take a knife and stab me to death. Think about it. What would happen if your parents found out that you've spent almost 1W in the game? Wouldn't that result in the equivalent of taking a knife to my body? Just as Chin Yu was contemplating just how he was going to be able to come up with a shocking sob story, he suddenly saw his class group that kept it ing him on his cell phone and then instantly had the idea of potentially reaping another kryptonite fund. Yuck! Dating fund. Only to see Chin Yu's expression suddenly become smiling, after walking to Chin's father's back to help him press up his shoulders. What are you doing? Chin's father was obviously shocked by his son's sudden messing up of this scene as well. That kid isn't trying to assassinate himself and pocket all the inheritance and insurance money or something, is he? This not so mature idea sprang out of Chin's father's mind all of a sudden. Is this kid finally willing to make a move? It's also hard for him to be able to be patient for so long before he kills himself. There is no mistake. Just at that time, Chin's father knew his son's extraordinary hands. Chin's father has predicted that there will be such a day, but he did not expect this day will come so fast. Just for his own playwright dad, Chin Yu has always been a deep understanding, but just now Chin's father's mind thought of things to let Chin Yu know if he will certainly shout out, crouching. But right now, the only thing inside Chin Yu's heart is trying to get a dating fund from his own dad is just that. Old Chin, I have something I want to say to you. Chapter 71. I wish I had said that. Old Chin? Can you call me Old Chin? Chin's father directly moved forward to get rid of the other party's pincer after hearing his son's words, and then replied with an expression of rejection. No, you don't want to. Looking at the father of Chin, who suddenly became oil and salt, Chin Yu naturally also has a way to deal with each other. This is not directly took out his own cell phone to log into the website of the college entrance examination results inquiry, and then handed the page with question marks of the results ranking to the father of Chin. What is this? Chin's father received the cell phone in Chin Yu's hand with a skeptical face. and then a report card in which all the numbers displayed inside were clearly visible except for the rankings. After a rough estimate of the total score should be roughly more than 700 points, she knew that boy and whose results to bring him to see. When he saw the item of the candidate's name, subconsciously he wanted to rub his eyes, and then pinched his big face with force after realizing that the display had not changed in any way. By the way, this should just be someone with the same name. After all, how could his own son have gotten such a good grade? It wasn't that Chin's father was looking down on Chinyu. If the other party hadn't spent 2.5 years inside a mental hospital, this achievement would have been really possible to achieve. One must know that Chinyu was able to get to the top 3 in his class and the top 5 in his grade in the key class before he was admitted to the hospital. So if the other party hadn't had a 2.5-year window, Chin's father would never have reacted this way. Chinyu knows that his dad will have a lot of reactions after reading this report card. But this kind of colorful expression in just a few tens of seconds has changed in a variety of colors he has not really thought about. I say, old China, even if your son I scored that high on the exam, you don't need to have this kind of expression, right? Chinyu suddenly cried and laughed. What did that brat Chinyu do again? Walking in from inside the suite's front door was Lu Chuan, who had gone and returned. As the first person on the front line of melon eating, this kind of thing was of course unavoidable for him. Old Lu, you still come just in time. You quickly look at the results of that guy Xiao Yu. Xin father, after seeing Lu Chuan come back, instantly as if he had found the organization, directly handing the phone that was still lit up in his hand to Lu Chuan. Feathers grades? At first Lu Chuan could not think of the meaning behind this report card, but then thought of the parents he saw from downstairs who came to the hotel below to order food before remembering that today is the annual senior high school student college entrance examination results out of the day. Ha, to be able to make you so flustered. Little Yu's results should be very good this time, right? VD, old Chin, you wouldn't have taken a PD picture to show me, would you? Originally, Lu Chuan wanted to properly mock the other party after hearing Chin's father so flustered, but he didn't realize that this clown was actually himself. Now instead of succeeding in mocking, even he's joined the army of emoji contributors. A few minutes ago if I did not watch and check out from the official website then I also think so. But, alas, it seems that such a score is indeed that brat in my house is not wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that Chin's father was his own dad then Chinyu would definitely want to teach the other party a good lesson. Have you ever seen the odd man out whose son became the legendary question mark of the greats and still kept on sighing? It's just that his own dad is this legendary oddball. No, don't you guys have anything you want to say when you see this score? At this time, really cannot endure this torture. Chinyu directly opened his mouth to ask. He but want to take this opportunity to harvest a good amount of dating fun. What is the meaning of this reaction you guys? After Chinyu's disruption, Chin father and Lu Chuan finally came back to their senses, then said to Chinyu, congratulations on becoming a question mark big brother. Then there was no then. Lu Chuan went back inside the living room with Chinyu to have breakfast after stuffing the cell phone into the coat pocket on Chinyu's pajamas. Is this the wrong way for him to open? Why is this the only reaction they have after seeing this score? Then they panicked at the beginning in confirming the authenticity of this transcript. After coming back to their senses they were a little bit too calm. Aren't you guys going to show it? It's your son's, nephew's, happy day to be a question mark big brother? Are you really not going to show it? This is the legendary question mark big brother. Are you really not going to show it? Chinyu has already made the words so clear. Almost like, you really do not intend to send something to me. These words can be on the brain. Old Lu, that guy little you is calling you. Father Chin unhurriedly raced a bun into his mouth before kicking Lu Chuan across from him. Old Chin, isn't little Feather your son? So he obviously wasn't calling you? Lu Chuan took the time to spit out what Chin's father had told him only after he had swallowed a donut inside his stomach. Enough! After seeing those two Deba lords pushing each other away, Chinyu's idea of making a big profit from their hands was just given up. If I didn't have to treat that blue rain girl to dinner tomorrow, I wouldn't have to ask you guys for money. Even though Chinyu's last words were whispered, those two adults at the dinner table still heard them. What? You said you're going to invite that girl Lan Yu out for dinner? After hearing these words from Chinyu, Chin father couldn't care about his food, and then put down the buns on the left and right sides before hurrying towards Chinyu's face. You're done with that girl? Chinyu simply didn't expect his dad to produce such a big reaction when he heard this sentence, but he still truthfully recounted the reason why he had invited the other party for dinner. Or is the might of the question mark god so awesome that he can actually get a girl to invite herself for a date? Said the father of Chin, who went back to the table to pick up his own cell phone and then ostentatiously scratched several thousand oceans from his own small treasury to Chinyu. Apart from the fact that you won't be able to use anything at this stage, that's enough money to be able to dominate an entire food court. Chinyu looked at the balance of the cell phone after directly ignoring the father of Chin these rogue words. Anyway, their own dating fund is received, but looking at the phone on the other side so quickly crossed over the money. Chinyu for a moment actually do not know what words to say. Good. It's amazing how much of a difference there is between a score on paper alone and a score on paper with effects attached. If I had known that asshole dad was so cool, I would have just asked him for the dating fund. Xinyu muttered inside. Chapter 72 Ning family kills. As for Lu Chuan, who was still eating breakfast on the side, he was well aware that both his food and accommodation were now paid for by Qin's father, so he directly said nothing in the case of having nothing on him. After Qin's father gave Xinyu a dating fund, he remembered that he didn't seem to have asked his son what school he wanted to go to in the future. I say, son, is there any place you'd like to go for your college choice? College? This kind of thing, Xinyu, he really has not explored it. Do you have any recommendations for colleges when you ask that? To be able to think of the reason why Qin's father suddenly brought up this matter seems to be the only reason. It can't just be a sudden whim to want to ask about this, right? But what makes Xinyu unexpected is that Qin's father did really just want to ask on a whim. No, I just thought I'd ask out of the blue. In fact, Qin's father just lied. If it is the past, Qin's father will certainly not hesitate to send Xinyu into the university he used to read. After all, he used to be that university has been formally upgraded to dock with the Ministry of the Army before. But after this period of time of negotiation with Xinyu, he was also aware that the military department was now no longer the military department that he was willing to sell his life for in the past, leaving aside the fact that the power of those few lineages had gradually encroached into various positions within the Ministry of War. Let's just say that whether or not this current Chief Captain Senior was the man himself was a matter that made it worthwhile to explore. The atmosphere became strange for a moment after Qin's father finished his sentence, but the knocking sound coming from outside the signal door made the short-lived awkward situation between the father and son quickly resolved. Knock knock. As the only man in the whole house who ate for nothing, Lu Chuan undoubtedly walked over to the front door and opened it. Who is it? Seeing Lu Chuan, who suddenly froze in the doorway, Xinyu's father and son also walked over from that side. Hey, because Father Qin was also the reason why he hadn't seen the other side. The one who made such a sound could only be Xinyu, son of A. Who is that man? Looking at the expressions of his son and his best friend, who both suddenly froze after seeing that man, Father Qin couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. However, before they could open their mouths to explain, they heard the man at the door take off the hat that was on top of his head and place it on his chest. First time, Mr. Qin. As for the reason why I'm here, your son should have guessed it. Xinyu looked at the man in front of him who had already taken off his hat, more than guessing why the other side will come here. Even wait for the other side will say what kind of words he already has 80% of the possibility already know. It's not good to keep standing at the door. Let's just go inside the room and talk while drinking tea. Although he didn't know who the other party was, after seeing the expressions on old Lu's and his own son's faces, the other party's identity should be of a very powerful kind, right? The man outside the door did not reject this suggestion from Qin's father either, and after holding back those few assistants behind himself, he directly walked alone into the suite that Xinyu and the others were staying in. Little feather, go inside the kitchen and make a pot of tea out. After inviting the other party to take a seat, Qin's father instructed Xinyu, who was still frozen at the side. Xinyu had long since not wanted to stay here, and now that he had gotten his father's order, he hurriedly walked to the kitchen to boil water and make tea. After the man took one more look at Xinyu's back that had fled and generally left, he just smiled and returned his gaze to Qin father. Speaking of which, I haven't even conducted a self-introduction yet. My surname is Ning. I should be considered as someone who has received help from little friend Xinyu, right? Ning? It can't be the family he's thinking of with the last name Ning, can it? The sudden change on Qin's father's face was also expected by the man surnamed Ning, but he didn't come over here this time to see this expression on the other side. Though I don't know if you've heard your son say anything about this. The reason I came over here this time is for your son and my daughter's marriage. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing now? I don't know if it's because he didn't sleep well last night, but Qin's father actually heard that his son had an extra marriage contract for no reason. Xinyu, I don't know who also helped himself to a marriage contract setting out for no reason, actually have the face to say so. Mr. Ning, are you sure you're not joking about this matter? A few days ago, Qin's father did listen to old Lu kinda talk about this matter, but he didn't expect that the father of the rightful owner would actually find his way here. This is certainly not a joke. As long as you and young friend Xinyu agree, we can hold the engagement ceremony today. With their Ning group's influence in B City, and even in this country, it wouldn't even take a few hours for someone to set up an engagement ceremony in the district. This is no longer on the level of joking or not. Okay? Qin's father muttered in a small voice, but what he didn't even realize was that the other rightful owner of this engagement had also arrived outside the door of the room as all. Ding dong! The sound of the doorbell came again from outside the room. Here it comes, because Lu Chuan has returned to his room, so this time out to open the door has been in the kitchen to find the right time out Xinyu, but he already regretted it the moment he opened the door to his room. Ning, Xiao Ye, why are you here? There was no mistake. This time, those who had come over here to the hotel. Aside from Ning's father, Ning Xiaoye had also arrived with them. Seeing Qin Yu's surprised expression, although she is still quite happy, but the heart is vaguely a little less comfortable, is, what? Could it be that if that blue rain girl can come here, I can't? Ning Xiaoye suddenly pouted at Qin Yu. Qin Yu is not that he doesn't want to answer this question, just that he feels that no matter how he answers, the other party can easily refute himself. Looking at Qin Yu with an expression like a dumb goose, Ning Xiaoye just let him off with a light laugh. Okay, I'm just kidding. Qin Yu, who felt the sudden reduction in pressure, just cried and laughed as he looked at Ning Xiaoye. If he hadn't felt a murderous aura, he would have really believed it. Xiaoye, you're here, huh? Ning's father knew it was his daughter who had arrived the moment he heard the doorbell being rung. Yes. Saying that, Ning Xiaoye calmly walked over to the living room sofa before introducing herself to Father Qin. First time meeting Uncle Qin. My name is Ning Xiaoye, and if I can get engaged to Qin Yu this time, I will also be a future daughter-in-law. Chapter 73 Savior? No, the Shura. Father Ning, Xiaoyan Ning. Their sudden arrival was something Qin Yu had not even thought about. From that day, after adding Ning Xiaoye's VX, every day in addition to chatting a few words without much nutrition, the most is just to say good morning and good night to each other and so on. That is, more than a stranger. The state of the friend is not yet full, but now the guy they weren't even friends with was trying to get engaged to himself? Although the other party was really a small rich woman. Would he, a big man of nearly 8 feet, sell his body for this matter? Author's internal OS. I want it. Let me have it if you don't want it. Not to mention Qin Yu, even Father Qin, who had lived for several decades, was hearing this kind of thing for the first time. That, MS. Ning, right? How did you and little Yu him meet? Hearing Qin's father address himself this way, Ning Xiaoye spat out her tongue playfully and said, Uncle Qin, you can just call me Xiaoye or Yuer. As for how he met Qin Yu and I, that's something I can only say was destined by heaven. Saying so, Ning Xiaoye told her father the story that Qin Yu had heard in the Ning family before, and then brought up the contents of the letter that friend of Ning's father had sent over. For a person living in the 21st century, what had happened to the Ning family over the years could no longer already be proved by science, and could even be elevated to theology. Is the end of science really theology? This was the thought that Qin's father had after hearing this story from Ning Xiaoye, so he no longer knew what to say when he looked at his son. Or son, will you obey them? This was the meaning Qin Yu saw in his own dad's eyes. Although he had already known that his dad was someone he couldn't trust, he didn't expect the other party to try to sell him out so easily, so he can only speak up for himself after letting out a sigh. Xiaoye, and Uncle Ning, I know that you've all relied on the contents of that letter all these years to get Ning Group to this level, but have you ever thought about it? Are the words said by the person inside the letter really believable? Hey, isn't that par for the course? If he himself had nevertheless listened to those words spoken inside the letter, he would have been green for being green by that so-called relative back then. Qin Yu had heard those stories from Ning's father before, so he had expected that the other party would say something like this. What about Xiaoye? Are you really willing to be engaged to a man you've only known for a few days? It's not that I'm looking down on myself. I'm a person with a lot of flaws. In order not to be engaged to the other party, Qin Yu also put up a fight, preferring to forcefully discredit himself as well as wanting to dispel this idea of the other party. Of course, this might just be him overthinking it. The Ning Xiaoye in front of him was a woman who wouldn't even mind if the other person was a female bigot when she met a man who matched her ex-fetish. Flawed? Isn't a man with flaws a normal thing? If you don't have flaws, then I wouldn't have agreed so easily. Crap. This wave was sloppy on his part, but it should still be slightly redeemable, right? So Qin Yu wanted to make a comeback, but was met by his opponent who had prejudged his actions as all. Actually You're not trying to say that you're one of those perfect Mr. Nice guy types, are you? Wouldn't that be better? It just so happens that I like confidence and shamelessness, so I still have to make this engagement. Although Qin Yu has long anticipated that the other party will be very troublesome, but this kind of no matter how one refutes the other party will have several, or even dozens of ways to refute back. This still want to continue to play on? Might as well just lift the table and not play. Well, is there already no reason to refute me again? Ning Xiaoye looked at Qin Yu with a look that she was just eating you up, allowing him to finally enjoy a portion of what Wan Lang felt back then when he was infuriated by Zhuge Liang. Watching his daughter gradually gain the initiative, Ning's father knew that now should be the time for him to make his debut. Mr. Qin, old Qin, shouldn't we discuss the timing of these two children's engagement? Saying that, Father Ning really did pull out several pieces of paper from inside that briefcase he was carrying around, and written on them were the relatively good dates in the near future. Seeing those relatively good days on the desktop, Qin's father had really ventured the idea of wanting to become in-laws with the Ning family. Son, it's not that Dad doesn't want to help you, but this hand of the other party is really too well prepared. Father Chin picked up the copies of the dates on the desktop and looked at them after giving his own son a pitying look. For such a feckless Chin father, he had known it all along, but now was no longer the time to talk about such things. If no one else interrupted them, he really was going to get engaged to Ning Xiaoye. Ding dong! It was not known if the heavens had heard Chin Yu's cries, but there was actually a situation that interrupted the scene before them. I'll get the door first. Chin Yu's sudden shout disturbed the rhythm of that trio that was discussing the date, and because of that Ning Xiaoye even made a special effort to raise her head with a grudging face to look at Chin Yu. Ahem, I say Xiao Yua, you really shouldn't look at me with such eyes, or else I'll think I'm one of those sinful people. Chin Yu turned around and walked to the main door of the room after covering his mouth with a fake cough. What kind person came to his door at this time? Anyway, he definitely needs to thank the other party properly before he can. Well, this is a few minutes Chin Yu's thoughts before opening the door. Those two should be your relatives. Chin Yu, right? But this relative sister of yours is quite pretty. Lan Yu said to Chin Yu as she sat on a side sofa. This sister you're wrong. Oh, I'm Chin Yu's fiancé. This time I brought my father over just to talk about the marriage between our two families. Ning Xiaoye sat on the other side of the sofa and said to Lan Yu with a smile. If you're Chin Yu's fiancé, then who am I? Looking at the son and daughter who suddenly went toe-to-toe, Chin Yu sat in the middle of the two women all the time feeling the pressure brought by each of their two sides. As for the few adults who had long ago taken Lu Chuan away from here, Chin Yu, tell that black-hearted woman that I'm your fiancé. Chin Yu, you shouldn't like that violent woman over there, right? If that's the case, I'm going to be disappointed in you. Chin Yu, hurry up and tell us who's your fiancé? ×2. Oh heaven. Oh earth. If this is a dream, please give me the chance to wake up. Chapter 74. When a hobby becomes the job you hate the most. To Chin Yu's despair, his petition did not invite a god or object that could help him solve his problem, and the only one who responded to him was his arrogant self from a few minutes ago. In the end, this war called the cultivation ground was only gradually calmed down after Chin Yu signed various unreasonable treaties. However, the most eye-opening thing was that after Chin Yu agreed to those two people's conditions, those two people even sat on the same sofa to talk about the secret words of a girl's family. Hey, Sister Ning, where did you buy this dress? Xiao Yu, what kind of makeup are you using on your face? Anyway, stay until the end. Chin Yu simply opened the computer in the living room to catch up with the new July. What left him speechless, though, was the fact that the jobless transmutation thing could actually make it to a second season. Reminiscent of the time when reading the manga in order to want to know the plot of the latter specially found the novel to read. But I do not know how to say it. How he is not appreciated is that, eventually he decided to turn on the slugger's favorite bleach, aka Shinigami. Even though he'd already caught up on the whole thing when the Millennium Blood War chapter came out in its first season. It's still cool to watch the anime as opposed to the still manga, isn't it? No matter how many times I watch it, I feel that this version of Exterminator is a bit too buggy. I can't believe that even Chief Captain Yamamoto-sai hiccuped. Originally in the Shinigami this work, Yamamoto-sai old man's strength is the existence of the ceiling. I did not expect to end up giving because to give way to the male protagonist was written to die. What are you looking at? Those two originally sitting on the sofa talking like girlfriends. Lan Yu and Ning Xiaoye did not know when they suddenly came behind Chin Yu, then curiously looked at the scene on the computer monitor just as Elder Yamamoto collapsed. Oh, so it's Shinigami. I didn't realize you had a hobby of catching up. How many of the July dramas have you watched besides Shinigami? Anyway, I think the recent Radiant Nation fandoms are too polarizing every time they're animated. It's either toilet paper or a masterpiece. That's the type of work that's going on in Radiant Nation right now. Looking at the suddenly boastful Blue Rain, it seems like it's the first time Chin Yu knows that she's also a fan of Fandango, so he didn't even watch the episode where the male lead opened his bankai and went over to give away his head, and after moving two chairs over from the side, he turned on one of his favorite anime and talked to Blue Rain one by one. Oh, if it isn't Dream Eater, it really makes you feel nostalgic. Blue Rain was seeing the very first scene of watching the anime from inside the anime. That is, the manga legend of the superheroes OP played by the uncle of one of the male protagonists. When I first saw the name I thought it was a Fandango that leaned towards the god and devil genre, but I didn't realize it was a masterpiece that was even more evocative than those toilet papers nowadays. At that time, I had to spend several nights of all-nighters to finish the 75 episodes of the anime just to be able to see one of the main male characters kissing the other female character. Chin Yu and Lan Yu were talking non-stop while Ning Xiaoye was quietly listening on the side. If it weren't for the two slightly puffed cheeks on her face, one would almost think that Ning Xiaoye didn't care about such things at all. What the hell? Obviously I was here first. Why is it that the one we've been chatting with is Blue Rain? Who came later? I don't know if it's because Chin Yu sensed the rather oozing line of sight behind him and ended up not discussing any further with Blue Rain after finishing one of the scenes from another anime. Speaking of which, Blue Rain, you still haven't told me about the results of this college entrance exam. What? Is it because you feel that your grades are lower than mine and then you don't have the face to tell me? Shinyu smiled and teased. Yes, yes, yes. Someone who can become a question mark god is just a bit thick-skinned then. Although it's true that my score is not as high as yours, I can still find a very good university, Lanyu said as she blankly glanced at this narcissist in front of herself. Ever since Chinyu, the narcissist, learned again that he was a question mark god, his face, which was already a godly annoyance, was made even more repulsive. Question mark god? After seeing that there was finally a topic that she was able to interject herself into, Ning Xiaoya hurriedly seized this opportunity to join in on the conversation between the two of them, or else it would really become a story that was clearly a story of three people, and the only ones who were able to record it were the two of them. It is the kind of the top dozens of the province. I do not know whether those teachers who helped Chinyu, that narcissist, to change the paper are biased, actually able to let him score so many points. Blue Rain said this of course in jest. Otherwise you really think that simply good luck can meet out to the top dozens? Shay, why don't the teachers who corrected the papers just help me get the top student in the college entrance exam if they're really biased? If not, they could have gotten me the top scholar. The two women simply ignored the bull asterisk 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 filled narcissist and started talking about which school to volunteer for. As an older sister who also went through the college entrance exams not too long ago, I tell you that while it is true that the two of you have scored high enough for most people, research in that area of academics is not something that can be measured purely in terms of scores. Saying that, Ning Xiaoye analyzed a few stories for Chinyu and them that although they were just obeying the redeployment in the early stage but went to the bank after the exams, that is to say that high school grades really aren't the only thing, but to get into a relatively good school high school grades are again something essential, but yet you can get on the big score by working on it later is all. As for what Ning Xiaoye said about these words was simply in response to the average family. Whether the education level was high or low for a few of them didn't matter. What mattered was their own value. After saying so much you haven't even told us how to choose a volunteer school yet, said Chinyu, skimming his mouth. Don't worry, of course it's important to think about things like majors before finalizing what school you're going to attend. You'll have to think long and hard about what for yourselves interests you the most, but the result of choosing that way is the risk of turning your hobby into a job you hate. Ning Xiaoye said this sentence directly became the premise for the two of them to choose a specialty. After all, they don't want to enjoy their hobby at the same time they have to carry on working it. What do you have in mind? Anymore, there's still a martial arts school of that size inside your house that needs to be inherited, so you should be choosing a specialty in that area, right? Shinyu, who didn't have any idea at all, began to branch out for the other man. Me? I'm not sure if I want to inherit this martial arts school or not. Chapter 75 Blue Rain's parents contrasts. She hasn't figured out if she wants to inherit the Blues martial arts school or not. This was one of the last things Chinyu and the others talked about during the day, and it was also a rare time when Chinyu saw a hint of hidden sadness in Lan Yu's eyes. What? You're still thinking about those two girls? Ha! Chin's father ate the meal they had delivered from the takeout, then spat at the disoriented Chinyu. Not exactly. I just suddenly remembered that we never seem to have seen Blue Rain's father, whether it was at the martial arts school or somewhere else. Why do I feel as if you all made a point of avoiding talking about it? When Chinyu was initially invited to the Blues martial arts hall, there was no trace of a third person living there other than Curator Lan and Lanyu. That is to say, Blue Rain's parents did not live with Blue Rain for some unknown reason. What are you asking these things to do? Chinyu's father did not answer this question of Chinyu's, but instead asked Chinyu another question with a serious face. It should belong to a sudden whim. Not too long ago I asked if Lanyu would inherit the Lan Clan Martial Arts Center, but she said she didn't even know if she would inherit it or not. Saying that, Chinyu told his father about what they had talked about before in front of the computer about whether they would take their hobby as a job. You guys really don't realize what a wonderful thing it is to be able to be bittersweet in this world, do you? Chin's father just didn't say any more after saying this sentence. Instead, he explained to Chinyu why Lanyu's parents weren't there. Speaking of which, it's been years since that incident. Chinyu heard his dad look like he wanted to tell a story. Even dry rice are not interested. Back to the kitchen inside, the pour 2 cups of tea on the desktop after the quiet as a listener. As I said before, the first person I met in the beginning was not Master Blue, but Blue Bear, who went to the same college as me. That name of Blue Rain's father was really odd enough. Wasn't it true that his body would stand up as tall as a bear? I know you want to spit on that person's name, but if you knew that the name that girl Blue Rain originally settled on wasn't Blue Rain but Blue Fish, you'd know that that family of theirs is basically a naming waste. Blue Rain? Bluefish? Is this blue family going to rule all the land, water and air? Even the name is so meaningful. Alas, although Elder Lan gave that guy the name Bear, his stature didn't grow tall and strong like that name, but instead was only a little more than 1 meter 6. Rather than a bear, it would be better to call him a rabbit. Chin's father suddenly laughed as if he had recalled something. At first our guide thought Blue Bear was a junior high school student when he saw him, but then after much confirmation he realized that he was indeed 18 years old. The scene in his mind felt like it happened only yesterday, bringing back memories of the days when the few of them had gathered together and then gone into the army together. It's reasonable to say that with Blue Bear's height he basically couldn't pass the physical examination, but because of that childish look on his face he was actually specially recruited by a female officer of a special unit. Yet the female officer of this special unit, the real mother of Lan Yu, Su-ro, does it seem like with a name that gentle the other person must be very gentle? Seeing that teasing expression of Qin's father, Qin knew that it was another character who carried out a contrast with his name. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that that girl Lan Yu didn't grow up to be like her mom, or else she must be another King Kong Barbie. Speaking of Su-ro, this person is a woman that even Qin's father finds tricky. All tendon flesh, but she wasn't of the beefy variety. It should be the kind of person who puts his entire body's muscles under control and explodes a huge power with a gentle punch. Isn't this a reverse version of Beauty and the Beast? It's really bad that Lan Yu's father would look at this kind of muscular woman. It wasn't that Qin Yu couldn't look at this type of woman because his ex-fetish was something like a combination between Ning Xiaoye and Lan Yu. Beauty and the Beast? The description is quite graphic, but Su-ro also just looks more ferocious. It's kind of a complimentary existence for that blue bear guy. As Father Qin had just said, although the blue bears looked relatively young, it was only simply what it looked like. Just after spending time together, you know that he's one of those dish rags that's not too tall but has a big temper. Palm Mo Tiger? Qin Yu suddenly thought of an animated character exactly like this image. Fangsaka Oka, Takaso Ryur. These two characters should exist exactly the same as Blue Bear and Su-ro in personality and whatnot, except for the fact that some of them aren't quite the same size. I really want to see them in person. Seeing this pair of such contrasting characters inside reality is surely the best gift for every secondary lovers. Sadly, two of them died on a mission. I don't know what my own son is plotting again, but the people you can't see are the ones you can't see. Hey, what's going on here? Even though he had already anticipated this situation before, he still felt a little regretful after Qin's father said it plainly. Well, it definitely wasn't because he couldn't see this pair of contrast-filled characters. At that time the military department just happened to send that special unit of Su-ros on a mission. Well, that's about it. So what was that mission? Did either of them complete the mission? Only to see Qin's father slightly shaking his head and nodding again before speaking. I also don't know what the content of this mission is. At that time, the only one who knew the content of the mission other than the squad that carried it out was the chief captain, Old Master. Another headless case. First, Qin's father was also sent out by that chief captain Old Man back then, and picked up one under their cover after experiencing the overthrow of all under. Then to this one thing of Blue Rain's parents, Blue Bear and Su-ro. No one else knew anything related to the mission, and then there was simply no news even. Finally to the recent Lu Chuan this one thing, but also by the chief captain of the Old Man sent out. In addition to the mission also failed. The only comfort is to know the location of those ministries, but was tortured people do not look like a ghost. Wait until we go back and really pay a good visit to that one legendary chief captain Old Man. After all, there are too many doubts about these things. Chapter 76 The Empire's Plan. On the other hand, inside the office of the chief captain of the military department in City A, the chief captain lord who made Qin Yu think about it day and night was talking to something that didn't know the proper body through a special way. Master, that plan of ours may be failing. What made it even more unexpected was that the big-name military chief actually referred to that thing as his master. Well, things I already know. The mass in front of the screen that didn't know the proper body actually came out with a childish voice. We shouldn't have left that guy Qin Fei behind in the first place. And now most of that plan of ours is ruined by that son of his. Saying that screen suddenly displayed a variety of pictures with Qin Yu's figure, the foremost of which turned out to be the picture of Qin Yu going to Yan's house last night to rescue the deputy mayor and take him out. He had also heard about the losses over this period of time, and not long ago when he saw that man through Qin Fei's cell phone he still thought that this man who was only 18 years old wasn't able to pose a threat to them, but the reality of the situation made him get slapped in the face. Now this man had not only saved Lu Chuan from inside the Lu family, he had even ruined their previous plan of destroying these families with the life of a vice mayor as well as the granddaughter of that land's martial arts school. Master, should we take care of this man first? Not only was this advice from the chief captain's old man not appreciated by the mass in front of the screen, he was even scolded. Nonsense! If that man could really be easily solved we would have already sent our fey beasts over to get rid of him, and in the opinion of our elders court, this man has probably reached a level equivalent to a 5th or 6th rank fey beast. Hiss! After hearing what the other party said, the chief captain couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was important to realize that a 5th, or even 6th, rank fey would basically require the war effort of close to a country to get rid of it. However, when he thought of the sudden appearance of such a great power level figure within the human race, The chief captain clenched his fists a bit irritably. Master, allow me to join no. 2 in taking care of that man. The creature on the other side of the screen suddenly stopped talking, as it too was considering how much of a percentage it would win if it sent them out together. Master, please trust us. Believe in us that have been researched continuously by the Empire. The chief captain. No, it shouldn't be called the chief captain now, because the human who was the same as the chief captain just a moment ago had turned into a monster. We've managed to wipe out each of the heavenly pride-like characters that have appeared in the human race over the years. And this human named Shinyu that has appeared now, he's definitely the biggest threat in the past few decades, if not centuries. With that said, the creature half crouched on the ground looking at the creature in front of the screen. Master, I implore you to trust us both. The creature on the other side of the screen, perhaps persuaded, agreed after some contemplation. Number 1, I agree with your request, but I'm still not comfortable with simply just you and number 2. I'll send number 3 there tonight as well. After saying that, the screen suddenly disappeared into thin air, and the monster cloaked in the appearance of the chief captain reincarnated as the chief captain of the military department. Number 1, is that man really as good as you say he is? At that moment, a woman in a black uniform came out from the side and sat down next to the monster known as number 1. Number 2, didn't I tell you not to call me number 1 around here? No. 1 chided at the woman called no. 2, yes, yes, yes. Is it okay if I call you Lord Chief Captain? The woman responded in an ungraceful manner before continuing. It's reasonable to say that any one of us striking out would be enough to get rid of those so-called heaven's pride, right? Now the master has not only made both of us strike at the same time, but even called that nuisance number 3 here as well. Yeah, said number 1 helplessly, but our empire was able to take a seat in this world thanks to this prudence and cleverness of our masters is all. The next morning, Shin's father suddenly received the latest order issued directly to him by the military chief. Drop everything you have on your hands right now and come back to the military headquarters. After receiving this order, Father Qin, Shin Yu, and Lu Chuan all sat on the sofa in the suite discussing this matter. Dad, I think it's better if you don't go this time. Leaving aside the fact that they were now doubting whether or not the old man who was now the chief captain inside the headquarters was himself or not, he felt that this matter was too bizarre just by the sudden passing of such a headless order. Old Qin, I also think that what little you said this time is not wrong. Not long ago Father Qin had also told Lu Chuan some of the suspicions that he and Qinyu had about the military department, so he was now also certain that the military department must have been one of the culprits behind the reason why something had happened to their squad in the first place. Listening to the words of those 2 people in front of him, Qin father just took a sip of the tea inside his cup without panicking, and finally spoke after they had an expression that wanted to eat people. So you're all trying to keep me from going back? Could it be that you want to go back? Qinyu asked them rhetorically. I still really want to go back. It's impossible to kill me a second time anymore, right? No, I don't agree. Lu Chuan suddenly looked at Qin's father in a serious manner. I don't want you to gamble on the remaining chances, in case they are really heartless and want to get rid of you. What will your wife and son do in the future? You can't really let me inherit Wei Wu's legacy, can you? Thy wife I keep? Though I am quite happy to be just that. Lu Chuan teased with a smile. I did not expect that he just so casually said just, actually really fishing out Lu Chuan. It seems that in the future, they really can't let that bastard come to their house before they really let him get away with it. Don't talk so much nonsense. After all, we are still hanging out inside the military department. If I really don't go back, what should I do in case that person gives you an argument about violating military orders? Qin's father suddenly cursed and said, Che, isn't there an old saying? The king's orders are not to be taken away from him anyway. We'll just see which side can hold back their anger when the time comes. After thinking for a while, Qin's father should do what Lu Chuan said. Anyway, as long as they are not in a city, the person inside the military department has no way to catch them back. However, what they did not expect is that the other party is obviously also to prevent them from coming to such a hand, but also to stay in the A city in the Qin mother to catch away. Chapter 77 Number 3. Why are you doing this? Just after Qinyu and a few of them in the decision not to go back. In the evening of that day Qin father's cell phone unexpectedly received an anonymous send over the video. The general idea of the video is that several men in black uniforms waltzed into the office and grabbed a woman, and those around them acted as if they hadn't seen anything, and what they were doing before remained what they were doing now. The same place was still seated with the same few people as in the morning, but the only difference from the morning was that the atmosphere in this living room of theirs was now surprisingly depressing in an indescribable way. What are your thoughts on the matter? Qin's father said as he cast the screen of that video on his cell phone onto the TV in the living room. This matter is indeed their negligence. I did not think they still underestimated the shamelessness of that group of people. I can't believe that the completely unrelated Qin's mother was taken as a hostage. Say, weren't you all very talkative this morning? Why are you all mute now? Father Qin angrily slapped the table in front of him. Old Chin, you calm down. We can think long and hard. Lu Chuan's words hadn't even finished before he was already forcefully interrupted by Chin's father. Think long and hard, think long and hard. UTM Catchaway is not his wife, of course you can say so, but that group of people now is the wife. Little Feather's mother. You actually want me to calm down? Like an enraged and wounded lion. Chin's father could only rage at his own incompetence that he could not do anything about now. Just as Chin father and Lu Chuan were bickering with each other, Chin Yu, who had been silent since a while ago, suddenly said, "All of you, stop bickering. Mom, she'll be left to me." Saying that, Chin Yu's face showed a rare expression of anger. "This matter is my fault from here to the end. It's because I've been conniving and backing down that damned Ministry of War actually dared to hit me over the head." Although Chin Yu had been suppressing it, Father Chin and the others could still feel a powerful aura emanating from his body from the inside out. "Next, I'll make those who dare to lay hands on my family pay." After he had just finished saying these words, Chin Yu suddenly disappeared into thin air. How did that kid suddenly disappear? Obviously a few seconds ago there was a huge object named Chin Yu standing in front of them saying some grandiose words, but before they could blink their eyes, that one huge object suddenly disappeared. Ding dong! While Father Chin and the others were fuming, the cell phone on the desktop received a message from VX. Who the hell is it at a time like this? Originally, Chin's father didn't want to care, but he still reluctantly opened his cell phone screen to look at the content. "It's Little Feather? Why did you send a message over just shortly after you disappeared?" "Oh, it's actually a video of a few dozen seconds?" Chin's father curiously put the video on the TV. And most of the video was nothing but pitch black, only the sign at the end that said a city military headquarters left them dumbfounded. Isn't this the military headquarters? When did little you make this video?" Chin's father said a bit strangely. "Nope, this isn't the video that was already taken before." Lu Chuan's sharp eye saw the time floating past on the LED screen underneath the sign, which was shortly after Chin Yu disappeared from here. "You're not going to tell me that kid can even do something like instantaneous movement, are you?" Although Chin's father already knew that his son was a very powerful person, but so powerful that he had never even heard of such a degree. Aren't you quite curious as to how that kid was able to come to be city without his ID? Maybe this is the answer. Lu Chuan pointed at the place in front of the TV screen that they were both familiar with and unfamiliar with. If he didn't possess an ability similar to instantaneous movement, how could he have gone from their presence in a flash in a short period of time to a city, which was many hundreds of kilometers away? Old Lu, why do I suddenly feel that the ones who should be panicking are not us but those inside the military department? What a coincidence. That's what I was thinking just now. I hope those people from the military department don't lose too badly while enduring that brat's wrath, or else the follow-up closing can be a very troublesome thing to do. Time goes back to a few minutes ago, when Chin Yu in a fit of rage asked Chin Yu to assist himself in instantly moving to a city, which is a few hundred kilometers away. However, Chin Yu had a bit of a feeling of gas exhaustion after he finished moving instantly. "I have a grudge against you, don't I? Every time you make such unreasonable requests." The moment he arrived in a city, Chin Yu forcibly switched to Chin Yu's number due to lack of stamina. "I also have no way. Or how can I come to this place in such a short period of time?" Well, although Chin Yu is selling cute, but in Chin you simply do not have this kind of mood to look at him, is it? "I'm also quite angry about my mom, but now I may not be able to put any use to it, and then you may only have to face it on your own." Chin Yu said breathlessly inside his body. "Hey, I won't say much about all that flagging talk. Wish me success. You mustn't be careless. I feel that there are 3 strands of creatures inside that are 20 times stronger than Lu Chuan." Chin Yu suddenly opened his mouth and warned. "Shay, just Lu Chuan, this little Karami I can beat 100 or 200 casually, okay? But what do you mean by creatures? Are they not humans? I don't know if they're still human or not, but that power in their bodies doesn't seem to be something a normal human can possess. Alright then, we'll just have to soldier on. And no, I seem to be the only one on our side, so what should I use to block it?" Chin Yu has long been used to the matter of whether or not Chin Yu would have a seizure, so he directly turned on the unilateral shielding to let him play with himself. A city, inside the office of the chief captain of the military department. Besides no 1 and no 2, there was also a woman in a long halter dress and Chin's mother, who had been kidnapped by them to come here. "He seems to be here already." Number 1 suddenly spoke up coldly. "Is it that man called Chin Yu? I didn't expect that we'd actually lured him out after kidnapping this woman." The woman wearing a long halter dress said as she looked at Chin's mother who was in a coma on the sofa. Number 3, why are you doing this? Chapter 78. Are you stupid or am I? Number 3, why are you doing this? Why would you do that? You mean this? The woman who was called Number 3 traced Chin's mother's face with her finger. "Am I not doing this for the sake of our master's plan? And if I hadn't captured this woman back, you really think that such a light text message would have tricked Chin Fei and the others back, don't you?" As much as what Number 3 said was infuriating, There's nothing wrong with the reality that this is indeed the way it is, but you shouldn't have tied back an unarmed hand either. What a shame for us Imperials. Instead of answering what number 1 said, number 3 walked up to it and looked it up and down with interest. I didn't expect that no. 1, who was known as a cold-blooded general in the past, would actually have such a side. Ha, no. 3 gently stroked no. 1's icy face with its fingers, then said in its ear, or is it that you've already been completely trapped? Pa dash. Number 1 shook off the hand in his face and shouted angrily, number 3, please watch who you are. Facing number 1's threat, number 3 laughed miserably. Ha, that line again. Aren't you tired of repeating that line to me all these centuries? I thought that all I needed to do to love someone was to be by their side all the time, because I believed that that one heart would be warmed up one day, but I didn't realize. No. 3 gave no. 1 a smile worse than tears and continued. I didn't think that my companionship for hundreds of years would be rewarded with this cold sentence. Number 1 crossed right over to the woman in front of them without even looking at her, because things like emotions were like bugs to them, something that shouldn't even exist. No. 3 looked at Chin's mother, who was lying unconscious on the sofa, and said with a forlorn expression, I really quite envy the relationship between you humans. And the other side Chin, you simply do not know the office inside staged a so poignant romance, falling in love with a man who has no feelings. If this is put in those dog-blooded presidential articles, it is simply difficult to end without chasing his wife to the crematorium. You say you a good big man is the kind of high-cold ascetic type not to mention, even accompanied their own hundreds of years of women are willing to let go. Do you really want to wait until you've lost it before shouting out? Prajna Paramitha like the supreme treasure in Journey to the West? Ahem. Slightly off topic or back to the military department has infiltrated the Chinuit, because it is the night plus the reason there is no light. He has no accident in the inside lost. How does this look the same everywhere? Shinyu spat as he looked around at the offices that looked like they were spinning in the same place no matter how he turned. I should have known to ask Dad and the others to draw a floor plan before coming back, but this is just Chinyu talking. If he really asked Chin father for a floor plan of the military department, it's still a toss-up whether he can still come here or not. Ding dong, lack of maps is navigating for you. I don't know if it's because Chinyu's broken thoughts are a little too much. His body inside the Chinyu actually really simulated a floor plan out inside his head. Ouch crikey. If I had known you had this kind of function I wouldn't have had to walk so many wrong ways. With Chinyu's lack of map navigation, he soon arrived in front of a very grand-looking gate. The columned commander's office? This should be the place, right? Even though he didn't know if this was the place or not, he could already feel the powerful aura coming from behind the door. Aren't you coming in? The voice coming from inside the door caused Chinyu to let out a bitter laugh before he slowly opened the door that was not even locked. You guys already knew I was coming? Looking at the familiar face that he had seen on his cell phone in the past, Chinyu opened his mouth a bit puzzled and asked, It's not like I knew it right from the start, but because the ministry kidnapped your mother, you definitely came. Saying that, no. 1 suddenly slightly lowered his head towards Chinyu with his right hand on his chest. First of all I want to apologize for my men taking your mother hostage for no reason. Hey, it doesn't look like the one wearing the old man's vest is that bad. Chinyu thought as he watched the scene in front of him with interest. Can I see my mother first? But funny as it was, the purpose of why he was here was certainly not to be forgotten. Originally in accordance with the unwritten rules before the war, if one side has a hostage then that side will definitely have to show the opponent whether the hostage is still alive or not. But no. 1 shook his head after hearing Chinyu's request. I'm sorry I can't let you see your mother. Why? Chinyu who failed to see Chin mother is not in a hurry, because his inner Chinyu has already told him that Chin mother is sleeping inside the cubicle behind the person in front of him. So he is now just pretending to be a big filial son who is on the verge of anger. There's no reason, but I can give you a chance to choose first. 1's words had only just finished when the door behind Chinyu suddenly walked in with a woman in a black uniform. What chance? You don't want to seemingly persuade me to surrender while you've captured my mother away, do you? Chinyu teasingly said to the man in front of him. Why not? A wise man chooses his master, and a good bird lives in the wood. Why is it that someone as powerful as you can only be hostile to us and not join us? And, didn't we just give a chance for you to join us after we captured your mother? Externally, you had to join us because your mother was kidnapped by us. Internally, there shouldn't be anything left for you to protect in this old world that has been corrupted for centuries, if not millennia. Should there? Don't really say. After listening to the words of the man in front of him, Chinyu's heart really wants to join them. But what do they mean by the old world? Is their organization just another group of mad scientists in the end stages of middle age? Seriously, what you just said really impressed me a few times, but I've never been a big fan of things that hide their heads and tails. Saying that they're trying to persuade me to defect while at the same time they're just trying to persuade me to surrender without introducing anything. After saying this sentence, Chinyu looked at this one person in front of him like he was a fool. In the end, is you stupid or I stupid? Ah? All 3,202 years like this kind of a certain letter like scam phone. Now even the children's can't cheat, right? Chapter 79 Empire. Short-lived species. What are you talking about again? At that moment, the woman behind Chinyu who was wearing a black uniform instantly couldn't stand it after hearing this from Chinyu. Number 2. Stop. After looking at number 2, who was trying to stupidly get up, number 1 hurriedly spoke up and told her to stop. Your Excellency's words are a bit crude, but they eloquently contain several important meanings. So, should we just start the fight or continue with the process? I'm meeting someone for dinner tomorrow. Originally Chinyu and Blue Rain they are better in today together out to eat, but did not expect the sudden thing of the disruption of their entire plan. You, looking at Chinyu being so rude instantly made no. 2 red warm again, but she was still stopped by no. 1 who appeared beside her at an unknown time. Does your Excellency find it interesting to provoke us like this? But I can still briefly introduce you to that power behind us. Saying that, no. 1 suddenly started talking to himself. The organization behind us is called the Empire. An organization on a planet hundreds of light years from here. What the hell? The urban routine has officially been upgraded to Star Wars, right? Speaking here, no. 1 laughed softly as if he knew what was going through Chinyu's mind and continued. I know you won't believe in the existence of aliens. Until a few hundred years ago I thought like you before I saw the people on your planet. Ever since the people on their planet had adopted nuclear energy as their primary method of energy conversion hundreds of years ago, nuclear wastewater treatment had been one of their primary problems over the years. At that time, the chief executive of the planet proposed to discharge the nuclear wastewater into the sea, which would not only effectively solve the problem of nuclear wastewater, but also effectively reduce the financial investment in this area. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, and since they discharged nuclear wastewater into the oceans, their primary problem has now evolved from ordinary nuclear wastewater treatment to the survival of the human race. It turns out that when the chief executive of their planet proposed to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, those experts had clearly shown that there was an element called nuclear radiation in that wastewater. If nuclear wastewater were to be discharged into the ocean, nuclear radiation would gradually spread to all corners of the world through the medium of water. At first, the chief executive thought that the experts were just talking on paper, so he decided to discharge the nuclear wastewater into the ocean. But with the gradual growth of time, the original survival of marine life inside the sea actually with the sea tide of the reason washed ashore in a large area. It's just that the vast majority of those marine creatures washed ashore are dead or near dead poor quality water products. However, this mass of sea creatures washed ashore was also the beginning of a nightmare for their planet, because most of the area of that planet of theirs was made up of oceans. The land occupancy was only about 30% of what they had, and that was only because they had been reclaiming land all these years to have that much land. At this time, no. 1 suddenly spoke up and asked Chinyu, you should know the principle of dilution, right? Chinyu nodded and said, I know a little bit, but according to the kind of thing you just said, even if the subsequent radiation from those nuclear wastewaters gradually becomes weaker due to dilution, the surrounding environment will still change. That's the way it is, there's nothing wrong with it. Although that administrator has already rushed to call a halt to the subsequent discharge of nuclear wastewater after noticing the abnormality in the ocean, all of the surrounding environment is now covered by a thick layer of radiation because of the excessive amount of nuclear wastewater discharged in the early stages. With that said, number 1 and number 2 took off the layer of appearance draped over them, revealing their original appearance. That's what happens when you live in constant radiation, only to see that the current no. 1 and no. 2, after taking off the layer of skin they were originally cloaked in, had roughly become indistinguishable from monsters in terms of their appearance, although they were still able to accurately tell the difference between a male and a female. One-eyed grins, long arms and short legs, and most frightening of all, their hands had turned into dozens of tentacle-like things now. Does it seem like we're all monsters? At this time, no. 1 did not know if they were taking care of Chinyu, but actually changed back to their original appearance, as if the appearance that looked like a monster just now had not appeared, and said to Chinyu with a smile, but none of this has anything to do with me is all. Although what Chinyu said was a bit hurtful, it was as if he had said that the two of them, the humans who had already mutated, were not related to him in any way. You're honest? No. 1 was first stunned when he heard what Chinyu said, then he couldn't help but laugh. Over the centuries, we've revealed our true form to others like we're doing now, but they've all panicked while pretending to curry favor with us. With legs shaking like that, how dare they say we're not monsters? Speaking of which, no. 1 suddenly revealed a crazed expression, a bloodthirsty expression that could only be revealed by someone who had actually been drenched in blood. So, I killed them all, and then killed them all again after I made them all turn into monsters like us. Do you think I'm cruel? After hearing no. 1's words, Chinyu nodded and shook his head again. I don't know if you've ever heard the saying, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It probably means don't force your ideas on others. So, said Chinyu, looking back at the two cloaked in appearance. I'm not one of you, so why would I know how you feel? After listening to Chinyu's words, no, 1 and no, 2 froze once again. However, this time they quickly came back to their senses and simply stretched out one finger to point at Chinyu and laughed. Ha ha ha. Today is perhaps the most times I've been surprised in the past few hundred years. But then he also just laughed and shook his head and said, that's right, to be able to have such a strong power, and how is it like the other so vulgar people one person? If we are not enemies, then maybe there is really a possibility to become friends. It, you say? Chinyu grasped the scythe that suddenly appeared in his hand tightly in his hand while smiling and replied, who knows about such things? Maybe even if it's not enemies and friends, aren't there still options like strangers? Chapter 80G. That's a real shame. After hearing these words from Chinyu, no, one knew that there was no way the other party would join them. No, maybe they shouldn't have deluded themselves into thinking that any sane people would join their so-called heretical organization in the first place. So I can take that as a break in our dealings, right? No. One followed suit and assumed a fighting stance like Chinyu. From the moment you guys captured my mother, haven't we already been in a state of hostility? Chinyu was already slowly moving closer to the other party as he spoke. After all, with his melee type of attack, if he still wants to continue to pull away, isn't it just giving away his head for nothing? This can really be a pity. I thought that even if we cannot become friends, we will never become enemies. At the same time, Chinyu is close to them. At the same time, no. 2 has already circled around to the back of Chinyu, is with no. 1 in a pincer movement, 1 in front of and 1 behind the other side to wrap up the other side. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that I almost believed it after seeing those weapons in your hands. It was too late to say anything, and only just after Chinyu's words had fallen, he quickly rushed forward with the scythe in his hand. As for why you don't take care of the weaker number 2 first, have you ever seen anyone show their back to the front of a more powerful enemy? Unless you can just spike that weaker foe. Those 3 or so seconds are enough time to get yourself sandwiched into a meat sandwich. TSK. I didn't think we'd have to do it after all. Looking at Chinyu, who suddenly rushes over. No. 1 unhurriedly takes out the long sword in his hand to block. Then no. 2, who is not far away, takes out a hot weapon, that is, a pistol for support. Crap. You guys really don't talk about martial virtues. It's obvious that it's already 2-1, but you're still using hot weapons. Although Chinyu said so in his mouth, he was still comfortable in dealing with these 2 mutated humans. He was seen using the scythe in his hand to randomly slash at no. 1 without any moves, while also taking the time to dodge the bullets fired by no. 2 behind him with all sorts of difficult street dance moves. Shouldn't I equip you with a little more BGM? Otherwise, isn't it a bit too monotonous to simply be enjoying your dance? The surroundings had gradually begun to light up while no. 1 was speaking. However, those places that hadn't been seen before due to the darkness actually appeared to have a variety of arms. Let me think about whether I should start with fireworks, tear gas, or firecrackers, grenades, first. Although no. 1 was conversing with Chinyu in a relatively young voice, but in saying such words while wearing a 70 to 80-year-old face, should I say it was against the grain or disgusting? Forget it, let's play with the firecracker, Gatling machine gun. The woman called no. 2 had already come to the stand supporting the Gatling at some point, and no. 1 had ducked down to a place out of the Gatling's reach to look down after knocking Chinyu back with her force. I hope that your next dance step will be as perfect as the one you just did. Just after no. 1 had finished speaking, no. 2 triggered the Gatling trigger, and several circles of bullets were being fired through the muzzle of the gun at Chinyu without stopping. Crouch. Even with the body that was trained by Chinyu, Chinyu was still in a relatively sorry state as he used his scythe to block the bullets that were fired from the machine gun while dodging quite a few of the bullets that brushed his shoulders with a rather strange footwork. Bang bang, bang. The sound of bullets fired from a Gatling coupled with Chinyu's various actions of chopping bullets with his bare hands miraculously became a miraculous SF masterpiece. In the end, Chinyu still used the blade pressure released by the scythe to cleave the muzzle on the Gatling 1 step ahead of time. Papa, truly worthy of being a man under the focused care of our master. I didn't expect that even a Gatling machine gun with such a high density wouldn't kill you. Only after Chinyu casually knocked no. 2 to the ground did no. 1 re-emerge from the shadows. Actually, I shouldn't have been able to knock one of you out that quickly if you guys really cooperated. Chinyu kicked the bottles of tear gas under his feet and skimmed them. If number 1 had thrown tear gas at him again when number 2 was using the Gatling just now, it wouldn't have been possible to kill himself, but it definitely wouldn't have been possible to take down one of them without even taking a breath like it was now. Oh, that's quite a blind spot. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Number 1 acted as if he was talking about pretty country's typical American humor, showing very exaggerated acting skills as if he really hadn't thought of that. Chinyu directly ignored no. 1's pompous acting skills, and then said to him without any good sense of humor, if you really don't want to fight, you don't have to make so many tricks out of it. Just release my mom and stop hitting us over the head. I can promise you that I won't pursue today's matter any further, and I won't even be involved in those plans of yours, provided those plans of yours don't disrupt my life. After hearing Chinyu's words, no, one really squinted his eyes and thought carefully, and when he opened his eyes again there was an additional indescribable feeling of teasing. That is a very fascinating suggestion indeed then. No, one gives a soft growl of laughter. Hitchhiking Ertoveru, but, I refuse. Let's not talk about the fact that your tone of voice like a victor annoys me immensely. Then no, one intentionally said something that made Chinyu confused. Do you really think that getting a bump of this magnitude can really make no? Too unconscious? Even though Chinyu already knew that the mutant called number 2 was a different creature than their normal counterparts, he was still sneaked up on by the other party due to carelessness. Rip dash. I only saw the woman called No. 2 catch a dagger with both hands, then instantly stabbed Chinyu in the side of his abdomen. And it was only because Chinyu reacted and quickly dodged that he was only slightly injured. Kala la la. I don't know if it's because of the overload, but no. 2 split into several pieces of meat in an instant after attacking Chinyu. Oops, that's still a real pity? I didn't realize that No. 2's life-sacrificing strike actually only injured you that little bit. No. One's expression didn't even have the feeling of pity that his mouth was talking about, and even let people just feel a cold sense of distance. Chapter 81 Focused Mode on. Chinyu, who saw this situation in front of him, suddenly had a feeling of a rabbit dying. Is this how you so-called Imperials treat your fellow man? No. One suddenly laughed as if he was hearing a joke of some sort after hearing what Chinyu said. What do you mean, companions? And what is that? It is an honor to have the privilege of contributing to the future of the Empire. I'm sure she feels the same way about number 2. You people in the Empire are really crazy. Chinyu looked at No. 1, who was gradually falling into madness in front of him, with an incredulous expression. The man who can treat a person as if they were expendable is going to knock them down with whatever he says. As expected, being someone who has fallen into the emotions of madness simply doesn't have that kind of awareness. So number 1 suddenly turns back into the normal person mode that he was in at the beginning when he met Chinyu. But this time there was an extra look on his expression called a bitter smile. It wasn't us who wanted to become like this. It was the world. It was the ones who screwed up by pouring nuclear contaminated water inside the oceans. They're the ones who turned our original planet into an already uninhabitable environment. No. 1 became more and more agitated as he spoke, showing a grimace as if he really wanted to kill those who had ruled to discharge the nuclear contaminated water into the ocean of Tao in the first place. If you all know that what you've brought about now is the work of those damned people, why don't you try to fight back? Resistance? Number 1 went completely insane again after hearing those 2 words. Of course we've resisted. But what's the point? Even if we had destroyed the officials who decided to discharge the nuclear wastewater in the first place to the point where there were no ashes left, would the water resources that had already been contaminated by the nuclear wastewater change back to their original state? Those water resources that have been contaminated with nuclear wastewater we've tried over and over again for so many years, throwing tons of sentinel rock in the vain hope of icing up those polluted water resources, putting in lots of uncontaminated water for dilution. There was even once a thought of draining the sea of all that polluted water. But that idea was rejected outright for less than realistic reasons. At the beginning of those ideas are quite good, but then after hearing that the sea surface of those seawater to be drained of this kind of nonsense you will be completely taught. Didn't you guys think about where exactly you were going to discharge that contaminated water when you came up with that last idea? Even if you do have one of those machines that drains the sea, have you considered the subsequent result of secondary pollution? Although Chinyu wanted to open his mouth and spit out his words so much, he still didn't say those words he wanted to spit out just now because they were too pathetic. So what exactly is your mission this time? I know you want to wipe out all the geniuses on our planet, but that doesn't seem to be the purpose of your mission this time, does it? A mission? That sort of thing is nothing more than survival for us. Number 1 laughed contemptuously. Survival? Yes. Our plan is to wipe out every single person or creature inside this world that is a threat to us. He shouldn't have presumed to talk to those aliens who were full of middle-aged and sickly. Shinyu smashed his mouth and spat. And then, you guys are targeting me this time? No mistake. So watch the move. 10,000 swords of heaven come, only to see a circle of ice swords suddenly wrapped around No. 1, and an icy aura emanated from his body if nothing else. Wow, that's a pretty cool trick. Now Chinyu is really afraid that No. 1 will suddenly yell out a 10,000 swords technique, royal sword technique or something else, or else will he pick up or not pick up this stunt? As we all know, that is known as the 10-mile slope sword god of a certain man surnamedly, although the strength is very powerful, but this is also to pay a price. Youth lost his wife, middle age lost his daughter, and in his later years even his granddaughter was sealed on the other side of the well of gods and demons. If there was anyone worse off than him, It was only the lad who had obtained his soul ring by sacrificing his wife. Just as Chinyu was brainstorming a big dog blood drama of 108 episodes, he was forcibly brought back to consciousness by No. 1. Kid, although I originally had no grudges against you, but if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that your talent is just too unbelievable. Right. Saying that, No. 1 had already posed to enter the battle state. Make a move. Let me try to find out what is so great about the supreme genius that can make even the master treat it so cautiously. Who named this absolute genius for me? After spitting in his heart, Chinyu also used the buff skill that Chinyu had used before inside the Lu family villa. Focus mode on. After using the focus mode, Chinyu's brain, in addition to eliminating the enemy in front of him, had not been able to spare any thinking space to think about other contents, which meant that Chinyu's brain processor was in a state of overload at every moment. Whoosh! The moment No. 1 blinked, Chinyu had already arrived in front of him with his side. Bang! Bang bang bang! In just a few seconds both sides had fought dozens of rounds, but because of the slightly superior Chinyu after entering the state of Chinyu number 1 was sent flying backwards. Cough! Cough! Pho! Lying on the ground, number 1 suddenly felt that fishy sweet sensation inside his throat and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood from his mouth in slight pain. Painful. Really, really painful. No. 1, who was half sitting on the ground, suddenly shouted loudly, but Chinyu, because of the reason he had entered a state of concentration, he was now the equivalent of a robot on a mission, with only No. 1 to be eliminated in his eyes. The enemy is still stocked. Now continue to execute the next round of attack. Chinyu mechanically uttered such a sentence and then rushed towards the place where No. 1 flew out upside down with the scythe again. Is that the best we can do? No. 1, who had wanted to continue blocking Chinyu's attack, couldn't muster any strength at all and could only close his eyes in despair. Stop! At that moment, a woman in a halter dress came out of the side door behind her, carrying an unconscious middle-aged woman in her hands. Number 3, both Chinyu and No. 1 after hearing the voice couldn't help but look in the direction that the voice was conveyed from. What are you doing here? Put down that woman you're holding and get out of here. Chapter 82. Thanks to that group of people. After Chinyu saw that familiar figure in the hands of the woman known as No. 3, the dull look inside his eyes actually slowly became angry. So you guys ended up living like you hated it? Chinyu said with a sudden sigh. At first he thought that they were different from the villains inside those TV dramas and novels, that they wouldn't use innocent hostages as a bargaining chip to threaten other people. But, in the end, they still lived up to that, seemingly sensing the mockery and ridicule in Chinyu's tone. No. 1 even rushed directly into the sharp scythe in the other party's hand. Rip dash. The blade of the scythe cut right through number 1's throat, and a streak of dark red blood flowed down the tip of the blade to the ground. No. 3 looked at No. 1 who slowly fell at Chinyu's feet. No longer caring about the hostage being in his hands, he directly rushed to Chinyu's face. Cough. Cough. Don't look at me with that kind of look. The reason why I watched No. 2 die in front of me just now was because I didn't want to fight you in that despicable way. With that said, number 1 looked at number 3 who was running towards where he was. Everything she did was instigated by me. So, please leave her alive. After saying this, number 1's breath completely disappeared, and as he said, all he did was just to stay alive. I agree to your request. I'll keep that woman alive, said Chinyu as he looked at No. 3 who was sitting paralyzed on the ground holding No. 1's corpse and crying bitterly before silently leaving this place to them. Saying that he was leaving, Chinyu was merely coming to the side of Chin's mother who had been mercilessly thrown onto the cold floor by No. 3. I don't know the reason why Chin mother is used to seeing big scenes. When Chinyu called her up, actually just slightly yawned before she opened her mouth and asked Chinyu, son of a, has it been fixed? Chinyu and the Chin mother called up the situation. He thought of a variety of crying, expressionless, or even picked up a big knife to the side of the 3 side of the side. There is no longer any combat power to cut to, but now this situation, and what is the matter? His old mother actually calmed down to such a degree, and even yawned when she regained consciousness. Feeling she really came over here to sleep? What? It's only been a few days since I've seen you. Don't you even recognize your family's mother? Seeing Chinyu with such a look in her eyes, Chin mother gave him a rare and beautiful blank stare. That blank stare, like looking at garbage. This familiar tone of disdain instantly made Chinyu not suspect that the other party was a fake from that group of aliens. That mom, do you remember what happened during the day? Hearing Chinyu ask her this kind of words of Chin mother, she has begun to use a kind of pitiful eyes to look at their own son. Alas, I didn't think that you, this whole 8 feet of big son, still have to let us these worry. Said Chin mother, tiptoed and patted Chinyu's shoulder. It's okay. Anyway, raising 1 useless old man is raising 2 useless men is also raising. In the end, this family still needs me, a weak woman, to bear the burden. Although a few of the people within their family had always had bigger brains, he was now a bit unable to keep up with his own mom's level of brainstorming. Mom, I just wanted to ask you how much of this morning's events you still remember. Saying that, Shinyu pointed over there to the side of No. 3 who was crying silently and painfully. Do you still remember the two of them? Egu, you said this earlier is not good in favor of letting me have so many misunderstandings. Mother Chin didn't have the good sense to slap the dumbfounded Shinyu, then continued. If you're talking about a few people over there kidnapping me, of course I still remember it vividly, and I still deliberately let them capture me. Shinyu doesn't know how many times he's been confused today. Deliberately letting them catch it? Could it be that your own mom is one of those legendary big shots hiding in the city? Thinking of this, Shinyu looked at Chin mother's face actually more than a feeling of worship. But then after hearing the words she added, Shinyu almost couldn't hold back his entire body from being thunderstruck to the ground. Where would I find such pleasant sleep if they hadn't taken me away on purpose? Fine. He shouldn't measure the people inside his own house by what normal people think. Knowing that his mother did not have anything, Shinyu, and then threw his cell phone to Chin mother to let her make a call to the father of Chin to report safety. Shinyu directly on the face up to help the body of No. 1 walked over to the No. 3. Deal with the emotions? If it's still a fight you want, I'm still up for it. Although what Shinyu said sounded like a very wonderful thing, it was nothing more than a matter of getting killed for nothing in the eyes of No. 3. As said before, everyone is going to be good at things that correspond to them. No. 1 is good at frontal attack. No. 2 is still powerful as a support, but is still slightly underpowered if he has to fight someone one-on-one head-on. However, she, No. 3, is a fringe person who has been trained to assassinate and stab as her main means of attack. If she were in the dark she would still have a chance to be able to injure Chinyu. Now she has come to the surface, still want to challenge the immediate. This has killed their two companions. Chinyu undoubtedly is just a dead end. So No. 3 reversed the corpse of No. 1 behind himself and shook his head and confessed, I can't beat you. If the three of us had been together in the first place we might still have had a slight chance. But now, cough, I'm merely acting in self-defense. If you guys were willing to let my old mom go in the first place, it definitely wouldn't have turned into this situation. Shinyu explained in a somewhat awkward manner. I know, that's why I don't blame you for killing him off. Number 3 looked at number 1 beside her with a gentle expression, because he is this kind of person. Since he can't choose the way to survive, he will definitely choose this way to end this dirty life of his. After saying this, number 3 suddenly became serious. The people of your planet aren't as united as you think they are either yet. We were able to make a move against those so-called geniuses thanks to the help of that group of people. Tap 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 dash. While they were talking, a group of black-clothed troops with a large amount of armaments suddenly burst in outside the door. Chapter 83 Organization that suddenly appeared. The group that walked in first took out a photo and compared it to the number 3 in front of them. Then they moved in indiscriminately and suddenly. Who are you guys? This is an important place for the military department. Why are you guys coming here with arms? A large group of people. The group of men simply ignored the man in front of them, even taking out their pistols and popping him with a single shot. That's a lot of nonsense. It's not like we came over here specifically to listen to your blind BB. The man in the lead approached Shinyu and the others with his ears out after popping the man who stopped them with his gun. So what? The military department is on business. So please get out of here. Shinyu. Number 3. They might have believed it if they hadn't popped one off in front of them. But you've only just popped off a person inside the military department in front of them, and then say you're from the military department. Is it you or them that's stupid? That leader couldn't help but spit a mouthful of saliva onto the ground after seeing Shinyu's strange look at them. I knew this brat wasn't that easy to fool. Shinyu, no. Dude, you really have thought about fooling people with this skimming method? I don't know if it was because this old man had become irritated, but he actually directly took out the arms in his hand and pointed at them and threatened, cut the crap. If you don't leave again you'll only have to kill all of you. Gotta. Another cranky type of older brother. He can't afford to mess with him, but he can't afford to hide from him. Thinking of this, Shinyu was about to turn back and take Chin mother away when he realized the leader had stopped him first. You people can leave, but that woman in there is not to be taken by anyone. It's not that he came here to save the woman you mentioned. Wouldn't it have been a wasted trip if he had just left? So Chinyu's eyes suddenly turned cold when he looked at the man again. Feather, stop it first. At this time, Chin's mother, who had already finished talking on the phone with Chin's father, the slimy man, slowly walked over to their side. Who told you to come here? Although Mother Chin was only inquiring about the man in front of her, but with her full aura on her body, it was surprising that people couldn't help but want to call her Lord Queen. Ahem. Slight digression. However, it is true that Chinyu has never seen the current appearance of Chin mother is. In his memory, Chin's mother had always been a good wife and mother, even if she disliked them on her lips. When she acted, she still acted in order to attach herself to them. However, What surprised him the most was far more than just this extent, because he was really seeing that the group of people who rushed in just now were really kneeling down like Mother Chin. Are you alright, young lord? The arrogant man in front of Chin Yu was actually an anxious expression when he saw his mother walking over, and if he didn't know that his mom wouldn't come out of the closet, he really thought that the person in front of him was the little wolf dog that his mom had adopted outside. But even without that thought, he knew where that group of people came from after hearing what Mother Chin said later on. Little dagger, haven't I told you hundreds of times? Don't call me young lord. My life has been drawn with that old man for a long time, Mother Chin said with a slight bit of anger in her tone. But the master of the gang, he has always been like your young master you are. Well, I do not call you young master, call you sisterly Linet. Seeing the mother of Chin is wanting to rage when the man known as the knife can only be resigned to change the mouth of the man who was known as the knife could only resign himself to change his words. That's fine. Anyway, my age is indeed a bit older than yours. I can still take on this name of yours, sister. Mother Chin nodded and said, so, what's the reason for you guys coming over here this time? I don't remember the old man, he had this job as a JC scrubber on the side. After hearing Chin's mother's words, Little Dagger first glanced at the two idle people beside her, and then lowered his voice in Chin's mother's ear and said, let's talk about this matter later. There are still outsiders listening in here. There are still outsiders listening in, said the knife, and the look first Chin Yu and No. 3 instantly have switched into a curmudgeon mode. An opening is a variety of fish, shrimp and crab words, so that the sight of Chin's mother to listen to the scalp numbness. %#Yuan %% at #Yuan, said Dagger, finally getting to the point of their conversation after talking nonsense for a while. You're not taking your girl away from Nido. Be careful, I'm going to dislike you. Well, although the man called Dagger still spoke Cantonese with a slight Mandarin accent, Chin Yu and the others were still able to understand it slightly. In a nutshell, what he's trying to say is that he wants Chin Yu to hurry up and take number 3 out of here or he's going to kill them. But this arrogant expression of the knife did not last long, because he has been sanctioned by the side of the Chin mother, only to see Mother Chin holding a wooden board in her hand that she had shunted over from somewhere, then directly shining it at Dagger's brain and directly knocking it over. Beat you to death, you bastard. How dare you threaten my son? And that woman over there is nothing more than an unrelated person. How dare you threaten someone with that skanky Cantonese you learned in a TV show? I'll clean up for the old man him today. The mother of the house was slapping the knife with a wooden board while still knocking her opponent's brains out in a completely different style than usual. Ah, I was wrong. Young master, you don't hit ah. I didn't know that man was the young master ah. Although Dagger's mouth was begging for mercy from Chin's mother, it was merely an act after seeing the situation, because the intensity with which Mother Chin was pounding him with the board didn't hurt at all, even kind of like she was lapping him with foam. After several minutes of the farce, Chin mother was too tired to lift her hands, so the next thing to do was for Chin Yu to talk to the man called Little Dagger. Ah, that knife. Sir, although I don't know who exactly you guys were sent by, but can you explain to me in a simple and clear manner is what the situation is now? Chin Yu was now confused by the sudden appearance of the situation in front of him. Originally he was just plainly coming over to save Chin's mother out. Now those extra aliens not to mention. Now he even has an organization of unknown nature in front of him. And it's possible that this organization is even related to your own mom. Young master, just call me Little Dagger directly. I'm only a few years older than you. But haven't you heard anything about our gang from your old? Ahem, mother? Chapter 84 Pollution Beast. Chin Yu subconsciously ignored what he said in the first half of his sentence. As for the gang of unknown nature that Dagger had spoken of, he really hadn't heard his dad and mom say anything about it. Just as he was about to ask his old mom about it, he realized that she had already gone ahead of him. There is something you want to ask, go home first and ask later. A group of people stay in this gloomy place you do not mind. After saying this sentence, he left with a few of those black uniformed people kneeling on the ground. Young lord is still that this look hasn't changed yet. Once he remembered those things in the past, even now that he has already grown into his current age, it is hard to help but fight a cold war. Brother Dagger, why don't you guys follow mom back first? I still have to clean up and wrap up here. Little Dagger had wanted to refuse. After all, Chin Yu was the son of the young master, the youngest young master of their gang. What kind of stable boy would leave first in front of his own boss? But then at the sight of the woman carrying a man behind him, for a moment they didn't even know what words to say. So after seriously patting Chin Yu's shoulder he left the place with the remaining horsemen. Chin Yu, after seeing that ambiguous look in the other party's eyes when he left, must have misunderstood the relationship between himself and those two aliens, but he didn't have so much strength to explain anything anymore. Now his only task was to gather the information that he didn't know from the two aliens' mouths. Let's sit down and talk first. Chin Yu didn't say this in a commanding tone when he said it, meaning that no. 3 also had the power to reject him, perhaps knowing that this would be the case now. Number 3 was directly in the process of placing number 1 on his shoulder on the ground, and then sat down on the ground on the broken floor where he had just experienced a battle. You'd better be quick if you want to ask anything, or I'm afraid those sitting behind the curtain will get the message and send someone to finish us off. Shinyu also sat down on the floor on the spot like the other after nodding. After organizing some of the information he now knew partially before opening his mouth, he inquired to know, 3. Are those people behind you the same families? No. 3 didn't expect Shinyu to ask so directly, so he froze slightly before coming back to his senses would answer this question of his. Yes and no. Hey, hold on. Wait until I'm done. After no. 3 finished the first half of his reply. Shinyu almost picked up the wooden board that Chin mother had just knocked the knife with and wanted to do the same old trick on this no. 3 in front of him to give him a good beating, but then he still suppressed himself first after hearing what the other party added. I would say that because I don't know if those people are still considered CU. Saying that, number 3 suddenly changed his expression as if he remembered something horrible. Some of those people are some of the craziest people I've ever met. Not only are they pursuing those nebulous so-called ways of immortal cultivation, but they have even actually succeeded in their cultivation. Shinyu also knew a little bit about those contents of what no. 3 was saying right now, because he had already met those Lu family ancestors who had been alive for an unknown period of time when he came to be city. I probably know a little bit about what you're talking about, but even if they've succeeded in cultivating immortality, it still doesn't have anything to do with Yumi aliens, does it? Shinyu spoke to no. 3 about his doubts, but the only thing that answered Shinyu was the denial of the other party shaking his head. No. 3 answered Shinyu's question with a different statement. Would you believe me if I said that they were able to succeed in their cultivation thanks to us as well? Do you want to tell me that spiritual energy that we don't have on our planet can actually be accessed on yours? Shinyu had only spoken such words in a speculative manner. But no. 3 suddenly cried and laughed and said, doesn't it seem quite outrageous that because of nuclear pollution our planet has actually turned into a planet capable of cultivation on a rare occasion? Such a coincidence was indeed quite surprising to Shinyu, but that was all. Even if one was able to cultivate on that planet, one would never be able to resist the debuff called radiation. But that doesn't seem to have anything to do with the whole thing, does it? Surprise is surprise, and it's time to have a brain. Just now number 3 said nothing more than that there would be such a motive. Even if those people from the world family were crazy, they couldn't possibly put their own little lives on the line to fight for something like this with no future, could they? After hearing Shinyu's words no. 3 nodded and said, indeed it doesn't seem to be related, but do you know what those monstrous beasts that suddenly came out of the cracks are again? You're not going to tell me that those are all the work of the worldly family, are you? Shinyu couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. It wasn't them that messed it up, but there's no mistaking that the source was indeed them. With that, no. 3 explained to Shinyu one by one those monsters that suddenly appeared from the cracks. You've already heard from one and the others that all that nuclear radiation on our planet causes genetic alterations, right? Shinyu nodded seriously. Not only had he heard about it, he had even seen with his own eyes the ugly appearance of no. 1 and the others after they took off that outer layer of skin. If you already know that, then it's much easier to explain. Those monsters are the half-baked products that the world sends out to work with our masters to come up with. Those monsters we generally refer to as pollution beasts. After hearing no. 3's words, Shinyu had something to say again. You mean your empire is already capable of doing things like spatial coordinate placement? Shinyu has already had this experience as an absolute right to speak, because he was able to return to the A city so quickly. But also thanks to Li Shinyu was also using a similar method to bring him here. So not only was he deeply aware of the horror of this ability, he was also well aware of the fact that this kind of thing would surely be a very horrible thing if it could really be done easily. Imagine if you will. Isn't it a very scary thing when a large group of city officials suddenly appear in a vacant lot where there is suddenly nothing? Realize that besides takeout boys, city cops are among the scariest people on the planet. Ahem. Getting ahead of myself again. But if the Empire had really accomplished something like teleportation by relying on spatial coordinates, then their planet might have been very dangerous indeed. Looking at Shinyu, who had become colorful in expression. No. 3 finally interrupted his brainstorming. Though I don't know what kind of stuff you're thinking about right now. You're inevitably really looking down on our empire too much. Chapter 85 finally back in the old country. Although no. 3 did not possess those skills that could see through Chinyu's inner thoughts. It did not prevent her from being able to roughly determine what the other party was actually thinking through their facial expressions. If our empire can possess this kind of technology, it's impossible to have a rival in the entire galaxy, okay? No. 3 rewarded Chinyu with a beautiful blank stare without any good humor. Then the ones you dropped should be considered drop-offs, right? Didn't the monsters you dropped on our planet appear out of nowhere? Isn't that exactly the method of spatial projection? Chinyu recalled the goblin that had suddenly appeared in front of him in the park earlier. This was the first time, while conscious, that he had seen such a thing, and according to what Ri Chinyu's previous intelligence had said, It seemed that this kind of thing had been in possession of him even before he had traveled over here. Oh, and by crossing over here, I mean both of them are crossing over, but Qin Yu was already here before he crossed over. As for the original one, Qin Yu, he had died somewhere long before they crossed over. After hearing what Qin Yu said, no. 3 just shook his head slightly. I definitely can't tell you about the principle, but I can responsibly say to you that our empire doesn't have that technology of yours that you're talking about. No, 3 suddenly said seriously. Alright, last question. Can you tell me who exactly is that lineage that is working with your empire? Zhao family. City A. Qin family. Qin Yu, who already knew the answer he wanted, now returned to his home, which he had been away from for several days. You don't have to say anything. I already said I wouldn't go back when I first left the house. Before Qin Yu could even open the door, he heard the sound of Mother Qin's unhesitating rejection from inside the hall. Young master, actually the gang master he. Stop, that incident is in the past, so don't you mention it again. Mother Qin directly interrupted the words that Dagger had yet to finish, and then looked at Qin Yu, who pushed the door in from outside. Son of a, kick out the punks who don't really want to do it. I'm tired of mourning. After saying these words, Qin Mother really twisted left and right and turned to leave the place. Qin Yu they helplessly looked at the back of Qin Mother gradually walked up the stairs. Directly after she could not see her figure at all. Qin Yu only turned back to look at the knife who had come to their own home so far have not had a mouthful of water. Ah, that Dagger brother. Do you want to drink something before you go? Although I do not know their own mother and their own that have never met the grandfather what grudges, but now people's horses to their own home inside the guest, can not even a cup of water did not drink let each other leave. Hearing this suggestion from Qin Yu, little Dagger didn't treat him politely and directly greeted those few of his inner circle again and sat down, because in order to make this pair of annoying fathers and daughters reconcile again, the man in front of him was definitely one of the essential characters. As for the husband of their young master, all the members of their gang hadn't recognized each other yet, since the little young master has said so. But not. The idea is wonderful, but the reality is cruel. Just as Dagger was smiling and preparing to pull the family together, he heard a sudden voice from Qin's mother at the top of the stairs. Son of a, your mom and I haven't seen you for so long. Why don't you come upstairs and nag me? The voice of Qin's mother coming from the top of the stairs. Even if they were fools, they knew that the mistress of the house was close to saying, why did she leave them at home? So Qin Yu also did not dare and forcibly put the knife they stayed. Otherwise after the fact their own mother dealt with their own is certainly not soft. Brother Dagger, you have also heard what my mother meant. Qin Yu said helplessly as he spread his hands. Brother, I also understand. The situation of little Dagger in the gang was basically similar to Qin Yu's treatment in the Qin family. As long as the old gang master inside their gang gave an order, they could only come to the military ministry to rob people with their asses in the air. Why don't we quietly add a contact? I'm still quite curious to know about Mom's affairs. Qin Yu lowered his voice and handed the QR code on his cell phone to Dagger's face. And Dagger laughed a little when he saw Qin Yu's way of handling this. After all, he was also feuding over the fact that he had no doorway to approach his young master. And now Qin Yu's move was undoubtedly giving him a chance. Qin Yu, why don't you roll up here? Is it because you take what this old mom of mine says as a whisper? The furious sound on top of the stairs made the two people inside the living room where the PY transaction was going on almost didn't jump up in place. So after quickly adding the contact information, Qin Yu hurriedly rushed up to the top of the stairs. And after Dagger and the others cleaned up the inside of the living room, they took the trash with them and left the place in a well-organized manner. Bang! After looking upstairs and watching with her own eyes as Dagger and the rest of them left the place, Qin's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, if I should have done it this way, why did I bother in the first place? Knock knock. Although Qin Yu knows that his mom called himself up but just an excuse, but this does not hinder his own still have a lot of questions want to ask each other's determination. It's getting late. Let's talk it over tomorrow. As the mother of Qin who had watched Qin Yu for so many years, how could she not know what her son was thinking right now? But because of the reason that too many things had happened today, there were still a lot of things that she had not organized herself. Being captured for a whole day for no reason. Why his son is here. And the original junior in his old gang. I know. Qin Yu went back to his room on his own after hearing what his mom said through the door of his room. Anyway, this matter is to ask anyone. Can't ask Zhang Sen, he won't ask Li Si Wangwu. Returned to his room. Qin Yu first rushed to the bathroom to wash a good fragrance. After a few minutes, Qin Yu only bathroom inside rubbing hair came out with a cell phone to call Qin father. Dropping. I don't know what's going on Qin's father's side. The phone actually rang for dozens of seconds without anyone answering. Could it have been asleep? Qin Yu glanced at the time displayed on his cell phone. 22:25 minutes. A time that is both awkward and normal. If you go by the young people, this time is nothing more than the time when their nightlife begins. But if you're a student or a social animal, this would be the time to lie in bed and wonder about your life. Wouldn't it? However, Fortunately in Chin you called over when Chin father is now not the legendary sage time, is it? Hello? Why are you calling me at this hour? Chapter 86 The Savior Academy. After a whole day of being on tenterhooks today, Chin's father was finally able to have the time to be able to take a break after learning that both his wife and son had managed to get off the hook. But now he had only been in bed for a short while when he was woken up by this annoying fellow, Chin Yu. On the other hand, Chin Yu knew that he seemed to be in trouble after hearing his dad's hoarse voice coming from the other side of the phone. Dad, am I disturbing your rest here? Chin Yu suddenly said cautiously. What do you say? After such a long buffer, Chin's father had slowed down in the meantime even if he had just slept. So it also led to the sentence he had just set out to Chin Yu with a hint of anger, as well as a feeling of helplessness. Well, why don't I just recall you tomorrow? Listening to the voice coming from inside the phone, Chin's father didn't even know what to say about his son. Now isn't this approach by the other side as outrageous as what they used to say to people? Remind you to go to the bathroom at night. If you have any to say it quickly, or I'll book a flight back tomorrow to hang you up and whip you hard. After Chin Yu's sudden saw operation, so that there was still a little bit did not over God's Chin father completely awake. Don't. You old man just enjoy yourself in this city. I'll bring my old mom with me to visit you after some time. Despite the fact that now Chin Yu's battle power has been more powerful than Chin father already do not know how much, but from the bloodline on the suppression or to honor a good. Well, it's definitely not because I'm afraid of him. I'm just following what a son should do. These are your last words? Then you will spend the last night of your leisure well. After saying this sentence, Chin father wanted to hang up his cell phone, but he was pestered by Chin Yu before reluctantly continuing to listen to him. What are you asking your old mom about all that stuff in the past for? The two of them been married for so long, and then gave birth to Chin Yu so many years have not heard their son asked about the two of them before. Even before his own thing is also in some coincidence only let this brat know part of it. As for the rest of those, just wait for later in telling him. It's not because of anything, it's just that I suddenly saw someone from my mom's previous home today. Saying that, Chin Yu told his dad about seeing Dagger inside the military department just now. Having left from inside their house only a short while ago, Chin's father just listened quietly on the other side of the phone. And only after Chin Yu had finished everything did he sigh and say something that saying it was the same as not saying it. Didn't she promise you she'd tell you tomorrow about your mom? So wouldn't it be better for you to hear it from her tomorrow? Speaking here, Chin father very exaggeratedly yawned and said to Chin Yu, well, you don't look at what time it is already. Tomorrow I may still have a hard battle to fight. Saying that, Chin's father directly hung up the phone, leaving Chin Yu alone to stare at the already black screen of stupidity. No, you've been hanging up your cell phone without warning, haven't you? And one that can talk and then just hang up? If you don't say it, then don't say it. Why do you have to fool me like that? Even though he didn't get to hear his dad explain those things about his mom's past to himself, Chin Yu however only complained a little bit about a few words, and his attention was quickly caught by the VX beep that suddenly rose up. Blue Rain, how is it? Have things been resolved inside your home? Oh, so it's this little girl. If she hadn't messaged me out of the blue, I would have almost forgotten about it myself. Chin Yu, do a good job done, but I should have to fill out the volunteer and then go over to B City to find you. Ding dong. Basically, Chin Yu's side had only just replied to Lan Yu, and Lan Yu's side had already replied. Blue Rain, So you've already figured out which college you want to go to? After seeing the message sent by Lan Yu on his cell phone, Chin Yu just sent 3 words in reply to her. Chin Yu, I don't know. Ding dong. Blue Rain, can you still have a little pursuit? Originally in the Blue Rain sent this sentence when Chin Yu has been ready to reply to each other, but the Blue Rain suddenly sent over a link to the university. Savior Academy? Chin Yu looked speechlessly at the title that was filled with a stream of middle-aged two styles, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, but the sudden voice call ringing inside his cell phone made his brain reboot. Ding dong. Hey, can you hear me? After he pressed that green button, a delicate voice suddenly came out from the phone. I hear you, but what's the point of that link you posted to the Middle Childhood Disease Academy? Middle Childhood Academy? At first, Lan Yu didn't know what Chin Yu was talking about, but then after seeing a copy of the recruitment brief that was tucked inside a file bag on her bed, she realized what Chin Yu really meant by the Middle Childhood Disease Academy. A middle school? That's quite an image you're describing. Savior Academy. The person who created this school could not have come up with it without decades of brain cancer. But this college can override those so-called 985 and 211 is very outrageous. Originally according to her this score to go to 985 and 211 is still a little difficult, but today suddenly someone sent a copy of this kind of thing over. And inside in addition to then the school's enrollment prospectus, there is actually her student card. Lan Yu, who had already slowed down, was playing with the student card belonging to him in his hand while saying to Chin Yu inside the phone, you don't say that the name of this school is a bit outrageous, but its enrollment brochure is a bit exaggerated. What's the exaggeration? Shinyu unconcernedly switched the voice he was talking to into a small screen before opening the copy of the enrollment brochure from the Middle 2 Disease Academy that Lanyu had sent to him. Ouch. Like that looks really good. What was revealed to the outside world inside this school was all sorts of elite-style educational standards, and students who were able to be invited into this academy, whether it was their family lineage or their power, were completely useless inside this school. The only thing that can gain a voice inside this school is also the grading system on the student card. Chapter 87 Cowards. Those who obtain a grade A or above will not only be able to make a living inside the academy, but will even be able to feed back into their homes. The reason why the Savior Academy was given the name Savior, other than with the 5 powerful people who created this academy, should be that this academy adhered to the educational policy of all people are the cornerstone of this world. People aren't born just to make up the numbers. There's more to it than that. There's something that has to be done for them to be able to accomplish it. Ahem. Digressing. Anyway, all in all, it's not too much of a stretch to say that this academy should be the ideal academy that the vast majority of people dream of. So, you've already decided to go to this school? Shinyu asked Blue Rain on his cell phone. I don't know yet, said Blue Rain on the other side of the phone, skimming her lips. It's just that my grandfather celebrated all day with the martial arts school straight after he saw this one document inside the mailbox. Speaking of which, Blue Rain suddenly had an impish thought. What about you? Do you think I should go to this school? Shinyu suddenly froze after hearing this question. What exactly did that girl Lanyu mean by saying this? Was it really what he thought it was? Although it was only a few seconds, Shinyu had already come up with no less than hundreds of possibilities inside his mind. It was only when Lanyu on the other side of the phone opened her mouth to speak that Shinyu's brainstorm slowly closed. Honestly, if the two of us were just friends, I'd be very much in favor of you getting into such an awesome school. There was also the latter half of the words Shinyu did not dare to say, because he was afraid that if he said it the relationship between the two would not be able to speak without fear as it is now. Ho, like this? Lanyu of course heard the other meaning in Shinyu's words, so she didn't intend to bully this coward anymore, and hung up the phone after determining the time when the other party would embark on her journey to be city once again. After hanging up the phone, Lanyu lay unimaginatively on her princess bed, and the sling that was supposed to act as a fixation slipped down below her shoulders due to inertia. However, this beautiful moment lasted less than a few seconds before it disappeared. I wish that coward was a little braver. It's better to just wrap your arms around your own shoulders and say in a domineering manner, "You are my woman. How can you leave me without my consent?" As soon as she thought of this, Blue Rain's face was immediately colored a pink color due to her shyness. I'm really too impure. Blue Rain rolled from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, then back to the head of the bed, as if she wanted to shake out all those yellow scraps inside her head, and rolled all the way until she fell asleep the first time I saw her. She was in the middle of the night. The next morning, Shinyu actually slept until noon on a rare occasion. By the time he arrived in the living room, Shin mother was already in the kitchen preparing what needed to be done for lunch. Hows. Shinyu yawned as he poured a glass of milk out of the fridge and drank it tons and tons. You were a thief last night. I can't believe you slept in until now. It was no wonder that Shin mother would think this way. If it was according to Shinyu's routine some time ago, the current him would have already been out exercising for hours then come back to take a shower and eat breakfast. Where would it be like this lazy creature in front of him, sleeping directly until noon before slowly yawning and coming out from inside the room? Mom, you're talking to me? Due to the reason that his consciousness hadn't fully returned to him, Shinyu hadn't yet realized what kind of punishment the words he had just uttered would bring to him. What do you think? Is there a third person inside this house besides you and me? Mother Chin was really exasperated and laughed at this look-alike Shinyu. If there was a third person in this house besides them, she would have already called the police. Okay? Shinyu, who was close to the completion of the boot, had gradually come back to his senses, and then drank the last mouthful of milk inside the cup into his mouth before answering the question that Shin mother had just asked him. I wasn't a thief last night. I was just thinking about a big life event. Life events? As soon as she heard that there was gossip to listen to, Shin mother even stopped the action of chopping vegetables, and after putting the knife down, she pulled Shinyu to the sofa in the living room to sit down and listen to the story. Originally, Shinyu was not going to say the things that he had talked to Lanyu about last night, but after seeing that his mom was close to carving the word "eat melon" on her head, he could only say what he could. However, the two of them last night's call is basically able to generously say just the last side of their own answer. Shinyu slightly changed a billion points only. So the big life event you've been thinking about all night is that your little girlfriend is going to school far away from you, and you're stuck with a difficult choice? Shin mother snapped at Shinyu without any good humor. At first she thought there would be some big melon to eat, but she didn't expect it to end up being the same crap that often happens in adolescence. No, what exactly did I say that would make you feel that Blue Rainback is my girlfriend? After hearing Shinyu's words, Shin mother simply even skipped the process of throwing blank stares and directly kneaded Shinyu's face with her hands. Aren't you just talking about all those things that are often the worries of long-distance couples? So when did you meet a little girlfriend? Why haven't I heard you say anything about it? Shampoo card even la, first let go of me la. Hi yo teeps even Lou friend, and she is not my girlfriend, because Chin Yu's face is being wantonly played by his own old mother, so he can only abandon the therapy like to say such words. Really not? Chin's mother asked a bit suspiciously. According to the situation described by Chin Yu just now, if these two people are not even a little bit of catnip, then Chin's mother is unlikely to believe. The only possibility is that his son's old habits are again guilty of taking advantage of the moment Chin mother froze. Chin Yu quickly pulled away to retrieve the use of his face. Of course not. Chin Yu first denied his mother's words before telling what he had encountered in B City during this period of time, which included the never-famous future letter from the Ning family, as well as the fact that he had 2 extra marriage contracts for no reason at all. It was just that Chin mother did not have any reaction after listening to what Chin Yu said, but even pulled out a packet of melon seeds from the snack cabinet next to the sofa and ate it while listening to her son's story. Chapter 88 Can't Afford to Gamble. After listening to Chin Yu's main character's setting like a youthful romance novel, Chin's mother also gave him a bag of potato chips and a bottle of happy water to cover the cost of this storytelling. No, you're just going to blow me off with less than $10. Ha! Although Chin Yu said so on his mouth, but his hands are not obedient to the command. First tore open the bag of potato chips, and then caught a large handful from the inside and stuffed it into his mouth. Or what? You can't ask me to clap my hands at you happily after such a boring episode, can you? Seeing as her son's melon was almost gone, it was time to get the lunch process going. Next time, don't forget to get a fun storyline to tell me again, or next time you won't even get your share of chip happy water. After saying this, Mother Chin got up from the couch and went back to the kitchen to continue finishing what she had just stopped. Fun episode? With his mouth stuffed with potato chips, Chin Yu finally remembered what he hadn't done last night. After pouring a large mouthful of happy water to swallow all the chips in his mouth, he hurriedly walked to the kitchen and shouted to Chin Yu, "Mom, it seems like you haven't told me all the things you promised me last night, right?" Chin mother, who was chopping vegetables, could only take the time to deal with him while chopping vegetables after hearing Chin Yu's ghostly screams. "I don't seem to have promised you anything, right?" Within her own memory it seemed that she had only told him that she would talk about it tomorrow, and she hadn't promised the other person anything in terms of the specifics of what she had said. Which is, obviously, originally Chin Yu also wanted to debate with his mom something, but he also gradually remembered last night in the room outside the door of the two of them seemed to really did not mention these conversations. Seeing that his melon eating opportunity was about to leave him, Chin Yu could only change to another method. "Mom," only to see Chin Yu smilingly walking behind Chin mother, then raising his hands to gently rub and press at the other party's shoulders. "Can't you just back off a few steps in the face of your own son's sincere attitude?" Saying that, Chin Yu looked at Chin mother with a heartbroken look. "I'm just trying to find out what really happened between you and Grandpa before, so just tell me." Although Chin Yu has behaved very well, but Chin mother is like a merciless chopping robot. After cutting vegetables even directly turned around and began to kill fish to go. "Gotta. It's all on ignore mode already, so it looks like I won't be able to pry anything out of my own mom." Just when Chin Yu was disheartened and ready to go back to the living room to turn grief and anger into appetite, he heard a sudden reaction from Chin mother. "It's not a big thing of any kind, but it's about time you knew about it too." After putting the fish inside the pot, Chin mother wiped her hands and reappeared from inside the kitchen. "Tell me, what exactly do you want to know, or how far have you already learned?" After seeing that his mom was finally interested in saying this to him, Chin Yu instantly turned into a good boy and then started his questioning journey. "Never mind that I know something, even I have a grandfather thing that I only found out about last night." Inside his memory, basically can't find any traces of their parents about their own dad and mom. At first he thought it was because he and his original body lost a memory when they fused, but later after asking Chin Yu realized that this memory simply didn't even exist in the beginning. Only after hearing her own son's words did Chin's mother sigh deeply and say, "This matter is not at all your fault, and if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that both of our fathers and daughters have been too stubborn." Saying that, Mother Chin suddenly revealed a wistful expression as if she was recalling something. "Maybe I wouldn't have met your dad if that hadn't happened?" Things happened in Chin mother 16 years old, that is, she just entered high school. Their family of 3 should have been happy and fulfilling life, but because of the emergence of that one thing let her smooth more than 10 years of life to destroy. "Li Jing, if you don't want your wife and daughter to be harmed in any way, release our brothers immediately." A rough man with tattoos on his arms held a pink cell phone in his hand and yelled inside, "Sia, if you guys have anything to do, just come at me. What kind of ability is it to kidnap my wife and daughter?" Li Jing, Mother Chin's father, yelled angrily into the cell phone in his hand as he sat inside an office. "Bah, Who doesn't know that your loyalty hall is notoriously difficult to deal with? If you guys were really that easy to deal with, would we still need to use such despicable means? Although this kind of kidnapping the enemy's wife and child, this kind of thing to them is undoubtedly a show of weakness. But this is based on both sides of the strength of the situation is similar. Now that their organization was on the verge of being completely wiped out by the other side, who had this kind of leisure to talk about benevolence and morality with the other side? So what do you want? In the end, Li Jing still chose to compromise. He was willing to gamble on anything in his life, and he was even willing to put his own life on the negotiation table when necessary. But right now, he wouldn't dare bet on, because he couldn't afford to lose this time, compared to some out-of-body things as well as his own life. Undoubtedly his wife and children's lives were a little more important. The rough man on the listening side first froze for a moment after hearing Li Jing's compromise. Then he laughed up at the sky. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the great gang leader Li, who is known as Crazy Li, would still have such a side. The rude man laughed as he glanced at the large and small beauty tied behind him. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have that kind of hobby, I'd really like to give you a live broadcast over the phone. Cut the crap. What do you have to do? Come at me directly. If his wife and daughter really had to suffer this kind of treatment, then he would definitely even have the heart to die. TSK, TSK, TSK. I was only joking, but I didn't expect you to actually take it seriously. The rough man suddenly laughed again. Alright, as long as you release our people first, I can think about releasing your daughter as well. At first, Li Jing thought that the other party wanted to come to a hostage-to-hostage exchange, but he did not expect that he could only change back his daughter alone, so that he certainly could not agree. No way. I can promise to return all those of you and add another 500 Ws as compensation to you, but I want my wife and daughter back at the same time. Chapter 89. That one voice. If that decision of Li Jing's had been made in normal times, it would have suffered a whole lot of opposition. After all, it is clear that he is the winning party. Actually, not even a little benefit cannot be asked for. Instead, he also poured 500 W go down to. This kind of obvious loss behavior is a normal person will not agree. Sure enough, Li Jing's side had only just reached a preliminary deal with the people on the other side, and the news instantly spread throughout the entire loyalty hall. Have you heard? This time, when it was clear that our gang was the one that normally wins in this operation, we actually had to let the people go intact, and we even had to give them a large amount of compensation. Heard. It is said that it is because the gang leader's wife and daughter were captured by that group of people, so the gang leader was forced to do this because of the threat of the other side. Grass, a plant name. If you're going to follow what I said, you might as well just take the people and wipe out the other side altogether. This kind of using other people's relatives and also threatening other people is just too despicable. That's right. Although we're not good people in our line of work, we certainly can't do this kind of thing of using other people's relatives to threaten other people. Those people underneath the loyalty hall talking about this matter are also getting more and more intense, and there are even some people who have spontaneously organized a group of people to go to Li Jing's side to petition to save his wife and daughter, but they were all rejected one by one. The reason given was that he couldn't let his brothers inside his gang get hurt for nothing because of his own personal matters. Unfortunately, the human plan is not as good as the heavenly plan. Li Jing originally only used to reject those few people as excuse actually spread throughout the whole Zhangyi Hall. Then more and more self-organized people came back to petition inside Li Jing's office. The result was of course that all of them were rejected without any surprise. Those who were rejected by Li Jing this time didn't give up because of this, and even decided that they would take advantage of the time when the gang leader went to trade with the other side to sneakily follow him there, and then in the end, they would kill that group of people in one net. Those people's approach was supported by the majority of people in the gang, and they decided to divide those people in the gang into several groups, to stay, to follow and to rescue. Later also by the heart of this matter secretly told Li Jing, but Li Jing after knowing this matter just a little thought, chose neither to reject nor approve. Anyway, it is this kind of too ambiguous state so that the gang inside those who only follow his orders, those people simply cannot make sense of it. And finally or a qualification is a little bit older backbone decided to fully cooperate with the plan to avoid this storm. By the day that Li Jing and that group had agreed to make a deal, those people from the loyalty hall had divided the people inside their gang into 3 groups as they had originally decided. At the beginning when they hadn't appeared on the trading floor, Li Jing and the others had traded well, and apart from the fact that both sides were once again in a state of verbal warfare, this trade had gone relatively smoothly, but I don't know if the other side received any news. Actually in the moment the transaction was completed, from the shadows suddenly came out a large number of those kind of spiritual guys with long knives and baseball bats, and then only a short time after the release of Li Jing they were surrounded. And the side of the loyalty hall is of course impossible to stand by and watch their own gang leader, they are so surrounded. Immediately called another group of people from inside the gang. Brothers, those deed brothers over there actually dared to play dirty with the old men. Let them see the distance between the old man and his son, okay? Both sides were even in a state of confusion on the field because of this shout. All kinds of swords. A lot of spiritual guys are stained with a red or white color. And there are even people who lost their lives because of it. Blood. Dad. How do they play for real? As the top student inside the school and the good girl. Between her parents all the time. When has Lee Siki, Shin mother, ever seen this kind of situation? So she directly cried in the back of Li Jing. Siki be good. These things are all lies. Although Li Jing and Li mother had been comforting Li Siki, the only thing that responded to them was the never-ending cries. Be careful, gang master. Just when the attention of these two couples are on their own daughter, there is actually an enemy with a fruit knife quietly touched them behind him. He. I never thought that I, Wang Ergu, would actually be able to handily kill the enemy's gang leader one day. That is a dyed green hair of the spirit of the young man. This kind of hairstyle if placed in the usual if Li Jing they can certainly instantly notice the. But for the record, the spiritual guys in the scene today had their heads either dyed in colorful or all sorts of strange shapes. It's amazing that this spiritual guy with dyed green hair doesn't look half out of place mixed in with the bunch. The only thing that attracts attention in such a crowded scene is Li Jing and the three of them. Swish dash. It's the sound of a blade penetrating skin. Although this sound surprisingly doesn't stand out very much in a scene like the one we're in right now, and even makes it seem like being penetrated through the skin by a blade is a very normal thing. But what about this happening to an unarmed woman? Lori. Originally, Li Jing had already reacted when his men called out to him, but the oncoming fruit knife had already arrived in front of them just as he reacted. Cough. Li's mother fell directly on top of Li Jing with a fruit knife stuck in her waist. Honey, are you guys okay? Looking at the oncoming fruit knife, she didn't think twice about catching it directly in the face. I'm fine, and so is our daughter. But you. Li Jing's hands were busy pulling out a towel from his body to help Li's mother press the wound. It's okay. It's good. It's good that it's okay. Mother Li had wanted to smile happily, but the corners of her mouth only gently rose up, and then she clenched her teeth because of the pain from the abdominal wound. She clenched her teeth in pain because of the abdominal wound. Lori, stop talking for a second. The ambulance will be here soon. This side happened so big a thing. Around those people have long been reported to the police. Just because the speed of the police is really too slow reason. So far have not come just. Good. Li's mother smiled and comforted Li Jing as if she usually comforted her daughter. But waiting in this anxious situation is a very long thing. But luckily for them, the wait has finally come to fruition. Drip woo. Chapter 90 My Choices. Where is this place? Pungent antiseptic solution. The intermittent sound of a heart controller. And the faint sound of a nose inhaling from the side. Yeah, oh, I think I'd been stabbed in the abdomen. Awake from the hospital bed, Li mother looked at the unfamiliar smallpox in front of her. Do not even have to think about it to know that she luckily recovered a life. Kacha dash. Suddenly, a young girl with daily necessities advanced from the outside of the ward, and upon seeing the patient in the hospital bed open his eyes, he couldn't even care about those things he was carrying with him, and rushed to the side of the bed. Mom, you finally came to your senses. Ha! The young girl looked at Li's mother on the hospital bed with a panicked face, and that fumbling look also woke up the middle-aged man lying next to her. Wife, you finally woke up. If you just. Middle-aged man raised his eyes to see the woman in the hospital bed opened her eyes at first was very happy, but the thought of if the situation had been slightly different. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man could not help but grasp the hand in his own hand again, the look as if he would never let go, so that the bedly mother suddenly cried and laughed. Well I'm not alright, nor is it alright, anyway, is to get through this calamity is. Li mother gently broke away from Li Jing caught his hand, or so let the two hands full of sweaty hands rapped words strange nausea. Ahem. Although as a good daughter I'm quite happy to see my parents so in love, but I don't think it's better if you should go and call the doctor over first. Dad, Li Siki forcibly interrupted the scene in front of their parents show love. Otherwise if according to the degree of love of their parents, in front of her show an hour or two is still a small matter. If the delay of their mother's condition this is a bad thing. After his daughter reminded Li Jing also gradually back to God. First of all, the hospital bed on the light to turn on, and later felt too slow for the reason directly walked outside to catch the doctor went. After a few minutes, I don't know if it was Li Jing's credit for going out to catch the doctor or something else, but it actually did let him bring the attending doctor over. Doctor, how is my wife, Mom? After seeing the doctor do a general examination, both Li Jing and Li Siki went up to the attending doctor who had put away his stethoscope. The patient is recovering well, other than the inevitable scarring. I'll ask the nurse to bring a list of other things that need attention later. After saying this, the doctor left the ward under Li Jing's farewell. You guys heard that, right? I told you it was all right already. When Li Jing re-entered the hospital room, Li's mother instantly branched out again. Yes, it's all our fault for making too much of a fuss, so that's okay, right? Eyeing Li's mother, who had suddenly turned into a child. Both father and daughter perfunctorily echoed each other, but what they didn't expect was that this conversation would be the last time their father and daughter would ever meet. Stop it, you guys. If you guys want something, I'll give it to you. On the rooftop of the hospital, a man with a bomb strapped to his body is holding hostage Lee's mother, who was only a short time ago completely removed from her hospital bed. I poo. Lee Jingli, big gang leader. You didn't think you would have this day, did you? The man said frantically as he held the dagger against Mother Lee's neck. Only since that day when you messed up our heaven and earth association. Do you know how I've been getting by all this time? Saying that, the man tightened the dagger against Lee's mother's neck again, and the sharp dagger left a thin line of blood directly on Lee's mother's neck. Stop. Just stop. What do you want me to do? Originally, the family had decided to celebrate the release of Lee's mother from the hospital today, but they did not expect that they had only gone out to pay the bill for that period of time, but actually let the other side to get it. Ha ha ha, what do I want you to do? No, it's what you think I should do to you. The man who had completely fallen into a state of madness was no longer very clear inside his head, yelling hysterically at one point, then looking up at the sky and laughing. Anyway, the simple fact is that the other person has now become a complete psychopath is all. How do I know what the hell you want to do with it? Anyone whose own family is caught by a psychopath will become this state now, but he knows that he is now absolutely cannot retreat, or else his beloved people to change who to save. In this way, the two sides maintained a rather delicate balance. Until the negotiator as well as the sniper arrived, the man was kept in a half-conscious, half-crazed state. Mr. Lee, although we are also very reluctant, but you'd better be mentally prepared. At that moment, Li Jing heard through the voice coming from his ear return that JC wanted to rescue the hostages by shooting the other side. The reason why they had prepared Li Jing mentally was because they didn't have enough intelligence during the kill to determine what kind of mechanism the string of bombs the enemy had wrapped around his waist was, whether or not it would be detonated the moment the other party's heart stopped. That was something they had no way of being 100% sure of. It's certainly a 50-50 situation. Win the bet and all is well. If he lost the bet, he couldn't even imagine how much he would break down if he let his daughter know about it. Maybe they would never see each other again, right, Mr. Lee? Seeing the suddenly frozen Li Jing, a prodding voice came from the person inside the ear return. Finally, Li Jing still clenched his fists and made a decision after seeing the silent smile of Lee's mother who was being held hostage. My choice is time back to the present. Qinyu and Li Siki in this several hundred square duplex hall both fell into silence. It wasn't until the sound of time finishing inside the kitchen that the awkwardness was broken. So what? My grandfather who I've never met decided to take a gamble after all, huh? Although according to the two father-daughter relationship now to judge the result of that thing has been 8 or 9. But Qinyu still want to personally hear from their own mom's mouth to say it is. I can't say it's a lost bet, but it's the only way that would have been better in that situation anyway, Li Siki said as she shrugged her shoulders. But don't you dare take the liberty of just wiping out my old mom. Oh. Chapter 91 Married Sons. Spilled Water. Li Siki had spent 9 cows and 2 tigers to finally explain the whole thing to Qinyu. It turned out that those bombs strapped to that man back then were nothing more than fakes purchased through some unorthodox channels, so with those JC's efforts at the time, the crowd had no trouble knocking that man to the ground. The reason for ignoring Li Jing to this day is just that she got pissed off about something else later on. However, said ignoring, 2 people are but just a small child temper tantrums. Qinyu and Qin father so many days not inside the home. Li Siki also took Li mother together to the outside world of 2 people. What the hell? I thought it was because of something, but I didn't realize it was just some bull *********. Qinyu, who had already clearly understood the beginning and end of the matter, instantly lost interest in this matter. As for those 2 people's childish quarrels, it would be better to let the 2 of them settle it by themselves when the time comes. In the afternoon, Qinyu and their mother and son decided to go back home after lunch. Said a trip back home is just a block away, walking less than 10 minutes. So their mother and son and the Li family has been staying until after dinner before going back. Qinyu therefore also a long time to re-experience what is called the law of the next generation of relatives. In the Li family ruthlessly harvested a considerable amount of pocket money after the satisfaction of the home inside. The next morning, Qinyu would have liked to replicate the last day's way to sleep until noon to get up, but did not expect to be woken up by the delivery man. Please show ID to sign for delivery. The only deliveries that require a person's ID card to sign for them are university acceptance letters and other documents. The only thing that's relevant now to what he's done recently is the college acceptance letter. Surely that's an acceptance letter from that one middle schooler academy? Return to the home inside the Qinyu 3 or 2 times to the letter outside the layer of the set to open. Inside, in addition to a Savior College information, there is also a belong to Qinyu's student identity card. TSK. I didn't realize that group of middle-aged bimbos actually thought so highly of themselves. Ha! Qinyu looked at the identity card with his avatar printed on it, and apart from his name, There was only a golden S-style letter printed on it, but this might also save a lot of trouble as a result. Thinking so, Shinyu smiled and took a picture and sent it to Lanyu. I don't know if it's because she's playing with her phone at the moment, but she's actually answering a few punctuation marks in seconds. Blue Rain, Shinyu, I'm good, right? / shows teeth. Blue Rain, how did you do that? Ghost no at that time Blue Rain at that time and see Shinyu sent that photo was how surprised. To know she but also just get a grade card only. Did not think that Shinyu that guy actually can get in addition to S, a below S grade. It was important to know that in an academy like Savior Academy where rank was supreme, being able to get an S-ranked identity card was undoubtedly the equivalent of being able to walk horizontally inside the academy. Shinyu, hey, I don't know how I did it. Just sleep asleep to get up and suddenly receive this delivery. Shinyu, even if the two were not speaking face to face via video, Lanyu could still feel how stinky. The words that Shinyu had just said were so close to having naked braggadocio etched on his brain. Shinyu and the routine after molesting Blue Rain after the contented return to the room to wash up to go. As for the cell phone from time to time message alert sound. Wait for him to go to the B city at that time and a good compensation for that little girlet. A few days is not too long. Not too short. Anyway, after Lisiki finished dealing with the company's affairs, they mother and son embarked on a tour of B City. B City Airport. When Shinyu and Lisiki each dragged their suitcases out from inside the airport, Shin's father and the others were already waiting outside. Wife here. After nearly 10 days of separation Shin father sought his own kiss wife at a glance, so he even dozens of seconds of waiting time cannot even care about it. Rushed to the other side of the hand by hand to take over the luggage, and then to the red lips kiss down. Lightbulb number 1. Lightbulb number 2. Feeling that both of them are redundant, right? Shinyu and Lu Chuan at the sight of such a show of love of the two, silently walked to a piece to leave the place. Otherwise you won't have the appetite to eat anymore when you get a reception next. Waiting for their line of people to drive away from the airport when it is already 10 minutes later. Hell no, the original pair of loving couples turned out to be really able to be unscrupulous in the airport, this kind of in full view of the continuous kissing for several minutes. If the Blue Pavilion owner hadn't called over to ask Shin's father if he had received anyone, perhaps these two people would have really been able to make the airport's food and beverage business fall hard by several percentage points that day. That means the place we're going to later is Chinyu's future maiden home? Due to the reason that all of the lipstick on her mouth had been eaten up by Shin's father, Lisiki was applying makeup to the mirror inside the car. What the hell is a mother's family? Why don't I remember there being such a thing? Shinyu, who stayed in the back row with Lu Chuan, instantly couldn't take it in. Hadn't he and Lanyu's affairs not yet come to fruition? How did this suddenly become a mother's home? Egu, isn't this just a matter of one foot in the door? You're actually ashamed of yourself, aren't you? As one of the informants of the Chin father on this matter has the most right to speak, when Shinyu also complained vigorously about their own to dump this pot to him. Now this brat is almost not put all the heart on the Blue Rain that girl's body. It's not implemented yet. Although Chinyu's voice said this sentence is very small, but because the space inside the car is only so big, so other people are unsurprisingly heard. This kid is actually shy in a rare way. The crowd just like this you a sentence I sentence each other flirting with the back row of the Chinyu. So it also led to the vehicle in the just stopped the moment Chinyu directly rolled over the window to escape from here. Welcome to Blue's Martial Arts Center. Chin father in the vehicle parked in the parking space after he saw standing at the entrance of the Blue's Martial Arts Museum crowd. So he did not expect is that Chinyu actually also stood in the crowd of people who greeted them inside the pilas in Blue Rain, the little girl hip hop in the talk about what to say. Gee, it's true that a son who marries is like water that's thrown out. Chapter 92 Shopping and Brushing Your Face. The crowd's dinner was eaten inside the Martial Arts Center. Able to provide a place that could accommodate several hundred people for training to set up so many tables of food was but a simple matter that couldn't be simpler. This is not to say that as the host of the Blue Curator small stingy problem. After all, even in the hotel to invite others to eat but also just so a few dishes. Instead of giving away such a large sum of money to other people, why don't you just eat something nice in the comfort of your own home? Hiccup. The people who had already eaten and drank their fill had each moved a chair to cool off inside the open space. And because of what's going on inside the shopping street tonight, all kinds of lively sounds kept coming in from outside the house. Don't you youngsters intend to go outside and have a good feel of the city's bustle? Curator Lon looked at Chinyu and the others, who were sitting in the corner playing games in boredom, and couldn't help but open his mouth to suggest, hey, it's so crowded outside. Instead of going outside to be crowded with them, it's better to play the game here comfortably. Don't you guys think so? Chinyu's words had only just been uttered when they were seconded by the crowd he was hacking with. That's right. This kind of activity that looks lively and extraordinary, to put it nicely, is to provide a place for other people to eat, drink and have fun. To put it badly, isn't it just a typical leak cutting? One of them operated his cell phone while explaining. Things that can normally be bought for a few dollars actually have to be at a premium of about 30% inside this event, which means that if we go outside we will definitely have to spend an additional amount of money that we don't need. With that said, the man suddenly pushed his eyes that were hanging from the bridge of his nose, and then stated the most important point about why everyone in the room wasn't going out. And, we simply don't have a sidekick who can go out together, also known as one of the three pieces of the current set of girlfriends. If we are going to go out together with those smelly men, we still might as well squat here and play with our cell phones. What that man said actually silenced everyone in the room. Yes, it's not that they don't really want to go out, it's just that they don't want to watch other people spreading dog food. Instead of a couple of singles going out together to that event known as the Gathering of the Present, it would have been better not to have planned it that way in the first place. Pavilion Director Lon looked at those students of his martial arts school as if they were already dead, so he wasn't going to continue to say anything else. However, he set his eyes on Lan Yu, who was mingling with Qin Yu in the crowd. What about you, girl? Aren't you going to hang out with that brat for a bit? The thing between Qin Yu and Lan Yu, their several elders are considered to have already defaulted, rather than by the time where the unknown yellow hair riding the ghost fire to find the door. It is better to find a person they see more agreeable to put together, forget about it, and listen to Qin Fei. That kid said Qin Yu also received an invitation from the Savior Academy. If Lan Yu really can with Qin Yu into words, by then these two little guys in the school also have a Kariz. His own grandfather's meaning of blue rain is naturally also understand, but as a girl, even if she wants to go out with Qin Yu, it is not possible to show so obvious. I do kinda wanna go la. But, blue rain in saying these words also if there is no look at Qin Yu several times. So that is manipulating the roll of the phone inside the Qin Yu black several times in a row screen. Eventually, he agreed after sighing because he just couldn't stand the sight coming from behind him. Well, it's just being cut leaks. Anyway, this time I went back but I brought a large amount of huge money. After saying this sentence, Qin Yu even proudly patted his non-existent pants pockets. Then tonight's expenses will be paid for by Mr. Qin. After hearing Qin Yu's bold words, Lan Yu also smiled and echoed the other party's words. By the bill, by the bill. I'll take it up with anyone who pulls out a cell phone before me tonight. Even though Qin Yu and the two of them ate from the street to the end of the street and then played from the end of the street to the street, the cost of the whole process was only a few $100s. Because of the reason why the Blue Clan Martial Arts School had been very kind to the people on this street for so many years, those stall owners on the street were basically very friendly to Lan Yu, who was the granddaughter of the director. So it also led to their play in this street simply cannot use any money. The reason why in this half-sale half-cent situation also spends several $100s, because the two of them rare in the set of circles this stall inside the head. Most of these hundreds of dollars were incurred because of this hoopla booth as well as the two booths of shooting games. I was planning on a big bloodbath tonight, but I didn't realize. Didn't think my face would actually work that well, did you? Lan Yu directly laughed and added on what Qin Yu hadn't mentioned earlier. Yeah, Qin Yu followed suit and nodded with a smile. I didn't realize that the face of the granddaughter of the Lan Clan's martial arts school was actually worth that much. Is it starting to get to me? Lan Yu looked like he was joking and serious as he questioned Qin Yu, but where the other party couldn't see, her small hands were already covered in fine sweat is all. Who knows about this? Qin Yu looked at the young girl in front of him with a smirk before raising his head to look at the fireworks in the sky with that lazy expression he always wore. Well, you can be really mean. Hearing this too ambiguous answer from Qin Yu, Lan Yu somewhat angrily puffed up her two cheeks and scolded. Allah, there are times when a man who is too kind can be a bit of a handful in this market. Oh, Qin Yu put his index finger up on his lip money, then said with one eye, doesn't this kind of man who was also good and evil look quite attractive? That's why you're a despicable man. By the time Qin Yu and the two of them returned to the Blues Martial Arts Hall, the guests had all left, and the few people who were left, besides Qin's father and the few of them, there was only the Blue Pavilion director left, who was sipping tea while waiting for his granddaughter to come back. Well, this shopping street of ours is still a pretty good activity, right? Curator Lan said these words as if he was questioning Qin Yu, but also as if he was questioning his own granddaughter. But there was a pride in all of his words that was hard to hide is all. The neighborhood has been very welcoming, but we've probably collected a lot of favors on this walk is all. Then, Qin Yu told Curator Lan about slipping recklessly through this street by swiping his face on the street, but the other side didn't take the matter seriously is all. Chapter 93 Preferably with a martial arts school. Qin Yu's family stayed at the Blues Martial Arts Center for a good while longer before proposing to go back to the hotel. Although both the Blue Pavilion director and Blue Rain had opened their mouths to keep them in the martial arts hall and all that, but after all, the hotel side had already paid the money. So if they didn't go back, then wouldn't it be a waste of the deposit for those few days for nothing? As for why it will be so, that is because that fake military old man has been Qin Yu knocked down. So the original public travel to the present has also become the father of Qin, their own money out of pocket. Don't we seem to be missing something? Qin Yu, who had already returned to the hotel, counted the number of them and seemed to realize that the number didn't seem quite right. If you're asking Lu Chuan, the old bachelor, he'd have long since been dragged down the street by those martial arts academy students to get hitched. For that plastic brother of his, Father Chin was looking at his wife how she was after she arrived. What kind of person would even hold a girl's hand at that age? And it's still Lu Chuan who looks like a human being on the surface. If it wasn't for the fact that the people in their dormitory had gotten that asshole drunk back in college, Chin's father would have even thought that Lu Chuan's kid wasn't picking up any soap on himself. Hitched, not to mention that Chin Yu was a very surprised expression. Even Li Siki, Chin's mother, was looking at Chin's father with wide, beautiful eyes. No way, Siki. Obviously weren't you present when that Lu Chuan kid was being dragged away by others just now? How come you're also as surprised as little you? Chin's father's words made Chin's mother retrieve the brief memory she had just had, which is why she slapped the other party's thigh with a sudden realization. Ah, so those trainees were trying to drag Lu Chuan out to get hitched just now? Chin's father rubbed the place where he had just been slapped by Chin's mother with a dumbfounded face. Don't you have thighs too? Why don't you hit yourself to hit mine? Ah. Of course, it was impossible for Father Chin to say these words, or else you might be doing away with your own happiness tonight. Chin Yu, who had gotten the answer, had already gone back to his room first. Instead of staying in the living room and eating his parents' dog food, he might as well go back to his room and continue hacking, have nothing to say all night. When Chin Yu woke up he found that apart from a few closed doors of the room, the inside of the living room was rare and that there were no traces of it having been used. The desktop was basically kept exactly the same as it had been before he'd returned to his room last night, except for a few extra Store Street coupons. Jingle bells. At this moment, the cell phone in Chin Yu's hand suddenly rang. Hello? Are you up? Even without that feature called caller alert, Chin Yu could hear exactly who the person on the other side of the phone was. Just got up and was just about to go outside for breakfast. So, the other side of the phone answered and then disappeared briefly for a moment. And when the other side reopened his mouth to speak, Chin Yu actually heard a hint of a gasp. Why don't I bring a little breakfast over? Our martial arts center always prepares dozens of breakfasts anyway, because those who paid tuition naturally paid a breakfast money. So the martial arts school and the daily preparation of breakfast or lunch, then the actual number of people will be more than the actual number of copies out in case those who are more able to eat the students do not eat enough. If he was able to enjoy a free breakfast, it was definitely impossible for Chin Yu to refuse. But it's just that I just don't know if doing so will make it hard for that blue rain girl is all. Or not it. Wait, I go to the hotel downstairs to buy a few buns plus a cup of soybean milk. Soybean milk will be whatever then. After hearing what Chin Yu said, Lan Yu naturally wouldn't force the other party. But she didn't make this call over because of this matter. By the way, do you have time later? What's wrong? Chin Yu asked, a bit puzzled. Oops, just answer whether you have time or not later. Anyway, it's not like I'm going to sell you. Even if someone wants to buy it, I can't afford to give it up. Ah. Blue Rain secretly added in his heart. Chin Yu is also aware that the other party is joking, so suddenly arose the idea of wanting to flirt with this girl. You can't say that. If you really want to sell me, then you must help me choose a good family. Lan Yu simply didn't expect that guy Chin Yu actually suddenly became poor-mouthed, so he froze for a while before replying in a bad mood. Then I wonder what kind of buyer your old man Chin wants to find. Well, naturally it's that kind of pretty little rich girl la, and it's best if there's a martial arts school or something inside the family. Chin Yu said after pretending to think for a good amount of time before stating his conditions. For a good amount of time before saying his conditions. Instead of a condition, though, it was just about to be Blue Rain her name. Lan Yu had initially thought that guy Chin Yu really wanted to make a serious offer, but then after hearing what the other party said later, he realized that he seemed to have been tricked. The reason why it's in a questionable way here is because she doesn't know what percentage of what the guy meant when he said that is true, or all of it, or maybe all of it is false. Thinking of this, Lan Yu could only pout her own little mouth and say, you can be really despicable. In the end, the two of them hung up the phone after agreeing to meet at the Blues Martial Arts Center after dinner. It's true that flirting with that girl every day is something that's good for your physical and mental health. Looking at the cell phone that had already rested its screen, Chin Yu sat on the sofa and laughed a few times in satisfaction. So it also led to the sudden appearance of a few more people behind himself he didn't even realize. Husband, do you think we should help these two children organize an engagement banquet first? At this time, a familiar female voice suddenly came out from behind Chin Yu. I think this is fine. If these two people's children weren't not old enough yet, I'd even want to let the two little ones of them go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. This is another familiar voice that can make Chin Yu deduct 3 rooms and 2 halls. So, you guys are up, huh? Chin Yu is ready to hold as long as he is not embarrassed. Embarrassed is the law of others. Ready to force the topic to shift. But how could the two men who were his parents just let him go? Honey, look at the boy. It looks like he's starting to get shy. Same here, wife. I think the kid is starting to forcefully change the subject too. Faced with his unscrupulous parents flirting with each other, Xinyu could only propose the unequal treaty of helping the two of them bring breakfast back downstairs before exempting these two from punishment. Chapter 94 Single dogs have no human rights. When Xinyu came back to the hotel again, everyone was already sitting inside the living room, but fortunately he had bought a few extra copies when he bought breakfast just now, or else he would inevitably be looked at by that Lu Chuan guy with a grudging gaze for the whole day again. Dry rice, dry rice. Seeing Xinyu, who walked in from the doorway with a bag or two, Lu Chuan, the guy who ate for nothing, hurriedly stepped forward to take most of the plastic bags in Xinyu's hands before transporting them to his father's side. No way? You're really just simply buying buns? Ha? Where's my rice noodle and donuts? How come I don't see them? Xin's father looked at the plastic bag on the desktop that was nothing but buns or buns, and immediately felt dissatisfied. Obviously downstairs is a small food street. She knew that guy even to save trouble only bought buns. Don't eat it. After putting a few cups of the soy milk he was drinking on the table, Xinyu took the one that belonged to him and went back to his room. As for those unreasonable demands of Qin's father, there was no way he would spoil him at all. Che, I'm not just complaining about a few things. This brat is so fierce. Qin's father skimmed his mouth and spat out. It seems it's better to have a little cotton like a daughter. Having a son will only oxygenate you when you're old. Seeing her husband suddenly whining and complaining like a little kid, Li Siki directly slapped him on the head. How old are you? And you're still acting like a little kid. If you're not ashamed, I'm ashamed for you even looking at you. Suddenly suffering from his wife's slap filled with love, Father Qin looked at the other party with a face of disbelief. You actually dare to hit me, even my father. Ouch. What are you doing? Li Siki, who had once again given Qin's father a palm full of love, directly physically interrupted the other party's spell casting. Can't even gag your obnoxious mouth with food, can you? Originally, Li Siki thought that Qin's father would be a bit more restrained because of this, but she didn't expect that old man who was not shy to raise his own eyebrows with a lewd face. Did you not know last night if my mouth was obnoxious or not? If you forget, I don't mind recalling it for you later. Shut up. When Li Siki heard the words coming out of her father's mouth, she directly raised her hands to cover the other party's mouth, and if it wasn't for the fact that both of her ears had already been colored a pinkish red color, his father would have almost thought that he had angered his wife. Cough, cough. Not far away, Lu Chuan, originally still very enjoyable eating buns, but did not expect in front of the eyes of this all the time and the flash of the stupid couple to force feeding. That stupid couple over there. Please don't forget that there's an outsider here. But Lu Chuan's protest-like complaint didn't get the result he wanted. Instead, he also got a unanimous and identical disdainful blank stare from those two people's side. TCH, why are you still here? Qin's father's tone when he said these words had a kind of indescribable dislike in it, instantly making Lu Chuan silently stuff the bun in his hand into his mouth without making a sound. That is to say, obviously looks like a man, but even now did not even find a date. Saying that, as if she had thought of something, Li Siki used her hand to directly separate her husband and Lu Chuan by a distance and looked at the other party with a food-protecting gaze. You haven't been looking for a date for so many years. It can't be that you have some kind of dragon and young crush on my husband, can it? I'm warning you, my son can save you out, can send you back to the Lu family. That cage. Looking at this stupid couple in front of him, Lu Chuan silently took a few more buns from the tabletop, and then carried the cup of soybean milk that belonged to him to escape from this place. If he can't mess with it, he can't hide from it. As far as Qin Fei, Qin's father, that sand sculpture-like thing is concerned, it's only Li Siki, Qin's mother, a blind person, who would be so nervous about each other. Seeing that the only two light bulbs in this suite have already left here, Qin's father has become even more unscrupulous to Qin's mother, such and such up, until finally even do not want to eat the buns, directly carry his wife back to the room ready to have a research seminar on human biology. Squeak dash. The moment the door closed, both Qin Yu and Lu Chuan coincidentally opened their own room doors, and then directly left the inside of the suite one after the other after silently glancing at each other. Qin Yu, who had already left the hotel for a good distance, walked aimlessly through the various stores that were slowly starting to open up, and it wasn't until almost close to mealtime that Lu Chuan opened his mouth to ask Xinyu, where are we going next? However, what answered Lu Chuan was a blank stare similar to that of Father Qin and their ilk. You're really going to follow me around all the time, aren't you? Don't you have anything to do? Seeing Xinyu with a look of impatience, Lu Chuan instantly understood that the master in front of him was another guy with an opposite sex but no humanity. Okay, I'm not following you yet, said Lu Chuan, directly turned his head and walked into a look very high-end restaurant, and then walked halfway before remembering that he seems to be a dry food. Money and other things do not seem to exist. So he walked back again very awkwardly and opened his mouth to ask Xinyu for money. So, can you give me some money? For Lu Chuan, this person Xinyu already do not want to say anything more. Directly from the pocket inside the number of hundreds of dollars to him on the head without turning back to leave here. Looking at Xinyu, who was avoiding himself like the plague, Lu Chuan silently put away the huge sum of money that he had managed to get with great difficulty in a discreet manner. As for the high-end restaurant that he wanted to go to just now, no one would think that he could get in with the loser-like outfit of Lu Chuan, right? I don't suppose that guy's going to follow us again, is he? Qin Yu, who had already walked out for some distance, turned back to look behind himself and realized that there was no one following him before heading in the direction of the Blues martial arts hall. Adhering to the principle that a meal is a meal if you can mix it up, how could Qin Yu give up this opportunity to brush up his favoritism and save a meal at the same time? Because of the reason why he was originally heading towards the Blues Martial Arts Center. It took him a few minutes to walk to his destination, and it just so happened that he arrived at the Blues Martial Arts Center just as the other party was getting the dishes and whatnot to the table again. Qin Yu, why did you suddenly appear here? Didn't we agree to meet after lunch? When Qin Yu only walked through the front door, he found that Lan Yu was carrying a plate of meat dishes out from inside the kitchen. Would you believe me when I say that I'm here to help you guys open a table? Qin Yu said as he wiped his nose in a bit of embarrassment. Chapter 95. Is he treating himself as one of his own? Question: do you want to know what one of the most embarrassing things in life is? Other people. The most embarrassing thing I do not know. Anyway, Qin Yu living in this world since 18 years. And now this matter can certainly let him key a 3 into 3 out of the quadrangle is. Sister Blue. Who is this big brother? Why haven't I seen him before? The small children sitting on the dining table all looked at Qin Yu, a big brother they had never met before, with a curious look on their faces, and even some of the bolder ones walked directly to his side and looked him up and down, as if they wanted to see Qin Yu through a hole. Go go go. So much food on the table can't plug your mouths, can it? With that kind of gossiping about grown-ups, you might as well have a good dry meal to raise your short winter melon-like horizons a bit. Blue Rain looked at the gossiping little kids with disgust while feeding a smaller-looking little sister. But Blue Rain's fierce-like tone just now didn't make those gossiping brats back down is all. If it were possible to trivialize a little kid at the most difficult age, there wouldn't be so many kindergarten teachers as well as elementary school teachers breaking down. Only to see that one of the little boys who had followed the coaxing just now was shaking his head at Lan Yu with a serious face, then said in a tone that did not match his age. This can't be. Although I'm still a little kid now, but when I grow up I'm going to take you home as my wife. After hearing this little brat's words, Qin Yu's expression instantly enriched. Originally, he had planned to simply be a ruthless dry rice robot, but he hadn't expected to be bull-headed to his face. And that person was still a brat whose hair hadn't even grown back. What are you talking about, you? By the time you grow up your sister's kids will be able to hit the sauce long ago. Lan Yu said this while not forgetting to sneak a glance at Qin Yu. And after seeing that the other party was just expressionless as he dried his rice, he angrily kicked the other party gently under the table. Faced with the blue rain that is in the head of anger, Qin Yu can only harden his shoulders because he was only looking very calm on the surface now, but in his heart, he had started to panic under the hints, if any, that Lan Yu had just given him. One of the best things in life is undoubtedly when two people are in love, and when both parents agree. So if Qin Yu's cheek was half as thick as that of his parents, he would have already kissed directly on Blue Rain's small mouth. Just when Qin Yu thought that the little brat would just give up after hearing what Lan Yu had said, he heard something else that surprised him greatly, only to see the little brat look back at Qin Yu with a bit of disdain before fawning over Lan Yu like he's been a little licking dog. Could it be that Sister Lan? Haven't you ever heard of the saying that there's no wall that can't be dug down as long as the hoe is powerful enough? I believe that by that time with my piece of sincerity in combination with the appearance that looks like Panin. I don't believe that I can't compete with the greasy uncle who has already aged and lost his color. That comment from the brat instantly caused most of the trainees present to barf out the contents of their mouths in unison. If we were to say who was the most embarrassed in the room, it would undoubtedly be the young parents who couldn't wait to shove the mouth-breathing one's own son back into the back of the house to remake it. After all, they'd all managed to gouge a 3.5-story luxury villa out of the ground by now, so they took a step ahead and took the other away when the little brat was continuing to say words that made people thunderstruck. Or else if they let him continue, the couple would have no face to continue to stay on Earth. Looking at the family of three that had hurriedly left, Curator Blue could only step in to forcefully divert this current awkward atmosphere. Cough, cough. Let's continue to focus on the meal. Today's meal was made with a lot of effort from our martial arts center's cooks. Took a lot of work? The crowd looked at the only cauldron on the table piled high with a variety of meals. If there's one thing that's the hardest bit about making potluck, it's undoubtedly handling the ingredients. After all, when you have to deal with a meal that serves dozens of people, there is nothing wrong with saying that it took a lot of work to put the meal together, and it does look that way. However, they did not take the bull by the horns on this matter. That is, if the meal in front of them all have to be this and that to speak non-stop, then they should be how tired ah. After watching the crowd start moving their chopsticks, Curator Lan also came to the table of Qin Yu and their small children. After he saw Qin Yu who suddenly appeared here, he just smiled and picked up his own bowl and chopsticks and started to dry his meal. After finishing her meal, Lan Yu asked Qin Yu, who was helping her clean up the rice bowl, "How is it? The taste of our martial arts school's cauldron rice is okay, right? It's not bad. It's fine for me as long as it's not something outside of that particularly awful stuff. I don't really have any semblance of a requirement for food." "You," said Lan Yu after hearing Qin Yu's words and just sighed in a breathless manner. Comments on whether it's hard to eat is not the criterion is their own. So demanding requirements also said that the food is not half of the requirements. "Are you kidding me?" The words spewed inside Lan Yu's heart were unknown to Qin Yu, and the two of them went back to the living room to rest after packing all the dishes on the table back to the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lan Yu, after pouring a cup of drink and putting it on the tabletop, asked why Qin Yu had suddenly appeared here. "You still haven't said why you suddenly came to our martial arts school for dinner. Isn't it logical that you should go out for dinner as a family with your mom here as well? Originally only and normal cannot be in the usual greetings, but in Qin Yu's point of view, this is a singable thing Only to see that Qin Yu's hand that was about to pick up the cup of drink on the desktop suddenly stopped, and when he resumed action again the expression on his face actually had an indescribable melancholy. "Let's forget about this whole thing. My family's stupid couple only stiffed people on dog food all the time when they stayed together." Qin Yu then told Lan Yu about his tragic encounter in the morning, and at first she was excited to hear about what would happen to Qin Yu and his family in the morning. Later, after Qin Yu mentioned that his parents went back to their room before he went out, both cheeks instantly reddened. Qin Yu, that bastard, how what all said the export This is their parents' privacy. Hey, actually this can be in front of their own outsiders, said the export of? Or does he already think of himself as a being of his own? Thinking of this, Lan Yu's already pink cheeks became even redder, and even that redness extended all the way over to her ears. Chapter 96. Are you kidding me? Why is that girl Blue Rain suddenly giggling? Originally, Qin Yu, adhering to the principle of being a gentleman, is unlikely to ask a lady such a question, but due to the reason that the other party is now making such strange noises as goo hee 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 from time to time, there is really no way for him to just leave it alone is all. "What's the matter with you? What's wrong with your body?" From time to time, feeling the touch that suddenly came from her face, Blue Rain was forced to come back to her senses from the fantasy she had just experienced. "Clothes. It's just too tight." Back to God's Blue Rain looked at his face in front of only less than 10 centimeters of big face. Would not have slowed down, the red face instantly became even more red, and because of too much panic reasons and even speak up to become bumpy. What are you doing?" Only to see that Blue Rain, whose brain circuits were gradually returning to normal work, hurriedly moved a large distance backward, then looked at Qin Yu, who was keeping his hand raised, with a vigilant expression. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu, who didn't seem to have felt that the action just now was an offensive thing to the opposite sex, was looking at Blue Rain, who was sufficiently farther away than just a moment ago, with a dumbfounded expression. "You, why did you suddenly put your hand on my forehead?" Obviously I wouldn't have been ready to say that, because of the reason that Lan Yu's voice became smaller and smaller when she uttered these words. Qin Yu, who had become slightly farther away, only heard the first half of the words, and the second half of the most important words were not heard at all. "Oh, I thought you were because of something." Qin Yu, who had already gotten the answer he wanted, instantly recovered from his dumbfounded expression, and then withdrew himself with his hand placed in midair and said, "I've already helped you roughly measure your body temperature just now. Everything is normal, but just to be on the safe side you'd be better off brewing a packet of punch to drink a little later in the evening. After all, it wouldn't do you any harm to be cautious in this hellish weather." Qin Yu just said that big paragraph. In fact, Lan Yu did not even seriously in listening, simply keep staring at each other tightly without opening his mouth to speak. In the end it was the ringing of the cell phone inside Qin Yu's pants pocket that broke this very weird atmosphere. "TCH, what's that guy calling for?" Seeing the name displayed on the cell phone screen, there was no way to hide the look of disgust on Qin Yu's face. "Who is it?" Surprisingly, he was able to make Qin Yu show that kind of expression of wanting to knife someone, because of the reason that the two of them were relatively far apart. Even if Blue Rain wanted to sneak a peek at who that person on the screen was, it was a very difficult thing to do. But this is something that will be known later on through a conversation between the two of them is all. "Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Uncle Lou?" In order to reduce the other side will be on the trouble brought by Uncle JC. So Qin father in the past few days has helped Luchuan to make up a phone card used to contact with. As for the cell phone and so on, of course, or their Qin father to give the money. Is it? What's wrong? Why are you calling me and not talking? At the time Qin Yu connected the phone has been waiting for a while longer, if not to see the phone screen first call time. He thought the phone has been hung up. A few more minutes had passed, and just as Qin Yu was about to press that red hang up button, he suddenly heard movement coming from the other side of the phone. Squeak dash. The first sound that came over was the sound of a gate being opened, but before Qin Yu and the others could think about it, they heard a very familiar sounding voice coming out. "Oh my foolish brother, Do you think you can escape our Lu family? Gat. The next plot, even if Chinyu with his toes think all know. But how does this trouble called Lu Chuan get into this kind of thing every now and then? Chinyu, who already knows the ins and outs of the matter, can only window the phone's call and then open VX to send a bit of information to his dad. Your good brother has been captured again. I don't know if it was because the other person happened to be holding a cell phone, but the message surprisingly came back in no time. Father Chin? Chin's father, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Where do I have any brothers left? Seeing the information his dad sent back, Chinyu silently in his heart to Lu Chuan lit 2 rows of candles. Although Chin's father no longer remembered that he had another troublemaker named Lu Chuan, Chinyu, who adhered to humanitarianism, still had to remind his dad as a rule. Chinyu, it's that little Karami with the surname Lu who has been captured by the Lu family again. This time, I don't know what. Chin's father did not reply in seconds, but waited for several minutes before sending a few ellipses. Father Chin, why don't you go out one more time to get that guy back? See, Chin father sent over the message. This time to Chinyu sent a few ellipses to him. What a joke. He thought he wasn't the kind of person to help out when he saw something wrong, so why did he have to do hard labor again and again? Not going. There's no way I'm going this time. Half an hour later, Chinyu once again appeared inside the Lu family's villa, but this time the one who saw it was not Lu Chuan, who had previously been left idle and free, but Lu Shan, the current head of the Lu family. You're here? Lu Shan did not feel surprised at seeing Chinyu standing at the door, and even felt it was a matter of course. Where's that guy? After hearing such rough and simple words from Chinyu, Lu Shan did not show any expression of dissatisfaction. Instead, he instructed the subordinate on the side to bring the inner hall to bring someone over. Not long after that, he saw that the subordinate who had just left was bringing Lu Chuan in from outside. Only that he did not suffer from the kind of inhuman treatment that Chinyu had imagined is all. What are you doing here? Only to see Lu Chuan's hand holding a roasted chicken leg is eating with a mouthful of leaking oil. In the moment after seeing Chinyu was very surprised. At this moment Chinyu finally really feel what is called a rash of confused feelings, because right now he was so close to not being able to hold back from personally taking this Lu Chuan in front of him who still had a large piece of meat in his mouth. You damn have this kind of treatment and still make a hammer call to him and ing let him hear the misunderstood conversation. Therefore, after forcibly enduring his own anger, Chinyu directly turned his head and left without even saying hello. Chin kid, please wait. As Chinyu was about to step out of the doorway and leave, he heard a voice from behind him. Chapter 97 Koyon rolls. Chin boy, please wait. It was only when Chinyu turned his head that he realized that there was suddenly an unrecognizable person inside this living room. What's wrong? I didn't seem to do anything out of the ordinary just now, did I? Lu Shan and the man who had suddenly appeared looked at each other, and finally decided that the man Chinyu did not recognize should open his mouth to explain to the other party why he had called him back. However, that man still looked at Chinyu with wide eyes before explaining, then asked a little less willingly, could it be that you don't recognize who I am anymore? What is this? The latest type of DX scam? This was the thought that arose in the heart of Chinyu, who had carefully scrutinized the man for a while. After determining that he really did not know him. Really? Now I really don't recognize anyone with this appearance. Only to see the man's expression instantly crumble. Chinyu believed that the other party might even cry out now if he wasn't in the middle of something serious. So, who the hell is he? That older man? Not in the least driven by the surrounding atmosphere of Chinyu silently in the chest of the other party to make up another knife. But perhaps the other party also belongs to the kind of non-idle generation of reasons. Surprisingly not a moment to regain the spirit of the spirit to come. Haruaki. My name is Amber Haruaki, the young master who survived from the Heian period to the present who fought you here before. After seeing that Chinyu did not have the slightest possibility of being able to recognize him, that man, that is, Amber Haruaki directly couldn't help but self-report his identity. Amber Haruaki? Chinyu looked at the greasy uncle with a full beard in front of him with a dumbfounded face. Is this still the legendary beautiful man who was known as the best man in Hyunjin in addition to a handful of genius yin and yang arts? This skin of mine is very disgusting, isn't it? Can't help but make you want to vomit. Can you? It seems that Haruaki is also unhappy with his current skin. I just don't know why he became the way he is now is all. Calm down Haruaki. Lu Shan, who was standing at the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort Amber Haruaki after seeing his sudden agitation. It's not like you don't know about the rituals of this Taishan Fubin sacrifice. Although this practice can really revive a person who has already died. Because of the soul fit, the one who can match you is only this one physical body. Taisan Fubin Festival? What the hell is this? On the surface, he still looked as impatient as before, but inside his heart, he had already been frantically pinging Ri Chinyu. Handsome, I have something I want to ask you. Ever since the last time he helped Chinyu to return to a city using a special way, Ri Chinyu had temporarily interrupted the contact between the two of them on the grounds that he needed to recuperate for a period of time. Just a short while ago, though, He had suddenly realized that this line of talking inside their hearts was actually connecting. After all, now Chinyu is just a heretic with a different person inside his body. That's why he so desperately wanted to know about this world. Otherwise, where would he be if he were to reveal himself then? What the hell? I've only just restored the dialogue channel, and I've been discovered. Originally Chinyu also wanted to paddle more days, but in his previous sneak awake when he found the boy Chinyu this time after the colorful life, suddenly feel can have a free control of the flesh is how people envy the thing. Of course in this matter Chinyu is just simply imagining it, because in his cognition, they are now this two souls with a body are already the exception of exceptions, to the body inside the other soul transplanted to another body. This is another how difficult thing ouch. Let's put this matter aside for now. I'm merely contacting you this time because I want to find out what the Taisan Fugan Festival is another dong of consciousness. Could it be that all the yin and yang arts have become so powerful that they can revive an already dead person? If it's really like what those two people said, this is not a ceremony that can't be described as a mere ritual. Maybe it's not too much of a stretch to say it's a miracle, okay? Taisan Fugan sacrifice? Where did you hear about this? But inside my perception, this kind of thing that goes against the heavenly Tao simply doesn't exist in this world is all. Looks like that encyclopedia inside my body has things it doesn't know. It's not that Chinyu doesn't believe in what Chinyu just said. Now Amber Haruaki, this guy in the case he saw with his own eyes, has been no different from a normal person. But if I had to say it, I'd have to spit on the other guy's kind of skin that's similar to a greasy uncle's, right? Perhaps Lu Shan on the other side had already comforted Amber Haruaki, and they were actually walking towards where Chinyu was standing. Long time no see, only to see that Amber Haruaki, who looked like he had resigned himself to his fate, was being pushed over bit by Lu Shan, who was behind him. Amber Haruaki, who has been reincarnated as a greasy uncle, actually scratched his head in rare shyness when he saw Chinyu. Korra, don't act like you're in your 40s when you're in your teens or 20s, okay? If it was the body that he saw between him it was fine. Now using this skin to make this kind of action, don't you guys think it's against the rules? As expected, in the living room, apart from Lu Chuan who was eating, basically none of them were covering their eyes when they saw Amber Haruaki's expression just now. After all, that action was just too hot for the eyes, okay? Ahem. In the end, it was Lu Shan, who was the head of the Lu family, who reacted first. At his cough, those who were covering their eyes dropped their hands. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lu Shan looked to the side at Amber Haruaki after awkwardly speaking to Chinyu. Why don't you hurry up and get to the point? You've managed to drag on for so long about something that could have been made clear in a couple of sentences. The only reason I've put it off so long is because of the broken skin you found. Although Amber Haruaki said so, he nevertheless obediently told Chinyu the reason why he had called him back is all. Chin boy. No, Mr. Chin, I want your, or that person behind you's help. Amber Haruaki directly stepped forward and grabbed Chinyu's hand in request. But Amber Haruaki's plea didn't make Chinyu agree, and was even sent flying by the other side with a smooth kick several dozen centimeters away. Goi on roll. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 98. The Zhao family came to the door. If it were normal, he would have been very happy with this kind of request, which was like a request to trust the other party completely from the bottom of his heart. Wouldn't he? Now, though, how does that rate when you suddenly have a big face less than a few centimeters in front of you? As Chinyu kicked Amber Haruaki out of the room, he shouted loudly and angrily, "Your face is too close to me, la. If just now close to their own is a lovely beautiful girl, then, of course, he will not have so big reaction." But inside the reality, Chinyu almost did not be in front of the big face to scare Uranus. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Amber Haruaki covered the inside that had been kicked by Chinyu just now and climbed up from the ground. He. Just now, Mr. Chin's kick managed to make me feel the subtleties of possessing a physical body again, said Amber Haruaki, revealing an intoxicated expression as if she was reminiscing about the touch of the kick she had just received. Amber Haruaki said, showing a mesmerized expression as if she was recalling the touch of the kick she had just received. Welp. Chinyu decisively moved back another dozen centimeters at the sight of Amber Haruaki, who looked like a pervert. Ahem. I say, why are you guys so full of crap? It's been half a day since we met, but you don't even mention anything serious. Lu Chuan, who had already had enough to eat and drink, felt that if he didn't step forward, there was a real possibility that the few of them would play for a whole day without being able to say anything serious. Right on business. The whole living trio didn't even think they'd actually be reminded of anything by Lu Chuan. A little karami. One day. But purely speaking of just the results, this reminder from the other side really came out at the right time of benefit to say just that. Mr. Chin, since we're pretty much done joking around, it's time to get down to business. Although the words coming out of Amber Haruaki's mouth seemed very proper to himself, when paired with that shoe print on his chest, there was always an indescribable comicalness as all. Here's what happened. Amber Haruaki's current expression had an additional emotion called dare compared to earlier. We want you to eliminate someone. Eliminate a man? In this society where the rule of law prevails, where would there be special people who kill without having to pay for their lives? Even a profession like JC who has the power to dispense guns can't just say they want to kill people. Okay. The self-defense overload is set up to check and balance those who fight back. So as a third-grade student of the new century, Shin-yu directly rejected this request from the other party without even thinking about it. I'm sorry, but there's no way I'm going to grant your request if it's something like this. After saying this, Shin-yu directly pulled Lu Chuan, who was eating melon at the side, and prepared to leave, but was blocked from the exit by a few of the Lu family's subordinates. What? If soft doesn't work, do you want to get tough? Shin-yu mockingly looked back at the two men. If you all have the courage to stand in our way, why don't you use that courage to get your own revenge or something or other? Amber Haruaki and the others heard Shin-yu's mockery of them when he said those words, so both of them revealed bitter smiles when they looked at each other. It's not that we don't have this idea of avenging ourselves, but we are simply not their opponent. Lu Shan, who was the head of the Lu family, should have been spirited and would not bow down to anyone, but in front of the reality that he saw with his own eyes, led him for many years as a part of the Lu family's pride completely broken. It was not long after Shin-yu had just taken Lu Chuan out from inside the Lu household. The Zhao family, which was one of the several great families, even had the current head of the family personally lead people to the Lu family to mess things up. Lu Shan, it's time for you to hand over that secret book your Lu family picked up back then, right? Standing at the front was a man dressed in a Taoist vestment. Only this arrogant look on the other side didn't even have half the temperament of the Taoist religion is all. I poo, old ghost Zhao. I didn't think you'd still be so grumpy even after you're half in the ground. Ever since those fighters and their family had been blood sacrificed by Amber Haruaki, he had wanted the people within their family to lay low for a good period of time, but he hadn't expected that the order hadn't even been conveyed yet. The people who wanted to start trouble had already hit the door. As the Lu family head of Lu Shan, although not as flamboyant as at the beginning of the time, but after all, it is the head of the family as a family, the temperament or need to take hold of. But who knew that the man surnamed Zhao didn't even care what Lu Shan said out loud? TSK TSK TSK, I didn't expect that the little kid who was still following Lu Sen's back then would already dare to carry me hard. It seems that it's not possible to not recognize old age? Old ghost Zhao, since you have this kind of cognizance, then why don't you quickly leave this place? The current Lu Shan was still the head of one of the several big families, the Lu family, to put it nicely, but secretly there were simply no more fighters that he could use. Thinking of this, in his heart, he inevitably felt a sudden grudge against Amber Haruaki. Lu kid you would not think that the current Lu family is still the same Lu family when your deadbeat dad was still alive, right? Old ghost Zhao didn't answer this question of Lu Shan positively. Instead, he looked at the other party with a smile on his face and said, if it was when your deadbeat dad was alive, it would have been impossible for such a large group of us to waltz inside the villa. But now, the gate of your Lu family has simply become a place where anyone can enter. Although Lu Shan wanted to refute the words that the other party had just said, the reality of the situation in front of him left him with no way to say the words of refutation out of his mouth. Don't you me? If you're sensible, you'll immediately hand over that secret book of Yin and Yang technique of your Lu family, or else we'll let your entire Lu family completely disappear inside B City today. Zhao Laogai was instantly satisfied as he watched Lu Shan have fire in his heart but couldn't get it out. It had been hard for him to boil that Lu Sen guy to death, and now was the day for him to get it back with interest from the Lu family. Just when Lu Shan was at a loss, he suddenly heard an old but very powerful voice. Little Zhao, when will the grievances end? Since Lu Sen is dead, why do you still want to transfer your hatred to the current Lu family? Looking at the hunched figure that walked out from the inner hall, Lu Shan was instantly energized. Old ancestor, I'm going to trouble you again this time. Lu Shan's pleasing words didn't make that suddenly appearing Lu clan's old ancestor pay attention to him, because that Lu clan's old ancestor was now considered to be at the end of his strength. On the other side, the old ghost of the Zhao clan who saw the old ancestor of the Lu clan merely laughed contemptuously, and didn't become frazzled at all at the sight of the old ancestor of the Lu clan who had suddenly appeared. I didn't expect those old monsters from the Lu family to still be alive. Chapter 99 The Origin of Savior Academy. I didn't realize that all these old monsters of your Lu family still existed. Zhao Laogui looked at the people on the Lu family's side with a smile as if he had already expected this situation to occur. Only that smile filled with eeriness was just too much for people to tolerate is all. I said say again Zhao family master, please stop here today, or else your family's battle power that has only been regained with great difficulty will once again be destroyed by us old men yet again. The words spoken by the Lu family's old ancestor caused old ghost Zhao's face to sink in an instant. After all, it was true that their Zhao family had almost completely emptied the middle and upper levels of their combat power because of the Lu family, and even the lowest level of their combat power had ended up with only 2 or 3% left. Humph. I still have this debt that you Lu family has against our Zhao family deep in my brain, but you won't think that our Zhao family will still be at your mercy like before, right? Saying that, old man Zhao lined up his palms, and then several men who didn't look quite right appeared from behind the Zhao family crowd. I wasn't going to show my bottom card so soon, but I'm already tired of looking at your old monsters' faces. So, only just after old Ghost Zhao's words were finished, those few Zhao family undercards in the crowd directly flew up in the air. Casualties suddenly appeared on the Lu family's side of the camp in a tragic scream. However, this casualty started the moment it rang out, and continued until those few old ancestors of that Lu family returned to their senses to defend themselves. Stop! Seeing that their own descendants were being slaughtered like pigs, those few Lu family ancestors finally began to strike the moment they reacted. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you guys to react after only killing a dozen people. Ha! Old Ghost Zhao let out a disconcerting smacking sound as if he wasn't quite satisfied with the result. Still, it's not like we're coming over here to target this little group of caramels is all. The battle situation has completely plunged into white heat after the joining of those several Lu family old ancestors, but the only thing that can be clearly judged is that the situation on the Zhao family's side is far better than on the Lu family's side. As expected, there was no way to win in any way against an opponent who was more powerful than he was and in far better physical condition than he was while using a state that was already close to the end of his strength. Lao San, Lu family's old ancestors in the case of the fall of a person, was originally the opposite advantage of the battle instantly turned into a lopsided situation. Only a few minutes after the battle changed, the Lu family's old ancestors' side were all defeated in droves. Old ancestor. After seeing their own family inside the old ancestors have been defeated, originally still full of confidence Lu Shan has not just the kind of critical and unruffled feeling. The defeat of those several old ancestors, that is to say, in the current Lu family inside the highest of his current combat power. It was just that if one were to go on in the situation where those few old ancestors had already been defeated, wouldn't that be giving away another head for nothing? Therefore, for the sake of the future of their Lu family, he had to choose to hand over the secret book about the yin and yang art that his family had found back then. Time returned to the present, and after Amber Haruaki had finished telling what had happened to the Lu family some time ago, for a moment, the atmosphere instantly became low again. The Zhao family? I didn't expect to hear about it from your mouths. If it was before, Qinyu would definitely not have believed it if he had heard that the Lu family would actually be abused by someone who was abusing the spring water. However, since he had contacted those aliens inside the military department in a city, for the Zhao family to be able to abuse the Lu family, which possessed more than a plural number of old monsters, he even felt that it was a matter of course. However, according to what you guys just said, could it be that you want me to help you reclaim that secret book that belongs to your Lu family? It's not this one thing about the secret book. After hearing Qinyu's words, Lu Shan and the others shook their heads. What has been passed down over all those years has long since been re-edited and copied several times by us, and as for the one given to the Zhao family at that time, it was of course one of the many copies. Since it's not this one thing, then what exactly is it that your Lu family wants me to do? Guess they do not annoy themselves to be annoyed to death. Originally today has made an appointment to go out to play with the Blue Rain, but I did not expect to be the Lu family of those bastards tricked over here. Thinking so, Qinyu directly and unabashedly glared at Lu Chuan who wanted to sneak away. If it wasn't for this troublemaker, he wouldn't have had so much to do at all on this well-earned summer vacation. Just as Qinyu wanted to rush over to rid the people of evil, he was attracted by something Amber Haruaki suddenly mentioned. Do you know about Savior Academy? Isn't that par for the course? It wasn't that long ago that he was getting acceptance letters from the other side. So Qinyu nodded gently. This academy is said to be a school where everything is based on strength, and even in reality, even if you have any status inside this academy, it doesn't matter at all. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the purpose of this school being what it is indeed, but the system continued straight through last year is all. With that, Lu Shan shouted for his subordinates to bring up a few unopened bottles of cola, then gestured to Qinyu for a chair not far away. We're slightly longer on what comes next, so let's just talk while we drink our happy water. Although he was very reluctant, Qinyu obediently sat down on the chair. After all, this matter was about him and Lan Yu going to school in the future, so there was no harm in knowing a little more. The founders of this school in the first place all went out from within a few of our families, so it's not too much of a stretch to say that it was created by a few of our families. Only one difference is that when our families decided to support this school, we each signed a contract not to interfere with the school's operations or have private contact with the students. After seeing Qinyu obediently sit on the chair, Lu Shan talked about the origin of the Savior Academy. It was only right that everything should have been handed over to the students with all the autonomy as those founding fathers had originally intended, but that good wish was shattered by one of the lineages. Xinyu didn't even have to think about it to know that it was the Zhao family that worked together with other planets. But what he didn't expect at all was that this Savior Academy turned out to be co-founded by the Seiya and them as well as all. Chapter 100 Intolerable Sins. And then what? After all that, haven't you mentioned what you want me to do? It's good to know that the Savior's Academy is not publicized information, but it's just that when I think about the fact that this academy was created by the joint sponsorship of a few families, it's inevitable that I will feel a little bit upset. Don't worry. I specifically called you over this time because I just wanted to ask you if you have any plans to go to this academy. As for what we wanted you to do before, it was based on the fact that you were inside that academy before it was founded. You guys don't want me to steal something from inside the academy, do you? After hearing the other party say so, Chinyu the only thing he could think of is this situation. After all, the task that needs to be accomplished in a special place. In addition to delivering things, there is only taking things. Unfortunately, if it was simply stealing something, even if our Lu family was in dire straits, we would still be able to get our hands on one of the things in the district. Lu Shan shook his head and said, "This time we're looking for you in order to find out who the person behind the Zhao family really is. To be able to make a family that had been close to collapsing turned back into AT1. If the other party didn't have someone behind them, fools wouldn't believe it, right? So it's just about this, huh?" Xinyu at first saw Lu Shan and the others talking about memories and inviting people to dinner and so on, and thought that he was asked to do something much more difficult. But I didn't expect this? If it's just this one thing, I've already checked it out in advance. But rather than checking it out, it's more like the other party is directly sending the information inside my mouth. Then, Xinyu told Lu Shan and the others about what had happened inside the military headquarters in the city. Of course he didn't tell the whole story in its entirety, because it was more or less necessary to keep some reservations before it was determined whether the current Lu family was an enemy or friend relationship. No, even if both sides have been allied, Xinyu still has no way of trusting the other side, that is, Empire? Aliens? After listening to Xinyu recount those things that were like a metaphysical novel, Lu Shan and the others all subconsciously thought that the other party was joking with them. Only after they followed up, no matter how many times they re-looked at Xinyu, the other party was such an unchanged expression, which realized that the words Xinyu had just said were true, and that the aliens had indeed come to their planet. What should we do then? We can't let aliens invade our planet for nothing, can we? Yes, this should be the canon in the canon of being united in the face of a foreign enemy, right? It's clear that not so long ago they were all enemies, and now they're actually able to sit and talk together. However, this type of human he didn't hate just the same. After a few people talked about some details in the living room, Xinyu asked to leave. After all, he left in the middle of the date. It would be slightly impolite to make the woman wait for so long. If there's anything left that needs to be relayed to me again, just tell that man over there who's eating a dry meal. It's about time to make him do more after raising him for so long. Xinyu gestured to Lu Chuan, who was sitting dumbfounded next to him as he said this. The reason why he was asked to be the intermediary was not just simply to make the other party do more, but to ease the relationship between Lu Chuan and the Lu family. There is no way to avoid the fact that he has the blood of the Lu family in his body, so for the sake of little Karami, who is now homeless, he can only make such a decision. By the way, being homeless here doesn't mean having no one to turn to inside B City or anything, but just as the word says, Lu Chuan really only has his body to himself now. Because of the sudden disappearance of the chief captain of the military department, no. 1. There was no way to modify Lu Chuan's file inside the military department, so he who had already been killed in the line of duty couldn't possibly hold a position inside the military ministry or anything, and even the house in his name should have ceased to exist by now, right? You want to ask why other people can dispose of property in Lu Chuan's name at will? Come on, he's the only one whose name is on the account book, and Lu Chuan's parents are dead or something, so unless he still has a spouse or children or something, you'd think someone would really leave a house on a busy road unoccupied for 70 years for that long, right? We don't have any problem with Lu Chuan being the middleman. We just don't know why you don't contact us directly. After hearing what Lu Shan said, Xinyu looked at the other party as if he was looking at a fool. You don't think I look familiar just because I talk to you that much, do you? No way? Then, Xinyu said another fact that he had no way of denying before Lu Shan went ballistic. Even if this is something you do beautifully, it won't cover up your sin of killing that bunch of innocent people. After saying these words, Xinyu directly left the Lu family's villa directly without looking back. Otherwise he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stand the thought of eradicating the other side. It was close to 4 or 5 o'clock when Xinyu arrived at the Blues Martial Arts Center once again. However, unlike in the past, this time he just came to the martial arts school. He saw Lan Yu wearing a practice uniform as teaching the students who came to learn in a decent manner. Over there, keep your hands straight. What are you looking at? It's you who are talking about you, living a life of bulls and horses, but actually punching a fist that can't even compare to the elementary school student next to you. Because of the reason that this matter of Blue Rain teaching trainees was the first time he had encountered it, Chinyu quietly sneaked in and then stood at the place where the other party's visual blind spot was and watched her. Although Chinyu did manage to keep Blue Rain from seeing him, he neglected to look at some of the trainees standing by the door. Shoo, despite the fact that he had alerted the other party when he reacted. But even if a person's movements were fast, they could not be faster than the mouth's. Ha, aren't you the little brother who came over for lunch? You came over here to learn martial arts too. Ha, how attention-grabbing is the sudden sound coming out of an otherwise quiet place. And today Chinyu was fortunate enough to be able to try out this kind of treatment where everyone puts their eyes on him. Chinyu, why did you suddenly appear here? After all, Lan Yu was a normal person, so it was inevitable that he would also subconsciously look over to the place where the sound came from. But when she only put her gaze over there, she saw Chinyu was stretching out his right hand in a very strange position, as if he was retaining something. Seeing that he has been discovered, Chinyu can only smile awkwardly and wave his hand. Hey, how are you guys? Chapter 101. We're a pair yet. Two young men and women just under the sunset colored with a golden color. Never mind, let's be normal. To put it bluntly, it was because Chinyu didn't have the face to continue staying inside the martial arts school that he directly made a move to abduct their teacher and fled outside. The handsome men and women strolling along a stretch of road colored golden yellow by the setting sun have always been a beautiful sight to behold. Only as the male protagonist, Chinyu exuded an aura that made it difficult for others to approach him as all. So it also led to those around them not daring to approach them at all. Put, what are you laughing at? Hearing the voice that suddenly came to mind made Chinyu's smelly face that was still taut break all of a sudden, helplessly turning his head to look at Lan Yu who was covering her small mouth and snickering. No, nothing, it's just that you were just, poof. Ha 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 ha, I just couldn't help myself la. Perhaps Lan Yu remembered the scene that could embarrass Chinyu to the point of digging out 3 rooms and 2 halls just now. The small mouth that could still be forcefully covered with her hand actually let out a silver bell-like laughter. Are you serious with this laugh? Although Chinyu wanted to open his mouth so much to ask Blue Rain, he was afraid that his side had only just finished asking the other side, and he was afraid that Blue Rain's laughter would become even more powerful, right? So Chinyu just looked at each other with a grimace and didn't say anything until, Goo, I'm not teasing you. I'll go out to eat with you next, okay? Seeing that Lan Yu was pampering herself like a little girl, even if Chinyu had been so upset inside just now, it had instantly disappeared. Really? But Grandpa Lan, he won't blame me for you suddenly skipping work, right? Although Blue Rain's offer made him very tempted, but only if it didn't lower the other party's family's favorability. If Curator Blue's favorability towards him decreased, wouldn't what he had done all these days be in vain? Early on, knowing that a love affair will go well or not, the goodwill of those around you is something that has to be brushed up a bit. As for the use, anyway, there will definitely be a windfall when the time comes. Lan Yu heard Chinyu said after just arrogantly skimmed his mouth. My grandfather, he will not be punished because of such a thing yet, and he knows that if I am with you, maybe it will also be very happy. So his impression was that good in front of that one? Chinyu couldn't help but feel smug inside. However, in the heart of the idea to return to the heart of the idea, in reality or to maintain a little bit of his high cold persona of, oh, is that so? Looks like your grandfather still thinks highly of me. How dare he let me take his only granddaughter out like this? Although Chinyu's surface has maintained an expressionless look, but he said in the mouth of those words inevitably still with some joy is that, if we have to use a more graphic expression to compare, then it should be the children who get the beloved toys and the puppies who happily eat and wag their tails. So if Chinyu really had a tail on his back, it would be like a windmill constantly turning, as if sensing the pleasurable atmosphere hidden inside Chinyu's heart. Lan Yu helplessly shook her little head and said, you can really understand better than those martial arts hall kids. Ha, hey. After hearing what Blue Rain said, Chinyu looked at the other party with a bit of disbelief. Is that really what it looks like? I don't think that's a good idea, he said. But if a young man who just finished the college entrance exam can hide his inner thoughts so easily, then this world should almost be finished. Chinyu silently spat inside Chinyu's body. In this way, Chinyu and the two of them had been walking along this greenway for quite some time, waiting until it was close to dinner time before they reluctantly returned inside the martial arts center. Aren't you going inside? When Chinyu sent Lan Yu back to the martial arts center, she subconsciously thought that the other party would dally inside the martial arts center like at noon, but she did not expect Chinyu to turn his head and prepare to leave after sending himself back to the martial arts center. No, I've already eaten here for lunch, so if I'm still eating here at night, my idiot parents will inevitably have a problem with it. Even if that stupid couple didn't even feel the presence of another son, they couldn't go 24 hours a day without going back at all, could they? So, Blue Rain said with a bit of regret, since you're all set to go back, then this gift will be given to you in advance. Saying that, Lan Yu pulled out something like a keychain from his pocket and handed it to Chinyu. I can't afford the expensive stuff anymore, but I can still buy a little trinket like this. After seeing Chinyu take the trinket from her hand, He himself took out the phone tied with the same style but different color from his pocket. This trinket is a high school gift for you. It's a little cheap, but it's really a gift I've traveled all over the shopping street to pick out. Blue Rain's face reddened all of a sudden as she spoke. So, I'd be happy if you tied it to your cell phone. After saying these words, Blue Rain then directly turned around and fled the place. Little Rain. Just as Lan Yu was almost escaping into the martial arts center, she suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice calling out to her. Blue Rain subconsciously turned back to look at the other side, only to see that the boy he liked was holding a cell phone tied with a trinket he had given him in his hand. Wear a pair of them. The girl, after hearing what the boy said, similarly took out her cell phone tied with the same trinket and said to him, wear a pair. Hubby ah. Have you ever felt that the aura our son is giving off tonight is a bit familiar? Wife ah. It's fine if you don't mention it. I thought of it when you mentioned it so suddenly. Isn't this the putrid odor of love that emanated when we fell in love in college? It seems like that kid and Blue Girl's relationship is getting better and better. Qin Yu, who had already returned to the hotel, had been looking at his cell phone while he was eating and giggling. To revise it slightly, I should say that it was the trinket tied to the cell phone. For Qin Yu, who usually has always been minimalist, the sudden appearance of a small trinket on his cell phone certainly caught the attention of Qin's father as well as Qin's mother. But after seeing their son's piggish expression that looked like he was pining for sex, if they couldn't tell, they might really be worse than a pig. Chapter 102 Amber Haruaki's phone call. Qin's father and the two of them had wanted to use this matter to properly mock their arrogant son, but they didn't expect to hear Qin Yu's cell phone, which was placed on the table, suddenly ringing just as they were about to make their voices heard. Uncle Lu? Why is he calling me at this hour? When Qin Yu came back, he had already explained to Qin father and them that he would let Lu Chuan stay in the Lu family for a while, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly call at this time. Hello, Qin Yu big handsome? We seem to have a little thing going on over here. We'd appreciate it if you could come over and help us out a bit. When Qin Yu connected the phone, what he heard was not the voice of the owner of that phone call. That is, Lu Chuan. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the one talking to him right now would be Amber Haruaki, who had regained his physical body not long ago through the Taisan Fugan festival. What guidance does the great undertaker have again? Why are you either looking for help or on your way to find it all day long? Your Heian period of genius Yin and Yang master title will cry oh, geez, if this level of dignity can get itself back a little life, even if I have to kneel down and kowtow to you ah. Amber Haruaki simply did not pay any attention to that kind of flirting meaning contained in Qin Yu's saying of that sentence. After all, it is now a situation where human lives are at stake. This kind of worthless modesty and dignity, but how much of it can be sold? What's the point of having dignity when you're losing your life? Truly worthy of being an old monster who survived the Heian period. The obsession with life really isn't something ordinary people like me can understand. Each other, right? After all, if you have enough strength, who wants to do these lowly things? After the two of them just exchanged some friendly words with each other, they finally talked about the reason why they borrowed Lu Chuan's phone to call Qin Yu this time. Those people from the Zhao family have brought people over again, and this time, they've brought the other two of the 5 great families with them. Qin Yu also put away that playful smile and became serious after hearing what Amber Haruaki said. Can I take this matter as if several other lineages besides your Lu family have joined the imperial side? Although it's unfortunate, the current situation is indeed close to this situation. I just don't know what's the situation with those 2 other families is all. The other 2 lineages? Qin Yu asked with a bit of doubt. In theory, didn't they only have 5 families? Apart from the Lu family, as well as the Zhao family and the other 2 families that had allied with him, wasn't there only 1 family left? Amber Haruaki obviously also heard the little bit of doubt in Qin Yu's tone, so he replied with a smile. There's no mistaking it, it's 2 worlds, said the man, and told him again with an air of this you don't even know. After all, isn't it normal to have 6 of the 5 great families? Qin Yu is speechless. I'm afraid he hasn't been speechless in all the years he's been alive. The 5 great families have 6 family things. He thought it was just an urban legend that would happen, but he didn't think there was actually this kind of setting. What's wrong? Why is there no sound all of a sudden? It can't be because you were scared, right? Amber Haruaki let out a pleasant laugh inside the phone like a child who had succeeded in a prank. Not exactly intimidated, I guess, just a whole lot speechless by the setup. Hey, when I first learned about this kind of information I was also like you who almost had my defenses cracked, but once I thought about the fact that this is known as a mysterious oriental country, then I felt that this is definitely something so normal that it can't be normal anymore. So according to what that Haruaki guy said, it was himself who wasn't quite normal? No. Almost got that asshole wrapped around his finger. Hadn't they been talking about something else before? How only a few minutes of time he suddenly became an abnormal person. Scary. This Amber Haruaki guy is still really scary. Just as this thought kept lingering in Qin Yu's mind, Amber Haruaki on the other side of the phone sent his voice over again. Okay, I know it's wrong of me to molest you like this, but since it's a matter of life and death on our side, give me a break for this little prank, Amber Haruaki said as she looked at the guards outside the door who were cut down on the ground one by the enemy. This call may be our last, although I don't know if I have a chance to be reborn, but it's really great to know you in this life. At the end of his words, Amber Haruaki suddenly became serious. I'll be counting on you for the next thing. After saying this, Amber Haruaki's side directly hung up the phone. Anyway, all Chinyu could hear on his cell phone was an intermittent busy tone is all. What a reassuring guy it is. Chinyu helplessly placed the cell phone in his hand on the ground before looking back at his parents. Dad, Mom, I may have to go out next. Shin's father and mother just laughed after hearing what their son said. We heard you. Saying that, Father Chin and Mother Chin looked at Chinyu with a serious face. But everything has to be prioritized with your own life and safety, even if those aliens do rule this planet. But I wish you well. Yeah, even if the world is dangerous and important, you're far more important than that in both of our eyes. Listening to these words from his parents, Chinyu rarely showed an expression of emotion towards them, but this expression only existed for a mere 10 seconds or so, because it was only after what they said next that he truly saw his place within this family. However, if your sacrifice can really exchange for the survival of the two of us, then we still think that your sacrifice is still very necessary. Gotta. He shouldn't have expected anything from this dumbass couple. Just like this, Chinyu was angry and slammed the door to leave the hotel after he had to be hard-stuffed with a large mouthful of dog food before going out. It was only not long after he had just left the house that the expressions of Chin's father and mother, who were going to be very loving, sank all of a sudden. Hubby, do you want to find someone from your old family to intercede? I think it's still slightly dangerous for little you to go out this trip. Chin's father just sighed helplessly after hearing what his wife said. It's not that I don't want to look for them, but ever since I left my hometown, I've never contacted them, so I don't really know whether to make this one call or not. Then we really can only stand by and watch little you as he fights alone by himself? After hearing these words from Chin's father's nest-like words, Chin's mother instantly became irritated. Let's just hope something turns up in this case. Chapter 103. Is that kid really good? So this is what instantaneous movement feels like. Chinyu had only intended to try to see if he could use instantaneous movement without the help of Chinyu, but I did not expect in the Chinyu while explaining the principle of instantaneous movement while guiding their own how to use the body inside the case of the gas actually really succeeded. It's not bad. I didn't think you'd actually be able to pull it off in one go. Originally in Chinyu so many years of experience to see even if Chinyu and how powerful is also need to fail several times before succeeding, but he really did not expect the other party actually once succeeded. Looks like I'll be able to completely learn everything from you before too long. Learn everything on me? After hearing what Chinyu said, Chinyu silently gave the other party a beautiful blank stare. As for whether he could see it or not, it was none of his business. Yeah, I've learned roughly everything you've given me, except for a few things I can't use, right? Chinyu completely ignored Chinyu after saying those two words. If he knew that the things that the other party is learning right now are just basic to no longer basic skills in that world of his, the expression of that guy Chinyu will definitely be very wonderful, right? Hey, is it that there's no way to refute what I said so you're ignoring me? Chinyu kept flirting with Chinyu and said, it's fine, you'll know the difference between geniuses and mortals one day anyway. I'm just advancing the deadline a little bit, so you don't have to be so sad. Hey, he's a grump. After listening to Chinyu boasting on one side, Chinyu had wanted to hit him hard, but then he felt the aura coming from the front that made him have to put away this thought. Hello, narcissist, there's someone coming up ahead. In fact, Chinyu told him before and the Chinyu has felt the breath of the other side. He is only in order not to scare the snake to keep this appearance now. I see, although the aura that rushed over didn't look too strong. I have an indescribable feeling of familiarity though. Basically, Chinyu side's words had only just been finished when the two owners of that aura that Chinyu had sensed instantly appeared in front of them. This should be a matter of course? Should be considered right? Originally I should have thought of it a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to actually be him. Chinyu helplessly covered his forehead after seeing the silhouette that appeared in the shadows over there. I don't suppose they're coming after us? The man in the shadows was looking warily behind him, lurking for a while without spotting his pursuers before finally letting out a sigh of relief. I didn't think you'd get away with this. Who is it? It seemed that the sudden voice coming out in front of him had startled the man, and his spirit, which had been slowed down, reared up all at once. No way you can't even hear the voice of your savior who saved your life so many times? Looks like that time I wasted earlier was fed to the dogs. Because of the darkness of the sky the man didn't see clearly who the person in front of him was, but to say that this kind of tone of voice and who actually saved himself during this period of time, then it must be that person. Who? Brat, you don't scare me. Your uncle, I'm a handful of years old. Can't withstand you, this brat so messy scare. Shay, if you're so old, how do you make my dad feel? The man in front of me is the same year as his dad and mom. His dad and mom, naturally needless to say, every time they walk out together are like a young couple who just fell in love. Simply cannot see that it is a 40 or 50 years old middle-aged man. As for this man in front of their eyes now, if it is put in there, just know him when quasi is of those little girls are very like the handsome uncle. Only now he looked but just wanted to be a greasy uncle who hadn't been out of the house in many years. Little you are. It's not like you don't know what I just went through inside the Liu family. Isn't your sarcasm like this a bit too much? This kind of words if put on other people may still have a little use. Only if that person is Chinyu words. This is to be discussed. Sure enough, after Chinyu heard what the man was complaining about, he just revealed a look of rightfulness. Inside this world of the weak and the strong, isn't this kind of aggression by the strong against the weak normal? The most important thing you can do to keep from being invaded is to stand together. Saying that, Chinyu looked in the direction of the fire that was smoldering over there and continued. We won't talk about how that previous Liu family really was. Let's just talk about the time between when you were little and the time we were recently. Do you think this Liu family has done this? Chinyu's words let Lu Chuan has no way to refute. After all, in his heart now Liu family will cause the present result as long predetermined. But that is after all their own once home. Inevitably will still be a bit emotional just. Alright, you shouldn't use this expression like you've been wronged in some way to me either. If the Liu family is exterminated at this stage, it would be a troublesome thing for my plan is all. So, have you decided to make a move? Originally, after hearing what Chinyu said, Lu Chuan's eyes that had already dimmed had appeared a tiny bit hopeful, but then after thinking of those people that the Zhao family had brought, all of a sudden he hung his head again. No, Amber Haruaki should have told you to stay away, but you're just a draw with him. The way things are now even he can't handle it, so what's the point of having an extra you? What? Shouldn't Lu Chuan have handed this over to him with a look of adoration in that situation just now? Now the other side of this kind of hard to rekindle the hope how all of a sudden extinguished again ahem. As for whether I can oblige them, won't you find out later? With that said, Chinyu was ready to rush to the Liu family after treating Lu Chuan's injuries briefly. Are you coming with me or are you going to wait here for me? Although I don't know how long it's going to take to get this thing sorted out this time, but it shouldn't take more than half an hour. Should it? Half an hour? If you take out the time to get there and back, it seems like there's only about 20 minutes left, right? Could it be that Chinyu that kid is really powerful? Chapter 104. You wouldn't even be able to defeat this kind of dog-legged man, would you? Just like that, Chinyu brought the half-hearted Lu Chuan to the Liu family which had turned into a sea of fire. Do you think that old man Lu Shan will come out and beat me to death if I bring a few skewers of chicken wings to burn here? Looking around at all the places that had been turned into all-natural barbecues, Chinyu, who hadn't eaten so far, instantly became unhinged in his brain. Whether he'll come out and beat you to death or not I don't know, but as far as the eye can see there's one ready to come out and beat you to death. Shortly after Lu Chuan's words were finished, a leader walked over with several minions holding a torch in their hands. Lu Chuan, I didn't realize that there was a way to heaven that you didn't go, but there was no door to hell that you had to walk into. The spiritual guy who was walking in front of him instantly screamed after seeing Lu Chuan. That guy with the green hat, you know? No, how could I possibly know this kind of person? And what kind of person dyes one green hair instead of so many colors? Even a yellow hair is many times better than this one. Personally, I'm still not too keen on yellow hair, so it's better to start with the very first hair color, right? Chinyu spat inside his heart. Hey, what are you two doing sneaking around over there? After seeing that his words weren't answered by Lu Chuan, green hair instantly red warmed up. I say, old Lu, that cuckold looks like he knows you. Do you want to step in a bit to deal with the other side? Little feather doing our business will have people recognize relatives is not a normal thing? If everyone looking for you have to deal with words, then your day in the end to continue to live But that greenhorn seems to be really close to crying. Why don't you just coax him a bit? As they say, uncles can be tolerated, but aunts can't. So after green hair, who was in an explosive state, gave an order, those minions behind him scrambled in the direction of Chinyu and the others. TSK, didn't think it was best to fight after all. If you hadn't gone so far as to say that we wouldn't have fought at all, okay? Right. It's all my fault, okay? So why don't you hurry up and make a move? Looking at the spirit guys running over in their direction, Lu Chuan directly hid behind Chinyu and roared, Che, I thought you were so brave. After shaking off Lu Chuan behind him in disgust, Chinyu took a few steps forward with his bare hands. Come on, let's just have a pre-dinner warm-up. A few minutes later, Chinyu patted the dust on his hands looking at the corpses that had fallen on the ground. In addition to wailing a lot, the only thing left in the enemy's lineup was the green-haired one who had given the orders at the beginning. I didn't realize you guys were only at this level. It's not even a warm-up. Obviously both were standing in the same place. But why was the difference between the two so distinctive? One stood in place with a helpless face, while the green-haired one on the other side was close to kneeling on the ground. What's going on here? Where's my big group of people? How come they're all lying on the ground? I must have blurred my eyes. This must be it. Qin Yu, who looked like Shirley's green hair, walked straight past the other party. After all, they couldn't be more outrageous than bullying a fool, could they? This is punishable by heaven. It wasn't long after they had just walked past that two men suddenly appeared from a shadowed corner. That young man seems to be our cousin. One of the youths in his 20s said. There's no mistake that it should be him. Although those people on the ground aren't strong enough for me to see how powerful this so-called cousin is, but it looks like it should be even more powerful than the two of us, right? Another youth who was about the same age as him said. Hey, no matter what, the two of us are also the top of the Qin family, okay? Even if we're not as good as that person in a single fight, are the two of us together still not as good as that brat? It's true that people talk the toughest when they're conceding. You see, it's obviously just a line about him not being as good as the guy, and now it's a whole bunch of has-beens. Okay, I know you're good, okay? But if my dad and the others find out we're still paddling here, will they hang us from a tree and whip us? I don't think so. His own brother coming out of nowhere just completely threw him for a loop. After all, their dad had hung them from a tree and whipped them on more than one occasion during that time in the past. Well, I do believe you, but what's with the long strides? Can't I take a little walk? Do I have to ask your permission to take a walk? Okay, 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 okay. So as a younger brother he can only laugh and follow them, for the shadows of the sudden appearance of the two people Qin Yu was actually aware of. But see, the other side is not malicious on the part. He did not open the mouth to disturb them. Just, old Lu, where exactly do you think your cheap big brother is? Qin Yu took the time to turn back to Lu Chuan after he had just cleaned up the spirit boy who had rushed over with his weapon. I also do not know. Originally I and the two of them inside the hall would have been good to talk about how to deal with the Zhao family, but I did not expect the other party actually suddenly appeared outside the door. Lu Chuan hung his head low again as soon as he remembered the incident. It's not that he has any strange thoughts about this Lu family, but those of the Zhao family have not even given themselves a single glance. How can he, a former third-order captain, endure this? Ahem, don't be so sad. You've saved your dog's life anyway, haven't you? Hearing this kind of comforting words from Qin Yu that were even sadder than scolding him, Lu Chuan's expression suddenly turned into tears and laughter. Words are nice, but I'll be a little happier next time if you don't say them out loud. Cut. Qin Yu looked at Lu Chuan contemptuously before continuing to walk towards the Lu family, but only after taking less than a few steps, he saw someone walking out from inside the hall. I didn't expect you to come after all, Amber Haruaki said to Qin Yu with great difficulty. We only set our will to work together this morning, and I'd be hurt if the part-timers we found with such difficulty were just uprooted. Qin Yu looked directly at the person who had dragged Amber Haruaki out from inside the hall after saying those words. So, who is this guy again? You wouldn't even be able to beat this kind of lapdog, would you? Chapter 105 A Master of Jerking Off? A lapdog? That little doll, is he talking about me? Just as that man dragging Amber Haruaki out was still pondering this question, Qin Yu and the others had already given their answer. Ouch. I say, Qin kid, it's not that I don't want to beat the other party, but that old unashamed man even dared to threaten me with the life of the Lu family master, Speaking here, Amber Haruaki inevitably wanted to Qin Yu to properly complain about his suffering. Obviously, he was one of the famous genius yin and yang masters in the Heian period, but he never thought that one day he would actually be dragged out of the door with his body. If Michiru, Ashiya Michiru, a yin and yang master who was a fierce rival of Amber Haruaki during the Heian period, knew about this news, he would definitely laugh at him severely, right? So that's what it's like, huh? It seems like Old Man Lu really did a lot of harm. After recalling that he had once used Old Man Lu to act as a way to defeat Amber Haruaki as a breakthrough before, Qin Yu's expression as he looked at the other party suddenly had more than a hint of pity. So, since that Old Man Lu has been karma'd, why don't you fight back? Perhaps because of the reason that he was constantly cued by Qin Yu. Two people actually walked out inside the hall. Who says I've already been karma'd? Even if you've been cagged by someone else, I won't be cagged by anyone else, okay? The one who walked out from inside the hall was not someone else, but Lu Shan, whose body was no longer half intact, and was even still being racked out. For Lu Shan, this old man, Qin Yu did not have a single bit of good feelings at all, and even felt that it was better for him to karma. Yo, isn't this Old Man Lu the head of the Lu family? How come you haven't seen him for a few hours and suddenly he's pulled across quite a bit? It was just a taunt from Qin Yu like a greeting, but he didn't expect Lu Shan to actually nod his head. It can't be helped. Our Lu family wants no one. No strength. Even the ones with a little bit of strength were karma'd by you not too long ago. Otherwise, why do you think our Lu family would have fallen into such a state? Crap. That group of part-timers was clearly given karma by that Amber Harawaki guy. And how the hell do you have the audacity to put these pots on him? Just after Chinyu had just wanted to have a good theory with that damned old man Lu, he heard the man who was supposed to be the victor not far away, but had suddenly become an outsider. Have you guys talked enough? If you haven't said enough, why don't you go to Hades and get together again? I don't know if it's the reason why he suddenly found his presence, but his sudden opening of his mouth to say that sentence completely made Chinyu mark on it. Hey, who is that old Mediterranean man over there? How dare he suddenly interrupt me before I've finished speaking? Although Chinyu was not explicitly asking who, but in combination with the conversation that was interrupted only a short time ago, this time should still be by the old man Lu as a reply. That old man from the Mediterranean is a big deal, so big that with the prestige of the masters behind him he's now come to fox around. Hearing old man Lu's answer that was like a reply and like another explanation to Chinyu, Chinyu instantly understood that the man in front of him was afraid to be the legendary Zhao family head. Oh, it turned out to be an old licking dog. Oh no, it turned out to be the hallowed Zhao family head coming ah? I told you that old man Lu had nothing to be beaten to death. Even though Chinyu had quickly changed his words just now, he did not expect to be heard by the other party. Little doll, I see that you don't seem to be a member of the Lu family. Even listening to what you just said, you have had a past with them. Can you give old me a face to leave here? It wasn't that he didn't want to just kaboom the other party, but that master behind him had specifically asked him to go over there earlier, and then instructed him to head over and not mess with the young man in front of him. Although he didn't know exactly how powerful the young man in front of him was, but for a dog's leg to follow his master's orders was already something engraved into his soul. Shinyu had thought that they were all going to fight completely, but he didn't expect that Mediterranean old man to actually concede first. Old man Zhao, because he did not know the reason for Chinyu's current inner thoughts. After seeing his expression suddenly become strange, thought that the other party was not willing to agree with him, so he hurriedly pulled out a bank card from inside the lining of his clothes, handed it to him. This is an overseas bearer bank card, and the money inside the card is considered to be a testament to the friendship between our Zhao family and your excellency. Hey, did he say anything just now? Why did this old Mediterranean man in front of him suddenly send a bank card? However, adhering to the principle that it would be foolish not to accept money, Chinyu still accepted the bank card that old man Zhao handed to him. After seeing Chinyu accept his bank card, old man Zhao's heart finally let out a sigh of relief, because he didn't know what that master behind him was doing to this young man in front of him, or without knowing what this young man's identity actually was, he still felt it was better not to act rashly. The scene suddenly appeared in this situation. In addition to their presence of those parties, in their dead center there are two people watched the whole process. I say, big brother, do you think little feather he will not be able to resist the temptation of money to forget the reason why he came? Just as one of them opened his mouth to question the other, the slightly older young man silently blanked his brother. Who do I ask if you ask me? Those dads, they gathered back. I don't remember them being as complete as you are. And isn't this time just the right time to test whether that kid has the qualifications to return to the Qin family? If he really just forgot what he came over here for in the first place because of that little bit of money, then wouldn't we just be able to slack off and get out of here? Although that person's mouth was saying this, his attention had been on Chinyu's body without leaving. Let's hope you won't let us down. After hearing what his family's big brother said, that other young man simply nodded before returning his attention back to the scene. The camera re-enters the Lu family compound. Chinyu didn't just turn his head and leave the place like he wanted to after accepting the bank card old man Zhao handed him. Instead, he went straight to the old man Lu's side to show off his sudden receipt of this windfall. Nah, didn't you guys want to make a proper gesture when you saw this bank card someone gave me? The crowd all coincidentally revealed a crying and laughing expression after hearing what Chinyu said. Looks like this young man is another very good jerk-off yet. Chapter 106, brightly looking for a pinch hitter. However, Chinyu's sudden approach. A little bit of Taoist monsters know that he is flirting with Lu Shan. Not to mention that the few people present are all old foxes more than twice the age of Chinyu. I say, Qin kid, Mr. Qin, Prince Qin. It's not that our Lu family doesn't want to give you a favor fee, but we really don't have as much wealth within our family as other people's Zhao family masters do. Although none of the words that Lu Shan said were not selling Chinyu short, the expression expressed on his face made people want to beat him up hard is all. Think about it. Isn't this a classic case of getting what you want? It was estimated that no one present would be so stupid as to not know that Chinyu was brushing up against old man Zhao, the old licking dog, right? Sure enough, Chinyu and Lu Shan, the two of them were singing a duet with each other, and his face showed the features that a person with a red warmth should show. May I ask, my little friend, why did you do that? I remember that friend beside you seems to have a grudge against the Lu family as well, right? It's only logical that we should be on the same side? Why did you even step in to help them? Regarding these questions that old man Zhao had just asked, Xinyu did not choose to answer him positively. Instead, he had been taking turns watching between Lu Chuan and Lu Shan, helping a friend save a home that's about to be lost. What reason do you think compares to that? These 10 years, although Xinyu did not directly involved in the life of Lu Chuan, and even for him the other party is nothing more than his dad's friend, and he is a person with no direct relationship at all. But does it matter? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he will still keep the Lu family. I can take this as a declaration that Your Excellency is at war with us, right? Old man Zhao said as he looked viciously at Xinyu. Compared to old man Zhao, who was always on guard against Xinyu, Xinyu was merely answering the other party as if he was narrating something dispensable when he replied, whatever. It was not known whether it was because the words Xinyu had said were infuriating or whether it was because old man Zhao had gone completely red hot. The atmosphere at the scene had reached a situation where it would ignite in an instant. Since you have already chosen to be on the side of the one surnamed Lu, then I won't be polite to you anymore. Old man Zhao said these words in a tone that said it was meant for Xinyu and the others to hear, but it might as well have been making excuses for his next actions. Originally, he was not too good for the young man in front of him. If not the person behind the thousands of instructions to not take the initiative to provoke each other, then there is no next what a lot of. Okay? Look, this isn't him taking the initiative to provoke the other party. You can't possibly let me be bullied into submission, right? Old man Zhao, who had already thought of a whole set of wording in his mind, looked at Xinyu again when his eyes had completely changed. Ouch! Looks like the old man is really quite brave. Looking at the old man Zhao, whose eyes were full of fighting spirit, the corner of Qinyu's mouth rose slightly. I hope I'll see you again later. Ha! The two sides stalemated with each other like this for dozens of seconds, and in the end it was Qinyu, who felt that his time was much more valuable than these few old men in front of him, who made the first move. Old man Zhao, let me try to find out just how much backbone that master behind you gives. Saying that, a silver white scythe suddenly appeared in Qinyu's hand while he was rushing towards old man Zhao, and then swung it directly towards the other party's body. Oi 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 oi. You young man still really don't talk about martial arts? After all, Xinyu had given his opponent enough time to react, so although old man Zhao looked like he was in a state of flurry when defending, he did manage to defend against this attack by Xinyu. Are they overestimating each other or are they expecting too much? How come this guy in front of me seems a little weak and pathetic? Old man Zhao, who didn't even know that he had already been disliked up by Xinyu, was still clamoring for himself after blocking the other party's attack, but those who came along with him had already clearly seen the gap between these two people. Man in Black A, what do you think the chances are of us escaping this place if the two of us go together? Man in Black B, although we don't know exactly what percentage of the other side's power this is, but I think that even if we were outnumbered by 10 times more, I don't think we could possibly escape this place intact is all. Yes, these two people old man Zhao brought over are discussing not what they have to do to defeat Xinyu, but they are thinking about being able to have a few % chance to escape from this place. However, there was no way Xinyu could have known about these two people's thoughts of wanting to escape from this place, because he was even openly asking for outside help after seeing that his opponent was only at this level. The most handsome pretty boy in the world. Is he here? Seeing as you haven't been out for so long, are you interested in coming out for a bit? Xinyu, this reckoning, is afraid to play the fear of the three-dimensional readers can hear. So Li Xinyu, and how could not know it? Why don't you just beg me if you want a free hitter? Why do you have to do so many things? What's the point? Originally, Xinyu just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect it to be really useful. Please, my most powerful Riku Xinyu-sama. Qinyu's this kind of shameless behavior. He originally thought he already had enough coping ability, but I did not expect that guy really even do not want to face. Change your number. After throwing down this sentence, both sides switched accounts with each other, and now Qinyu's body was controlled by Ri Qinyu. You've got to go for it. After taking over Qinyu's body, Li Qinyu directly unilaterally severed the connection with Qinyu without even thinking about it. Instead of cutting it off, though, it would be better to just ban it, because even though this method can cut off the other person's voice, it can't ban the text. Why did you ban me again? I'm just trying to cheer you on. Why are you banning me? Shut up. The sudden roar of Qinyu made everyone at the scene put their attention on him. Mr. Qin, is there anything you want to order? Although it wouldn't know why the other party suddenly roared that much, but in Lu Shan's opinion, they thought that the current Qinyu seemed to be vaguely several times more powerful than when he was just a moment ago. It's okay, that wasn't meant for you guys earlier. Maybe feel a little inappropriate look just now. Ri Qinyu and with Lu Shan they said a sentence after not say anything, but after such an interruption after his body inside the Qinyu completely peaceful up is it. Chapter 107, Killing the Red Eye. To one's own strength successfully led in this space after all the people have closed their mouths. Li Qinyu or decided to first solve the immediate pile of former left their own problems before. What's going on? Are you guys going to fight one-on-one or in a group? Saying that, Shin Yu's expression suddenly changed from a look of being in need of a beating to a look of evil. This change in temperament from the inside out can no longer be described as a change at all. If everyone there didn't know that the guy in front of them had never disappeared from their eyes from the beginning to the end, they would have thought that the guy didn't have a twin or something. Singles? Group fight? Shin Yu's sudden utterance of this proposal made everyone present not understand what exactly he was talking about. Right, it's all about singles or group fights, but what it means here, of course, is that I alone will take on all of you or you will be swarmed by me alone? What makes this young man in front of me so brave? This is the old man Zhao, already behind him the two followers inside the idea. Yes, they were admitting that the young man in front of them was going to be more powerful than them. Only even if a person is no longer powerful cannot beat a group of people. And this is no longer open or not the problem of peerless. A skill down a large number of this plot only exists in the game. Okay, to say it was a coincidence. Actually it wasn't really a coincidence. Anyway, this conceited behavior of Qin Yu's, not to mention old man Zhao and the others, couldn't understand it. Even Lu Chuan, who was a self-family member, couldn't understand it either. What's with that kid's temper all of a sudden? He didn't seem to have done anything to upset him himself for a while, did he? Just when the crowd was still pondering what kind of medicine was being sold inside the gourd of this young man in front of them, they suddenly and coldly heard Qin Yu's mocking voice. It can't be, can it? There can't really be someone who doesn't even know this level of reading comprehension, can there? So, Qin Yu attracted everyone's attention again and continued. If you guys think that this little bit of people are afraid to go on, why don't I wait for you guys to find twice as many people and then fight? If one could kill a person with his eyes, I'm afraid that this body of Qin Yu's would not be half intact. Only to see that old man Zhao's already bald head was able to emit smoke under the effect of the red temperature. No, what is that young man's status anyway? How dare you call your bluff like that? The old man Zhao, who had completely broken his defense, couldn't care less about the words that the person behind him had instructed himself to say before, and directly after giving an order, he brought all the people from the three families that had arrived inside the courtyard. I'll see whether it's your mouth or our fists that are tough. Let's go. Looking at the people of those several lineages that have already filled the Lu family's courtyard and have not yet fully arrived, the blood inside Qin Yu's body instantly boiled up. Come on, more people. The more of you that come, the faster his strength will return. As Qin Yu looked at the experienced babies piled up in front of him, something called greed suddenly appeared a little more inside his eyes. I don't know if it's because the aura he exuded was too evil, but it actually caused that group of experienced babies to develop a timid emotion. Little brother A, do you think we should still go on? If we do, I think it's just a pure act of giving away heads. Little brother B, what can we do if we don't get on? You don't think a group as big as ours can really survive, do you? Under the influence of the many juniors you and I, old man Zhao's brain that was already completely on top of his head actually came out a few more points of clarity. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Looking at the densely packed minions behind him as well as the young man in front of him who exuded an evil aura, he was actually a bit unable to get off the stage. Elder Zhao, the 300 plus people we have gathered for this operation have all arrived, although there are still some people outside who can't get in because of the venue, but we believe that the number of people we have right now is sufficient. Listening to his deputy's report, old man Zhao felt that this battle had to be fought. I just don't know if this bit of jutsu was really enough to eradicate this young man in front of me is all. Ugh, whatever. Old man Zhao shook his head to completely set aside the uneasiness within himself, deciding that he still believed in the saying passed down from his old ancestors, unity is strength. However, he had forgotten the second half of the words that countless forefathers had renewed with blood and tears in the face of absolute strength. All plots and tricks were just a floating cloud. It looks like you've already chosen. Although Qin Yu has long been unable to resist the desire to dye a layer of bright red color in this piece of manner surrounded by fire, but because of the little mercy left inside, let him give the other side of the only remaining opportunity to choose. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. At the end of the day, just after old man Zhao's voice fell, he directly rushed straight towards Qin Yu with the group of people behind him. That's more like it. The Qin Yu, who had instantly turned into a pleasure criminal, looked at the imposing group of people in front of him, and instead of feeling scared, his eyes even lit up. Spread. Let's have a pleasant tussle. Fight. With that, he rushed into the crowd with the same scythe as Qin Yu in his right hand. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Every time Qin Yu swings his scythe, it takes away lives within the range of the attack. Gradually, those people, perhaps sensing the gap between them and the young man in front of them, whose clothes were stained with blood, they unexpectedly backed up unanimously. Everyone, don't panic. That demon will definitely get tired after killing so many people. We'll just take him down in one fell swoop then. I do not know who in the crowd suddenly shouted so loud. Those who want to retreat surprisingly all have dispelled the idea of retreat. That's right. The other person is just one person, so there must be times when they get tired. As long as they worked together, They would be able to pile each other to death even if they piled them up in numbers. It's wonderful to have dreams sometimes. After all, what if they come true? If they had sent someone to observe Chinyu with a little bit of care, they would definitely have noticed that he wasn't even half tired after hacking up so many people, and his face was even vaguely several times more rosy than when he first started. Come, a billion more points. The Chinyu who has completely killed the red-eyed Chinyu now only has a bunch of experienced babies in front of him. Even if he swings his scythe, it's only subconsciously swinging. Chapter 108. How do you prove your dad is your dad? Gar. The two men hiding in the shadows both gulped up a mouthful of saliva in unison after seeing this scene in front of them that looked like purgatory. I say, old brother, are you sure that this Slayer god in front of you is really the seed of our Qin family? Why do I suddenly feel as if the genes in both of us are fake? Even if his own younger brother didn't say this matter outright, that slightly older man felt that the younger brother underneath that he had never met before was really powerful and a bit too much. Maybe our dad got it from a phone bill back in the day? With the end of this topic, Qin Yu, who was standing inside the courtyard of the Lu family, had also ended his half-hour or so long massacre. Those corpses on the ground that had already been stacked several layers long ago naturally needed no introduction, and the white t-shirt that Qin Yu was wearing had also turned dark red due to the fact that it was stained with other people's blood. This soothing feeling of being filled with power has really been long overdue. Qin Yu suddenly opened his hands, enjoying the purgatory-like scene as if he was feeling something. But those two over there standing on the tree, how much longer are you going to stay up there? Returning to his senses, Qin Yu suddenly tilted his head diagonally to look at the place where the Qin brothers were. The Qin brothers naturally knew that Qin Yu couldn't have said that just to swindle them out, as they had already vaguely felt that they had been marked by the other party's gaze. Whoosh! Seeing that their presence had already been detected by the other party, the two Qin brothers simply jumped down directly from the tree to reveal their identity. I didn't think the two of us would still be discovered by you. Ha! The slightly older-looking young man scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and said to Qin Yu, if you're talking about staring at me all the way from the time I arrived at Lu's house, then it should be considered a discovery no less. After hearing what Qin Yu said, the Qin family brothers were coincidentally embarrassed. Can't you give them a little face? We're all cousins or something, so we don't have to lose face like that, do we? Qin family brothers inside the words Qin Yu is impossible to know, and even if they later know Qin Yu is just a como even if. So, are the two of you from that side as well? Looking at the Qin brothers whose expressions suddenly became strange, Qin Yu just looked at them with an expressionless face. Not that he has any opinions about the two of him or anything, but for Qin Yu there are only two kinds of people in this world, either friends or enemies. No, you're mistaken. Looking at the expressionless Qin Yu who uttered these words, the Qin brothers hurriedly set them aside from the pile of corpses on the ground. Otherwise, if they are slow to answer, the man in front of them suddenly pulled out a scythe that did not know where to go to karma them. Then the two brothers really died in vain. Would you believe me if I told you that your father was our great uncle? Because this sudden script is the reason why all the people present were surprised. So it led to the man in the finish this thing when they all directly dropped the line and reconnected for a long time before they could react again. No, why hadn't he heard that guy Qin Fei, Qin's father, had any relatives or anything? If not for the sudden appearance of these two young men in front of him, he would have thought that guy Qin Fei was an orphan or something. However, after taking a closer look at Qin Yu and those two people, a little similarity was really found as all. Luchuan inside so much drama inside other people cannot see. But as a party, one of them, Qin Yu just frowned a bit helplessly after hearing what these two people in front of him said. It was better to leave this kind of thing for that idiot Qin Yu to solve. It just so happened that those energies he had just obtained had to be properly digested himself before he could do so. Thinking so, Qin Yu direct unilateral cold with Qin Yu switched the account caused originally still inside the body to watch the play. Qin Yu almost did not stabilize the body. No, you didn't say anything when you suddenly cut your number here? And you're just going to throw it at me after you've used up all the strength in my body like that? Although Qin Yu kept on communicating with the Li Qin Yu inside his body, the Li Qin Yu inside his body was like sleeping, not giving a damn about him. Soul. After Qin Yu dropped two words gifted Ri Qin Yu, he could only forcefully hold up his body to look again at the two cheap brothers in front of him. There's no way for me to believe this thing about you guys suddenly saying my dad is your great uncle. How about some actual evidence? Looking at this Qin Yu in front of him, whose aura had suddenly tightened up, all of a sudden, everyone present was at a loss as to how to react. How can anyone really switch personalities so smoothly? If the Qin Yu of not long ago was arrogant and cocky, then this Qin Yu in front of their eyes had now turned into a boy next door look. If it wasn't for the fact that he carried a vague aura of asterisk and S that couldn't be concealed, they would have thought that the man in front of them hadn't been topped off by someone else's soul. Back to the serious business. The Qin brothers had wanted Qin Yu to make a phone call to their great uncle, Qin's father, to prove themselves when they realized that their great uncle seemed to have never spoken about them either, right? Thinking of this, The Chin brothers could only risk being punished by their own dad hanging from a tree by pulling out their cell phones and calling him for advice. Drip dash. The phone was answered after only a few rings, but the voice that came out of the microphone made the two Chin brothers want to gouge out a villa with their feet is all. What's wrong? Did you fail in your mission? I told you too long ago that your three-legged kung fu couldn't possibly handle Little Feather. Are you comfortable now? The voice that suddenly came out from inside the phone was indeed the Chin brothers did not have the face to stay in this place anymore. But once they thought of the reason why they made this call this time, they could only force themselves to endure the red warmth of being flirted with by their own dad to continue. Ahem. I mean dad. How would you go about proving that your dad is your dad if you were suddenly asked one day how to prove it? The man on the other side of the phone was obviously also made speechless by this question. After freezing for a while before once again from the phone came a series of beautiful voice. You brat. Percent you and %% at $. Chapter 109 Strangers with a little blood in their veins. After enduring several minutes of affectionate greetings from their old father, the Chin brothers' faces had long since turned a pig's liver color. But what else is there to do? Your own dad. Can only be hard to continue to listen to the chant. Finally, I don't know whether it's because the person on the other side of the phone has already gotten tired of cursing or something else. This caring that can make the Chin brothers and the two of them so embarrassed that they dug up 3 rooms and 2 halls still fell into the curtains. I say Dad, can't you hear us out before you spray? Now you're saying how the hell are we going to put up the prestige of being a big brother in front of little you in the future? Brother Chin said bitterly to the person inside the conversation. That's right. Originally our strength was already much worse than his, and now the only age that can beat his is so disliked by you, then we really don't have anything to show for it. Chin D also followed at the side and agreed. After hearing what the Chin brothers said, the phone side suddenly appeared again for a while in the state of unanswered. Just when they were ready to pick up the phone to see whether the phone in the end has been hung up, the phone side only suddenly came out a male voice. According to what you guys just said, wouldn't all of our father-son conversations have been overheard by Little Feather in that bout? It's not just Little Feather alone. Brother Chin glanced at the only ones left on the field all putting their eyes on them. It should be said that all that should have been heard, and all that should not have been heard, except for those on the ground who could not possibly speak anymore at all. There was silence on the other side of the phone again. Just when the people thought that this matter was so past, the other party actually only threw down such a sentence and hung up the phone. The old man's reputation was so ruined by you two brats. Still, because it was on speakerphone, the growling voice coming out of the phone was heard by everyone present. What should we do about this? Although they are surely not going to go back without another meal of love and care from their father's affection, you should at least let them finish their sentence before hanging up the phone. If we're going by the results, instead of getting valid proof after they made the call, they even got a fat beating for no reason. Who can stand this kind of heavenly injustice? Little Feather. The Chin brothers they looked at Chinyu who was also looking at them with a dumbfounded look on their faces. But what made it worthwhile for them to be excited was that Chinyu he actually believed what the two of them had just said. This style of doing things as well as this kind of style that makes people speechless, must have a relationship with my dad that hasn't run away, said Chinyu, covering his vaguely protruding forehead. However, since this matter is related to his dad, Chinyu simply took out his own cell phone to give Chin father a video call to ask for clarification. Drip dash. This video phone call Chin father actually rare seconds to pick up. If it is according to the usual words his asshole father not dry himself for 3 or 2 minutes simply will not be connected. What's going on? What's with the sudden video call? Even though the expression on Chin's father's face as well as the tone of his voice was filled with disgust, he was still relieved to see his son intact on his cell phone. What? I can't call you if I don't have something to do, can I? Yes, this kind of conversation like a barbarian has always been the way they get along as father and son, but now is not the time for that kind of thing. Stop, I have something for you. Seeing that Father Chin was about to bar back, Chinyu took a step ahead and interrupted the other party's precasting swing. What is it? Chin's father was also aware of the seriousness in his son's tone, so he also put away the thought of continuing to carry on with him just now. Dad, don't you have siblings or something? Chinyu so straight ball like opening Chin father is present everyone did not expect. But what made them even more unexpected was that the person on the other side of the phone also answered Chinyu's question so directly. Yes, but your dad I've cut ties with them is all. Should I say it's really worthy of the Chin family? One dares to ask and the other is willing to answer. I really don't know what to say about them. Oh, then I know what to do. Just now when the Chin brothers were making that phone call Chinyu already had a 50-50 chance of believing the other side. And now after getting his dad's answer, he now had a 10-50 chance of believing that those two people were telling the truth. Feather, we didn't tell these things not to hide them from you, and anyway you do what you need to do after knowing the whole thing. Chin's father ended the call after saying this sentence. He was sure that his son would be able to take care of this matter. Well, we didn't lie to you, did we? Chin family brothers after seeing Chinyu has ended the call with the father of Chin suddenly pressure is greatly reduced. At first, They thought that this was just an ordinary quest that couldn't be any more ordinary, but they didn't even think that this was actually a hellish quest cloaked in a normal rank. Well, I believe what you guys just said. Shin-yu nodded and said, that. Although I do believe what you guys just said. Since my dad has already cut off his relationship with your Chin family in the first place, we are now nothing more than strangers with a little bit of blood relation. Saying that, Shin-yu looked coldly at the two Chin family brothers. I trust that you are not spreading the word about today's incident, right? If I hear gossip about this outside, then don't blame me for not even talking about the last bit of blood relations. After hearing Shin-yu dialogue, they said those words. Chin family brothers at first thought that they heard wrong, but when they wiped their eyes after looking across the table again, expression also did not change. Finally know that they just did not hear wrong. They had once thought that they and Shin-yu would happen a lot of scenes when they met, but this kind of scene that looked like a vendetta was something they hadn't even thought about. Feather. Actually Brother Chin had wanted to explain something properly, but was directly interrupted by Shin-yu cold words. Stop. I'll have my own idea about the matter between your Chin family and my dad when I go back to understand the whole thing, but if I find out that your Chin family treated my dad badly back then, the rest of those words Shin-yu did not continue to say, but the meaning behind it he believed those people would know. Okay, we got it. Shin-di directly stopped his big brother wanted to continue the idea. After saying goodbye to Shin-yu, the two brothers left here. Chapter 110 Past Events. B City. In the underground research lab. Boss, Zhao Debao's vital signs have disappeared. A robot whose appearance looked nothing like an ordinary person walked in from outside and said, "Oh, don't I remember him being accompanied by one of our empire's reformers? Normally, not many people on this planet would be able to get in beside them." The man who was dissecting on the workbench after hearing his assistant's report was instantly interested. It's not that he had any great hopes for the reformed man he had developed, but after he had studied the so-called sealing war power inside this planet was not as powerful as his own living robot, so he was intrigued by the fact that he was able to take something he had remodeled and actually have it destroyed by the people of this planet. Yes, the last footage of those two reformers before they ceased to function is being played for you. The robotic assistant used his own eyes to project on the wall after answering what the man had said. The images from that time of the fight at the Lu's house not too long ago. The entire movie was only about 30 minutes. If you exclude the first 10 minutes when Zhao Debao brought those two reformers to show crushing strength to the Lu family, then the situation instantly became lopsided after the arrival of that young man on the movie. Ha! Ha ha ha! The man suddenly laughed out loud as he watched the young man in the movie casually reaping the lives of those on the field. Found it! I finally found it! For the reason that he was the only one inside this room, he could only smile and ask himself a question. One body and two souls. I didn't realize such a creature could exist on this planet. After the excitement was over, the man was ready to instruct his assistant bots to look for information on the young man on the video. 0. Look it up for me. I want to find out everything about that man on the screen. Drop. Perhaps it was because the man in the video's information had already been checked by someone earlier, and it wasn't long before the assistant robot came over holding a few sheets of paper that had just been printed out. The man looked at the paper carefully after receiving it, but showed a look of realization when he saw the name column. I didn't expect it to be him, but if it's that guy it should explain why he was able to kill my two transformed robots in an instant, the man said as he put down the sheets of paper in his hands. Wasn't it a normal thing for someone who could kill all his aces to have to deal with toys he developed in his boredom? Number 0. Make an appointment for me. No, or forget it. Originally the man was going to ask his assistant bot to try and interview the man, but then it occurred to me that I'm just a powerless scientist. It's still a question of whether or not I'll be alive by the time we meet. I'm getting more and more excited about just what kind of expression you'll show when we meet, the man said as he looked at the picture on the desktop with Shin-yu on it. After the end of the battle in the Lu family, Shin-yu, in order not to let his parents worry, especially in the Lu family, inside a bath before going back. Otherwise, he was covered in blood walking on the street. For fear of not yet returned to the hotel, was invited to drink tea. Click. Shin-yu found that the hall of the suite was actually still lit after he opened the door of the hotel room. Back, after hearing that familiar voice, Shin-yu found a man and a woman sitting on the sofa, but Shin mother was already sleeping on Shin father's lap because it was too late. Back. Actually, you guys don't have to wait for me. In the short span of a few seconds, Shin-yu thought of many kinds of how he would answer this question to his father, but he still used conventional words that couldn't be any more conventional to answer the other parties this question. Of course we know we don't have to worry about you, but whether or not we listen to what you have to say is none of your business. Although his father's look of a mainstay being a rebel caused Shin-yu to reveal a helpless smile, this feeling of being able to let others hang on to him warmed his heart. Sit down. I know you're wondering why I chose to cut ties with the Chin family back then. If I say that I don't really want to know, do you believe me? Although Shin-yu said so under his breath, he obediently sat down on the outermost sofa. The phrase "mouth is too big for the body" should be talking about this guy, right? Che have the balls to just turn around and go back to bed. As an old father who had spent 18 years with him, how could he not know what his son's character was like? So he just gave a disgusted look before talking to himself like he was telling a story. A man was born into an old family, and because it was the firstborn, he was unsurprisingly named heir. However, the boy did not fail to live up to the family's expectations of him, and perfected all the knowledge that he should not have to endure at that age. But it doesn't last long. The patriarch, the boy's father, is framed by someone in the family and loses his life while on a mission, and the boy is suddenly transformed from a towering prodigy into an inactive teenager. I want revenge. This one thought lasted until he was in high school when he was kicked out of the house by someone within the family on the grounds of studying away from home. Do you want to get back everything that's yours? It was a promise made to him by a middle-aged man and the reason why he would join the military in the future. In this way, the young man regained everything that belonged to him by cooperating with the middle-aged man inside and outside. So, since you've reclaimed everything that belongs to you, then why do you still want to cut ties with the Chin family? After hearing what Chin said, Chin's father just slowly uttered a sentence. Nothing. Just tired of the false side of the worldly family and the constraints of the old days. As he said these words, Chin father's eyes softly looked toward Chin mother who was sleeping while resting on his lap. Since neither of you want to admit it, let's never admit it. Looking at his dad's eyes, Chin suddenly seemed to understand what exactly he meant by the words he just said. It seems that this family's so-called relatives aren't any good either. Chin silently thought in his heart. They better not have their hands that far out though, or he didn't mind eradicating the only two remaining lineages altogether is all.